This girl, kicked by Feng Wu and abandoned in the demonic sword abyss, was reborn. 5 weeks later, she gained the demonic annihilation power. She had only one thought in her mind: revenge. For 18 years, this girl lived a lowly existence without even a name of her own. Today, she would break through to the Beast Master realm. Despite manifesting a phoenix bone, the frail girl was thrown into the beast arena to fight demonic beasts. A girl outside the arena watched excitedly, shouting, "Little one, tear off its skin, bite off its hands and feet." The beast, resembling a wolfhound, received the command. Its eyes glowed red as it lunged ferociously at the girl. None of the spectators around the arena spoke up for the girl. Some even demanded she be thrown into the demonic sword abyss. The girl lay weakly on the ground, battered and bruised, clinging to her last breath. Today was the day her beast source would awaken. If it was powerful enough, she would have a chance to escape. At that moment, a woman dressed in elegant clothes, Su Lin Yin, the esteemed princess of the Wanshou Kingdom, entered the arena. Bai Lu, Su Lin Yan's servant, stepped forward and said, "Princess, why have you come? You shouldn't let this lowly creature dirty your eyes." In front of everyone, Su Lin Yin feigned sympathy. "God, she's so pitiful. Don't torment her anymore." Bai Lu leaned closer to Su Lin Yin. "Cousin, have you forgotten how her mother disgraced the empress? A mere foot-washing servant. She shamelessly crawled into the emperor's bed." Just then, the empress of Wanshou Kingdom, Bai Ling, entered and ordered the girl to be taken away. Exhausted, the girl fell unconscious. In her unconscious state, she felt a burning sensation in her spine. Was her beast source awakening? She suddenly jolted awake, her body surrounded by blood-red flames. A maid exclaimed, "Your Majesty, is this the phoenix bone giving birth to a phoenix source?" The empress's face changed drastically. "Nonsense. A phoenix bone appears only once a millennium, and it doesn't guarantee a phoenix. Only the most noble Kaiyun daughter of the Wanshou Kingdom's royal family can obtain it. And that's my Yenner. How could it be her?" Her words abruptly stopped. The girl's entire spine was glowing brightly. It was indeed the phoenix bone, nurturing the phoenix source. "Dig out her spine and give it to my Yenner." The girl glared coldly at the empress. "That I will kill you. I will avenge my mother and myself." The empress laughed. "Your mother died much more easily than you will. After she gave birth to you, I threw her into the army barracks. Those men hadn't seen a woman in a long time." The girl suddenly lunged forward, biting the empress's finger with all her might. The empress, surprised by the girl's remaining strength, slapped her hard. A phoenix beast core fell from the girl's body. Ignoring the blood on her finger, the empress said, "Quickly, take the phoenix beast core." The girl, now weakened, could only watch as a maid took her beast core. The empress pointed at the girl and snarled, "Filthy creature, throw her into the demonic sword abyss. Let those demonic creatures devour her body. I want her to die without a whole corpse." Watch this summer as the girl is gloriously reborn. Having walked through the abyss, she no longer fears the darkness. The most noble Kaiyun daughter of the Wanshou Kingdom's royal family lived a lowly existence for 18 years. Today, she was to break through to the Beast Master realm and manifest the Phoenix Bone. But the Empress of Wanshou Kingdom shaved off her Phoenix Bone and threw her into the demonic sword abyss. She assumed the girl would be devoured by the demonic creatures, leaving not even bones behind. Unexpectedly, the girl not only survived, but became the cherished little demoness of the demonic creatures in the abyss. Initially, the girl was near death when she fell into the abyss. The demonic creatures were intrigued by her. What intrigued them most was that this girl, on the verge of death, could still lay eggs. They called for the highest commander of the demonic sword abyss, lording that "M.Y. Lord, don't you love salted duck eggs? This little girl can lay eggs." With her remaining consciousness, the girl weakly pleaded with the demonic creatures for help. Ing approached the girl, using demonic energy to explore her spiritual veins. Interesting. She's a natural phoenix source bearer. This little one is filled with resentment, and now she's influenced by the demonic energy of the abyss, balancing righteousness and evil. Perhaps we can nurture a little monster. 3 months later, in the Wanshou Kingdom's imperial palace, Su Linyan was trying to hatch the phoenix beast core she stole from the girl. She suspected it was a fake. Losing patience, she threw the beast core away. The Empress walked in just in time to catch the beast core. She scolded her daughter. "What madness is this? This is a divine beast encountered only once in 10,000 years. Su Lin Yin covered her face and cried, "It's been 3 months, and it still won't hatch. If those commoners find out I, a royal princess, can't hatch a divine beast, they'll laugh at us. What will happen to my engagement with Feng Sun?" Seeing her daughter's distress, the Empress quickly comforted her. "Feng Sun went to Baitu Mountain to find dragon spirit grass for you, so you can hatch the beast core. Su Lin Yan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Dragon Spirit Grass was the best catalyst for boosting energy. With it, she could finally hatch the beast egg. At Bayou Mountain, Feng Sun was leading a group of people to search for the Dragon Spirit Grass. They inadvertently wandered into a dense jungle. A clear, ringing bell sound emanated from within the jungle. Feng Sun asked cautiously, "Who's there?" A young woman dressed in red was hanging from a vine, picking herbs. The bell sound was coming from the bells on her ankles. Bai Lu gasped, "Sun Gij, that's Dragon Spirit Grass." Jian Ming, quickly, get that Dragon Spirit Grass for us. The young woman turned, her red eyes flashing with disdain. Bai Lu's heart skipped a beat. Why did this figure seem so familiar? Impossible. That wretch died long ago. The young woman stared intently at Bai Lu. What a coincidence. We finally meet. This time, none of you are getting away. Next episode preview. Reborn girl brutally beats her green tea cousin. She'll beat you so bad, your dog won't even have teeth left. This girl is a natural-born phoenix, capable of laying phoenix eggs. She had only one thought in mind: revenge. Watching monsters get beaten is incredibly satisfying. Just 3 months ago, this girl was a good-for-nothing. Her phoenix dance stripped away by her stepmother and thrown into the demonic sword abyss. For the past 3 months, she endured hellish training every day, waiting for this very moment. To catalyze her beast core, she went out today to gather Dragon Spirit Grass. Unexpectedly, she encountered the person she had been longing to see. Well, since we've met, don't even think about leaving. Bai Lu summoned her chiming hound to attack the girl. The girl pulled out a long whip, looking ready to beat the dog. The chiming hound, drooling, lunged at the girl. The whip in the girl's hand transformed into a black serpent, instantly constricting the chiming hound's neck. Bai Lu stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Her hound was already in a miserable state before it could even begin to fight, and that wretch was completely unharmed. The girl, light as a feather, stood with red lotuses blooming beneath her feet. Bai Lu would rather believe she was blind. She was a ninefold spiritual body. Mimicking Bai Lu's tone, the girl said, "Such a good doggy. Go on, pull out its teeth. I just happen to need a new necklace." Bai Lu clutched her chest, feeling her spirit beast's pain. The girl teleported to Bai Lu's side, gripping her throat. She looked at Bai Lu with amusement, slowly tightening her grip. From behind, Feng Sun suddenly pointed his sword at the girl that she's already lost. "Why are you being so relentless?" Sensing that this man's power was comparable to her own, and knowing revenge wasn't a matter of immediacy, the girl struck Bai Lu with a palm, sending her flying. Feng Sun lowered his sword. "Your weapon is quite unique. But if you kill Bai Lu's bonded spirit beast, you'll also be in grave danger." The girl looked at the crowd. Facing so many, her chances of winning were slim. Feng Sun asked the girl her name and invited her to return to the Wanshou Kingdom with them. The girl's name was Yin Yan. She was certainly happy to return to the Wanshou Kingdom. Her target was there. She extended her hand towards the black serpent, which transformed back into a whip and returned to her grasp. Bai Lu couldn't understand why Feng Sun would make such an absurd decision. Yin Yan patted Bai Lu's shoulder. "We have a long way to go together. Let's get along well," she said, while secretly whispering to Bai Lu. Next episode preview. The male lead is about to awaken. This girl, once stripped of her phoenix bone and thrown into the demonic sword abyss, had become the beloved little witch of the demonic sword monsters. Meeting her enemies again, how could she let them off easily? "She'll beat you so bad your dog won't even have teeth left." This man pleaded with the girl and invited her back to the Wanshou Kingdom. The girl's enemies and her target were all in the Wanshou Kingdom. She could cause trouble openly, or she could settle things quietly. Not long after they set off, Bai Lu began to feel itchy all over. She continued to travel back to the Wanshou Kingdom with Feng Sun and his group. They arrived at a clearing where a deep purple herb emitted strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Feng Sun reached out to pick it. Yin Yan's expression changed drastically. "Don't touch it," she shouted, although she didn't know what it was, the old witch had warned her never to touch this kind of plant. Feng Sun chuckled smugly. There's nothing in this world that Feng Sun can't touch. With that, he pulled out the herb. The next second, the entire mountain rumbled violently. Yin Yan's face paled. "Damn it," she cursed inwardly. "Idiot." At the same time, endless magma flowed from beneath Bayun Mountain. A stone coffin drifted along with the magma. Inside the coffin lay a man, still. His finger twitched slightly, as if he were about to awaken. Rubble continued to fall from the summit of Bayun Mountain. Everyone's heart was filled with panic. Yin Yan thought to herself, "This stinky man. I told you not to move, but you just had to." 9 levels of cultivation, yet still no match for this power. Feng Sun took out a jade token and crushed it. A powerful force surged skyward. Feng Sun grabbed Yin Yan's wrist. "This jade token won't last long." It can only take 2 people at most. Bai Lu cried out in fear, Sun Gij, take me with you. I don't want to die. Feng Sun turned to Yin Yin. Come with me. I promise you'll become my closest confidant. Yin Yin slapped his hand away. No need. I have my own plans. She used spatial transmission to speak to Bai Lu. You've been poisoned. It will take effect within half a month. If you want the antidote, come find me at Baiyun Mountain in 3 days. Bai Lu's eyes widened. What nonsense is this dead girl talking about? Immediately after, Yin Yin pushed Bai Lu into the jade token space with a single palm. Feng Sun looked at Yin Yin. You actually gave her the chance to survive. The space crackled and sizzled, indicating its imminent departure. Feng Sun slowly walked towards the vortex. Like a farewell, he said, Yin Yin, you must survive. Then, Bai Lu and Feng Sun vanished before Yin Yin's eyes. Yin Yin touched the bell on her ankle. She transformed it into a different kind of black spatial vortex. Closing her eyes, she slowly entered the black swirl. Next episode preview. Yin Yin lands squarely on the Demon Empress's head. If you're stressed right now, don't be discouraged. Maybe tomorrow will be your turning point. Look at this girl. She's as carefree now as she was once tormented. All because this man foolishly pulled a spiritual herb that suppressed the mountain range, causing the entire Baiyun Mountain to collapse. Far away in the Wanshou Kingdom, the Empress observed the tremors shaking the mountain. Her face paled. In disbelief, she muttered to herself, how is this possible? Could it be that he's still alive? Su Lin Yin walked over and looked toward the distance. It's afternoon. Why hasn't Feng Sun returned yet? What about my dragon scale grass? The next second, a white smoke filled the room. Feng Sun and Bai Lu appeared before the mother and daughter. Su Lin Yin rushed forward, grabbing Feng Sun's hand. Where's my dragon scale grass? Didn't you go to find it for me? Feng Sun pulled his hand back, coldly saying, truly, my dear fiancé, the first thing you think of is your dragon scale grass. The Empress, standing beside them, couldn't stand it any longer. She tugged at her tactless daughter. Then, she forced a smile at Feng Sun. Go and rest. She, too, was startled by the upheaval at Baiyun Mountain. Feng Sun seized on the key point. With the phoenix bone infused, even without the dragon scale grass, the divine beast can still hatch. Now, both mother and daughter were embarrassed. Neither could admit that the phoenix bone and the birthday were stolen. Meanwhile, at the demonic sword, due to the Baiyun Mountain eruption, the demons were searching for Yin Yin. Suddenly, many crows flew across the sky. Everyone knew this meaning was angry. Ing appeared and asked, it's been so long. Has the little rascal not returned yet? No one dared to speak. Finally, a small demon scratched its head and anxiously replied, no. Ing cursed, damn it. It's important to know that the demonic sword was a place they were sealed within and couldn't leave. For the sake of her little rascal, Ing decided to take action. Just as she moved, a dark shadow appeared above her head. One of the small demons yelled, Ing, watch out above. With a thud, Yin Yin fell from the sky. Falling from such a height didn't seem to hurt her. The small demon pointed at Yin Yin, helpfully reminding her, Yin Yin. Yin Yin, clueless, wondered why they weren't being more direct. She followed the small demon's finger. Oh my god. Don't be upset. I can explain. No wonder it didn't hurt. Yin Yin had landed right on top of the lofty Ying. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Ying, she flung Yin Yin away. Everyone ran over to watch the commotion. Yin Yin, she just can't go a day without causing trouble. But Ying, at this moment, was calmly looking towards Baiyun Mountain. Yin Yin walked over and asked, what is that? Ying said thoughtfully, under Baiyun Mountain, there's someone imprisoned who is not permitted to exist in this world. He's about to awaken. She turned to Yin Yin. Did you touch something I told you not to? Yin Yin feigned innocence. N-O. It was a stupid man named Feng Sun. Next episode preview. Yin Yin's egg hatches. It's a little Songchong. This is a woman who lays eggs. On her 18th birthday, she generated Phoenix Source and laid 2 eggs, 1 gold and 1 black. The golden egg was stolen by her enemies when she was at her most vulnerable. And today, this black egg is about to hatch. Although everyone knew this black egg probably wouldn't produce any divine beast, they didn't want to dampen Yin Yin's enthusiasm. Sure enough, the black egg didn't disappoint. A black, ugly, and cowardly insect beast. You know, of all retail products, insect beasts are the most hopeless and worthless. How could Yin Yin give birth to such a creepy little bug? A mother's own child is always the most perfect, no matter how ugly. While holding the insect baby, she comforted it, good baby, don't cry, don't cry. Having received its master's comfort, the little flying insect exploded with a bang and immediately transformed into an adorably silly little cutie. Looking at the little pet in her arms, Yin Yin's heart nearly melted. The little monsters beside her were unhappy. How can it be a boy? Get off of Yin Yin. How can something so weak and fragile protect Yin Yin? The baby's eyes were brimming with tears as it said, "I will protect Master." Yin Yin's heart immediately softened. It's okay. Even if your strength is lacking, Master will protect you. One moment, it was a picture of motherly love and filial piety. The next, the baby's expression changed. It seems this little one isn't simple. Yin Yin decided to give the little one a name. The little cutie tugged on Yin Yin's clothes and said adorably, "I have a name. I'm called Bibian." Looking at the cute Bibian before her, Yin Yin couldn't help but think of the other golden egg that had been snatched by Su Lin Yin. She wondered if it had hatched yet, and if it was being mistreated. Yin Yin picked up Bibian and walked towards Ing. She had to move up her plans. Ing pointed at Bibian's chubby little face. "Demon sword, it's been years since I've seen such a cute child." Yin Yin asked Ing, "Is the soul protection pill I mentioned last time ready?" She had to retrieve the other longevity egg. It was time for revenge. Ing agreed to Yin Yin's request and asked her to bring back the wings that could break the demonic sword's seal, as well as the head of the Feng family's patriarch of the 5 continents. Yin Yin readily agreed. "For saving my life, this is the least I can do." Summer highlights. The birth of the phoenix's longevity eggs. This is a woman who lays eggs. On her 18th birthday, she gave birth to Song Yuan and laid 2 longevity eggs, 1 gold and 1 black. The golden egg was stolen by her enemy when she was at her most vulnerable. Just 3 months later, today, the black egg hatched. It turned out to be a dark and ugly insect beast. But don't underestimate this little insect beast. His name is Bibian. True to his name, he has 28 more transformations than even Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Wanshou Kingdom, the golden longevity egg was slowly cracking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this mother and daughter duo robbers. The two were plotting how to use this divine beast to become the most noble women in the 5 continents. With cracking sounds, wings and claws slowly emerged from within the golden egg. Finally, a golden phoenix, flapping its wings, hatched from the shell. The Empress exclaimed excitedly, "It's a fire phoenix. It really is a fire phoenix." The phoenix chick cried out and transformed into a little girl with 2 pigtails. The child held something in her hand. Seeing the unfriendly expressions of the 2 women opposite her, she asked coldly, "Who are you two?" The Empress pushed Su Lin Yin forward, forcing a smile she thought was kind to "I am your master," she said. Su Lin Yin approached the little phoenix and said with a smirk, "Let me give you a name." Without waiting for a response, the little phoenix said, "Call me Lala. I'm not a fire phoenix, and you're ugly. You're not my master." These straightforward words immediately changed Su Lin Yan's expression. She clenched her fists, and the phoenix source on her body suddenly lit up. Immediately, Lala was forced to her knees by a formation. Lala didn't understand. This ugly woman was clearly not her master, so why did she have the phoenix source and form a master-servant contract with her? Su Lin Yin said fiercely, "I am your master. If you dare disobey, I'll kill you." Lala was almost suffocating under the pressure of the formation. She obediently said, "You are Lala's master. Lala won't cause trouble anymore." Su Lin Yin smugly withdrew the formation, secretly delighted. "I can still handle this little phoenix." The next second, Lala transformed into a small fire phoenix. Spewing flames in all directions, "I'm going to burn down your chicken coop and find my real master," she cried. Su Lin Yin quickly hid behind the Empress. The Empress raised her hand and gently waved, and the flames dissipated. She restrained Lala with a rope and said to her daughter, "Yinner, remember, if a little pet doesn't obey, beat it until it does." This poor little phoenix, just born without her master by her side, suffered such a great injustice. Far away in the demonic sword, Yin Yin, as if sensing the little phoenix's distress, felt a sharp pain in her chest. Finally, unable to bear the pain, she fainted. Summer highlights. Yin Yin leaves the demonic sword and embarks on a path of revenge with her young one. This poor phoenix chick, just born without her true master by her side. The vicious stepmother master treated her cruelly, using a master-servant formation to control her. She used every method to tame the phoenix chick. Meanwhile, far away in the demonic sword, the phoenix chick's real mother sensed the little phoenix's pain. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest, causing her to faint. When she woke up again, Bai Bian looked at her with concern. A voice called out from the other side, and Yin Yin woke up. She followed the sound and saw Old Poison Master preparing a prescription for her. Recalling the pain she just felt, she suspected it was telepathic communication from the other hatchling. She couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly asked Old Poison Master if the soul-shifting pill was ready. Old Poison Master tossed her a square box. Opening it, she saw 2 Wuji biphone pills inside. Now Yin Yin could put her plan into action. She asked Old Poison Master if there were any grudges he wanted her her to avenge after she left, since she had promised her mother she would take revenge. Old Poison Master suddenly jumped onto Yin Yin's bed. He stroked Yin Yin's head. "You little ass, quite thoughtful. I have no other requests. I just want you to be brave and fearless after you leave. Yin Yin, remember, we are always behind you." Before Yin Yin could burst into tears of gratitude, a knock came at Old Poison Master's door. Old Poison Master was just about to see who was being so impatient when a group of little monsters burst enthusiastically through the door. Everyone was excited to give Yin Yin their magical treasures as parting gifts. They weren't worried about having too many things, just about not having Old Poison Master. After all, Old Poison Master had his famous magical artifact vault, which could hold anything. Yin Yin naturally couldn't leave without it. Next episode preview. Yin Yin possesses Bai Lu. If she wasn't still somewhat useful, it would be too good for this green tea bee *TCH. He once tortured her wisdom bagged and used to stitch bones, yet she was powerless to resist. Now, she will use his body to reclaim everything she lost. To get the antidote, Bai Lu brings his chiming dog to the appointed meeting. In the night on Bai Tu Mountain, all sorts of ferocious demonic beasts roam freely. He cursed inwardly. Once he got the antidote, he would definitely skin Yin Yin alive. In the pitch black night, a voice suddenly rang out, "Yo, pretty punctual, aren't you?" Bai Lu called out warily, "Who's there?" The chiming dog growled menacingly in the direction of the voice. Looking up, he saw Yin Yin, a ghostly figure sitting on a branch, with a short-legged young creature beside her. Bai Lu and the chiming dog were about to unleash a torrent of abuse, when Bai Bian widened its eyes, emitting an invisible pressure. The chiming dog immediately cowered, hiding behind Bai Lu and not daring to make another sound. Bai Lu, however, refused to be intimidated. He demanded the antidote from Yin Yin. Yin Yin replied, "If you want it, you can kneel and beg me." Bai Lu gritted his teeth in anger. However, he didn't want to die, nor did he want to be ruined. He had no choice but to obediently kneel and plead with Yin Yin. Looking at the kneeling Bai Lu, Yin Yin remembered how he had bullied her 3 months prior. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Then she tossed down a phantom soul pill and instructed Bai Lu to eat it. The antidote came too easily, making Bai Lu suspicious of its authenticity. Yin Yin saw through Bai Lu's suspicion. "Your death is of no benefit to me. I still need you to give me a Wan-Shou kingdom identity. Don't worry, it won't kill you." As she spoke, she tossed another phantom soul pill into her own mouth. Seeing Yin Yin take the antidote herself, Bai Lu finally felt reassured and swallowed the pill. A contemptuous smile appeared on Yin Yin's lips. Bai Lu panicked. He's smiling. Why is he smiling? The next second, a searing pain ripped through his stomach. He spat out hatefully, "You tricked me." Yin Yin and Bai Bian jumped down together, slowly approaching Bai Lu. "Did you really think I would let you go? You're so stupid." In a wave of agonizing pain, Bai Lu gradually lost consciousness. Almost simultaneously, Yin Yin also collapsed. Bai Bian anxiously shook Yin Yin's body. "Master, what's wrong?" A moment later, Bai Lu's eyes opened, and he slowly sat up. Bai Bian tentatively whispered, "Master." Yin Yin, now possessing Bai Lu's body, was still a bit dizzy. She rubbed her head and replied, "It's me." She looked at Bai Lu's dying chiming dog and said, "Bai Lu's soul has dissipated. As his life-bound spirit beast, it couldn't escape its fate. But where are we going to find another chiming dog now? That's a problem." Bai Bian was ecstatic, finally a chance to show off. "Master, watch me." With a bang, the cute little creature transformed into a majestic chiming dog. Bai Bian rubbed against Yin Yin's leg. Yin Yin was overjoyed that this your ability? Can you also replicate its attributes and skills? Bai Bian's voice was filled with pride. Of course. As long as the spirit beast isn't too much stronger than me, I can transform into it. Fantastic, Yin Yin thought. She was one step closer to her plan. Next, she needed to find the other hatchling. Look at this woman, performing a soul-swapping ritual with her enemy. Even her spirit pet has transformed into the enemy's dog. Next, he would carry out his next plan, retrieving his golden egg baby. He struck the ground a few times with his hand, as if summoning something. The next second, 2 red-eyed, large potato-like creatures appeared out of thin air. These things, you could say they looked like radishes, and no one would argue with you. Yin Yin instructed the 2 potato eggs to take her original body back to the demonic sword cave. The 2 potato eggs doted on Yin Yin. They hoisted her body and started walking back, reminding Yin Yin to return to the demonic sword cave immediately if she encountered any danger. Watching the large potatoes walk away, Yin Yin no longer had any worries. She turned to Bai Bian and said, "Let's go. We should go home too." Unexpectedly, Yin Yin's plan had an unforeseen consequence. The 2 large potatoes were simply too big. As they walked, they made a guandong guandong sound, shaking the entire Bai Tu Mountain. This also disturbed the man sleeping beneath Bai Tu Mountain. The man's eyelashes trembled slightly as a rumbling earthquake-like sound echoed through Bai Tu Mountain. The potato eggs diligently carried Nian Nian's body. Nothing could interrupt the task Nian Nian had given them. The man underground suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and grumbled, "I slept so stiffly. I need a pillow." He looked upwards, his gaze penetrating the layers of trees. He saw two figures above, carrying a woman. Isn't that my pillow? He lazily snapped his fingers at the ground. Suddenly, the potato eggs carrying Nian Nian began to sink downwards. Then, Nian Nian and the potato eggs fell into the man's territory. When the potato eggs found Nian Nian, the man was already using her as a pillow. The potato eggs anxiously shouted, "Give Nian Nian back to us." The man yawned and fell back asleep. He impatiently tossed the two potato eggs back to the surface. As soon as the potato eggs landed, the ground closed up. The two eggs looked at each other. The task Nian Nian had given them had failed. Next episode preview. Yin Yin is in the man's territory. This woman swallowed the phantom soul pill. She soul-traveled into the body of her enemy. Next, she will carry out her revenge, reclaim Phoenix Valley, and bring back Feng Zai. She brought Bai Bian, transformed into the chiming dog, to the imperial palace. Before even entering, she heard a voice. "Sister, where have you been?" Yin Yin followed the voice and saw that it was Bai Qianqian, the second miss of the Bai family. Bai Qianqian covered her nose and mouth, saying disdainfully, "You have the nerve to go out with a face like that?" In Yin Yin's memory, Bai Lu and Bai Qianqian had always been frenemies, fighting over the family's resources since childhood. After speaking, Bai Qianqian raised her hand to remove the veil from Yin Yin's face. She wanted to see if the Bai family could still tolerate Bai Lu after her face was ruined. A black whip lashed out and knocked Bai Qianqian's hand away. Bai Qianqian said incredulously, "Impossible. You clearly have no talent for cultivating spiritual power. How can you use it?" Yin Yin, holding the whip, replied, "Yes, after being poisoned by that strange poison, I've actually benefited from the misfortune." Yin Yin slowly approached Bai Qianqian. This woman had bullied her quite a bit since childhood. Today, she would start with her. Bai Qianqian broke out in a cold sweat. "If you dare hit me, I'll tell the Bai family elders." At this moment, Yin Yin heard a voice. What's all the commotion? The familiar voice made Yin Yin freeze. Hatred surged through Yin Yin's mind, and the killing intent in her eyes was unconcealable. Su Lingyan looked at Yin Yin and asked, "Bai Lu, what's going on with the spiritual power fluctuations in your body?" Her baby was still in his hands. She needed to stay calm. Yin Yin forced a smile and replied, "It's probably because of that strange poison. I've actually benefited from the misfortune." Su Lingyan wouldn't allow a second person capable of dual cultivation to appear by his side. He held Yin Yin's hand with a hypocritical expression. "Let me call Lin Yi to examine your body." Back in his own chambers, Su Lingyan was drinking tea and cultivating feelings with his fiancée, Feng Sun. Hearing the servant report that Bai Lu had awakened a spiritual body, Su Lingyan found it hard to accept. Feng Sun, beside him, was also puzzled. Wasn't Bai Lu poisoned? How could this happen? Known as the Gossip King, he couldn't miss out on this. So, he came to Bai Lu's room. "I heard you awakened a spiritual body. You look much better this way." Yin Yin sneered. "You don't look so good." Feng Sun flew into a rage. "What do you mean?" Yin Yin replied indifferently. "Exactly what I said." Feng Sun flung his sleeves and left, throwing down the words. "This spiritual body of yours came out of nowhere. Let's see how you handle tomorrow's birthday banquet." Yin Yin touched her face. "This Feng family is so arrogant and rude. It's really hard to hold back. It truly is a case of one thing conquering another." The dignified future son-in-law of the Wanshou kingdom, always pampered, was just blown away by the female lead. The female lead, in order to find traces of Feng Zai, is preparing for a stunning move. This is definitely a treasure. It only requires a drop of the owner's blood for retail. Bai Bian can transform into her master's current appearance. With Bai Bian at home as a witness, Yin Yin can go out without worry. Bai Bian, looking at her master's attire, excitedly asked, "Master, are you going out to fight?" Bai Bian wants to go too. Yin Yin crouched down and patted Bai Bian's head. "Bai Bian, be good. Your current task is to impersonate Bai Lu. Once I've rescued my big baby, we'll go out and have fun together." Bai Bian immediately looked toward Ed. "Master, will you like big baby more and not like Bai Bian anymore?" Looking at her pitiful expression, Yin Yin felt her heart ache. Yin Yin kissed the little creature. "You are both my most beloved babies." Afterwards, Yin Yin, using her powers, moved swiftly across the rooftops and walls of the imperial palace. She searched the entire imperial palace. Except for the emperor and empress's Qing palace, in the Imperial prison, but couldn't find her big baby. It seemed she could only wait for tomorrow's beast-fighting banquet. Just as she was about to return, a figure caught her attention. Feng Sun was walking out of the Imperial Palace alone. "It seems he doesn't want me to return empty-handed. Then I'll collect some interest for that old hag today." Feng Sun looked at the crescent moon in the sky and couldn't help but think of Yin Yen on by Two Mountain. Too much kindness is just stupidity. Suddenly, a sharp force attacked him from behind. Feng Sun instinctively dodged. Yin Yen, having just arrived, heard this man talking about her, even calling her stupid. "You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid." Yin Yen unleashed her full power, attacking Feng Sun relentlessly, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Bruised and swollen, Feng Sun questioned who she was. In the entire Wanshou kingdom, only a handful of people were stronger than him. Yin Yen sneered. "So this is the ninefold spiritual body?" "Nothing much." Feng Sun broke out in a cold sweat. He took out a magical artifact, preparing to attack Yin Yen. Yin Yen casually threw out 3 magical artifacts. "You think you're the only one with magical artifacts?" 3 loud booms echoed as the 3 artifacts exploded on Feng Sun. The battered Feng Sun yelled, "Which enemy is this? Show yourself." Hiding like a gutter rat, Yin Yen scoffed, "What a coincidence, I just crawled out of the gutter." The sounds of their fight alerted nearby soldiers. "I've had enough fun for today." Yin Yen scattered a string of magical artifacts and prepared to leave. Seeing the artifacts flying towards them, Feng Sun warned everyone to dodge. The soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were blown away. That was a blast. Recalling the grievances she suffered in the Imperial Palace, Yin Yen found the current scene truly satisfying. Next episode preview. The Ice Lady bargains with the male lead to get Yin Yen's body back. Who would joke about their experiences if it wasn't true love? As Yin Yen, exhilarated from her explosive escapade, prepared to leave, a yellow, high-grade magical artifact, the Vajra ring, flew towards her. When it came to magical artifacts, Yin Yen had never lost. She casually threw out a cup-shaped demonic element in retaliation. With a crack, the Vajra ring was instantly destroyed. This scene caught the attention of the Empress in the palace. She couldn't believe it. How could it be demonic element? Clearly, those demonic creatures were sealed in the demonic sword, and the seal hasn't been broken. At this moment, the demonic creatures within the demonic sword also sensed the tremors in Wanshou Kingdom. The demonic creatures boasted amongst themselves, "Yin Yen just blew up a high-grade artifact. It's been so long since we've seen demonic element move in the outside world." Suddenly, a small monster became sad. "If it weren't for those things outside draining our blood, we wouldn't be sealed here. We weren't originally called demonic creatures, either. We had a beautiful name, the Divine Light Clan. We've been sealed here for so long that we've almost forgotten we are divine." Just as everyone was slowly falling into reminiscence, 2 large potato eggs ran over and shouted, "It's bad. Yin Yen's body has been taken by that guy from by Two Mountain." Big Potato was worried. "What should we do? It's all magma down there. What if Yin Yen?" Before Big Potato could finish, the old poison master stopped them. "Don't jinx it. The Phantom Soul pill has a time limit. Once the time is up, Yin Yen won't be able to return her body. Then Yin Yen will be..." The Ice Lady couldn't wait any longer. She shouted towards Lang Doshur, "Bring out the 1,000-mile gold." The only way to contact the man below was through the 1,000-mile gold. Using it would consume nearly 100 years of cultivation, but for Yin Yen, the Ice Lady didn't hesitate. The 1,000-mile gold functioned like a video call. The Ice Lady took the 1,000-mile gold and began casting the spell to connect. However, the other end kept showing online but unavailable. The Ice Lady shouted, "Open your eyes." Her voice shook the entire demonic sword and by Two Mountain. Lien Shinsei, who was comfortably lying on Yin Yen's lap, opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and asked too. Then a voice came, "What you stole wasn't a corpse. It was the child of our demonic sword. Return the child to me." Only then did Lien Shinsui clearly see Yin Yen's face. Delicate features, smooth skin. He said indifferently, "No, I snatched him, so he's mine." The Ice Lady shattered a mountain range with an enraged palm strike. The demonic creatures were all terrified. This was the first time they had seen the Ice Lady truly angry. The Ice Lady roared toward the 1,000-mile gold. "He's mine." Her hand gripping the mirror trembled slightly. She reminded herself to stay calm. Yin Yen was still in his hands. She couldn't provoke him. She spoke to the mirror again. "Lien Shinsui, let's make a deal. You return the child to me, and I'll help you lift the curse on your Divine Light Clan." Lien Shinsui's lazy expression turned serious. "It's time to go out." It turned out it wasn't just men and women who fought for favor. Even spiritual roots needed to climb the ranks. Look, Bibian is about to lose favor. He's actually been cuckolded by a horse. Yin Yen's nightly bombing of the Imperial Palace made headlines the next day. As the one responsible, Yin Yen was still leisurely drinking tea. Bibian said excitedly, "Master, Next time there's something fun, you must take me along. Just then, a knock came at the door. It was the steward coming to deliver female servants. Having strength really made a difference. Her family status was completely different from before. The steward sincerely presented the competition token, inviting Yin to represent the Bai family in the competition. Yin accepted the token and promised not to disgrace the Bai family. Meanwhile, Su Linyan was furious upon learning that Bai Lu would represent the Bai family. Ever since Bai Lu awakened, he, who had always been the center of attention, had been overshadowed, and all of this was within Yin Yan's grasp. Su Linyan had to use the Fire Phoenix. Only then would he have a chance to rescue his big baby. A servant girl was ordered to escort Yin Yan to the beast fighting banquet. Yin Yan was just about to leave when the servant girl stopped her. How could the young miss go by herself? Wouldn't that disgrace the Bai family? Yin Yan followed the servant girl and turned around, seeing several heavenly horses with long, flowing manes behind her. Bai Qianqian's voice came from behind. Isn't that great-grandfather's prized heavenly horse? These heavenly horses are difficult to raise. How could she use them? One of the servant girls loudly scolded, impudent. The young miss is representing the Bai family. This is a matter of the Bai family's face. It's not up to young Miss Qianqian to criticize. Bai Qianqian immediately cowered. The servant girl's words were reasonable and well-founded, and she didn't know how to respond. Then the servant girl invited Yin Yan to board the carriage. Yin Yan was just about to walk towards the carriage when the heavenly horses, as if stimulated by something, went wild and roared. Even a driver couldn't hold them back. The heavenly horses charged towards Yin Yan. Bai Qianqian cheered from the side, hit her, run her over. The next second, she was stunned. What was going on? Not only did the heavenly horses not hit her, they rubbed against Yin Yan's hand. What was going on? The young miss's previously tested spiritual root affinity was level 4. Now it seemed to be definitely level 8 or above. The driver lifted the carriage curtain and said, "Young miss, please get in." However, the heavenly horses were not happy. They pawed the ground, flapped their wings, and vented their dissatisfaction. After calming down for a moment, they winked at Yin Yan. Bai Bian was not pleased. These home-wrecking beasts, they're openly seducing my master. How hateful. Yin Yan walked up to one of the horses and said, "It's getting late. Let's go. Riding you is faster than a carriage." She chose her steed. To take revenge, Feng Yuan had transmigrated into another's body and infiltrated the enemy camp. Today's gathering was comparable to a star-studded event. How could the later Feng Yuan not be dazzling? The beast-fighting banquet gathered various prominent families. Representing the Feng family was the second elder. Truly extravagant. Even the servant's clothing was worth a fortune. There was also the Zhou family's young genius, second young master Zhou Xiaoyu, and the Wu family's treasured pearl, Wu Xiuxing, from the Holy Mountain sect. Representing the Lintian Academy was Gui Gu. This year's beast fighting banquet was a gathering of heroes. It seemed everyone was here for Su Linyan, the once-in-a-millennium phoenix. Su Linyan stood on the high platform, watching from afar, feeling incredibly proud. Diho walked over and looked down. This should be the kind of reception his daughter deserved. Yinner, are you ready? Su Linyan responded with a sound. Then, the cry of a Qingwan bird echoed through the air. Su Linyan, riding the Qingwan bird, flew towards the center of the beast-fighting arena. Everyone was captivated by this beauty. This is the foundation. The beautiful Su Linyan stood in the center of the arena, speaking official greetings, welcoming everyone to Wanshou Kingdom. Then he smiled slightly, and phoenix fire ignited behind him. The crowd gasped, as expected of Feng Yuan. What a sight! Su Linyan had stolen all the limelight. The Bai family elders were anxious. This generation is past. Why hasn't Bai Lu arrived yet? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A figure riding a heavenly horse was flying towards them. The crowd wondered, who is that on the heavenly horse? That face is so unfamiliar. Su Linyan saw the person on the heavenly horse clearly. He gritted his teeth. Before, my mother asked the Bai family to borrow a heavenly horse, wanted me to use it for my entrance. Who knew they not only refused, but now have given it to Bai Lu. At the same time, the Feng Yuan fire on his body, as if recognizing its master, drifted towards Yin Yan. Yin Yan looked at the Feng Yuan fire, feeling a little uncomfortable. This was her thing. It was a good thing she brought a magical artifact, otherwise her identity would have been exposed. As Yin Yan on the heavenly horse drew closer to the arena, the spirit beasts inside became agitated. The crowd exclaimed, "Did you see the reaction of those spirit beasts? How high is that affinity? A Bai family elder shouted towards Yin Yin. Bai Lu, throw down the token. Yin Yin threw the token down. Then a ball of flame arose. The flame burned brightly, twisting into the character Bai. Yin Yin dismounted from the horse. Su Lin Yin happened to be right there. Cousin, you're really stealing the show today. Yin Yin walked past. I can't compare to the princess. This might be the most heartbreaking episode for the female lead. Seeing her own phoenix, Xiao Zai, forced to drip drops of blood, but being powerless. Yin Yin transmigrated into Bai Lu to participate in the beast fighting banquet. But she never imagined the empress and princess would do such a thing to attract attention. The Bai family elders, seeing Bai Lu displaying such astonishing talent, bringing honor to the Bai family, were incredibly kind and affectionate towards Bai Lu. On the surface, they were amiable and loving, but in private, they had repeatedly and endlessly bullied the mother and daughter. Thinking of this, Yin Yin's heart was filled with hatred. For the sake of her child, she had to hide her hatred. Yin Yin forced a smile and said obediently, "Grand Elder, I'm late." The heavenly horse was a bit disobedient at first. Just now, the heavenly horse had been quite obedient to Yin Yin. Their family had produced such a treasure, and the elders were all very pleased. One Grand Elder asked, "Has your affinity not been retested?" Yin Yin feigned embarrassment, shifting the blame to the Empress with one sentence, "Why Aunt hasn't cared for me. The princess doesn't like me either. I didn't have the nerve to mention it. It worked." The Bai family elders were displeased that you've displayed such astonishing talent. Yet the Empress and Princess are still so indifferent to you. The more wronged I am, the more wronged I feel. Maybe my aunt thinks I don't truly belong to Wanshou Kingdom. The Bai family elders were somewhat angry. The Empress's attitude towards our Bai family gets worse every year. The sowing of discord was successful. Yin Yin wanted to use the Bai family to overthrow Su Lin Yin. Su Lin Yin, watching Yin Yin chatting and laughing with the elders, gritted his teeth in anger. She had stolen his limelight. He had to teach her a lesson. Then Su Lin Yin unleashed his ultimate move. He took out a black incense burner and blew it towards the sky. Everyone looked up. What is that? A phoenix covered in flames was circling in the sky. Everyone exclaimed, "The phoenix beast has appeared." Yin Yin followed, their gazes upwards. Bai Bian, who had been sitting lazily by her side, suddenly became ferocious. Just as Yin Yin was about to comfort Bai Bian, she heard someone shout, "What's that?" "Something's falling." Crimson beads fell from the phoenix. Yin Yin caught one. After looking at it carefully, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This is phoenix blood. So much blood. Yin Yin gritted her teeth. That Su Lin Yin will pay 1,000 times over. The Empress stood on the high platform and said, "Everyone has come from afar. This phoenix dew is a small token of our Wanshou Kingdom's appreciation." After a burst of cheers, the Empress announced the official start of the beast fighting banquet. Poor little Xiao Zai, after flying a circle, had lost most of his strength. He crashed heavily to the ground. This pain was nothing to him, because he had just sensed his master's aura. His master was definitely coming to save him. If there really is a phoenix, then who would be stronger, a phoenix or a wolf? In today's beast fighting competition, the phoenix only seeks its mother, while the wolf's presence seems somewhat superfluous. Seeing her beloved Zai tortured and battered, and countless phoenix blood deer used by the Empress and Princess for personal gain, Yin Yin, her eyes filled with hatred, vowed to make the Empress and Princess pay 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, the white-haired Bai family elder, despite his fury, presented the phoenix condensation dew he found to Yin Yin, hoping she would bring glory to the Bai family. Yin Yin accepted the phoenix condensation dew and asked, "So today's matches are drawn by lots, and tomorrow's are chosen by the contestants themselves, correct?" The Bai family elder nodded. Looking at Su Lin Yin outside the arena, Yin Yin declared, "If the draw doesn't work out today, tomorrow I'll make you, Lu Jin, suffer like Zai Zai." The beast fighting competition began. The referee announced the draw results. Yin Yin prayed, "That's my Zai Zai. Please let it be me." Meanwhile, Lala had already sensed his master's presence and was searching for her location. The referee announced the first match, Wanshou Kingdom's DG versus Ling Jiali. Knowing DG's formidable strength, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Yin stroked Bai Bian's head, comforting him. "It's okay. Tomorrow, we choose our opponent." Su Lin Yin and Li Ku entered the arena with their spirit beasts. Look outside. Han Yuanlang, a powerful carnivorous spirit beast, could have defeated most of the contestants, but his luck was poor, being chosen by DG. Lala now sensed Yin Yin's location. Just then, Han Yuanlang approached, aggressively trying to intimidate Lala. Lala put her little hands on her hips. Hey, you're blocking my view. Han Yuanlang extended his claws to attack. Lala, annoyed, summoned flames and, with a dismissive true love eyes, pushed her hands forward, sending the flames directly at Han Yuanlang. The ferocious wolf cub was instantly repelled by the flames. Li Ke, witnessing this, was terrified. This is too powerful. As expected of DG, his wolf cub hasn't even used its true abilities yet. Xiao Fenghuang's performance made Su Linyan smug. Just you wait, he's the real star of this competition. Bai Lu is just a sideshow. What's going on? Bai Lu, his opponent, is applauding him. Yin Yin, her attention completely focused on Zai Zai, was thrilled with his performance. Her excitement was uncontainable, evident on her face. Lala in the arena recognized Yin Yin as his master and reached out to her. Yin Yin waved back. The crowd was incredulous that the Bai family member that strong. Even DG's spirit beast is showing him favor. The Bai family elder pushed down Yin Yin's hand that you're openly provoking them. With so many people watching, Yin Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, I'll provoke them later. The elder fumed, but Yin Yin didn't care. This was the highlight of her day. Her Zai Zai was finally recognized. It was common knowledge that the second young master of Baichao Mountain Manor was sickly. Yin Yin, facing such an opponent, felt like she'd hit the jackpot. Who knew this seemingly frail man had awakened a holy Qilin? The already underestimated chiming dog, now facing a powerful foe, garnered sympathy from the crowd. The holy Qilin roared repeatedly, trying to intimidate Bai Bian. Yin Yin glanced at Bai Bian. Can you do it? Bai Bian tossed his head proudly, his body radiating fiery red flames as he grew larger, his gaze unwavering. The crowd looked up. Why has the sky suddenly changed? Is the chiming dog mutating? The Bai family elder shouted excitedly. A mutation. A mutation. Excellent. A dark aura emanated from Bai Bian, making even Zhuang Xian stumble. This boosted Yin Yin's confidence. She addressed Zhuang Xian. Let's begin. Zhuang Xian raised his hand and yelled, Mutant Beast, Holy Qilin. The Holy Qilin lunged at Bai Bian. The next second, Bai Bian's purple light clashed with the Holy Qilin's golden light. The crowd gasped. Young spirit beast creating such an energy blast. This power is comparable to a human spirit realm expert. After the impact, smoke and dust filled the arena. Everyone assumed the Holy Qilin had won. As the smoke cleared, the Holy Qilin lay on the ground, and Zhuang Xian clutched his chest, internally injured. Yin Yin's chiming dog stood triumphant, enveloped in a swirling aura of dark clouds. As the aura dissipated, Yin Yin herself emitted a blue spiritual light. The Bai family elder cheered, a dual cultivator. Su Linyan, on the platform, was furious. He was supposed to be the main attraction. Does that bitch, the Bai family, and I even have a foundation anymore? DG removes his armor. He stares fiercely at the finger that was once bitten off by Yin Beast. How can this Bai Lu be as annoying as that bastard? Lian Xinsui is the last surviving bloodline of the Xian clan. He was sealed beneath by two mountain for 500 years, all because two oversized sacks of potatoes disturbed his beauty sleep. Upon waking, he felt sore all over, almost getting a stiff neck. So he snatched the beauty, roasting the potatoes to use as a pillow. Who would have thought that the beautiful pillow was actually the child of the demon sword, his next-door neighbor? The demon sword maiden, to save Yin Yin's body, told Yuan Xinsui that he could break the Xian clan seal. As Ing Nu said, Yuan Xinsui shed 9 layers of spiritual power and truly left that coffin. He didn't want another lifeless pillow. He wanted this lively person. Yuan Xinsui carried Ing Yin's body to the demon sword. The little demons were extremely excited. Quick, bring Yin Yin over here. Yin Yin has suffered outside. He must have lost weight. Coming closer, they said, he hasn't lost weight. He seems to have a better complexion than before. The two little mushrooms finally saw Yuan Xinsui's face clearly. Wow, this man is so beautiful. Ing Nu said with a giggle, give Yin Yin to me. At this moment, Yuan Xinsui started acting like a spoiled child. I brought him here just to let you have a look. He's mine. Ing Nu was anxious, but she kept a smile on her face. This guy's been locked up under the mountain since birth. His temperament is similar to a child's. We can't force him. She said to Yuan Xinsui, good boy, you should keep your promises. Give him to me. Who knew Yuan Xinsui wouldn't fall for this? I'm not a good boy, and I never promised anything in the first place. After saying that, he gently kissed Yin Yin on the head, declaring his ownership. The little demons were extremely sad. This was their most beloved beloved Nian Yin. Then Yuan Shinsue carried Nian Yin and was about to leave. Ing Nu shouted from behind, "Where are you going? Have you forgotten how your clan died?" Yuan Shinsue stopped. "How could I forget? You help me. After I go out, I will naturally help you find a way to break the demon sword seal." In the next second, circles of formations appeared beneath his feet, layer upon layer. Ing Nu was shocked. He shed 9 layers of spiritual power and is still this strong? What did he do down there? Lian Shinsue used the formation to determine that Ing Yin's soul was in Wanshou Valley. His first goal was to revive Ing Yin. Only he truly belonged to him. Bai Bian, the ever-changing chiming dog, defeated the Qilin and became a marquis in one battle. Ing Yin's dual cultivation was even more astonishing. The judges announced the rules for tomorrow's competition. The Bai family elders were already collectively excited. The elders said cheerfully, "Don't worry. Besides DG, you can choose anyone. You're sure to win." Ing Yin walked to the public notice board. The judges asked, "Who do you want to choose from the remaining contestants?" Ing Yin immediately set his eyes on a particular name. He raised his hand, and a long spear materialized in his hand. In the next second, the spear Munda lunged towards Su Linyan's name. Ing Yin clenched his fists and shouted with killing intent, "DG." The Bai family elder spat out the tea he had just drunk. Speak of the devil. Su Linyan was extremely confident in himself at this time. That he actually dares to compete with me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. On the contrary, the Empress Dowager, ever cunning, felt that this Bai Lu was unusually calm. Seeing Ing Yin bring such a challenge to the Imperial Palace, the Bai family elder said to Ing Yin, "From now on, live at the Bai residence. Don't stay in the palace anymore." If he didn't live in the palace, he wouldn't be able to see Lala. If he continued to live in the Imperial Palace, it would be hard to avoid revealing his flaws. Ing Yin readily agreed to the Bai family elder's request with a smile. On the way back to the Bai residence, the Bai family elder continued, "Luo, come to the ancestral hall tonight. I will persuade the other elders to raise your power level." Ing Yin didn't expect to receive such a benefit at this time. Then he heard the Bai family elder muttering to himself, "With such a big event as the beast fighting banquet, how could Feng Sun from the Feng family not be here?" Probably only Ing Yin knew why. I beat him black and blue. There's no way he'd come out. He's probably still lying in bed. The Bai family elder and Ing Yin had just gotten off the carriage when they heard a commotion coming from next door. Ing Yin looked towards the source of the noise and asked, "What's going on over there?" The servant girl replied, "Truthfully, the owner of Hongyan Tower has taken a fancy to a man." The Bai family elder was stubborn in his thinking and disdained such people. He told Ing Yin, "Don't mind them, lest you get yourself into trouble." Next episode, Yuan Shinsue stirs up trouble in search of Ing Yin. Someone needs to deal with this shamelessly thick-skinned couple. They flaunt around with stolen Phoenix source, and now their downfall is imminent, yet they remain oblivious. Because of her face, she was able to enter the Bai family. What she's most interested in is the Bai family's ancient secret technique. It's precisely because of this technique that the Empress was able to transfer her Phoenix bone to Su Linyan. Now, using Bai Lu's identity, she wants to obtain the ancient rejuvenation technique and sever the connection between Su Linyan and Lala. Just as she stepped out of the Bai family's gate, a voice called out to Ing Yin. "Ing Yin, turn around." It was that annoying Zhou Xiaoyu from the arena. Zhou Xiaoyu said he came to build a relationship with Ing Yin. Those without vision are all going to DG. If you come to our Zhou family, the resources are definitely more abundant than the Bai families. Before Ing Yin could respond, Bai Bian let out a loud snort and rolled its eyes. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Bai Bian and said, "Your little beast is very impolite." The next second, Bai Bian's eyes sparkled with golden light, and its docile appearance was quite endearing. Ing Yin stroked Bai Bian. "Don't talk nonsense. There's no cub more polite than my Bai Bian." Zhou Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. This woman must be blind. It's a pity this dog isn't acting in a play. Ing Yin turned and continued walking. Zhou Xiaoyu followed behind like a shadow, chattering incessantly. Suddenly, Ing Yin stopped. Zhou Xiaoyu rejoiced, thinking she had finally come to her senses. He followed Ing Yin's gaze. 3 even more annoying people were walking towards them. Just seeing Feng Sun's appearance was shocking. As the esteemed son-in-law of Wanshou Kingdom, who would dare to do this to him? Zhou Xiaoyu was almost in tears. "Quickly tell me who is so powerful. I must get to know them." To save face, Feng Sun said, "That's a demonic cult remnant. If you want to get to know a demon brat, I have no objections." Zhou Xiaoyu, young and arrogant, wasn't afraid of anyone. In the blink of an eye, Ing Yin had walked quite far. Su Linya, with a fake sweet smile, called out to Ing Yin, "Cousin, do you dislike seeing me so much that you chose me as your opponent today? Or is it because of Sun Gich? Do you also like Sun Gich?" Hearing these words, the young men and women of Wanshou Kingdom expressed their disapproval. The most handsome? Maybe he's not even as good-looking as the one at Hongyan Tower. the male lead, who had been asleep for 1,000 years, in order to awaken the sleeping female lead, cultivated 9 levels of spiritual power and arrived at the bustling streets of Wanshou Valley. Another slumbering figure felt irritated, and at this very moment, someone with the audacity of a leopard dared to provoke him, then send him to the afterlife. Han Yin never expected this handsome man to possess such powerful spiritual energy. To save his life, he pleaded to be the man's errand boy. The man ordered him to gather everyone nearby. Han Yin brought the 4 most beautiful women from Han Yin Tower, thinking this great immortal wouldn't refuse. Lien Shinsui looked at these 4 with disdain and said to one of them, "You come here." The chosen woman was ecstatic. Is it me? Is it really me? Blushing, she walked towards Lien Shinsui. Lien Shinsui reached out and took the hairpin from her head. The woman was confused. What was going on? The other 3, who had initially envied her, couldn't help but laugh behind her. A wave of shame washed over the woman. Lien Shinsui held the hairpin and compared it to Ying Yin's hair. Then he stood up and smashed the hairpin on the ground. Hung Yin felt his knees in fright. Why is this great immortal suddenly angry? Lien Shinsui said indifferently, "The hairpin isn't beautiful enough. It doesn't suit her." Hong Yin turned and glared at the women behind him. Go find another one, quickly. For Lien Shinsui, this wasn't important. The priority was to awaken Ying Yin. He said to Hong Yin, "No need. Everyone here, I'm going to find someone." On the 2nd floor of Hong Yin Tower, the courtesan and Nanjun sat like puppets, put on display. Below, people gathered to watch the spectacle. Everyone sighed. What good is beauty? They still fell into that woman's hands. Su Lin Yin sneered. So, cousin likes this kind of man? It's a pity he's not even 1/10 of Sun Gij. Hearing this, Feng Sun gritted his teeth. He grabbed Yin's collar and said fiercely, "How dare you compare this person to me? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you don't make it to tomorrow's arena." Before Ying Yin could respond, gasps came from the side. "This gentleman is so handsome. I've never seen such a beautiful man." Feng Sun and Ying Yin followed the voices. Lien Shinsui sat in a chair, with Hong Yin obsequiously bowing and scraping beside him. But the sleeping woman next to him looked familiar. This is making me anxious. But thankfully, this domineering man finally found the person he was looking for. Among the crowd, Lien Shinsui recognized the unique soul at a glance. "Finally found you, my doll." Gome, Su Lin Yin and Wu Shui, both women, watched the handsome man looking at their feet and blushed. How could there be such beautiful chaos in this world? Just now, they were angry that Lien Shinsui was comparing the men and women of Hong Yin Tower to them. But now, after seeing Yuan Shinsui's face clearly, Feng Sun couldn't help but feel ashamed. A hint of displeasure appeared on Lien Shinsui's lips. He extended his hand and released a slight pressure towards the crowd. Everyone on the street involuntarily knelt down. Those who knew what was happening shouted, "It's the young deity's formation. Lower your heads and don't look him in the eye." Seeing that she couldn't use any of her strength, Su Lin Yin was nearly scared witless. She hugged herself, seeking support. "Brother Sun, what do we do?" But when she turned to look at Feng Sun, she panicked. Why is Brother Sun so pathetic? Even Bibian has been forced to shrink by half. "Master, this person is dangerous." Meanwhile, she wondered inwardly, is it really that serious? Are you guys just too weak? I'd better kneel down quickly, or I'll stand out too much. Before she could kneel, a purple force lifted her into the air. Ying Yin felt a little panicked. Does this person know I'm from the demon realm? I'm doomed. My magical tool can't even kill this young deity. The powerful Lien Shinsui snapped his fingers. In the next second, Ying Yin floated through the crowd towards Lien Shinsui. Lien Shinsui reached out, wrapped his arm around Ying Yin's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Ying Yin was bewildered. Can good looks excuse any behavior? Is this man sick? What awaited her, however, was a gentle kiss on the forehead from the man. Lien Shinsui's action made Ying Yin relax her guard. It seems he doesn't want to kill me and hasn't discovered my identity. Ying Yin tested her body and dodged Lien Shinsui's outstretched hand. She voiced her question, "Do you know me?" Lien Shinsui pulled over the sleeping woman beside him and brushed aside her hair. Ying Yin's mind exploded. Holy crap, isn't that my body? This man really doesn't treat the female lead like a stranger. He's openly fondling the female lead's chest right in front of her. Just now, in the bustling street, Lien Shinsui had recognized Ying Yin's soul at a glance. Especially after getting closer and taking a whiff. Wow, this scent is truly irresistible. Ying Yin finally figured out Lien Shinsui's game. Oh, he's the thief who stole my body. Ying Yin moved to snatch her body back. Lien Shinsui picked up Ying Yin's body and prepared to leave. He wasn't about to return the body. Moreover, he wanted to capture her soul as well. Ying Yin, having suffered a silent loss, landed on the ground with a thud. Fuming, she tugged at Lien Shinsui. "Come back here. After Lien Shinsue left, the pressure on the crowd gradually disappeared that I never thought that man would not only be handsome, but also so powerful. Zhou Xiaoyu, massaging his numb limbs, searched for Ying Yin in the crowd. She was just here a moment ago. How did she disappear so quickly? Wu Shuai looked in the direction Lien Shinsue had gone and said regretfully she was taken by that lord. I'm afraid things don't look good for her. Meanwhile, Ying Yin was fuming. The clueless Lien Shinsue offered her a blue figure. Even faced with something that was both beautifying and slimming, Ying Yin remained unmoved. Oh, I look like I'm in the mood to eat. Lien Shinsue wore an expression of someone who couldn't understand women. Then what do you want? I want my body back. Lien Shinsue shielded Ying Yin's body in a way. I found you. Clearly, Ying Yin wasn't satisfied with this answer. There's a restriction on my body. It can't be separated from the demon's sword. Where did you find it? Lien Shinsue answered truthfully, Mount Baitu. Aijuna. So that's it, Ying Yin shouted. You're the one the old hag said was trapped on the mountaintop. He could both break the restriction and leave Mount Baitu. And he used the young deity's formation. How about you get her body back? Lien Shinsue said innocently, you're my doll. Why should I give you back? Look, the female lead is smiling. What do you mean, doll? Since reasoning wasn't working, she'd try a softer approach. Ying Yin changed the subject. What are you planning to do after leaving Mount Baitu? Lien Shinsue thought for a moment and replied, kill people, I guess. This probably wasn't a question she should have asked. Curiosity killed the cat. Ying Yin continued, kill who? Everyone I see. I want to kill them all. Then he said gently to Ying Yin, don't worry, little doll. I like you. I won't kill you. Then he turned and pulled open the clothes on Ying Yin's body, saying, this pesky seal, I can erase it. Ying Yin said with surprise, really? You can undo it. Then Lien Shinsue rubbed at the seal on Ying Yin. Ying Yin felt something was wrong. Hey, where are you putting your hands? Look, the man is actually taking advantage of his own doll, and he said he could undo the seal on the woman's body. The woman's attention, however, was on the man's hand. Hey, where are you touching? Sui Sui thought this was his doll and didn't care about these details. He continued, this seal mainly targets those of demon descent. You're not of demon blood, so the seal's power isn't that strong. With some effort, I can erase it. Yin Yin tilted her head, carefully scrutinizing the man before her. He had just spoken indifferently about killing everyone, yet he seemed quite serious about analyzing the seal. Seeing Yin Yin's silence, Sui Sui asked with some displeasure, when are you going back to your own body? You look really ugly right now. Yin Yin also wanted to return to her own body, but now wasn't the time. At this moment, the Bai family elder's voice sounded from outside. Unable to let the elder know his identity, he said to Sui Sui, hide my body first. You understand what I'm saying? Just nod, okay. Seeing Sui Sui's displeasure, Yin Yin pleaded with a flattering look, please. Since my doll insists. Fine, I'll listen to you. After all, you are my doll. Yin Yin opened the door. The Bai family elder breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard that Bai Lu had been taken away by the young divine formation master. Tomorrow's competition depends on him. The elder asked, are you all right? Yin Yin replied casually, I'm fine. I've caused you worry, elder. The Bai family elder guessed that the person behind Yin Yin must be the legendary true formation master. Yin Yin tugged on Sui Sui's clothes and introduced him. This is the young divine true formation master. He saw my talent in true formation and wants to take me as his disciple. That's why he called me up. The elder approached Sui Sui and asked again, is this true? Does Bai Lu really have true formation talent? Sui Sui responded coldly with a grunt. The elder wanted to say more, but Yin Yin interrupted. Master is very tired today. Please, Master, come to our residence to rest. In order to keep an eye on his body, she had to keep the man by her side. The elder was inwardly delighted. The Bai family's reputation was about to soar. Returning to the Bai residence, the elder said he had something to say to Bai Lu and arranged for Sui Sui to stay in the guest room. Yin Yin had experienced Sui Sui's unpredictable moods. She winked at him forcefully, please. Sui Sui looked at Yin Yin without saying anything and went to the guest room as arranged. Afterwards, the Bai family elder cautioned Yin Yin to avoid trouble. It's best not to publicize the discipleship. The discipleship was fake, so Yin Yin naturally wouldn't publicize it. Borrowing Bai Lu's body, she had to keep a low profile. Bai Lu followed the elder towards the Bai family ancestral hall. Just as they reached the entrance, Yin Yin noticed a black aura surrounding the hall. Faint sounds of a woman crying emanated from within. Yin Yin's spiritual power had increased just now. Yin Yin followed the Bai family elder into the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary ancestral hall was like a concert venue inside. Yin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, it's so big. It could hold thousands of people. The Bai family elder stroked his beard proudly, of course. This place is enhanced with a spatial spiritual treasure. It could hold tens of thousands. He then added, By the way, I didn't get to ask you earlier, is that master really going to take you as his disciple? Nian Yin replied without hesitation, yes. Inwardly, she was thinking, that old hag taught me demon formations before. Formations are universal. You won't be able to tell the difference. Meanwhile, the elder was already dreaming of the Bai family dominating the 5 continents. His expression suddenly turned serious. He told Nian Yin, sit cross-legged, then extended his hand towards the Buddha statue and shouted. The next second, whimpering sounds came from behind the Buddha statue. Milky white substances floated up from the statue. The elder gathered these substances into a white orb. The orb grew smaller and smaller. The elder handed it to Nian Yin and said, apply it to your forehead. Without time question, Nian Yin took the orb and applied it. A surge of pure spiritual energy exploded within her. I'm about to break through. Nian Yin rejoiced inwardly. A breakthrough was imminent. She would try to break through to the human-demon realm when she returned to her room. The elder asked, how do you feel? This is our Bai family treasure. The first use is the most effective. Back then, after I used it, I went directly from the first spiritual level to the 4th. So Su Linyin had used this as well. No wonder she jumped to the 4th spiritual level so quickly. Nian Yin hid her true level from the elder and said, I'm currently at the 9th spiritual level. The elder scoffed, all right, don't try to save face. Even with the first use, it's not possible to reach the 9th level immediately. To prove she wasn't lying, Nian Yin held out her hand for a test. The 9th spiritual level granted the body immunity to blades and slashes. After a single cut, the elder stammered, you really are at the 9th level. He then threw back his head and laughed wildly. What Wansho royal family? What Qilin's sacred beast? Bai Lu is the true number 1 talent. Nian Yin was now even more curious about what she had just used. It could instantly increase spiritual power. The elder looked towards the Buddha statue. This is a protective artifact left by our Bai family ancestors. At this moment, Nian Yin again heard faint whimpering coming from behind the Buddha statue. The Bai family elder said slowly, today, I've brought you to the ancestral hall ceremony for 2 reasons. First, to enhance your power. Second, to reveal the secret of our Bai family's enduring prosperity. Nian Yin thought, no wonder Bai Lu's spiritual power increased so rapidly. So this is the Bai family's secret. The Bai family elder generated a ball of spiritual energy in his hand and shouted, hi. Then the front half of the ancestral hall, like a door, slowly opened. Cries for help echoed from within, piercing Nian Yin's ears like needles. After Nian Yin peered inside, her eyes turned blood red. The Buddha statues were hollow, filled with living people. They were suppressed by a formation, and Nian Yin's increased spiritual power was extracted from them. Thinking of this, Nian Yin felt a wave of nausea. Nian Yin couldn't believe the respectable Bai family was so vile and unscrupulous. She asked the elder who these people were. He explained, some are from the Wansho kingdom, and some from the 5 continents. There are too many to remember. Rest assured, using these people won't cause any future trouble. Nian Yin approached one of the statues. Inside was a young man with a pained expression, as if pleading with Nian Yin to help him, to kill him. Nian Yin unconsciously clenched her fists. Has no one escaped? The elder said smugly. The formation here isn't just for show. The statues are like their bodies. Once they leave the statues, they die. You should be grateful. This is the legacy our ancestors left us. Nian Yin forced a smile in response. The elder retrieved a token, and the statues sealed shut again. Before leaving, Nian Yin looked back at the benevolent-looking statues, feeling a surge of irony. Back in her room, Nian Yin couldn't let go of what she had seen. She asked Bai Bian, do you think those people want to die, or just keep living like that? Bai Bian, filled with rage, said, if it were me, I'd rather die. An idea struck Nian Yin. The death array. I can go find him. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the room. Find who? Nian Yin and Bai Bian jumped, startled. Nian Yin wondered when Yuan Shinsue had entered her room. Before Yuan Shinsue could answer, Nian Yin grabbed his hand and said urgently, you're so powerful. You can definitely break the death array. My spiritual power surged because I absorbed the essence of these people's spiritual energy. This had been weighing heavily on her conscience. To save them, Nian Yin immediately thought of Yuan Shinsue. But Yuan Shinsue's reply was, death arrays I can only restore. Living ones I can unravel. Hearing this, Nian Yin deflated. Are those people just gonna die in there? Nian Yin asked, hugging herself, by the way, I still don't know your name. The man replied with his usual aloofness, Yuan Shinsue. Nian couldn't believe her ears. What? Yuan Shinsue? What a strange name for such a strange person. Bai Bian, having heard Shinsue's name, shouted internally, Shinsue? So wouldn't that make him and my master Sui Nian? Shinsue, ignoring their questions, addressed the pressing issue. The demonic energy in you is about to overflow. Nian jumped, startled, and hugged herself as if seeing through that you're about to ascend. Shinsue said, approaching Nian. He said affectionately, my doll, you need to level up. Suppressing it for too long is bad for you. He then picked Nian up and continued, let's go to sleep. You'll level up while you sleep. Nian and Bai Bian were taken aback by Shinsue's actions. Nian quickly jumped down from Shinsue. She backed away several steps. What are you doing? Haven't you heard of men and women shouldn't touch each other? Shinsue explained, I level up when I sleep. I just want my doll to level up quickly. Nian asked, you level up by sleeping? Everyone else cultivates diligently, you know. Shinsue looked confused. Why cultivate spiritual power? Doesn't it just enter your body on its own? Nian was about to lose it. Was this guy even speaking human language? She knew how much effort she had put into cultivating to reach the 9th spiritual level. Shinsue set up a barrier in the room so that no one outside could sense the demonic energy. He didn't want his doll to suppress it any longer. It was bad for her health. Nian sat down cross-legged, a warmth spreading in her heart. She hadn't expected this. This man actually knew to conceal her demonic energy. Shinsue then said, those ugly things in your family. Nian was speechless. This guy was thoughtful in his actions, but his words were so venomous. But considering he helped me set up the barrier, I'll let it slide for now. Nian truly couldn't control the demonic energy. Waves of it surged within her. Nian watched the demonic energy, amazed. Wow, this demonic energy outside the demon realm must haven't seen a demon in millennia. It's way too enthusiastic. Shinsue remained firm in his belief. See, it moves on its own. Streams of demonic energy surged into Nian's body. Moments later, the upgrade was complete. Nian looked at her hands and said happily, one heart, one demon mirror. The next second, Nian remembered something that MY breakthrough is entirely thanks to those people trapped in the Buddha statues. Yet I couldn't do anything for them. She looked at Sui and asked, can you teach me how to break the death array? Sui refused without hesitation that you're too weak. You can't break the death array. But I can not only break it, I can also take you in and out of many places freely. Nian thought of something. Really? Then can you take me into the Imperial Palace, undetected? If so, I can rescue my little one now. And this array can also be resolved. Nian finally rescued her phoenix, Zai. This episode made my blood boil. Nian's spiritual power surged, but she felt guilty about the people in the Buddha statues in the Bai family. She wanted to break the Buddha statue formation. She unexpectedly learned that Sui could freely enter and exit many places. Nian was overjoyed. Could she now sneak into the Imperial Palace and rescue her little one? Sui was puzzled. Just a moment ago, you wanted to break the death array, and now you want to enter the Imperial Palace? Nian's voice suddenly turned sinister. Draw blood. Drawing blood, I like that. Sui licked his lips, feeling that this was an interesting task. Nian turned and instructed Bai Bian to transform into her and stay there, just in case. Bai Bian obediently replied, okay, master. Be careful. After Nian and Sui left, Bai Bian's expression became determined. I must become strong enough so master doesn't have to ask others for help. In an instant, Sui and Nian appeared on the roof of the Imperial Palace. Experiencing this instantaneous travel for the first time, Nian couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying this man was. Sui cast a spell on Nian and said, this spell can only conceal your aura for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Nian thought Sui looked incredibly handsome as he concentrated. Just then, a painful cry reached her ears. Nian followed the sound and looked down, only to see a scene that made her heart tremble. Lala was being choked by Su Linyan, unable to move, but still shouting, my master will definitely come back. He will repay you for everything you're doing to me now. Su Linyan increased the pressure on her hand and slammed Lala's head against the corner of the table. Her expression became distorted. Still hoping for that bitch? Don't you know your master is long dead and decomposed? Then she pulled a dagger from the wall. You like talking so much, right? I'll cut out your tongue and see if you can still talk. Witnessing all of this, Nian couldn't control her overwhelming resentment. Her already volatile demonic energy exploded. Su Linyan instinctively looked up. In the next second, Nian punched her to the ground. Nian turned to the suffering Lala and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. After waiting for so long, Lala finally saw her master. She sobbed with relief, unable to even call out, Master. Nian Yin gritted her teeth and walked towards Su Linyan, unleashing a furious attack. She wanted to repay Su Linyan for every bit of Lala's torment. Nian Yin's blows became heavier and heavier. She grabbed Su Linyan's hair and slammed her head against the floor repeatedly. Then she picked up a dagger and said, "Weren't you so smug just now?" With that, she plunged the dagger into Su Linyan's abdomen. Su Linyan screamed in pain. Nian Yin, her eyes filled with killing intent, choked Su Linyan's neck. "If Zai Zai's life weren't bound to yours, I would kill you right now." At that moment, Sui, who was keeping watch on the roof, shouted down, "Come on up. Someone's coming this way." Nian Yin threw the unconscious Su Linyan aside. She gently picked up Lala and said, "I'll take you home." When the Empress arrived, she saw Su Linyan lying in a pool of blood, the room filled with residual demonic energy. Her grief-stricken voice echoed throughout the imperial palace. "Demonic bastard, I will not rest until you are dead." Nian Yin carried the injured Lala through the forest, her heart filled with guilt and distress. Sui said calmly, "Put her down." Away from Su Linyan, the bond on Lala's ankle tightened, causing her so much pain that she lost consciousness. Nian Yin, now helpless, placed Lala beside a large tree. Sui gathered his spiritual power. With a crack, the bond on Lala's ankle shattered. Nian Yin picked up Lala again, heartbroken, thinking of the torture Lala had endured at Su Linyan's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. With the bond broken, Lala was no longer in so much pain. She wiped Nian Yin's tears and comforted her. "Master, Lala doesn't hurt anymore. Don't cry." Nian Yin held Lala close, speaking with fierce determination. "Master will find a way to break the connection between you and Su Linyan and give you back your freedom." Then she took out a dragon scale herb she carried with her and offered it to Lala. "Eat this quickly. It will help your wounds heal faster." Seeing Lala wasn't in as much pain as before, Nian Yin pointed to Yuan Shinsue and told Nana, "Nana, quickly thank this gentleman. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to save you." Nana looked at Sui and obediently said, "Thank you, older brother." Sui, as always, remained aloof, appearing somewhat indifferent to everyone except Nian Yin. He asked Nian Yin, "Shall we go back?" Nian Yin picked up Lala and replied, "Let's go back." Their family was finally reunited. Meanwhile, the Bai family elder, having received news of Su Linyan being attacked, was shocked. Who could have such great ability to injure the imperial palace's foundations and steal blood? Panicked, he prepared to enter the palace to investigate and instructed them to bring Bai Lu, the Bai family's treasure. Bai Bian, disguised as Nian Yin, was quite bored. Hearing they were going to the palace, his eyes darted around. "All right, let's go." He had already guessed that his master must have turned the palace upside down. He just wanted to see the excitement. After taking Lala back to her room to rest, Nian Yin noticed that she hadn't seen any of the Bai family along the way. They must have all gone to the palace to see what was happening. She pulled Sui's wrist that "Let's just do it. I'll take you to the ancestral hall." Sui followed Nian Yin into the Bai family's ancestral hall. The Buddha statues stood as usual. As soon as Sui entered, he smelled a strong scent of blood within the hall. This Bai family is truly not simple. Since having Sui, Nian Yin had become incredibly powerful. First, she rescued her phoenix, Lala. Now, she had even destroyed the Bai family's lair. Nian Yin brought Sui to the Bai family ancestral hall. Looking at these Buddha statues, she felt powerless. The token that controlled the Buddha statues was carried by the Bai family elder. There was no chance to get it. Yuan Shinsue raised his hand. Then, a golden formation from Sui exploded among the Buddha statues. Instantly, cracks appeared on all the statues, and one after another, they shattered on the ground. A young boy opened his eyes, his heart full of expectation. He asked, "Are you here to save us?" At this moment, everyone saw Nian Yin and Sui standing in front of the Buddha statues. Thinking that the Bai family had come to extract their spiritual power again, they erupted in angry curses. Nian Yin saw their resentful gazes. The look was too familiar, reminding her of when she was abandoned at the demonic sword. She had been left at the demonic sword with the same resentful, helpless look. Sui frowned. He hated these noisy voices. He raised a hand, and one of the young girls was ripped from a Buddha statue. She knelt before Sui and Nian Yin, unable to believe she had been freed from the statue. Then, Sui raised his hand and waved again. Everyone fell from the Buddha statues. The young girl approached Nian Yin and asked, "Aren't you from the Bai family?" She had seen Nian Yin absorb their spiritual power last time. Nian Yin shielded Sui Sui, determined not to implicate him. She replied, I'm not from the Bai family, and I can't save you. She braced herself for their accusations. A rare smile appeared on Sui Sui's lips. My doll is protecting me. Nian Yin continued, now you have two choices. Either die now, or return to the Buddha statues and continue to suffer. A young boy suddenly knelt before Nian Yin. Then, one after another, everyone knelt before her. Nian Yin was so startled by this that she stumbled. Sui Sui caught her just in time. My goodness, even with a mask on, those eyes can still captivate. Then, everyone shouted in unison, young lady, please help us find release. Please destroy this cursed place. Nian Yin was taken aback by the sight of 1,000 people kneeling before her. She stepped forward and helped up a girl near her. There's no need to kneel. I am the one who is indebted to you. The girl then understood. The person before her was the girl the Bai family elder had brought earlier that day. She said respectfully, we can never repay your kindness. We only wish you both a lifetime of good fortune. She turned to the Buddha statues and asked, can you destroy this formation, benefactor? As long as the root remains, others will still suffer from its poison. Nian Yin turned to Yuan Xin Sui behind her. Sui Sui stroked his doll. Breaking a death array is truly tiring. Nian Yin felt embarrassed. This man had helped her so much today. Such a powerful man, seeking her out, must mean she had something he needed. She looked at Sui Sui, her eyes shining. She asked coquettishly, handsome, is there anything you desire? Sui Sui thought seriously for a moment. Is there? Right now, I don't want anything. You can own me for now. Then his hand pressed against the formation. The enormous formation began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blazing flames ignited above all the Buddha statues. The crowd cheered, finally about to be liberated. The girl in green took out a letter and a token. Looking at Nian Yin, benefactor, can you do me another favor? Help me deliver this token and letter to the Manor Lord of Bai Chao Manor. Nian Yin saw the signature on the letter. The girl in green was the daughter of Bai Chao Manor's Manor Lord. She asked the girl to confirm if her brother's name was Zhuang Xian. Hearing her brother's name, the girl excitedly grabbed Nian Yin's hand. That you've met my brother? Is he all right? The girl's body slowly dissipated. Nian Yin said painfully, your brother is fine. He awakened the holy Qilin. Your Bai Chao Manor will have a good future. The girl responded with relief. That's good. Slowly, her body began to ascend. Still, thank you. Goodbye. Nian Yin looked at the crowd floating into the air. Their faces were filled with the joy of liberation. Nian Yin clenched her fists, a determination hardening in her heart. You will not have died in vain. She took a deep breath and slowly rose into the air, gathering demonic energy. Then, she struck the Bai family ancestral hall with her palm. Demonic energy gradually arranged itself, displaying some characters. If you want people to not know, don't do it yourself. First, kill the earthly rooster. Then destroy the Bai family. The demons must be plotting something bloody. This man wanted to cuddle with Nian Yin while sleeping. Nian Yin refused. He was actually unhappy about it. Nian Yin, along with Sui Sui, destroyed the Bai family ancestral hall. To leave no trace, Nian Yin left behind demonic energy in the hall and arranged for Sui Sui to go back to Hongyan Tower to sleep for a while, to avoid the Bai family thinking that a small fries formation was in the Bai family and they still couldn't catch the demons. Meanwhile, she went to the Imperial Palace to switch back with Bai Bian. Sui Sui frowned and said unhappily, you're not sleeping with me? Nian Yin blushed, her head full of question marks. Sleep? Why should I sleep with you? Sui Sui leaned towards Nian Yin, as if declaring ownership. You're my doll. Of course you have to sleep with me. Hasn't it always been this way? Nian Yin was rendered somewhat speechless by Sui Sui's train of thought. You also used to sleep with my body before. Sui Sui replied with a matter-of-fact expression, of course. Nian Yin hurriedly asked, or do you sleep? How else can you sleep? Close your eyes and sleep. Nian Yin hugged herself and tentatively asked, what about me? Do you undress me when you sleep? Sui Sui? Sui Sui couldn't understand why Nian Yin was making such a fuss. He pointed at Nian Yin's forehead and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would you take off your clothes when you're sleeping properly? Nian Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't understand anything. What Sui Sui understood even less was why this woman's face changed so quickly, like she was acting. He said to Nian Yin, I'll go back to Hongyan Tower later. I'll help you take care of Lala. I'll take you to the Imperial Palace now. This overbearing CEO style was simply too cool. Sui Sui just flicked his finger, and in the next second, Nian Yin entered a spatial portal. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the Imperial Palace. Who wouldn't love such a handsome and powerful CEO? At this moment, Nian Yin saw Bai Bian, transformed into her likeness, strolling outside. She softly called out Bai Bian. Bai Bian turned around and saw his master. Excited, he transformed into a Cheemin dog and rushed towards Nian Yin. Such a large Cheemin dog, lying in Nian Yin's arms, trying to act like a small, delicate creature, looked rather strange. Bai Bian even acted coquettishly, saying, "Master, you came so late." Bai Bian almost couldn't hold on any longer. Nian Yin said dotingly, "Sorry, pup." Seeing his master, Bai Bian was in a good mood. "Come on, master. Let's go see that Su Lin Yin." After taking a couple steps, they saw Zhuang Xian of Baichao Manor heading towards the imperial palace with a pile of spiritual herbs. Nian Yin ran over to greet Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian also saw Nian Yin. He smiled and responded to Nian Yin. Nian Yin remembered the letter the girl in the Bai family ancestral hall had entrusted her with. Seeing Zhuang Xian carrying spiritual herbs, she became suspicious. These spiritual herbs were all prepared for Su Linyan. Nian Yin finally found the secret to breaking the contract between the Phoenix Chick and Su Linyan. It had to be said, this tactic of sowing discord was truly ingenious. Nian Yin visited Su Linyan and deliberately provoked the Empress. The Empress, in front of others, used her spiritual power to send Nian Yin flying. A calculating glint flashed in Nian Yin's eyes. She shouted toward the outside, "Help! Imperial Ant has gone mad. Imperial Ant is trying to kill me." The Empress approached, her face fierce. "See how I'll tear your mouth apart for your nonsense and stirring up trouble." Saying so, she was about to lay her hands on Nian Yin. This scene happened to be witnessed by the Bai family elder who was entering. Before the Empress could react, the Bai family elder shielded Nian Yin. As soon as the elder entered, Nian Yin cried even harder. The second elder immediately handed Nian Yin a spirit pearl. The second elder of the Qixia clan said disappointedly, "Empress, your actions today are truly chilling. Was the foundation issue caused by a leak? Why take your anger out on others?" The Empress's voice trembled with rage that you've all been tricked by this girl. She clearly provoked me first. Hiding behind the second elder, Nian Yin cried even harder, "I don't know which words provoked Annie. I just said Annie shouldn't be sad and shouldn't worry too much about the Bai family. Was that wrong? Should I have said I'd be happy if my cousin didn't wake up?" It must be said, Nian Yin's acting could definitely win an Oscar. Every word pierced the Empress's heart. She tried to lash out again, but the Bai family elder immediately shielded Nian Yin, angrily rebuking, "Empress, you are being too presumptuous." He then flung his sleeve and left with Nian Yin without looking back. On the way back to the Bai residence, Nian Yin's performance began again. "Elder, am I going to die? If I die, could you please break the contract between me and Chiming Dog? That way, at least he can still serve the Bai family." The elder patted Nian Yin's hand with heartache and comforted her. "Good child, don't talk nonsense. You'll be fine." Nian Yin continued to ask, "But if I really do reach that point, can the contract be broken? How?" Moved by Nian Yin's sincerity, the elder sighed. "Child, let me ask you, besides a life-bound spirit beast, what do we need to form a contract with other spirit beasts? This is common knowledge." Nian Yin understood that we need the longevity fruit, unique to our Wanshou kingdom. The spirit beast, and I each eat one. Then the spirit beast merges a drop of its heart's blood into our longevity garden, and the contract is formed. The elder stroked his beard. The key is the longevity fruit. But what everyone doesn't know is that there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that the longevity fruit tree won't bear fruit and will only bloom a kind of cone-shaped black flower. Nian Yin hurriedly asked, "Do we eat the black flower?" The elder shook his head and, "Oh no. We need the drop of condensed dew within the black flower. Does our Bai family have any?" The elder smiled and replied, "Silly child, how could the Bai family possess such a precious item?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Nian Yin's lips. "That's great. This way, Nana can break the contract with Su Lin." Back at the Bai residence, the second elder suggested taking Nian Yin to the ancestral hall to extract the condensed dew and heal her injuries. Nian Yin's face lit up with a joyful smile, other plans brewing in her mind. She really wanted to see the expressions on the Bai elders' faces when they saw the destroyed ancestral hall. The Nian Yin family was finally reunited. Outsmarting mischievous kids is Yuan Xinsue's specialty. Nian Yin deliberately provoked the Empress and pretended to be injured. The Bai family elder decided to take Nian Yin to the ancestral hall to extract the pure dew for healing. Nian Yin was ready to watch the show. Sure enough, the ancestral hall was shrouded in demonic energy. The characters formed by the demonic elements hung high in the air. The elder couldn't believe that the ancestral hall had been completely destroyed in such a short time. He roared, "Damn the demons. The foundation of my Bai family is completely gone." Oscar-worthy actress Nian Yin was back online. She covered her mouth and nose, her face filled with disbelief. The demonic remnants are too much. to commit such a despicable and shameless act against my Bai family. As she spoke, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from the shock. The Bai family elder, already trembling with anger, panicked even more when he saw Nyin. Quick, go and invite the young divine formation master. Meanwhile, Yuan Shinsue, as instructed by Nyin, was returning to Hongyan Tower. Hongyan had prepared countless exquisite hairpins for Sui Sui. Sui Sui picked them up one by one and compared them to Nyi's body. They're not pretty. None of these vulgar things are worthy of my idol. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He turned to Hongyan and asked, "Do you take off your clothes when you sleep?" Hongyan didn't expect such a question. He cautiously replied, "If I sleep alone, I suppose I do." Sui Sui continued, "What if you sleep with someone else?" Hongyan answered with some embarrassment, "If it's in this tower and the man and woman are mutually consenting, then naturally, they take everything off." Sui Sui looked at Nyin, lost in thought. Take everything off. At that moment, a Bai family maidservant rushed in and shouted, "Master, our eldest miss has fainted. Could you please go back and take a look?" Sui Sui picked up Nyi's body and walked out, ignoring the maidservant. The maidservant cried out in panic behind him, "Master, wait for me." By the time she chased him out the door, Sui Sui was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, Sui Sui pushed open Nyi's bedroom door. He had expected to see Nyin lying on the bed, weak and dying. Instead, he saw Nyin enjoying a feast with the two mischievous kids. Seeing Sui Sui holding her body, Nyin hurried over and closed the door. The Bai family couldn't see her body. She pushed Sui Sui to the table. "Come and try these. They're specialties I brought from the demon sword. I guarantee you've never had them before." The two little ones suddenly started fighting over the same meatball in the pot, neither willing to give way. Watching the scene unfold, Nyin sighed. Raising kids is truly exhausting. Sui Sui picked up a spoon beside him and tapped it lightly on the plate. A clinking sound immediately rang out from the plate. The two little ones' expressions became contorted after hearing it. They looked at each other and immediately quieted down. Sui Sui picked up a green meatball and said casually, "No, they're pretty well behaved." Nyin hadn't expected Yuan Shinsue's ability to be so powerful that she thought the man was bragging. After Baibian and Nana had eaten and drunk their fill and fallen asleep, Nyin and Sui Sui continued eating. Nyin looked for a topic of conversation. She asked Sui Sui how old he was. Sui Sui thought for a moment, but couldn't recall. He said, "I've forgotten. I used to carve marks on the wall to keep track of the days and time, but later the wall couldn't be carved anymore, so I stopped keeping track." Nyin became even more curious. Doesn't Changbai Mountain have a seal? How did you get out? Suddenly, she felt like she was asking too much. She hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to pry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Sui Sui replied, "I drew out 90% of my power to create the seal, thinking that was my true body. It tricked me. It confused that 90% of my power." He stared at Nyin and said in a coquettish manner, "Next time you have any questions, you can ask me." Nyin, we should be close and intimate. Nyin was shaken by this sudden tenderness. Her chopsticks fell onto the table. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Asterisk, this man has been living in a coffin. How did he learn to speak such nonsense with a straight face? Asterisk, suddenly thinking of something, she stood up and prepared to leave. "That I'm going out for a bit. I'll leave Bai Bien and Nana to you." Sui Sui asked, "Where are you going?" "To deliver a message to the people of the 100 Herbs Villa," Nyin replied, and then left, leaving Sui Sui alone in the room. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Sui Sui's chest. He walked to the window and pushed it open. He looked towards the east, as if something important was happening. He murmured, "Eastward, thousands of miles away." Nyin, disguised as a late-night physician, arrived at the 100 Herbs Villa. It was so dilapidated that it didn't even have a proper gate. A voice came from inside. "Father, why do I have to go to the Holy Mountain sect? I don't want to go. I want to stay at the 100 Herbs Villa." Zhuang Tianwen, the villa master, roared, "If you don't go to the Holy Mountain sect, are you going to die of old age in this villa like me? The Holy Mountain sect promised me they would take you as their closed-door disciple. What they can give you is far more than I can." Zhuang Xian said sarcastically, "Closed-door disciple? They say they're taking me in, but they're actually forcing me." He looked at the courtyard full of spiritual herbs and continued, "They're just a bunch of robbers who have their eyes on our villa's spiritual herbs. They're just planning to steal them. Father, this is the lifelong work of our ancestors. Are you willing to hand it over to them?" What could the villa master do for his son? Moreover, he no longer had the ability to protect the villa. Zhuang Xian clenched his fists and said fiercely, "How many of our family have they killed for these spiritual herbs?" "And my sister," Nyin eavesdropped from outside. She hadn't expected the 100 Herbs Villa to be in such dire straits. She looked at the token in her hand, her heart aching. She heard Zhuang Xian continue, "If the villa is gone, my sister won't be able to find her way home. We can't wait for her any longer." The villa master was heartbroken and helpless. Your sister might already. Zhuang Xian firmly replied, impossible. My sister must still be alive. Hearing this, Nian Yin sighed. Although her voice was soft, Zhuang Xian noticed it. He looked around vigilantly and asked, who's there? Then, a token and a letter flew directly to Zhuang Xian's feet. Nian Yin was finally going to reveal the connection between the Phoenix Boy and Su Linyan. At the 100 Herbs Villa, Zhuang Xian was worried sick about his sister. Suddenly, a token and a letter landed at his feet. Zhuang Xian was initially annoyed, but when he recognized his sister's token, a glimmer of hope appeared. Nian Yin, having fulfilled someone else's last wish, prepared to leave. Zhuang Xian called out to her. He sensed that Nian Yin didn't want to reveal her identity. Zhuang Xian looked at the token. This is my sister's thing. Is she all right? His voice was laced with emotion. Why hasn't she come home for so long? Nian Yin stopped that you'll understand everything after reading the letter. Zhuang Xian opened the letter with joy, but his hand began to tremble as he read the contents. The words inside were like knives, piercing his nerves. Zhuang Tianwan, seeing Zhuang Xian's reaction, anxiously asked, what's wrong? What did Yuer say in the letter? After reading the contents of the letter, Zhuang Tianwan was overwhelmed with grief and anger, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He slowly accepted the reality. How dare the Bai family? Zhuang Xian walked towards Nian Yin and asked, Miss, is what the letter says true? Thinking of those innocent people, Nian Yin's heart ached. She replied, you should recognize her handwriting. Zhuang Xian clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. Bai family, I, Zhuang Xian, swear to be your enemy for life. Then he thought of something else. He looked at Nian Yin. Miss, my little sister said you are her benefactor, someone she can never repay. Anything our 100 Herbs Villa has, you can have it. A thought struck Nian Yin. This place had numerous spiritual herbs. Perhaps she could ask Zhuang Xian to, oh, you have any dew of the divine fruit flower? Zhuang Xian asked with a shocked expression. How did you know our 100 Herbs Villa has this? He felt a flicker of joy inside. She was just asking casually. If they really had it, Nana would be free. Nian Yin followed Zhuang Xian to the 100 Herbs Villa storehouse. A young man handed Nian Yin a wooden box containing the dew-covered flower. Afterwards, Zhuang Xian asked the young man for the 100 Herbs Villa special token. He turned and handed it to Nian Yin. With this token, you can freely enter and exit our 100 Herbs Villa. Nian Yin accepted the token. She relayed Bai Lu's last words to Zhuang Xian. Before your sister left, she was still thinking about you. She hoped you and the 100 Herbs Villa would be well. Zhuang Xian replied that he would definitely not disappoint his sister and would restore the 100 Herbs Villa to its former glory. After Nian Yin left, Zhuang Xian watched a retreating figure. Why did this girl feel so familiar? Nian Yin returned to her room and closed the door. She woke up her 2 sleeping babies. She couldn't wait to give Lala her life force back. Lala took the dew without hesitation and popped it into her mouth. Nian Yin anxiously asked, how do you feel? Nana replied, I don't feel anything. Just as she finished speaking, Nana's life force was violently ripped, as if something was being peeled away from her. It hurts. Master. It hurts so much. The stolen phoenix bone was finally retrieved. The hatred of having her phoenix bone stolen and her phoenix egg taken, bit by bit, Nian Yin would repay it 100-fold. Lala swallowed the dew that Nian Yin brought back. Instantly, Lala's life force was violently ripped, and her whole body convulsed. It hurts, Master. It hurts so much. Nian Yin 心疼地抱起 Lala. A giant formation appeared beneath her and Lala. She comforted Lala. Don't be afraid. Master is here. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the still unconscious Su Linyan suddenly jolted awake. She let out a shrill scream and tumbled out of bed. The Empress, hearing the commotion, rushed over immediately. Su Linyan cried out in agony, Mother, my back hurts so much. It feels like someone is digging out my bones. It felt as if the bones in her back were being ripped out. The Empress held her daughter, Su Linyan, and set an alarm. Mother, my divine beast is gone. I can feel the contract between me and my divine beast is broken. It must be that seed of the sword who has returned. I stole her phoenix, source, and lifespan. Now she's taking it back from me. The Empress hugged her daughter tightly. Year be good. Don't be afraid. That woman is long dead. That disobedient phoenix is gone, just gone. Mother will find you a better spirit beast. The Empress's expression gradually darkened. How about Sheng Qilin? Do you like Zhuang Xian, that good-for-nothing? Or Bai Lu's mutated spirit beast? At this moment, Feng Sun, standing outside the door, was shocked. Stealing someone's life, force, and bones. There's actually a secret method for that. He peeked at the mother and daughter inside, calculating in his mind. If I could also obtain this secret method, wouldn't I also be able to awaken my own divine beast? Lala was no longer in pain. She was even happily spinning around and around. Nian Yin joyfully picked up Lala. That's great. Lala is finally free. Bai Bian's eyes teared up as he said, "The master, I want a hug too." Nian Yin hugged both babies at the same time. All right, a hug for both of you. Just then, Nian Yin finally noticed that Sui Sui, who was always clinging to her, was gone. Sui Sui was drawn to a familiar aura. In a jungle, a group of people in black were kneeling respectfully before him. The leader respectfully called out, "Young master, I thought the Xian clan was extinct. I didn't expect there to be survivors like you." The leader's voice was filled with sorrow. Back then, our Xian clan was so glorious. If it weren't for the greed of those people from the 5 continents, how could our clan have been annihilated? We were trapped on a mission outside and managed to escape. Young master, our clan's great vengeance is yet to be avenged. We die with resentment. Sui Sui sighed and said indifferently, "Just kill them all, will you?" Young master, all these years, we have been secretly expanding our forces. The 5 continents' Red Ghost Valley was founded by us. The position of Valley Master has always been kept vacant for you. Finally, everyone shouted in unison, "Please return to Red Ghost Valley with us, young master." He was using his enemy's body to complete several major acts of revenge. If nothing unexpected happened, he would return to his own body in 3 hours. Drawn by a familiar aura, Sui Sui arrived at the jungle late at night. It turned out that his Xian clan wasn't just him. There were subordinates who had escaped annihilation by being on a mission, and they had even established a powerful sect, the Red Ghost Valley. The Red Ghost Valley Elder, along with his subordinates, requested Sui Sui to return to the sect and become their leader. Looking at the group of strangers before him, Sui Sui felt no dislike and agreed to their request. The Elder was overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to Red Ghost Valley. Sui Sui turned and said haughtily, "No way. I have to bring my 5 babies." The Elder was dumbfounded. "My babies." This young master was truly childlike. Young master can bring them along. Yuan Shinsui patiently explained, "He's got to take care of something. I have to wait for him to come back." Ancestor Zhu was even more puzzled. Asterisk, this child is so powerful. They can even handle matters. Asterisk, Yuan Shinsui looked up at the sky, calculating when Nian Yin would return. Just as he was about to leave, Ancestor Zhu of the Ghost Valley clan requested to accompany Yuan Shinsui, also to protect him. Sui Sui said indifferently, "Suit yourselves." Then, with a flash of a formation, he disappeared. Ancestor Zhu only then reacted. He was thoroughly embarrassed. He had forgotten to ask the young master where he was currently staying. In Nian Yin's room, the sound of a formation suddenly appeared. Nian Yin's first reaction was that Sui Sui had returned. Without a second thought, he addressed Yuan Shinsui as Sui Sui. Sui Sui frowned, patiently correcting him. Yuan Shinsui quickly changed his expression to a smile. Asterisk, it's just a name. He can call me whatever he wants. Asterisk. He asked Nian Yin, "Is Lala completely recovered?" Outside, the maids called loudly, "Eldest miss, someone from the palace is here. They've asked someone from the Bai family to go over." Everything was going according to Nian Yin's plan. He instructed the maids, "The ancestors are resting, so there's no need to disturb them. The emperor and empress just need someone questioned. I'll go." Yuan Shinsui looked at Nian Yin. He knew Nian Yin was organized. Nian Yin said to Yuan Shinsui, "I need to use this body to do one last thing." He then asked, "The seal on me has been broken, right? In less than 3 hours, I'll return to my own body." Bai Bian suddenly appeared. This time, he didn't cling to Nian Yin as he usually did. He grabbed the corner of Sui Sui's clothes and said, "Master, I want to go with Brother Sui Sui." Lala, as if realizing something, said, "I want to be with Brother Sui Sui too." Nian Yin stroked the heads of the 2 little ones, a fond expression on his face. "All right, this trip has some risks. I'll feel more at ease if you go with Brother Sui Sui." He stood up and looked at Sui Sui. "That I didn't realize you were so good with children." The Emperor and Empress wanted to seize Nian Yin and Zhuang Xian's spirit beasts. Nian Yin saw through their scheme. Let's see how Nian Yin handles this. Just as Nian Yin was about to leave, the 2 little ones grabbed Sui Sui's clothes, acting coquettishly, wanting to follow Brother Sui Sui. Nian Yin was a little jealous. He hadn't expected Yuan Shinsui to be so popular with children. With Nian Yin gone, the atmosphere between the 3 became somewhat strange. The 2 little ones clenched their fists, looking ready to fight. Even though they knew they were no match for Yuan Shinsui, they were determined to protect their master's body. Yuan Shinsui stared coldly at the 2 little ones, a hint of annoyance in his expression. His fingers gathered spiritual energy. With a flick of his wrist, these 2 little things would be gone. Yuan Shinsui suppressed his killing intent. He turned and left. Asterisk forget it. If I touch these two annoying things, Ninian will be angry. Asterisk Ninian rode the heavenly horse carriage and quickly arrived outside the palace. A bang startled the resting Ninian awake. An apologetic voice came from outside. I'm sorry, my carriage was going too fast. He opened the curtain to see what was happening. Upon seeing each other, both were surprised. They hadn't expected such a coincidence. Zhuang Xian, remembering how the Bai family had killed his sister, struggled to contain his killing intent. Ninian voiced his question. Did the emperor and empress summon you to the palace? Zhuang Xian paused, then answered truthfully yes. Ninian had a question in his mind. Asterisk the emperor and empress are looking for the Bai family to ask about breaking the contract. That's a method only the Bai family knows. So why are they looking for Zhuang Xian? Asterisk he quickly asked, did they ask you to bring spirit medicine? Didn't they say it was to ask me some questions? Ninian felt something was increasingly wrong. He continued to ask, did they only summon you to the palace? Didn't they summon your father? DG's natal spirit beast is gone. How can the empress be reconciled? Asterisk Zhuang Xian's holy Qilin is the perfect replacement. I absolutely can't let Zhuang Xian enter the palace. Asterisk Zhuang Xian hadn't noticed anything amiss. He moved aside and invited Ninian to travel with him. Ninian's expression instantly changed. He flung his sleeve away, his voice filled with anger. How dare you try to get close to me, you wretch? Zhuang Xian was completely stunned. He didn't understand why Ninian was suddenly angry. Ninian pointed at the hem of his dress. That you've dirted my dress. You'll pay for it. The maid was also taken aback. She carefully examined Ninian's dress, but found nothing wrong. Due to Ninian's status, she didn't dare to say anything. Zhuang Xian gave a good-natured laugh. All right, young miss, after I've met with the emperor and empress. Before Zhuang Xian could finish, Ninian lashed out with his whip. He said, each word sharp and clear, I want you to buy me a new dress. Now, asterisk, what has brought the empress and her daughter to such a miserable state? They probably never imagined this outcome when they were killing and stealing life force. Asterisk Ninian planned to wrest the Bai family from the empress's control. He went to the palace alone, but unexpectedly encountered the empress wanting to summon Zhuang Xian individually. He anticipated the empress's plot and had to disrupt her plans. Ninian suddenly became difficult with Zhuang Xian, insisting he buy an identical dress as compensation. His words were laced with sarcasm. The maid couldn't stand it and stepped forward to intervene. Ninian flicked her long sleeves in the maid's face and relentlessly demanded, what's wrong with it? A declining manner has a Bai Lu, and I want to kill her, so I'll kill her. Zhuang Xian's face was filled with unconcealed rage. Through gritted teeth, he said, the Bai family is truly remarkable, aren't they? Ninian pointed at the door and yelled, get out now. The maid, frightened, didn't dare speak and could only try to persuade Zhuang Xian. It's just a dress. We can't afford to offend the Bai family's eldest daughter. Just go and come back quickly. Zhuang Xian turned and left angrily. After he reached the stone alley at the entrance, he looked back and saw Ninian's expression wasn't as heartless as before. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Sobs echoed from Su Linian's chambers. The empress comforted her daughter, Yin'er, don't cry. Today, mother will get you Zhuang Xian's lifespan source. Su Linian grasped at the hope. Really, mother? I want Zhuang Xian's. I also want that mutated famous dog. And my face is ruined. Will Sun Gij still want me? I'll be rejected. I'll become a laughingstock of the 5 continents. The empress gripped her daughter's hand and said fiercely, don't worry. Mother will absolutely not let that happen. She turned to a maidservant and asked, hasn't the makeup artist arrived yet? The maidservant replied tremblingly, she did arrive, but she dirted the Bai family's eldest daughter's dress at the entrance and was thrown out to buy a new one. The empress flew into a rage. With a flick of her sleeve, she cracked the floor. Someone I want to see, and he dares to throw her out so casually. Suddenly, she realized something. The one I wanted to see was from the Bai clan. Why is Bai Lu here from the old Bai family instead of Zhuang Xian? Before she could understand the situation, Su Linian clutched the empress's sleeve and said excitedly, Mother, I want his lifespan source. His is even more powerful than Zhuang Xian's. The empress's expression turned thoughtful. We need the Bai family support for now. We can't touch him yet. Don't worry, Yin'er. After I appease the clan elders, I'll kill him and use his power for you. Having lost her phoenix divine beast, Su Linian desperately wanted Bai Lu's mutated famous dog. But the empress told her that the Bai family needed Bai Lu for now and it wasn't the time to act against him. One of the five continents' ultimate techniques, the Bai family's ancient illusion technique, requires a ninth-level spiritual practitioner to control it. Furthermore, the practitioner must be under 18 years old. A person can only receive a lifespan source 3 times at most. I originally planned to summon Zhuang Xian and seize his sacred Qilin first, but unexpectedly, Bai Lu chased him out to buy a dress. I summoned the Bai clan elder for questioning, but Bai Lu came instead. This series of events greatly displeased the empress. At this moment, Nian Yin, seemingly unafraid of trouble, entered as if to court death. Nian Yin's expression held a hint of smugness. Seeing this, Su Linyan became extremely irritated. Trembling all over, she gritted her teeth and spat out Bai Lu. The empress, not wanting her daughter to expend too much energy, pressed a point on the back of Su Linyan's neck, causing her to fall unconscious instantly. The empress slowly rose, emitting a powerful aura. She spoke coldly. Bai Lu, do you think you're certain to gain control of the Bai family, that you dare to be so arrogant before me? The powerful aura pressed down on Nian Yin. At this moment, Nian Yin felt as if her bones were about to shatter. Asterisk let the storm rage even harder. The more pain now, the greater the reward later. Asterisk. The empress looked down at Nian Yin with disdain. Not kneeling yet? Oomph. You think you can provoke me like last time, get injured, and have the elders help you? Don't delude yourself, little girl. As long as I'm the Bai family's only 9th-level spiritual practitioner, the Bai family will never split from me. They will be under my control. The same trick doesn't work twice. Kneel. The empress increased her pressure. Nian Yin struggled to support herself. Kneeling before her was impossible. Even as blood trickled down her face, Nian Yin suddenly looked up and smiled. This smile unnerved the empress. She asked Nian Yin, "Why are you smiling?" Nian Yin's smile widened. "Why don't you ask why Ancestor Way is better than? You only care about your daughter and don't even know what the Bai family has been through. What happened to the Bai family?" The empress felt that even killing her wouldn't be enough. Why could this insignificant girl always manage to get the better of her, the one in power? She choked Nian Yin's neck. "Don't try any tricks. Speak." Nian Yin felt like she was suffocating, but the smile on her face remained radiant. She said clearly, word by word, the Bai family ancestral hall. Nian Yin looked up at her. "You know better than I do what's in the Bai family ancestral hall." The empress grabbed Nian Yin's body and roared. "Tell me what happened to the Bai family ancestral hall. That's the Bai family's lifeline." Nian Yin calmly replied, "It's gone." These few words were enough to shatter the walls around the empress's heart. Nian Yin's plan was perfect. As long as the self-inflicted suffering escalated each time, the effect would be increasingly better. Nian Yin had demolished the fortress of the empress's beliefs. The empress stumbled back a few steps, unsteady on her feet. The legacy left by the Bai family ancestors, gone just like that? No, she had to go to the Bai family manor herself to see. Just as she reached the door, a chilling chuckle came from behind her. The empress sensed something was amiss. As a member of the Bai family, how could she not know if such a large ancestral hall was gone? Why is this little wretch laughing? At this moment, a preposterous thought crossed his mind. He pointed at Nian Yin and said in disbelief, "You're not Bai Lu." Meanwhile, the Bai family elder was hurrying on foot towards the imperial palace. When they heard that Bai Lu had gone to the palace alone, they were terrified. The emperor and empress only cared about their injured daughter. The Bai family ancestral hall was gone. They figured the emperor and empress wouldn't care about the Bai family's fate. The Bai family was large and influential. The loss of vitality wasn't a fatal blow. As long as they cultivated carefully, Lu could restore the Bai family to its former glory. Heaven favored the Bai family, granting them such a peerless genius. With their foundation lost, and Lu meeting the emperor and empress alone at this time, Second Elder was worried about Lu's safety. But First Elder thought of a crucial issue. The empress was, after all, the head of the Bai family. He was more worried that the empress would take a fancy to Lu's mutation and forcibly take it for Su Linyan. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. "Hurry, let's get over there quickly." By now, Nian Yin was numb with pain. The empress approached step by step, her eyes vicious. "Who are you?" she demanded. Even though she was a small Saint Realm expert, she couldn't see through Bai Lu's true form. This was definitely Bai Lu's aura. Nian Yin looked at the empress's missing finger. It was the one he had bitten off when the empress had tried to steal his beast core. Nian Yin didn't reveal his identity. He said coldly, "Who I am? Curious, aren't you? I'm here to take your life. I will take away the things you value most, one by one." The empress trembled with rage. She roared, "Just you? I only need to tell the Bai family elders that you're not Bai Lu. Then there will be 1,000 ways to make you tell the truth." Nian Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes firm. You said the same trick can't be used twice, right? He walked towards the Empress, grabbed her wrist, and continued, I'm telling you that's wrong. As long as it's more ruthless each time, it'll work. With that, he took the dagger in his hand and, with a thud, stabbed himself in the shoulder. The Empress was startled. What are you doing? She cried. Bai Lu's shoulder was where her beast core resided. The next second, to the Empress's shock, Nian stabbed himself in the heart with the dagger. The Empress was stunned. Had this girl gone mad? After saying a bunch of inexplicable things, she committed suicide. As Nian collapsed, he used his last bit of strength to say, this time, I'm taking the Bai family from you. Then he fell to the ground. Just like that, Nian ended his charade as Bai Lu. Let's see what happens when he wakes up. More exciting things to come. Remember to like and subscribe. He actually committed suicide to overthrow the Empress. Little did they know, this was all part of his plan. After his suicide, his soul simply returned to his own body. Nian repeatedly provoked the Empress to enrage her. Unable to withstand the provocation, the Empress continuously pressured Nian. Finally, the tormented Nian grabbed the Empress's hand and used the dagger to fiercely stab through his beast core and heart. The next second, Nian's soul left his body. His soul passed through the walls and flew in another direction. Just then, the Bai family elder rushed in. Seeing Bai Lu lying on the ground covered in blood, he cried out in grief, Lord. First elder checked Nian. There was no breath. Everything was gone. At this moment, all his hope for Bai Lu, for the entire Bai family, was shattered. First elder couldn't bear it any longer. His power suddenly exploded. With a boom, the entire room was blown apart. The Empress quickly shielded Su Linyan. She roared at First Elder, are you crazy? The elders saw the wounds on Bai Lu's body and were utterly devastated. They cursed the Empress. You heartless monster. You even wanted to steal your own niece's lifespan. Second elder pointed at the Empress. This was the most gifted child of our Bai family. What have you done, Bai Ling? First elder's eyes suddenly turned dark. He stared at the Empress and said, you are no longer fit to be the head of our Bai family. The Bai family doesn't need a venomous woman who only cares for her own daughter and never considers the family. The Empress shuddered. She finally understood what Bai Lu meant when she said, Bai family? I'm taking it. It was all planned by Bai Lu. Zhuang Xian returned with a new dress and saw the commotion at Su Linyan's palace. He grabbed a servant and asked, what's going on? The servant replied in a panic. They say the Empress killed the eldest miss. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xian loosened his grip and the dress fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Nian's body slowly opened its eyes. He sat up and found himself lying on Yuan Xinsui's lap. The two little ones, noticing their master had awakened, both rushed to be the first to hug him. Having not used his own body for a long time, Nian had expected his muscles to be stiff. He remembered his shoulder not being this comfortable before, and the strength of his body. He turned to Yuan Xinsui and asked, what did you do to me? Yuan Xinsui, looking at the voodoo doll, replied, it's just to keep you alive. I nourish you with spiritual energy every day. Nian's eyes widened. How is that possible? No one can directly channel spiritual energy to nourish another person's body. Sui, cradling his beautiful head, said, you don't believe me? The next second, Nian was unexpectedly pulled into Sui's embrace. Immediately, Nian felt countless streams of spiritual energy pouring into his body. Next episode is even more exciting. Remember to subscribe. This perk is too great. Nian returned to his own body. Not only did he have a handsome man, but he even had a sect prepared for him. He definitely picked up a bargain, like a bandit chief acquiring a wife. Sui watched the voodoo doll vigorously occupy the screen. Nian struggled to push Sui away. If the embrace continued, the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy would cause him to explode. Nian slowly absorbed the spiritual energy that had just entered his body and asked Sui, is this an ability of your Xian clan? Sui didn't answer him, but simply pressed Nian's thigh with his hand. Sui's action was extremely natural, but Nian's heart trembled. Had he just been molested? Before he could speak, Sui lay down on his leg and fell asleep. Since leaving Baitu Mountain, he hadn't had a good sleep. He was simply too tired. Bai Bian reported to the outside. Master, the elder outside says he did that to remove your seal. Nian then realized he was in a carriage. The elder outside, Nian lifted the carriage curtain and looked out. A group of people were driving the carriage forward. It was the Chi Gue Valley elder. He turned and asked, Miss Nian, how are you feeling? Nian was startled. Where did all these people come from? He looked at his surroundings. The carriage was traveling through the center of Wanshou Kingdom. Because Nian had previously startled the imperial palace, Wanshou Kingdom had decreed that no citizen could wear any masks. Nian was worried about being recognized. The Chigue Valley elder offered a bottle of pills. Miss, this Erong pill can maintain its effect for 8 hours. A 9.9 veil wasn't allowed, and now there was an 8.8 Erong pill. Nian accepted the pill, but inwardly debated its reliability. After all, it was from a stranger. Seeing Nian's hesitation, the elder explained, "We serve the young master. Have you heard of the Chi-Gui Valley of the 5 continents?" Nian was alarmed. Sui was inwardly puzzled. Yuan Shinsue served the Chi-Gui Valley? Wasn't he from the Xian clan? Or had these people discovered Yuan Shinsue's true identity? The elder, seeing Nian's cute reaction, smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mississippi. We all know the young master's identity as a Xian clan member. We, the Chi-Gui Valley, have been waiting for the young master's appearance. Our loyalty has continued to this day." Nian finally relaxed. He asked, "Where are we going?" He still had unfinished business and couldn't leave Wansho Kingdom yet. "Don't worry, Mississippi. The young master instructed us not to leave until you say so. We're now going to our Chi-Gui Valley's temporary residence." As they spoke, the carriage arrived at its destination. The elder said respectfully, "Miss, please disembark." Nian wanted to get off, but there was a sleeping limpet attached to him. Nian patted the person on him. "Wake up, Yuan Shinsue." This pat distressed the elder. Next, Nian will change his face. Let's look forward to it together. Nian returned to his own body and took the Erong pill, about to create another miracle. The Chigue Valley carriage had been parked on the road for too long, attracting a lot of attention. Curious young men and women came to see what the commotion was about. Wu Shui was unsurprised, but had more questions. The Chigue Valley master had never shown his face. It was always the Grand Elder in charge. For the Grand Elder to be so subservient, could it be that the Chigue Valley master was inside? The next second, a slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing crimson robes. After taking the 8.8 Erong pill, Nian had transformed into a girl next door with an oval face. Zhou Xiaoyu was incredulous. How can it be a woman? Wu Shui, however, focused on Nian's attire. That woman is wearing Qi Sha, which disappeared 1,000 years ago. As the treasured daughter of the Wu family, Wu Shui was indeed knowledgeable about martial arts records. Wearing even a small piece of Qi Sha could enhance the harmony between a fire spirit and its user. What made Wu Shui extremely envious was that Nian was wearing a whole outfit of Qi Sha. If Nian knew Wu Shui's thoughts, he would definitely scoff. It was just the old hag's dusting cloth. The old hag had casually tossed it to him, and he had even Shan Shi it. Zhou Xiaoyu was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Is she a fire spirit user? She looks very powerful. I really want to fight her. Nian had intended for the Grand Elder to carry Sui out, but the Elder flatly refused. Helpless, Nian returned to the carriage. Then, Nian was seen carrying a grown man in a princess carry. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui were stunned. Zhou Xiaoyu stammered, "Is that a male consort?" After seeing the man's face clearly, Wu Shui was even more shocked. "That's the formation master." As they watched in astonishment, Nian carried Sui into the Chi-Gui Valley's temporary courtyard. The two watched the Chi-Gui Valley group disappear. Nian wondered about the sudden appearance of this woman and her background. Clearly, no one was going to give her an answer. She placed the sleeping Sui on the bed. Even without using spiritual power, carrying the man horizontally was still tiring for her petite frame. She stretched languidly and muttered to herself, "That Grand Elder. Even his own young master doesn't dare carry him, but I have to." Bai Bian suddenly popped up excitedly. "Say, master, let's hurry up and go watch the show." Nian looked at Bai Bian. "How did you get a bump on your head?" She touched the lump on Bai Bian's head. It felt quite substantial. Bai Bian said proudly, "Master, I'm about to advance. Even Ling beasts have ranks. Newborn Ling beasts are called Chu Yuan beasts, then Ling Yuan beasts, then Shun Yuan beasts. Compared to rank, bloodline suppression is more important for Ling beasts." Lala wasn't happy. He ruffled his feathers and said, "Humph, I'm about to advance too. Definitely faster than this worm." Nian was already used to the daily bickering of her two companions. She pushed the two, who were about to start fighting, and said, "Come on, I'll take you to watch the fun. Baiho's fun. The Bai family's fun. I've dealt a good hand. We can't miss it." After only walking a short distance, Nian bumped into someone. The other person quickly apologized. Nian looked up and saw the person, Zhuang Xian. If there were two opportunities in front of you, to watch the chaos you stirred up, or to become the apprentice of a reclusive old geezer, which would you choose? Nian had just stepped out the door when she ran into a wall of flesh. Looking up, she saw it was Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian looked at the woman in front of him. She was completely unfamiliar. He looked at Nian Yin quizzically. Miss, do you know me? Nian Yin then remembered that she wasn't using Bai Lu's body. Thinking quickly, she replied, young Master Zhuang Xian became famous in one battle at the Dou banquet. Who among those who watched the competition that day wouldn't know you? Speaking of the Dou banquet, Zhuang Xian thought of the deceased Bai Lu. He had originally thought Bai Lu was deliberately humiliating him by making a fuss over such a small matter and making him buy her a dress. But before leaving, he looked back at Bai Lu. The look in her eyes wasn't like someone who would deliberately humiliate others. The messenger that day had specifically stated that the Empress only summoned him. Could it be that Bai Lu had noticed something? Thinking back now, Bai Lu's eyes seemed more like a warning. But she was dead, killed by the Empress. Thinking of this, Zhuang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He had to get back to the manor quickly. If the Empress really wanted to kill him, she would definitely try again. Bai Bian impatiently urged Nian Yin in a low voice, Master, let's go to the Imperial Palace. Nian Yin turned to leave with her two companions. Suddenly, numerous powerful auras appeared around them. These newcomers were hostile. The two companions immediately shielded Nian Yin. Master, be careful. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen figures in black appeared, surrounding them. Shockingly, they were all Earth Spirit Realm experts. Nian Yin's first reaction was, are you sent by the Empress? One of the figures in black replied, Kid, you're pretty smart. Since you know, come quietly with us back to the Imperial Palace and save yourself some pain. Zhuang Xian saw that he couldn't avoid it. He looked at Nian Yin and said, I'll go with you. Don't hurt innocent people. A figure in black drew his blade. You saw us. You can't be considered innocent. Nian Yin instinctively released her spiritual power to protect herself. Taking a loss without a fight wasn't her style. The figure in black was surprised. Such a young age, and already a second-star expert. In the next instant, blood spurted from his throat. His eyes wide, he fell straight down. The others were startled. One shouted, Boss. Zhuang Xian was also startled. He followed the voice and looked back. He saw an old man in ragged clothes walking towards them. The old man grumbled, Zhuang Tianwen really is something. His own son is surrounded and being attacked, and he doesn't even intervene. He even used his only favor to ask this old man to help him. Zhuang Xian was overjoyed. This must be his father's mysterious master. He stepped forward and asked, Are you Shigong? The old man waved him away dismissively. You just stand aside and wait. He looked at Nian Yin with a smile. Little girl, do you have a master? A pie falling from the sky isn't something everyone gets. Such an amazing old man wants to take you as his apprentice. Anyone would be a little apprehensive, right? The unpredictable old man took a liking to Nian Yin and, without any hesitation, wanted to take her as his disciple. Nian Yin stared at the old man warily. Bai Bian and Lala guarded her protectively, their faces full of vigilance. Looking at the two small creatures, the old man's expression changed instantly. He said impatiently, These... Before the old man could finish, his eyes widened in shock. These two little things are divine beasts. Nian Yin saw the change in the old man's expression. She immediately pulled the two companions behind her, blocking the old man's view. The old man stared at Nian Yin, his gaze burning and bright. They say that Wanshou Kingdom has produced a gifted genius. This old man, have seen that genius from afar. They don't even compare to 1/10 of this little girl. The figures in black saw that the old man was no ordinary person. Knowing that staying would mean death, they fled in a panic, no longer caring about Zhuang Xian. Seeing them about to run, Nian Yin subconsciously shouted, Don't let. Before she could finish, a red light pierced through their bodies. The air instantly filled with a thick stench of blood. Then thump, 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 the whole group collapsed. The old man held a red thread in his hand, yet not a single drop of blood was on it. He turned to Nian Yin and asked, So, how about it, Yato? Want to take me as your master? Nian Yin, looking at the fallen figures in black, thought to herself, Asterisk, this person's identity is unknown, his background unclear, and his temperament unpredictable. It's best to stay away. Asterisk. She politely began, I'm sorry. The old man, having already guessed what Nian Yin was going to say, didn't wait for her to finish. He waved his hand, striking the back of Nian Yin's neck. Nian Yin's body went limp. The old man hoisted her onto his shoulder, still wearing that same grinning expression. Hee, if you don't say anything, then this old man will take it as you agreeing. Lala and Bai Bian, baring their fangs, lunged at the old man, roaring, Release our master. Then bang, 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 with a few blows, the old man knocked them both senseless. He laughed triumphantly, worthy of being divine beasts. Buy one, get two free. What a bargain. Look at this old man, disregarding Nian Yin's wishes. He was about to take her as his disciple without a second thought. What a bargain. He even snagged two little ones to boot. Zhuang Xian watched the old man's actions with alarm. Although he knew Shigong's carefree nature, he never imagined he would knock a girl unconscious. He said awkwardly, Shigong, this girl is innocent. The old man's laughter grew even more unrestrained. Innocent? Didn't you see her agree to be my disciple? Zhuang Xian really wanted to describe this old man as shameless. It was clear she was about to refuse when you knocked her out. He decided to reason with Shigong. Shigong, you can't do this. Taking a disciple requires mutual consent. Maybe she already has a master. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man impatiently raised his hand and punched Zhuang Xian in the face. The next second, Zhuang Xian also collapsed to the ground. The old man muttered to himself, "This little brat is quite the chatterbox, just like his father when he was young. Toot toot." Saying this, he picked up Zhuang Xian. "Old man, I still need a closing disciple. It'll be the two of you." That brat Zhuang Tianwen was foolish in his youth, making mistakes that ruined his foundation. I didn't expect the child he produced to be quite promising, going out and even taking on 2 disciples. Not bad, not bad. The old man, carrying 2 big and 2 small, returned fully loaded. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Those men in black earlier said they were sent by that old hag in the imperial palace, right? As he spoke, he became angry, touching my disciples, and 2 of them at that. Isn't this slapping this old man in the face? The nerve! Outside the gates of Baichao Mountain Manor, Zhuang Tianwen was waiting. Seeing his master carrying several people in, he cried out joyfully, "Teacher!" The next second, the old man tossed the unconscious people towards Zhuang Tianwen. "Here, these are my newly accepted disciples." Zhuang Tianwen caught his junior brother and sister and gently placed them on the ground. The old man swung a fist at his head, "But don't call me that. Our master-disciple bond was severed when you didn't listen to my advice and insisted on defying the heavens. This is you using up the last bit of our connection. I will never see you again." Zhuang Tianwen's eyes filled with tears as he choked out, "Yes, disciple understands." The old man poked Zhuang Tianwen's head and continued, "Although our master-disciple bond is gone, I'm still taking your son with me." Before Zhuang Tianwen could react, the old man turned to leave. "Take good care of my disciples. I'm going to teach that wicked woman a lesson." After planting countless seeds of evil, the Empress finally tasted the bitter fruit of retribution. A series of misfortunes was just the beginning. In the imperial palace of Duansho Kingdom, the Empress sat on her throne with a grim expression. A soldier knelt before her, trembling. She asked impatiently, "Haven't they returned yet?" The soldier replied, fearfully, "No." The Empress cursed, furiously, "Useless. Taking that good-for-nothing young master, who doesn't even have a spirit body, and being so slow." The people below were nearly scared to death, fearing for their lives. Then the Empress, her face dark, pinched the bridge of her nose. "And those clan elders won't listen to me either." She swept everything off the table in front of her, frightening the slave girls into trembling. The Empress roared, "Send more people to search. It's just finding a Zhuang Xian. Why is it so difficult?" The next second, boom! A loud explosion rocked the entire palace. Everyone inside rushed out to see what had happened. They heard the newcomer shout, "You wicked woman, try to ambush my disciples. Get out here and face your death." A giant humanoid figure appeared before everyone. They wondered, is this a small-minded, powerful giant? They saw a tall, old man in the shape of a human, holding a wine flask and guzzling it down. The Empress's heart trembled. She didn't know how she had offended this great immortal, but she also wondered, didn't the giants disappear 200 years ago? He didn't dare underestimate his opponent. Taking a deep breath, a massive shockwave of light erupted from beneath his feet. With a roar, the furious cry of a spirit beast echoed from within the light. An enormous body squeezed out from the shockwave. A pair of blood-red eyes stared fearlessly at the old man. At the same time, powerful figures hidden within the imperial palace soared into the sky from its depths, rushing towards the commotion after hearing the tremendous noise. Seeing the gigantic old man, the imperial palace experts couldn't help but be shocked. The supposedly extinct giant clan had suddenly appeared at their doorstep. It seemed the Empress had another problem on her hands. The Empress looked at the drunken old man and said, "Some races with special bloodlines may have dwindled, but that doesn't mean they've completely vanished." An old woman asked fawningly, "How has our Wansho imperial family offended you? You've brazenly attacked our imperial palace. Does the giant clan truly hold our imperial family in such low regard?" As soon as she finished speaking, the old man extended his enormous foot and crushed one of the palaces. "Hold you in regard? Even stepping on you doesn't satisfy my anger. Old hag, tell me why you injure my disciples." The Empress was still bewildered by the situation. Disciples? Could it be Zhuang Xian? But where did they come from? She calmly said, "I haven't harmed your disciples. What are their names? Where do they live?" This man finally got his wish, engaging in passionate lovemaking with the woman he loved. In his past life, he was killed by the woman he loved. Now, he both loved and hated her. He mistakenly believed the female lead was using her charms to please another man to save him. With the help of his scheming junior sister, he gradually let go of his reservations. Qing Luo sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching the sleeping Liang Ying. Liang Ying woke up and opened his eyes to meet Qing Luo's intense gaze. Qing Luo spoke. "Didn't you want to see me? Say what you have to say now." Liang Ying slowly sat up. "Qing Luo, I'm sorry for what I did in the past." Qing Luo flinched, then lifted Liang Ying's chin. "Sister, your little act of playing the victim has become quite masterful lately." Liang Ying hurriedly explained, "No, Qing Luo, I'm not lying to you. What do I have to do to make you believe me?" Qing Luo lowered her head and whispered into Liang Ying's ear, "Sister, why don't you tell me? What will you give me to make me believe you?" Liang Ying's eyes widened. She clearly understood what Qing Luo meant. "Sister, you shouldn't have deceived me again and again. You brought this on yourself." With that, she kissed Liang Ying's lips. Liang Ying tried to resist, struggling against her. The already angry Qing Luo ripped Liang Ying's clothes and took things to their ultimate conclusion. Meanwhile, outside the door, someone was eavesdropping, their fists clenched so tightly that they bled. "Liang Ying, why aren't you dead yet?" Inside the room, after their passionate encounter, Liang Ying curled up under the covers, her skin covered in bruises. Qing Luo clearly hates me with a passion. She thought, why is she now like this? Just then, the rogue cat appeared. Excellent. Qing Luo's malice is decreasing. Liang Ying thought, if I have to use this method every time to make Qing Luo reduce her malice, I'll probably be dead before long. After this, I seem to have different feelings for Qing Luo. I've decided to pursue her romantically. Just then, Qing Luo opened her eyes. Liang Ying turned to meet Qing Luo's gaze. "Sister, I didn't realize I was your first." A blush crept up Liang Ying's face. She reached out to push Qing Luo away, but Qing Luo grabbed her wrist, flipped her over, and pinned her down. "Sister, you're even more delicious than I imagined. Utterly irresistible." Liang Ying's mind went blank, her face flushing crimson. Qing Luo kissed her again, and another round of passionate lovemaking ensued. Liang Ying woke up again the next day at noon. Qing Luo was gone. She was just about to get dressed when her junior sister, Bai He, entered. "Senior sister, are you awake? I brought you some water. What's it like to have a rogue, old eccentric as a master?" Nian Yin was knocked unconscious by the old man and forcibly taken as his disciple. Even when Nian Yin was wronged, the old man would avenge her. The Empress, consumed by hatred, had already lost count of her enemies. The old man didn't take the Empress seriously at all. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine. But he drank too quickly, and the strong liquor went down the wrong way, causing him to choke. With so many people watching, didn't he care about losing face? The old man flung the wine coup away, cursing, "What kind of wine is this? Utterly disrespectful." The emperor, his eyes bloodshot with rage, pointed at the old man and said to his spirit beast, "Zhanshin, this is outrageous. Kill him." The ferocious spirit beast, named Zhanshin, had a pair of antelope horns, a rhinoceros nose, and a horse's brown mane on its back. Its massive size made it quite intimidating. However, in the old man's eyes, this beast was nothing more than a small grasshopper. The old man roared, "Ha, good," finally ready to fight. Zhanshin, baring its fangs, lunged fiercely at the old man. The old man punched Zhanshin in the neck. In the next second, Zhanshin vomited blood and was flung back. The onlookers watched in shock as the massive Zhanshin proved no match for the old man. They were stunned. They never expected a beggar in ragged clothes to be so powerful. A powerful member of the imperial family stepped forward and said, "Senior, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. I advise you to stop now. Otherwise, if our entire imperial family gets involved, you will have made a mortal enemy of us." The old man put his hands on his hips and retorted defiantly, "What misunderstanding? Do you think I could be mistaken? Listen up." My disciple called, the words caught in his throat. The old man suddenly couldn't remember the little girl's name, nor could he recall the name of Zhuang, Tianwen's son. His muddled mind failed him at that moment. Seeing all these people staring expectantly at him, the old man's face fell. He felt embarrassed. He glared and angrily shouted, "I said fight, so if it's a fight, who gave you the nerve to question me?" The crowd was bewildered. This old man's mood changed faster than the flip of a page. The Empress had heard enough. She gestured and commanded Zhanshin, "Kill him." Zhanshin immediately leaped up, fully recovered, and charged towards the old man alongside the Empress. The two sides clashed like colliding nebulae, neither yielding an inch. This powerful battle attracted the attention of the Holy Mountain sect outside the Imperial Palace. An elder of the Holy Mountain sect frowned. What's happening? It's the Imperial Palace again. Someone beside him hesitantly said, Elder, should we go and see? After all, DG has been confirmed to join the Holy Mountain sect for cultivation. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on the old master. One move to subdue the enemy. Easily let everyone know the Empress is in trouble. This old master's battle with the Empress's champion has attracted the attention of many sects outside the Imperial Palace. Su Lingyin has confirmed that she will join the Holy Mountain sect for cultivation. The Holy Mountain sect needs to participate in this battle. DG's spirit beast being stolen is only temporary. The master pet contract isn't so easily broken. Besides, Feng Yuan is difficult to find. She can find a more powerful spirit beast later. Her potential remains. An elder from the Lin Tian Academy, watching with great interest, decided to take his disciples to see the spectacle. Zhou Xiaoyu, with his usual carefree young master attitude, called out to Wu Shui, Let's go watch the fun. Inside the Imperial Palace, the battle between the powerful individuals exploded with a boom. Tiles and walls were shattered. The old man's gigantic figure towered over the palace courtyard. Numerous sky spirit realm experts surrounded and attacked him. One of them shouted, This is outrageous. Today, we will drag him down with us, even if it costs us our lives. Having caused sufficient chaos, the old man had achieved his goal. This would be enough to plague the Empress for a long time. He said with a mischievous grin, Just you lot. Everyone braced themselves, expecting another devastating attack. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a whirlwind appeared and the old man vanished. The Empress finally broke, coughing up blood. Despite her rage, she could do nothing. Back at Baichao Mountain Manor, the old man scooped up Ninian and Zhuang Xian, preparing to leave. Before Zhuang Tianwen could speak, the old man said, I'm leaving. I'll take good care of these two kids. He left Zhuang Tianwen, the neglected old man, alone in the dilapidated courtyard. Inside the Ghost Valley residence, the elder diligently guarded the young master. The fluctuations from the battle between Sky Spirit Realm experts in the Imperial Palace woke Yuan Shinsue from his sleep. He slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the elder immediately approached him, his face filled with joy. Young master, you're awake. Still groggy from sleep, Yuan Shinsue didn't answer. Instead, he habitually reached out to touch the space beside him. His hand met empty air. He instantly became alert, as if someone had snatched away something precious. He turned to the elder and asked, Where's Ninian? The elder replied, The young lady said she went out to watch the commotion. Yuan Shinsue realized that Ninian's soul had returned to her body, and she was now free. He breathed a sigh of relief and said 2 words, Find her. 2 hours later, the Grand Elder, having searched the entire Wanshou Borough, couldn't find Ninian. He truthfully reported this to the young master. Yuan Shinsue's face remained calm, but the atmosphere around him was terrifying. Where did he say she went? The elder, drenched in cold sweat from the chilling aura, stammered to the Imperial Palace to watch the commotion. Yuan Shinsue abruptly stood up. I have a score to settle with that Empress. He walked towards the exit as he spoke that I'll go ask the Empress. She'll know. The elder, however, was filled with worry. Will the Empress tell the truth? For Ninian, Yuan Shinsue said, I'll do whatever it takes. Beat her half to death, and she'll talk. This is truly exciting. When someone's luck is down, they can choke on even a sip of water. This perfectly describes the Empress's current situation. Princess DG was heavily injured by a stolen spirit beast. The Bai family, misunderstanding the situation, believes Ninian killed Bai Lu and is on the verge of breaking ties with her. The giant old man, seeking retribution for his disciple, ravages the Imperial Palace. The important thing is, the Emperor doesn't understand what's happening. He can only watch as the palace is left in ruins. The Empress's fingertips trembled, her face looking 30 years older. A bunch of armchair generals rushed in after the fact. The leading Imperial Guard couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, why does the giant claim you injured his disciple? A young man from a branch of the royal family said angrily, Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? The Empress's face darkened. How would I know? He's just a drunkard acting up. Inwardly, she thought, I only captured Zhuang Xian. But for what the old man said, there's someone else. After a fierce battle, the Empress's spirit beast, Zhanshan, was exhausted and suddenly went berserk. Seeing that she was losing control, the Empress quickly recalled Zhanshan to its spirit beast space. At this time, several sects arrived one after another. The elder of the Holy Mountain sect asked, "How is Princess DG?" The Empress turned to see everyone had arrived, her expression softening slightly. "Yinner isn't here. I sent her to another palace to recuperate. Thank you all for coming." She looked at the Holy Mountain sect members with a smile, but inwardly thought, the Holy Mountain sect truly values Yinner. Although she initially favored the powerful and formation-skilled Red Ghost Valley, those people were too indifferent to Yinner. The Wansho Kingdom's royal family couldn't lower themselves to grovel. Someone from the Spirit Mountain Academy suddenly interrupted her thoughts. The leading elder said impatiently, "What exactly did you do to provoke someone to attack us so recklessly?" Before the Empress could speak, Zhou Xiaoyu's father said, "I didn't expect that the giant clan hadn't disappeared, but had gone into seclusion. Secluded families are not to be trifled with. If I'm not mistaken, you're only a 1-star lesser divine realm, while that giant is at least a 5-star lesser divine realm." The Empress's face paled and flushed as they spoke. If it weren't for the sheer number of people present, that old man really would have demolished the palace. The Empress waved her hand and said stubbornly, "The royal family will not let this go. He wouldn't dare come again. If he does, I will kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a boom. A massive formation suddenly enveloped everyone. A terrifying pressure emanated from the black formation. Before anyone could react, countless boulders rained down from the formation. Someone from the Holy Mountain sect yelled, "Dodge." Everyone scattered outwards. This trip was not worth it. They were risking their lives. The Empress's aged face turned towards the top of the formation. "Who is it? Who is it this time?" she roared. Her scream was tinged with despair. Zhou Xiaoyu's father immediately scooped up Zhou Xiaoyu like a chick. This was the Zhou family's precious heir. Escape was paramount. Zhou Xiaoyu craned his neck to watch the commotion. He actually recognized her. It was that formation master, Sui Sui. Sui Sui stood atop the formation, looking down as if surveying all of creation. Everyone was startled. They looked up and indeed saw Sui Sui, the formation master whose power rivaled the lesser divine realm, standing at the top. Today, each newcomer was stronger than the last. The young man from the royal branch finally snapped. He roared at the Empress, "What have you done? Why are all these people coming after you one after another?" The Empress was also bewildered. Why was everyone targeting her? A powerful figure's entrance never requires dialogue. A single gesture sent the Wuzhou's important figure scrambling. Sui Sui wreaked havoc in the imperial palace, searching for Ninian. The unfortunate Empress suffered one disaster after another. At this critical moment, as everyone scrambled to escape, someone noticed something interesting. "Are those twin old men?" Zhou Xiaoyu's father said. "This Empress must have offended someone she shouldn't have. Now they're coming to collect." The people from Lin Tian Academy also retreated with their students, taunting, "Go on then. Isn't she just a lesser divine realm formation master? Your Holy Mountain sect can surely handle her in a few moves, right?" The Holy Mountain sect elder frowned in frustration. He shouted at the Spirit Mountain Academy, "Shut up." Inwardly, he thought, how can this Empress cause so much trouble? For the sake of Princess DG, this potential asset, he had to fight. The Holy Mountain sect elder shouted, "Let's join forces with the Imperial family's Feng family. We're not afraid of her single-handed formation." But at this moment, Feng Sun, standing behind the Empress, shouted at the Feng family, "Retreat." Coincidentally, not only did the Empress hear this, but Sui Sui did as well. Wasn't this the pretty boy who wet himself earlier? At this critical juncture, he was acting like a coward. Sui Sui raised her hand, directing a formation at Feng Sun. In the next second, Feng Sun was in D-pods or D-man like a turtle. Feng Sun was confused. He struggled to look up at Sui Sui. Why was this formation targeting only him? Sui Sui's hand began to press down. Feng Sun was nearly crushed. The Feng family elders fought back with all their might. "Too much. Do you think my Feng family is some stray cat or dog you can bully as you please?" Just then, someone shouted, "Look, it's the people from Ghost Valley. They're experts in formations. Using formations to break formations is the most effective method. This man is at death's door." A strong smile appeared in the Emperor's eyes. There was still hope. Today, he had to kill this formation master here. He turned to the people from the Red Ghost Valley and said, "Everyone, follow me and take this person down. There will be a handsome reward afterward." As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Ghost Valley elder drew his long sword, pointed it at the Emperor, and said angrily, "Bai Ling, before my master gets serious, hand over our Yin Yin. Otherwise, I will turn this imperial palace upside down." This reversal left everyone dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Wu Shuai looked at Sui Sui in disbelief. That man was actually the elusive bone master of the Red Ghost Valley, and he was so young and handsome. The Emperor's face instantly darkened. "What Yin Yin?" I've never even seen this Nyin you speak of. Nyin cursed inwardly. This is called not being serious? He's practically demolished the imperial palace. He's even worse than the old man. He didn't even bother asking. Sui Sui raised his hand, and countless boulders materialized in the air. The boulders slowly moved towards the emperor, having just fought a fierce battle and not yet recovered. The emperor didn't dare to clash head-on again. Disregarding his pride, he said to the Red Ghost Valley, "Great Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. I haven't touched Nyin. I swear to the heavens. Don't you know the truth-telling formation? You could try it on me." The students of the Listening Academy whispered amongst themselves about the truth-telling formation. In the entire 5 continents, only the Great Elder of the Red Ghost Valley could cast it. Standing within the formation, one could not speak a lie. Seeing the emperor say this, the Great Elder looked up at Sui Sui and said, "Young master, that woman probably really hasn't seen Yin. Besides, we didn't bring enough people this time. If we continue to tangle with him, Yin might really be in danger." Sui Sui turned around and said coldly, "Let's go. Find Yin." The Great Elder's words made sense. If he hadn't stolen someone else's phoenix bone and phoenix egg, the dignified emperor wouldn't have fallen to such a state. He even allowed his daughter's fiancé to add insult to injury, attempting to use the broken engagement to extort something of value from him. The emperor stared at Feng Sun. It seemed Feng Sun wanted the secret technique. He wanted to kill him right there, but that would mean making a mortal enemy of the Feng family. After some thought, he could only appease Feng Sun for now 0.3 months. Go back and wait. Feng Sun, certain the emperor wouldn't dare do anything to him, said smugly, "I'll only wait 2 days. Hurry up and write it." He then left with the Feng family. The emperor watched their retreating figures, trembling with rage. After the series of events, the emperor finally broke down, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His confidants and servants rushed forward to support him with worried faces. "Your Majesty, are you all right? I'll go get Lin." The emperor raised his hand. "There's no time. Bring Yenna here." His expression gradually turned sinister. "They all look down on my Yenner, don't they? Fine. Then I'll risk everything to restore her to the Celestial clan." The maidservant froze, as if realizing something. Surely his Majesty isn't thinking. The emperor roared, "Stop wasting time. Bring the imperial princess here." A moment later, Su Lingyan was helped in by the maidservant. She pleaded, "Mother, I have my pride too. I refuse to marry a hypocrite like Feng Sun." Seeing his daughter, the emperor's face immediately softened into a smile. He comforted her. "It's just a delaying tactic. You must not give in the secret technique. When I recover, I will tear that man to shreds." The emperor helped his daughter onto his seat. "That Yenner, that Zhuangxian, is most likely the giant elder's disciple. We can't get our hands on his source spring for now." Hearing this, Su Lingyan felt anxious. Her hopes of advancement seemed dashed. She was about to speak, but the emperor continued, "Besides that bastard's phoenix source, you can actually awaken your own source spring a second time. But yours isn't very good. In fact, it's extremely poor. It's located on your heel. The original plan was to seal it temporarily and use it to nourish your phoenix source. But now that the divine beast is gone, the phoenix source connected to it is naturally greatly weakened. The chances of nurturing a good source spring are practically zero. However, if I use my lifeblood to cultivate it, I can move your source spring to your skull. You know how important the skull is. No matter how bad the emperor was, his love for Su Lingyan was undeniable. Su Lingyan's face was filled with conflict. "If you do this, Mother, your cultivation will never advance. You'll forever be a 1-star minor deity, and you might even regress to the heavenly spirit realm." For his daughter, the emperor felt it was all worth it. He had to send Yenner to the 5 continents, into the Holy Mountain sect, to become a renowned prodigy. Su Lingyan was so moved she didn't know what to say. The emperor stroked her head. "Yenner, let's begin." He had thought the old man was alone. But unexpectedly, he had a whole flock of disciples and grand-disciples. Nyin and Zhuangxian were brought by the old man to an unfamiliar mountain. Nyin, who had been knocked unconscious, finally slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was the old man's beaming face. The old man looked at Nyin with adoration, his satisfaction growing with each passing moment. But his wrinkled face frightened Nyin and the 2 cubs so much that their fur stood on end. The 2 cubs accidentally bumped into each other, startled and in pain. The poor cubs reached out their paws, seeking their master. As a result, Mom, 1 person, and 2 cubs instantly tumbled into a heap. The old man looked at the children in front of him, his eyes crinkling with laughter. "Ha ha, my dear disciple, what are you doing? Are you trying to amuse your master?" Nyin, realizing something was wrong, stopped. He shielded the 2 cubs behind him and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The old man cupped his face in his hands, replying with what he considered his most amiable smile. From today onwards, I am your master. What's your name? Hearing the word master, Ninian thought of the parrot from the demonic sword. Although it always had a sullen face, it had been both a teacher and a mother to him. Ninian said, I already have a master who teaches me cultivation techniques. I'll teach you how to be a person. The old man didn't care about any of that. Humph, nonsense, nonsense. You'll definitely love it at my place. You won't want to leave even if I chase you away. Ninian was furious. How could this old man be so unreasonable? Who want to go to your place? Stop talking to yourself. The old man spread his hands, speaking with an air of arrogance that you're already at my place. Ninian only then noticed his surroundings. It was a huge basin surrounded by lush trees, looking like a place one could enter but not leave. Ninian saw Zhuang Xian lying on one side. He kicked him. Why aren't you awake yet? Zhuang Xian slowly opened his eyes. Sitting up, he felt his whole body ache, subconsciously feeling like he'd been kicked. Zhuang Xian was still in a daze. He asked, where is this? Apparently, the old man didn't want to answer him. He took a deep breath and shouted toward the mountaintop. You brats, come meet your new junior sister. The booming voice made the children behind him cover their ears. Immediately afterwards, the opposite mountaintop trembled violently. With a rumble like a gong moving a mountain, the entire mountain opened up. Then a group of people appeared. Ninian was dumbfounded. The old man's disciples could fill the entire mountaintop. This was a psychological war caused by a kiwi. The girl had some backbone, but not much. It was said that the old man's disciples were all forcibly recruited. Today, it seemed there might be some truth to that. To be able to command such popularity, he definitely had some skills. Everyone was quite fond of the newly recruited junior sister, praising the master for his good eye this time, much better than the Urgu he brought back last time. The man called Urgu was unhappy. He retorted, who's Urgu? My name is Wang Urgu. The only girl inside giggled and said, sure, Urgu. This seemingly understanding reply elicited laughter from the crowd. The girl walked towards Ninian, greeting her, junior sister, my name is Meng Xiaoqi. I'm the only female disciple on this whole mountain. It's great now. I'll have you to keep me company. Before Ninian could speak, Wang Urgu picked up Zhuang Xian from the side. Junior brother, you're too skinny. Look, aren't you envious? He said, showing off his bulging muscles to Zhuang Xian. For Zhuang Xian, who had been pampered since childhood and had a refined temperament, he felt nothing but disgust inside. He turned to the old man and respectfully said, Khans. Before he could finish, the old man's face immediately changed. That who's your Khans? I'm your master. That brat, your father, has nothing to do with me anymore. Don't think that just because I've accepted you as my disciple, you can plead for your father. Hearing his master mention Zhuang Tianwen, Wang Urgu immediately said with a grin, Master brought you here to Giant Man Mountain, so stay put. Your dad's definitely worried sick. Come on, junior brother, let's work on those muscles. As he spoke, he hoisted Zhuang Xian onto his shoulder and carried him away. No matter how Zhuang Xian protested, these strange men wouldn't let such a weakling go. Compared to Giant Man Mountain, Ninian still preferred the demonic sword. With a cold expression, he said, I never agreed to come here. Holding a cub in each hand, he vented his dissatisfaction at the old man that I want to leave. The old man, used to doing as he pleased, had never been refused before. Humph, no way. Once you've caught this old beggar's eye, you have to be my disciple. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Ninian wanted to refuse again. Just as he opened his mouth, Meng Xiaoqi stuffed something into it. Ninian was startled. He clutched his throat and asked, what is this? Meng Xiaoqi said, don't worry, junior sister. This is a non-smoke fruit, only found on Giant Man Mountain. It's full of pure spiritual energy. Try it. As Meng Xiaoqi said, the thing melted in his mouth. Countless streams of spiritual energy were being absorbed by the white spiritual orb within his body. Meng Xiaoqi put her arm around Ninian's shoulders and continued, we have a lot of good things here, and they won't force your growth. Master's temper is a bit eccentric, but he's truly good to his disciples. At first, many people also clamored to leave, but in the end, they all became completely convinced by Master and wanted to stay. Ninian looked at the kiwi in Meng Xiaoqi's hand, his resolve wavering despite himself. I have things to do. I can't stay in this mountain forever. Meng Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Who said we'd always be in the mountains? We're free to come and go. We just conceal our identities. Master said you're from the kingdom of eternal life, so you're not familiar with the 5 continents, right? Then stay for a while. As she spoke, she pulled Ninian forward and ran. Ninian was dumbfounded. How long had she been asleep? Shinran had already reached the 5 continents. The world was full of wonders. Arriving in a land of giants, Ninian realized how much she had to learn. Ninian, who just a second ago was adamant about not staying here, swallowed a non-smoke fruit, known for increasing agility. She immediately felt as light as a feather. Looking at the countless non-smoke fruits in Meng Xiaoqi's hand, Nianyan's heart was filled with longing. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Nianyan to a vine-covered cave and told her that this would be her new home. Nianyan was stunned. Was this a return to her cave-dwelling days on the mountaintop? Meng Xiaoqi seemed to see what Nianyan was thinking. She said excitedly, "This is no ordinary cave. Look," she said, tickling the vines. Speaking a command, she said, "Tung tung, open the door." The next second, the vines emitted strange rustling sounds, then parted like an automatic sliding door. Inside the cave was a huge space. Countless fruits hung from the walls, emitting a bright light. The entire space looked magnificent and beautiful. Before Nianyan could adjust, Meng Xiaoqi continued, "Things like tables and chairs, senior brother can make for you. But the things we use for cultivation, we'll have to get from outside." "Yes, that's right. That was the doorkeeper, Tung Tung. You just need to give him a drop of your blood, and he'll recognize you. From now on, he'll only open the door for you. Anyone else who tries to intrude will have to get past him first. His strength is comparable to a 5-star near-Emperor realm expert." Nianyan was learning a lot today. She asked, "Is the door-opening vine a type of Yao Chao beast? Can Yao Chao beast be tamed? I seem to see more than one type of Yao Chao beast when we came in. In the 5 continents, there are humans and other unique races like the giants and the Xian. Among beasts, there are animal-type spirit beasts and plant-type Yao Chao beasts. Spirit beasts are further divided into contract beasts, who serve humans, and untamable wild spirit beasts. The chance of successfully taming a Yao Chao beast is extremely slim," Meng Xiaoqi said proudly. "This is the ability of our giant clan. As long as you are within Giant Man Mountain and are recognized as a friend of our giant clan, the Yao Chao beasts who live alongside us won't harm you." Meng Xiaoqi suddenly slapped her head. "Oh, right. I just remembered something really important." As she spoke, she pulled Nianyan towards the back of the cave. Finally, they saw 5 paths leading to larger caverns. Meng Xiaoqi continued, "These 5 caverns are specifically for cultivating different elemental spirit bodies: water, fire, wood, thunder, and earth. Nianyan, let me take you to the fire attribute cavern." She enthusiastically dragged Nianyan down the fire tribute path. Inside was a huge lava lake. The rolling magma emitted astonishing waves of heat, looking quite frightening. This was blatant flaunting of wealth. Having 2 cubs was already enough to make others envious. Unexpectedly, she was also a proper rich kid. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Nianyan to the edge of the rolling lava lake. Looking at the huge lava lake in front of her, Lala was overjoyed. This place was perfect for her cultivation. She eagerly ran forward, spread her arms, and jumped into the lava lake with a splash. She swam downwards excitedly, like a dolphin returning to the sea. A short while later, Lala surfaced, holding a black fish bigger than herself. She shouted to Nianyan, "Master, look, I caught a fish." With that, she threw the large, fanged black fish onto the shore. The black fish, angered by the rough treatment, thrashed violently on the ground. It even tried to bite Nianyan. Bai Bian, looking sturdy and displeased, glared at the fish with red eyes and knocked it unconscious with a punch. Nianyan turned to Meng Xiaoqi and asked, "There are wild spirit beasts in the lava lake." Meng Xiaoqi replied, "Lots of them. This kind of fish is the most delicious. Come on, let's cook it and eat it." She then asked Bai Bian, who was playing with the black fish, "By the way, Bai Bian, what attribute are you?" Seeing Bai Bian didn't answer, Nianyan remembered how Bai Bian had fallen into the demonic sword Shurfang's Yuan Nirvana and fused with the mutated demonic beast Gaul. She smiled and said, "Bai Bian can do anything. He's pretty balanced." Seeing his master had answered, Bai Bian nodded happily in agreement. Meng Xiaoqi, looking at the 2 cubs, thought they were extraordinary. She said, "In that case, Bai Bian, you can cultivate anywhere." Given permission, Bai Bian clasped his hands towards his master. "Master, I'm going to cultivate for a bit." Lala, not yet tired of the lava lake, said, "Master, I'm going back in for a while longer too." Meng Xiaoqi, showing sisterly concern for Nianyan, warned, "Little junior sister, the outside world of the 5 continents is quite dangerous. It's a mixed bag out there. You have good talent, but you're still young and your strength isn't high. Don't run off on your own, okay?" Looking at the lively flames, she said somewhat awkwardly, "We don't lack for spiritual herbs or anything, but we're short on everyday items. Look, we don't even have a pot to cook the fish in." Nianyan took out the treasure pouch given to her by the demonic sword monsters and rummaged through it a pot. Then, he took out a black object and handed it to Meng Xiaoqi. "Some people use this, but it's a bit ugly. Meng Xiaoqi took it without any hesitation. As she accepted it, she said, "What's wrong with that? I'll stew with it." Before she finished speaking, her eyes widened. Isn't this a high-grade magical artifact? She saw some dragon-shaped patterns engraved on the inner pot. Judging by its appearance, this artifact is definitely second grade or higher. Seeing Meng Xiaoqi's strong reaction, Nian examined it carefully. She didn't see anything special about it. An elder in my family gave it to me. They said I could use it to boil water and make soup. I don't know its specific use. She didn't seem to care at all. Here, she pushed the pot towards Meng Xiaoqi. Just use this to cook. Another lesson learned from a small world. If you're looking for the best tour guide, look no further than Meng Xiaoqi on Giant Man Mountain. Professional and enthusiastic. Lala fished a large black fish out of the lava. Meng Xiaoqi was just wondering what to stew the fish in. The thing Yin casually took out turned out to be a high-grade magical artifact. Using a magical artifact to stew fish, the taste was indeed different. After eating their fill, Meng Xiaoqi suggested taking Yin out for a stroll. Meng Xiaoqi pointed at a mountain peak and said, "Look, this is the only passage in and out of our Giant Man Mountain. You need a token to enter. But since you're not willing to be our junior sister yet, I can't give you the token just yet." Lala put her hands on her hips. "Bufu chi de Suodao. I can carry master and fly out without your token." Meng Xiaoqi said smugly, "Then try it." Lala mustered all her strength, her whole body radiating flames. She kicked off with her legs and soared into the sky with a whoosh. However, it was as if she had hit some kind of barrier. She was bounced back, a lump forming on her head. A few phoenix feathers even fell off. After falling, she was dragged quite a distance. It looked painful. This little cub's temper flared. She refused to believe it. Lala stood up, clenched her fists, and prepared to charge upwards again. Yin hugged her Shin Kongda. All right. Let's try again next time. Let's go out first." Then, Meng Xiaoqi took out the token and shouted, "Mountain Grandpa, open the door." The token emitted a ripple-like barrier, lifting upwards. Yin was dumbfounded by the next scene. The entire mountain suddenly moved. Two giant stone hands slowly extended from the mountain. The giant stone hands, like Yugong moving mountains, moved the mountain stones. Yin was so shocked she couldn't speak. Meng Xiaoqi said proudly, "Impressive, right? Mountain Grandpa, like Master, is a guardian deity of Giant Man Mountain. Mountain Grandpa is a Yao Chao beast comparable to the one-thought minor deity realm." Yin looked around. What about the other 3 mountains? Meng Xiaoqi puffed up with pride. "Those are all Mountain Grandpa." She pointed to each mountain and introduced them. Grand Mountain Grandpa, Second Mountain Grandpa, Third Mountain Grandpa, and Fourth Mountain Grandpa. The mountains seemed to understand Meng Xiaoqi's introduction and extended their giant hands to give her a thumbs up. "Now, remember to give Haha a thumbs up too." Meng Xiaoqi was very proud. "Little junior sister, although we are a reclusive sect, we are very strong." Elsewhere, the Bai family of the Kingdom of Eternal Life. This group of heavenly horses was very bored. Although Bai Lu was dead, they could sense that the little girl, who was full of affinity, was still around. This group of heavenly horses decided to leave the Bai family and serve the little girl as their master. The lead heavenly horse, the eldest, neighed, "Little brothers, do you dare to leave?" One would think the dragon and phoenix twins got along well. Unexpectedly, the undercurrent of tension between them was so strong. With those two around, Yin's life was already chaotic. Now, with a group of heavenly horses joining the mix, there was bound to be some excitement. The heavenly horses longed for Yin's affinity, and their leader decided to elope with them to find her. The heavenly horses exchanged glances as if they had made up their minds. In the next second, all the heavenly horses spread their wings and flew out of the Bai family. At this time, the Bai family was arguing with the Earth Empress over Bai Lu's death. No one paid attention to the heavenly horses. When the slave girls came to feed the heavenly horses, they discovered they were all gone. The slave girl was terrified. She dropped the plates, which shattered on the ground, and screamed, "Ancestor, it's terrible. The heavenly horses have all run away." Meanwhile, Mountain Grandpa of Giant Man Mountain had already dug a passage. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Yin and was about to walk out. "The passage is ready. Let's go." After passing through the passage, Yin asked about it. Before Yin could finish, Meng Xiaoqi explained, "Grand Mountain Grandpa will bury the passage again." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire mountaintop moved again. The two giant stone hands filled the hollowed-out mountain again. Yin couldn't help but sigh softly. The 5 continents are full of capable people and hidden dangers. It seems I'll have to be careful and keep a low profile in the future. Meng Xiaoqi chuckled softly after hearing this. Little junior sister is so cute. Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi chatted and laughed as they walked ahead. The two cubs behind them weren't idle either. Lala and Bibian glared at each other, fists clenched, sparring playfully. Lala swung a fist that you're closer to master than I am. She whispered angrily, "Back up, we have to stay the same distance away." Bibian kicked back, and you sneakily try to grab master's clothes. Don't think I don't know. Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi heard the noise behind them and turned around simultaneously. Though clearly at odds with each other just moments before, the two cubs immediately put on a show of affection when they saw their master turn around. "Master," they said in unison, "we weren't fighting." It wasn't the first time the cubs had quarreled, and Yin Yin wasn't fooled. She sighed that, "I wish Shui Sui were here to watch the kids." Just then, a sound caught their attention. It sounded like a fight. A woman seemed to be Zhaoxin ING, a group of burly men. Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi had just left Giant Man Mountain when they heard the commotion. They ran over to see what was happening. Muffled groans reached them. From a distance, they saw several large men tied up, their mouths gagged, wriggling on the ground like disgruntled worms. The girl in red with the large sword was Zhou Xiaolong, Zhou Xiaoyu's younger sister. Clearly, she had subdued these men. She stepped on one of them and yelled, "What's your name? Want another beating?" Opposite Zhou Xiaolong stood a group of people who appeared to be from the same faction. Meng Xiaoqi told Nian Yin, "Those people in green are from the Holy Mountain sect. See the woman at the front? That's Sheng Xianxian, the sect leader's daughter. She's also ranked first among the Holy Mountain sect's new disciples this year. She's the same age as you, little junior sister, but she's already a 9th level spirit body." Meng Xiaoqi looked Nian Yin up and down. She had been with Nian Yin for so long, but she still couldn't figure out her spirit power level. Hearing Meng Xiaoqi's voice, Zhou Xiaolong pointed at them. "Hey, what you two whispering about? Are you with Shang Xianxian's lot, trying to steal my captives?" Nian Yin hated being pointed at. With a calm expression, she said, "I'm not with anyone. If you point at me again, you'll lose that hand." Meng Xiaoqi was startled. "Little junior sister, didn't you say you want to keep a low profile? Isn't this a bit too domineering?" Zhou Xiaolong laughed. She liked a challenge. Shouldering her sword, she said, "Just you wait. After I'm done with Shang Xianxian, I'll fight you." One of Shang Xianxian's disciples couldn't stand Zhou Xiaolong's behavior. "Zhou Xiaolong, do you find it amusing to bully the helpless just because you're a member of the Zhou family?" He then turned to Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi. "Hey, you two, come help. What are you standing around for?" Shang Xianxian glanced at Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi. "Don't force them. Not everyone has a conscience." Meng Xiaoqi frowned that we haven't even said anything. What are these two going on about? The Holy Mountain sect people are really good at putting on airs. Shang Xianxian looked down at Zhou Xiaolong with disdain, that you're no match for me. And today, with our numbers, you won't escape. Zhou Xiaolong wasn't intimidated. Kicking the man at her feet, she snarled, "These men deserve what they got. Stay out of my business." Shang Xianxian pointed at Zhou Xiaolong, ready to fight. "But let's see how you get out of here today." Zhou Xiaolong charged forward, her sword raised. Meng Xiaoqi watched the unfolding fight, already predicting the outcome. That girl's an 8th level spirit body. She's going to get hurt. Don't mistake a quiet phoenix for a peacock. Nian Yin and Meng Xiaoqi had been planning to go out, but they stumbled upon this fight. Lala tugged on Nian Yin's sleeve. "Master," she whispered, "those tied-up men smell awful." Nian Yin wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air. "Really? I don't smell anything." Lala, a pure-blooded spirit beast with a keen sense of smell, couldn't help but look at the men with disgust. "It's a really unpleasant smell," she insisted. Meng Xiaoqi had no interest in the fight and pulled Nian Yin away. Suddenly, several Holy Mountain sect disciples blocked their path. "Don't go," they shouted aggressively. "Who knows if you're going to warn the Zhou family?" Meng Xiaoqi was furious and stepped forward, ready to fight. These people were asking for trouble. Just then, Shang Xianxian unleashed a powerful sword beam toward Zhou Xiaolong. Zhou Xiaolong dodged instinctively, but Shang Xianxian's attack veered off course, heading straight for Nian Yin. Nian Yin stood calmly. She lived by the principle, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they do, they're asking for death. Seeing the incoming attack, Meng Xiaoqi ran towards Nian Yin, her face filled with alarm. "Little junior sister, look out." Zhou Xiaoyu saw the sword light about to strike Nian Yin. He shouted angrily, "Shang Xianxian, are you crazy? We're fighting, so come at me. Why are you attacking her?" Shang Xianxian's expression turned ugly. She definitely wouldn't admit her skills were so poor. She gritted her teeth and said, "Is that woman blind? Why is she just standing there? Serves her right if she dies." Zhou Xiaoyu anxiously shouted towards Nian Yin, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dodge!" Lala, with small flames flickering beneath his feet, quickly shielded Nian Yin. He said impatiently, "What's all the fuss? There's no need for my master to handle something this trivial." He put his hands on his hips and puffed out his belly. The sword light slammed into his stomach. The result was that Shang Xianxian's full-powered strike couldn't even break Lala's little belly. Lala abruptly straightened up, and the sword light was actually reflected straight back. Shang Xianxian dodged with the utmost speed, but still had a strand of hair severed. Shang Xianxian felt deeply humiliated. Pointing at Yin Yin, she shouted angrily, "How dare you attack me?" Lala, however, laughed even harder. Ha! Her hair got cut. She's bald. She had her phoenix bone shaved and her demonic sword discarded. I thought she was the most miserable person in the world. But now, it seems she's more like a girl kissed by the heavens. He watched the fight from the sidelines with Meng Xiaoqi. Unexpectedly, Shang Xianxian's sword energy slashed towards them. At the critical moment, Lala shielded Yin Yin, deflecting the sword energy back and shaving off a patch of Shang Xianxian's hair. Shang Xianxian's expression crumbled. She shouted furiously, "You dare touch my hair? I'll kill you." She raged at the Holy Mountain sect disciples. "What are you standing around for? Seize that woman." Meng Xiaoqi asked Yin Yin, "Little junior sister, are you all right?" Yin Yin calmly shook her head. Then, Meng Xiaoqi pulled out a long chain and swung it forcefully. Boom! A large iron ball slammed into the ground, instantly creating a crater. Meng Xiaoqi declared, "Let's see who dares touch my little junior sister. Don't think I'll be scared just because you're from the Holy Mountain sect. If anyone dares touch a single hair on my little junior sister's head today, tomorrow I'll bring people to flatten your pathetic little mountain." Yin Yin looked at Meng Xiaoqi in shock. She was a 5-star Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, worthy of being the old man's chosen disciple. The Holy Mountain sect disciples instantly turned into cowards. They hadn't checked their fortunes today and had unexpectedly run into an Emperor Spirit Realm expert. They tried to persuade Shang Xianxian. "Why don't we just forget about it?" Shang Xianxian, clutching her bald spot, stubbornly shouted, "No. This grudge must be settled today. Quickly crush the explosive jade," the disciple said with some difficulty, "but that's only for life or death situations. Shouldn't we?" Before he could finish, Shang Xianxian pulled an explosive jade from her sleeve, cursing, "Useless thing." She squeezed it hard. A bluish light shot into the sky and exploded with a bang. Shang Xianxian glared at Yin Yin, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Just you wait. My Holy Mountain sect will not let you get away with injuring me." Yin Yin wasn't afraid. Only Heaven Spirit Realm experts could fly freely. Meng Xiaoqi probably couldn't fly. Worst case scenario, Lala could carry her away. Meng Xiaoqi wasn't afraid either. She retorted, "You deliberately attacked my little junior sister. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Bring on your Holy Mountain sect people." Then, she turned to Yin Yin and comforted her, "Little junior sister, don't be afraid. We haven't even left Grandpa Mountain's protection yet. Even if the Holy Mountain sect sends people, we have nothing to fear. Grandpa Mountain's roots are right beneath our feet." Yin Yin looked down. A small patch of soil by her feet was quietly pushed upwards. A stone shaped like a hand emerged, waving a greeting to Yin Yin. Bullying Yin Yin on his doorstep? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Not to mention Yin Yin had 2 divine beasts protecting her. Her own spiritual power was already at an intermediate level, and she had an Earth Spirit Realm expert, Meng Xiaoqi, by her side. Most importantly, this was Grandpa Mountain's territory. Seeing Shang Xianxian crush the signal flare to call for reinforcements, a tree branch emerged from the ground beneath Yin Yin's feet. It tickled her ankle, as if comforting her. "Don't be afraid. If she dares to mess with you, Grandpa will kill her." This tree branch's acting skills were truly impressive. Even its threatening demeanor was incredibly lifelike. Yin Yin couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Mountain was simply too adorable. Shang Xianxian was so angry she trembled. Clutching her scalp, she gritted her teeth. "You dare laugh at me?" Lala, loving chaos, laughed even louder. "You're bald. Who wouldn't laugh at you? Baldy. Bald woman. Ha ha ha." Shang Xianxian, fuming, was about to attack the little brat, but was held back. "Calm down, Xianxian. We can't beat her." Hearing this, Shang Xianxian became even angrier. Her face flushed crimson, seething with rage, but powerless to act. Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been fighting her, now became a spectator. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Shang Xianxian, what do you mean? Weren't you fighting me?" Shang Xianxian felt like her head was about to explode. The men beneath Zhou Xiaoyu's feet were still desperately begging for mercy. Annoyed, she grabbed a piece of gauze and covered her head. She then instructed someone nearby to release the men. Zhou Xiaoyu raised his broadsword defensively, declaring fiercely, I said these men deserve to die. Don't you dare play the Good Samaritan. Just then, countless whooshing sounds came from the forest as startled birds and beasts scattered in all directions. The Holy Mountain sect disciples' faces lit up with joy. Great, Xian Xian, our sect members are here. A group of people in green robes flew towards them. Leading the group was the Holy Mountain sect's third senior brother, Yuan Shang. He asked Shang Xianxian with concern what happened. It was clear he was quite fond of Shang Xianxian. Seeing her third senior brother, Shang Xianxian immediately complained. Third senior brother, they hurt me. They even shaved my head to humiliate me. This was the perfect moment for a heroic rescue. Yuan Shang naturally had to display his masculinity. Don't be afraid, Xianxian. Your senior brother will get justice for you today. Yuan Shang turned angrily towards Nian Yin, about to speak, but his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Shang Xianxian, clinging to her senior brother, hoped he would avenge her. She looked at Yuan Shang with a check, then followed his gaze and saw Nian Yin's transformed face. Under their suspicious gazes, Nian Yin subconsciously touched her face. She suddenly remembered, oh no, I forgot to take the Yi Rongdan. See how proud those two little cubs look, having such a stunningly beautiful master. Just now, Shang Xianxian had called for reinforcements to deal with Nian Yin, but third senior brother's eyes held only astonishment when he saw her. Nian Yin realized she had forgotten the Yi Rongdan. Returning to her original appearance didn't matter. This wasn't the Wan Shugwo, so there was no need to hide anymore. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened, practically stunned. This woman is incredibly beautiful. He then looked confused. Wait a minute. You're not one of those on the 5 continents wanted list, are you? Why are you wearing a disguise? Nian Yin chuckled and teased him. I'm so beautiful. I'm afraid people won't be able to take their eyes off me. The two little cubs nodded proudly. Zhou Xiaoyu had always liked beautiful people. Hearing Nian Yin's explanation, he immediately agreed, you're right. Shang Xianxian was furious. She hadn't expected her third senior brother to be captivated by beauty as well. She shouted, senior brother. Yuan Shang snapped back to reality, no longer as aggressive as before. He said calmly, you injuring my junior sister demands an explanation for our Holy Mountain sect. I'll release these men first, then we'll discuss our matter. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu raised his broadsword, ready to fight again. Nian Yin stopped him, saying, you two sects are quite interesting. One acts without asking, the other fights without speaking. Whether these men are innocent or not, you can decide after hearing Zhou Xiaoyu out. She looked at Zhou Xiaoyu and continued, explain what happened. If these men are truly guilty of evil deeds, then they are the unreasonable ones. For the beautiful Nian Yin, Zhou Xiaoyu planted his broadsword and began to explain, when I passed by Shijia village, I smelled a strong scent of blood. When I arrived, everyone in the village was dead. These men were killing people and taking their blood. There were also strange tremors in the ground. Shang Xianxian was shocked. Yuan Shang couldn't help but ask, are these men Xiexio? Zhou Xiaoyu retorted, what else did you think I was protecting them for? I'm taking them back to interrogate them and find out where their rat's nest is. Clear. Shang Xianxian snapped back. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhou Xiaoyu really didn't want to deal with these brainless people. Did you give me a chance? You started pointing your finger at me and cursing the moment you saw me. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Nian Yin, figuring the two sides were just squabbling, prepared to leave. Shang Xianxian called out, you can't leave. You did this to my hair. Where do you think you're going? Senior brother, help me hold him down. I don't care about the Xiexio anymore. Today, I'm going to pull out all of his hair. Absolutely gorgeous. Let that brat be arrogant. Watch my Grandpa Mountain's hammer. Just now, Shang Xianxian almost hurt Nian Yin. Lala instinctively defended Nian Yin, reflecting Shang Xianxian's attack back at her. But she still wasn't satisfied. Grandpa Mountain, already eager to act, couldn't hold back any longer. The small tree roots beneath Nian Yin's feet suddenly grew larger, glowing with a dazzling fiery red light. Shang Xianxian and her group were nearly suffocated by the subtle pressure. Her face paled as she cried out, it's the little divine mirrored demon grass beast. The tree branches pointed towards Shang Xianxian and rapidly grew taller. In the next second, Shang Xianxian was lifted into the air. The separating branches forcefully slapped Shang Xianxian's face. It was clear Grandpa Mountain was very angry. Yuan Shang anxiously watched from the side. He pleaded, Senior, we were wrong. Please spare my junior sister. My junior sister is young and ignorant. She offended this young lady. I'm willing to take her place. Before he could finish, a vine bound him and gagged him. This kid talks too much. So loso. Shang Xianxian's face was swollen, bigger than a steam bun. She yelled, Senior brother, save me. Not content with slapping her. The next second a vine wrapped around her hair. Shang Xianxian was terrified. She shrieked, "No, what are you going to do? If you dare do anything to me, my father won't let you off." Before she could finish, a painful scream echoed. A clump of black hair was ripped out, as if someone were plucking feathers from a dead chicken. Shang Xianxian's eyes widened, her whole body trembling. Petrified, didn't even begin to describe her state. Meng Xiaoqi covered her own hair and said, "Angry Grandpa Mountain is so scary. Just looking at it hurts. See, if we had just quietly left, nothing would have happened. Does she really think she's the only golden egg hatched from a golden nest in this world?" Just then, a familiar voice echoed coldly beside Nyanyan's ear. "Little brat, can you hear me?" The voice was too familiar. It was the old witch, Ingnu's voice. Could it be that the old witch was using that cultivation-consuming thousand-mile voice transmission? Nyanyan closed her eyes and used her spiritual sense to reply. "Old witch, why are you using the thousand-mile voice transmission? That thing wastes so much cultivation." Ingnu, receiving Nyanyan's signal, was stunned for a moment. Then, she reacted and cursed, "You little brat, calling me an old witch? You're looking for death." Nyanyan glanced at Grandpa Mountain, who was still disciplining the others, and Meng Xiaoqi, who was enjoying the show. Then she quietly replied, "I'm fine, don't worry. I got the cub back. I just haven't dealt with that mother-daughter pair yet. I'll take care of them later." The demonic beings inside the magic sword were holding their breath, listening intently to Nyanyan. When they heard this, they immediately cheered that I knew Nyanyan was the best. "Nyanyan, do you have enough talismans?" Nyanyan briefly answered, then continued, "I've been captured by an old man from the Giant Man tribe. He insists I become his disciple. But don't worry, I'd rather die than submit." This little darling, forced to become a disciple by an old eccentric, remained loyal, recognizing only one master. However, upon hearing the old man's origin, the demonic beings exchanged glances. "The Giant Man tribe," they exclaimed in unison, "become his disciple." Nyanyan quickly become his disciple. Nyanyan didn't react immediately. Who pushes their disciple away? Ingnu sternly scolded the excited demonic beings. "Shut up," she said to Nyanyan. "Are you stupid? He wants to teach you his inherited skills. Why wouldn't you learn? Is that how I taught you?" Nyanyan was still puzzled. "But you can only have one master." Ingnu continued. "Who said you can only have one master? And how many times do I have to say it? I'm not your master. You're just a little trinket I picked up. Go learn." Before the demon tribe was sealed, the Giant Man tribe was a very powerful clan. The demonic beings continued to cheer excitedly. Nyanyan, not taking advantage of this, wouldn't be in line with our demon tribe style. "Go and squeeze all the knowledge you can out of the Giant Man tribe." Hearing this, Nyanyan understood that I thought you'd be angry. "Don't worry, I'll study hard. I won't embarrass you. But I'm currently in the 5 continents, trying to find a way to break the seal on the magic sword. Where can I possibly find it?" The smiles on the demonic beings' faces instantly vanished. They had given up hope of ever getting out, but they couldn't crush Nyanyan's hope. One of the demons said there used to be a holy mountain sect in the 5 continents. That sect had a scripture pavilion. It said it contained many methods for breaking formations and seals. Ingnu, seeing that Nyanyan was safe, felt relieved that if you can sneak in, look for it. "All right, I'm ending this. It's wasting my cultivation." With a wave of her hand, she unilaterally cut off communication with Nyanyan. Nyanyan pondered how to enter the Holy Mountain sect. She looked at Grandpa Mountain, who was still disciplining the group. The Holy Mountain sect disciples trembled under Grandpa Mountain's pressure. The third senior brother wasn't faring much better. He couldn't lift his head or move his feet. Looking at Shang Xianxian, who was being swung back and forth by a vine wrapped around her ankle, Nyanyan felt a headache coming on. This was troublesome. Could she still enter the Holy Mountain sect? Seeing Grandpa Mountain enjoying himself, Nyanyan shouted, "Grandpa Mountain, please put her down. I have something to ask them." The vine stopped tormenting Shang Xianxian. Shang Xianxian, now still, looked dazed, no longer resembling a refined young lady. They say beautiful women are poisonous. The disciples of the Holy Mountain sect firmly believe this. This woman hadn't even lifted a finger, yet she had tormented them to the point of utter exhaustion. Now, Nyanyan actually had other plans. She decided to go to the Holy Mountain sect to search for a way to break the seal on the demonic sword. However, seeing Grandpa Mountain toy with the disciples so thoroughly, she wondered if she would even have a chance to enter the sect. Finally, in Nyanyan's urging, Grandpa Mountain stopped tormenting them. Overwhelmed by the ordeal, Shang Xianxian rolled her eyes and fainted. Yuan Shang, catching Shang Xianxian, was still terrified. Was this the same haughty, pampered young lady he had a crush on? Suddenly, Shang Xianxian woke up. Clutching her head, she cried out in pain, "My hair!" Zhou Sheiru, watching from the side, couldn't help but sympathetically touch her own hair. Serve her right, she thought. Unable to accept reality, Shang Xianxian fainted again. Nyanyan walked over and looked at the two of them. Yuan Shang, his face full of apprehension, held Sheng Xianxian even tighter. He certainly didn't dare provoke this young lady now. Nian thought for a moment. What was his name again? Whatever, she said with a smile. Yuan Shang, addressed as third senior brother, shuddered at the sound of her voice and almost blurted out, "Please don't call me that." He quickly composed himself. "Miss, may we leave now?" Nian continued, "Sure, but let me ask you something first. Do you think I could enter your Holy Mountain sect? Just wander around a bit." Hearing this, all the Holy Mountain sect disciples froze. Did she intend to storm their sect with that bizarre demonic grass beast? Yuan Shang forced a smile. "Miss, don't tease me. You're not a sect disciple. How could you possibly enter?" Nian wanted to say something more, but reconsidered, realizing they were clearly unwilling. So she waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I was just asking. You can go. I'll have to think of another way." Yuan Shang glanced back at Nian. He didn't want to stay there a second longer. With a powerful leap, he and the other disciples soared into the air. Zhou Shiru, leading the large men, also prepared to leave. No matter how beautiful a woman might be, it wasn't worth risking their lives. Finally, the commotion ended. Meng Xiaoqi stretched with a big yawn. "Little junior sister, let's go." Up ahead is the central city of Tiani Continent. They have so many things there. Nian looked up at the sky, as if something had occurred to her. "Senior sister, is Ghost Valley in the 5 continents? If it's not too far, I could go look for someone." Her heart ached. This must be what it felt like to be struck by a stroke of luck. She had just acknowledged a master and now had potential backing. It was pure, unadulterated favoritism. Thinking of Shui Sui, Nian asked Meng Xiaoqi, "Is Ghost Valley far from here?" Meng Xiaoqi, about to answer, suddenly caught on to something. She grabbed Nian excitedly. "Little junior sister, you call me senior sister? Do you want to stay with the giant man tribe and learn skills from master?" Nian nodded somewhat awkwardly. "Yes, if master is still willing to take me." Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from behind them, startling both of them. "Why wouldn't this old man want you?" The giant, old man's smiling face appeared before them in an instant. He patted Nian's shoulder affectionately. "Good to hear you've come around." Meng Xiaoqi seemed to remember something and asked with puffed cheeks, "Master, you were secretly following us the whole way? Why didn't you come out earlier?" The old man looked displeased. "You have an to ask? In a situation like that, you should have grabbed your hammer and charged in. Such a good opportunity for a fight. What did master tell you? You need to fight more to improve." New disciple, next time something like this happens, if their strength is similar to yours, you go straight in and fight. If you can't win, run home and let master handle it. "Understood," Nian replied with an eager look. "Understood." The old man grew fonder of his new disciple with each passing moment. He leaned closer and asked with a mischievous grin, "Why were you asking about Ghost Valley just now? Do you have a sweetheart there?" Nian sighed. "Master, you're so nosy." "No, it's someone I knew before. By the way, master, I want to enter the Holy Mountain Sect's library to look up some things. Is there any way to get in?" The old man pondered that it's not impossible. "My little disciple's first request, even if there's no way, I'll make one." Nian was astonished. She had only asked casually, without much hope, especially after having just beaten up their precious daughter. The old man continued, "It's fine. As long as you didn't beat up the Holy Mountain Sect leader. Master will go talk to the sect leader." Nian was surprised. "Master, you know the Holy Mountain Sect leader?" The old man flicked a large booger. "Don't know him, but I'll go have a chat and we'll become acquainted. Be a good girl and wait. Master's going to go have a little chat with him." Nian still felt uneasy about this. She was about to say something when the old man vanished. Meng Xiaoqi said, "Don't worry, little junior sister. You can't catch him anyway. Senior sister will take you to buy the things we need. That restless D-ho, always stirring up trouble. Doesn't he understand the meaning of keeping a low profile? Looks like he's headed for misfortune again." Meng Xiaoqi brought Nian into a restaurant to try Xian cuisine. She enthusiastically explained, "The food here is all made with the meat of wild spirit beasts. It's delicious." As soon as food was mentioned, the two little ones immediately popped out. Bai Bian, dragging his little cheeks, said with a smile, "Master, I want to eat fish." Lala also chimed in, "I want to eat fish too. Lots of chili peppers." Lala likes spicy food. Nian chuckled indulgently. "I didn't expect these two little guys to be such foodies." Looking at the two little ones, Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought these two would be Yusu? She couldn't resist saying to Nian, "Little junior sister, we Giant Man tribe haven't had a Yusum master before. I'm also fortunate to have met Bai Bian and Lala," Nian said happily. Meng Xiaoqi continued to remind her, "However, I've heard that Yusum masters themselves are quite weak. You have to be more careful during battles, you know?" Nian insisted, "Don't worry, my physical body isn't that weak." Meng Xiaoqi suddenly laughed. "Huh, little junior sister, don't try to act tough. Senior sister won't look down on you because of this." Just then, Yin overheard the conversation at the next table. Have you heard? That DG, born with the Phoenix essence, is going to join the Holy Mountain sect. Someone else questioned, didn't they say that DG's divine beast was stolen? Hearing Su Linyan's name, a flash of coldness crossed Ninyan's eyes that, oh, Su Linyan is going to the Holy Mountain sect. That makes me want to go there even more. She listened as the conversation at the next table continued. It was stolen, but you'll never guess that DG, besides having Fengbu, also awakened Tugu. The people at the table were incredulous. What? Double gifts? There are such things in this world. I heard the most famous Yusa master in the 5 continents is Tugu. Hearing that Su Linian had awakened Tugu, Ninian wasn't surprised at all. If Su Linian really had that much ability, he wouldn't have stolen my Feng Yuan in the first place. He must have done something else afterwards. The food arrived, interrupting Ninian's thoughts. Meng Xiaoqi, unaware of the animosity between Ninian and Su Linian, said directly, "Don't worry about joining the Holy Mountain sect. Our master may seem unreliable, but he always keeps his word." Now, Ninian felt a glimmer of anticipation towards the Holy Mountain sect. Su Linian's comeuppance was coming. The long-awaited male lead finally appeared. However, having lost his beloved possession, he was in a foul mood. Yuan Shuai sat on high chair, his face gloomy. Go find her. You must find her within 3 days. Draw a portrait of her after she changed her appearance. Post the portrait in every corner of the 5 continents. Watching the young master looking like a heartbroken boy, Grand Elder Man Quan consoled him. "Young master, we will definitely find Miss Ninian." Yuan Shuai didn't respond. His gaze was firm. Ninian was his most cherished possession, brought out from Baitu Mountain. But now he had lost her. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. The other Qigui Valley members present felt suffocated by Yuan Shuai's aura. The Grand Elder glanced back. "Not good," he said as calmly as possible. "Young master, please rest. Let's all go out." At this time, Ninian was still unaware that her portrait was about to be plastered all over the 5 continents. She walked out of the restaurant with Meng Xiaoqi. Bai Bian and Lala, having eaten and drunk their fill, patted their round, bulging bellies with satisfaction. Ninian suddenly stopped and asked Meng Xiaoqi, "By the way, senior sister, I remember the Holy Mountain sect is in Tianizhou, right?" Meng Xiaoqi replied, "Yes, it is. Since master is already there, come on, senior sister will take you there to see the excitement and familiarize yourself with the place." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said with a serious expression, "Little junior sister, you won't forget about our giant man tribe after joining the Holy Mountain sect, will you?" Nian was completely confused. She didn't understand why her senior sister would suddenly ask such a question. She replied innocently, "Of course not." Meng Xiaoqi suddenly laughed again. She was very fond of this little junior sister. "That's good. Be my good little junior sister and your senior brother, and I will dote on you. But if you dare to take advantage of master, then senior sister will have to give you a good pounding." She even flexed her not-so-powerful bicep. Yin, looking at her adorable senior sister, said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely not have any good relationship with the Holy Mountain sect. But, senior sister, give me a little more time to cultivate, and it's not certain who will be pounding whom." Lala chimed in, "That's right. Lala will work hard to advance." Bai Bian crossed his arms and snorted, "Humph. By the time your master advances, I'll definitely have advanced first." With that, the 2 little ones entered another round of their irreconcilable battle. Who would have thought that these 2 cuties were actually the divine beasts of Yusu, reincarnated from a phoenix and a mutated insect? Their power was unfathomable. Perhaps Ninian had saved the galaxy in her past life, which was why she had laid 2 such promising eggs in this life. Even more amusingly, these 2 little ones bickered constantly. Their vying for attention was hilarious. Nian arrived with Meng Xiaoqi outside the Holy Mountain sect. Even the gate was imposing, wreathed in celestial clouds. Lala stretched out his little short arms and measured it. "Wow, so wide. When I level up to Zero Yuan Beast and transform, will I be this big?" Bai Bian said coldly from the side, "You definitely won't. But I can. Even with your 2 bird wings spread out, you wouldn't be this wide." Lala angrily raised his little fists. "Bai Bian, are you looking for a beating?" Looking at the 2 cute little ones, Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. "Huh, little junior sister, your 2 little ones are so cute." She then said seriously, "Zero Yuan beasts don't grow that big. You should talk to them sometime, so they won't be disappointed later." Ninian laughed. "Senior sister, my spirit beasts are right. When they reach the Zero Yuan beast level, their true forms will be even bigger than this gate." Meng Xiaoqi looked at the magnificent gate in front of her, calculating the level of a Zero Yuan beast. If it could grow as big as this gate, it would at least have to be a divine beast. She suddenly came to her senses. "Wait, could it be that little junior sister? Your spirit beasts are divine beasts. Nian proudly puffed out her chest. Meng Xiaoqi looked at Nian with mixed emotions. Junior sister has divine beasts, two at once. And when these two divine beasts grow up, who knows who will be stronger, even compared to me. At this moment, a little boy of about 3 years old walked towards the entrance of the Holy Mountain sect. The boy gnawed on his chubby little hand, staring longingly at the grand threshold of the Holy Mountain sect. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Holy Mountain sect saw the little boy and impatiently cursed, "Little brat, get lost." Meng Xiaoqi and Nian heard the voice and turned around, deciding to go over and take a look. They saw the Holy Mountain sect disciple push the little boy away. He said disdainfully, "Get out of here. Do you think you can just enter the gates of the Holy Mountain sect?" The boy was pushed hard to the ground, scraping his face. The pain brought tears to his eyes, but he still said sensibly, "I'm sorry, big brother." But the disciple showed no mercy and continued to drive the boy away. "Get out. Our gates are not for you to enter." He reached out again and forcefully pushed the little boy. The child, who was already unsteady, was about to fall even harder this time. Nian, who had seen everything, quickly ran forward and caught the boy just before he fell. This boy is not ordinary. Guess his origins. Like and follow, don't get lost. More updates to come. The two divine beasts are going to be jealous. They never understood why their master wanted to hatch 2 eggs. Now there's another powerful, dangerous person. Look closely. This little boy was thrown out by a group of guard dogs. Nian ran over in time and caught the boy. The Holy Mountain sect disciple was relentless, cursing at Nian. "What are you looking at? Don't you know that our Holy Mountain sect's reaching Heaven Gate is a high-level magical artifact? Those whose power hasn't reached the human immortal realm can't approach it. They'll be directly crushed by the artifact." Nian sneered. "Huh, so this is what a Holy Mountain sect disciple is like." Another guard disciple also said unkindly, "If it weren't for Junior Brother Bai, this child would already be dead. Is our reaching Heaven Gate something you could just touch?" As soon as he finished speaking, a childish voice rang out, "Oh, so this is the reaching Heaven Gate." Lala walked to the side of the gate post, hands on his hips, and kicked the reaching Heaven Gate's post with his foot. "Looks ugly, feels rough." Then he playfully hopped back and forth under the reaching Heaven Gate. "Look, I'm in. Now I'm out." The Holy Mountain sect disciples stared wide-eyed in disbelief that how is this possible? Nian felt a surge of pride. Lala is a 0 yuan level divine beast, his power comparable to a 5-star human immortal. Lala said loudly, "This gate is really interesting. It can't stop bandits, nor can it defend against foreign enemies. It only blocks ordinary people who haven't reached the human immortal realm. Are you afraid that ordinary people will come in and destroy your nest? Holy Mountain sect? Just how cowardly are you?" The surrounding crowd, hearing the little one's logical words, burst into laughter. The disciple, surnamed Bai, enraged, drew his sword and prepared to strike at Lala. The other disciple wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Blue sword energy shot straight towards Lala. Lala dodged with a sideways step. Then, he punched the disciple, surnamed Bai, in the stomach. With a scream, the disciple flew back and crashed heavily into his beloved reaching Heaven Gate. After dealing with the scum, Lala rubbed his little nose and habitually looked towards Nian. But when he turned his head, he saw the little boy clinging to his master, even hugging her neck. Jealousy immediately welled up. That was his master. He walked towards Nian, spreading his arms. "Master, praise me quick. Did Lala do a good job?" "Master, hug Lala." Nian put the little boy down and patted his head. "Little guy, don't run around. Go find your parents." The little boy reluctantly left Nian. Nian smiled at him. Then she picked up Nana. She said indulgently, "Nana, you're so good. Nana protected me." The boy looked back at Nian every few steps, his eyes full of attachment. Nian didn't see it, but Bai Bian did. Bai Bian's sharp eyes swept over the boy. He suddenly frowned. There was something strange about this boy. "Whoever you are, just don't bother my master. That old man is indeed something. His efficiency is truly exceptional." A Holy Mountain sect disciple was bullying a child. Lala couldn't stand it and lightly reprimanded the disciple, who knew this disciple had a background. He said, "Do you know who I am? I'm from the Bai family of the 5 continents." Nian glanced at him coldly. The 5 continents Bai family, the Emperor and Empress's clan? The Bai disciple thought Nian was afraid of him and continued, "I'm a direct disciple of the Holy Mountain sect elder. My master is a sky spirit mirror expert. When my master arrives," before he could finish speaking, he was kicked flying again. This kick was much fiercer than Lala's. Nian unleashed her spiritual power, using 70% of her strength to kick him hard at a member of the Bai family. "Are you? Then you deserve a beating even more." Meanwhile, in the Holy Mountain sect's main hall, the sect leader looked displeased at the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest. The newcomer was the giant tribe elder, who had vouched for Nyin. The elder picked his teeth with his fingernail and said, "You're the Holy Mountain sect leader, right?" The Holy Mountain sect leader, Sheng Hong, frowned, his eyes showing deep apprehension towards the elder. "Indeed, I am. May I ask what brings Senior to our sect?" The elder suddenly burst into laughter. "I'm here for nothing much. I have a little apprentice who thinks your Holy Mountain sect looks fun. Could you let him hang around here for 2 months?" Seeing the elder's disregard for the Holy Mountain sect, Sheng Hong said coldly, "My Holy Mountain sect only admits Holy Mountain sect disciples. Senior, please leave." The elder looked arrogant. "Nah, that won't do. I boasted to my disciple." Sheng Hong grew impatient. He clenched his fists. That's Senior's affair. "I'm afraid my Holy Mountain sect is unable to help." The elder continued, "So, what will it take for you to agree to let him in? My apprentice is well-behaved, intelligent, gentle, and refined. He absolutely won't cause any trouble for your sect." Sheng Hong lost his patience. Spiritual energy surged through his body as he began to exert pressure on the elder. "I see your white hair and call you Senior, but if you persist, don't blame me for being impolite." This slight pressure had no effect on the elder. He persisted that, "Oh, come on, let's talk it over. How about a student exchange? You send 2 disciples to our mountain to study. What do you say? Our inner mountain isn't open to just anyone. You'd be getting a good deal, kid." The elder wasn't exaggerating on this point. Sheng Hong was tempted. There were many prestigious ancestral sects in the 5 continents. Could this elder be from one of them? Just as the elder was about to introduce his territory, a disciple rushed in. "Senior brothers and sisters, it's bad. Junior brother buys being beaten by a woman and a child." All the Holy Mountain sect disciples present were enraged. Asterisk, beaten at our own doorstep? How dare they? Asterisk, Sheng Hong frowned and said to the disciple, "Go and take a look. I still have matters to discuss with this senior." This was the leader of the giant tribe. It was said that those chosen to be his apprentices were all chosen by heaven. Their talent and spirituality had to be exceptional. Nyin was the very apprentice the elder chased after, the cherished disciple he doted on. He had just met Nyin and casually asked if there was a way to enter the Holy Mountain sect. Without hesitation, the elder barged into the Holy Mountain sect to negotiate with the sect leader. He leaned closer to sect leader Sheng Hong and said, "Kid, do you want to know who I am?" He took a few steps forward. "Kid, watch closely." The elder clenched his fist, which slowly grew larger, passing over Sheng Hong's head. It almost filled the entire room. Sheng Hong's eyes widened in shock. "That you're from the giant tribe?" But the giant tribe disappeared long ago. The elder retracted his hand. "We're not that easy to get rid of. So, do you want to exchange disciples and learn from each other?" Sheng Hong immediately forced a smile. Exchange, of course." He thought to himself, "With such a cultivation opportunity, I must send Xian there for proper training." The elder rubbed his nose, satisfied. "It's a deal. I'll bring my disciple tomorrow. You get ready too." He then pointed outside that let's go join the fun. Sheng Hong shamefully declined. As the sect leader, he couldn't bring himself to fight with juniors. The elder didn't care and headed straight for the door. Nyin and Meng Xiaoqi were about to leave when they heard the Bai disciples say angrily, "None of you are leaving. This isn't over yet." Meng Xiaoqi impatiently raised her fists, ready for a fight. At this moment, someone at the entrance shouted, "Senior brother Yuan Shang is here." Meng Xiaoqi rubbed her chin and whispered to Nyin, "Yuan Shang. That name sounds so familiar. Haven't we heard it somewhere before?" A knowing smile spread across Nyi's face. "Don't worry, it's our old acquaintance." Yuan Shang stood on the high platform, looking down at them condescendingly. "Who dares to cause trouble at the gate of my Holy Mountain sect?" He didn't finish his sentence. When he saw who it was, the arrogance on his face instantly crumbled. Meng Xiaoqi greeted him warmly. "It's you. Long time no see." Yuan Shang, remembering Sheng Xianxian's hair being pulled out, stammered incoherently. The disciples beside him were astonished. They seemed to know the senior brother well, yet the senior brother seemed terrified of them. A figure flew over the heads of the Holy Mountain sect disciples. The old man had initially come to watch the commotion. Upon seeing who it was, he immediately became furious that what's all this fuss about? It's just you little brats ganging up on my 2 precious apprentices. What does it feel like to have a powerful and protective master? Just moments ago, outside the Holy Mountain sect, a little boy had caused quite a stir. The old man and the sect leader had just finished their business and were about to come out for a look around. What they saw shocked them. A group of grown men were surrounding his two beloved female apprentices. The old man immediately rushed forward and asked, Nian, Xiaoqi, are you two all right? Meng Xiaoqi, seeing her master, replied excitedly, Don't worry, master. We're fine. The old man looked at them with increasing fondness. That's good. Worthy of being my apprentices. He turned to Nian, seeking praise. Little apprentice, master took care of things for you. Nian was surprised. Really? They agreed, even after you pulled out all of her hair. The old man puffed out his chest proudly. When master steps in, nothing is impossible. He didn't tell Nian that the Holy Mountain sect had no idea their own disciple had been the one bullied. In any case, the sect leader had agreed, and if he dared to go back on his word, he'd have a reason to bring his apprentices back for some exercise. The old man waved his hand. All right. Since everything's settled, let's go home with master. Before leaving, Nian looked back at the Holy Mountain sect disciples with a meaningful smile. Everyone, see you tomorrow. The Holy Mountain sect disciples were bewildered. What does she mean? Who wants to see her tomorrow? After Nian left, Yuan Shang's tense nerves finally relaxed. The other Holy Mountain sect disciples were full of questions. Third senior brother, what was that about? Why are you so afraid of that woman? Yuan Shang gritted his teeth and snapped back. What do you know? Those two women have little demons protecting them. The demonic grass beast is guarding them. Hearing this, the disciples were shocked. But then someone said, the dignitaries are arriving tomorrow. After all this, we've lost all face. Seeing Nian leave, a small child also prepared to follow. A middle-aged man suddenly grabbed him. The man held a candied hawthorn and said breathlessly, Oh dear son, where did you run off to? You scare me to death. The boy replied, Dad, I was just wandering around here. Relieved that his son was safe, the man smiled, Let's go home, son. The boy pulled the man into a deserted alley. Inside, the man still wore a simple, honest smile. What is it, son? The little boy said, I'm tired of playing the father-son game. I wanted to blow up the Holy Mountain sect and teach those unreasonable people a lesson, but it didn't work. He looked at the candied hawthorn in his hand, the smile on his face deepening. But that's okay. Thanks to those idiots, I found someone very interesting. This child was not simple. He actually tried to use explosives to extort the unreasonable people of the Holy Mountain sect. Unexpectedly, he had an unexpected gain. This child, named Wuwa, loved the scent emanating from Nian and decided to seek her out as his master at all costs. Wuwa, having found a mother figure, no longer needed a father. He said to the man in front of him, Wake up, I don't need you anymore. The man was a little angry. Son, what are you talking about? The boy's eyes glowed with a golden light. He lightly tapped the man's leg with his finger. The next second, the man's body convulsed. His somewhat cloudy eyes suddenly cleared. The man looked at the little boy in front of him, frowning. Whose child are you? Why are you here alone? Wu didn't answer the man's question directly. He handed the man a bag and said, Mister, I had a lot of fun playing the father-son game these past few days. Here's your payment for revenge. With that, he turned and left happily. The man, now Ching Xing, was still confused. He opened the bag and saw that it was full of gold ingots. Nian returned to Giant Mountain with her master. As they passed by Great Mountain Grandpa's belly, Nian touched the hard mountain wall beside her. Great Mountain Grandpa, she said, thank you for helping me before. Great Mountain Grandpa sprouted 2 vine shoots and patted Nian's feet, as if saying, whoever dares to bully Nian, Old Mountain will fight them. The 2 vines grew longer and longer, and then patted Nian's head. The old beggar saw this, and said with a chuckle, all right, old friend, I know you like Nian as much as I do. As soon as the old man said this, the vines became even more audacious, directly hugging Nian tightly. The old man pulled at them. Don't get too excited. Last time you wrapped your roots around a little disciple's child and wouldn't let go, scaring the kid to tears. Great Mountain Grandpa seemed to be angry. He raised his vines and pointed at the old man, gesturing this way and that. The old man's face lit up with excitement, and he went up to him. Oh ho, a fight, is it? Come on, who's afraid of who? The vines actually grew fangs and lunged at the old man. The old man grabbed a vine and, without hesitation, took a big, hard bite out of it. Meng Xiaoqi's eyes widened. Heavens, Master's going crazy. Little junior sister, let's run. They're going to fight. The two had just run out of the cave when they heard a booming sound from inside Great Mountain Grandpa's belly, as if something had exploded. That was close. Meng Xiaoqi said, it's a good thing I'm quick on my feet, or we would have definitely been injured in the blast. Master's always like this. When he fights, he can't consider whether there are other people around. Nian recalled that the demonic creatures back at the demonic sword sect were the same way. One second they were affectionate, the next they could send each other flying. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted, startling Yin. All the senior brothers and uncles of the giant tribe had come running to watch the old beggar fight. Little junior sister, come, watch how the little psycho strongmen fight. It'll be good for us. These big guys were clearly just here to watch the old man make a spectacle of himself, yet they spoke so righteously. The scene was too chaotic. Bai Bian and Lala couldn't help but squeeze under the legs of the crowd. Lala wants to see. Lala wants to learn. This woman is not simple. Carrying a medium-grade magical artifact weighing 10,000 jin, she can still jump around. Yin returned to Giant Mountain just in time to deal with something. She saw Lala and Bai Bian joining the crowd, watching the little psycho fight. Yin instructed the two little creatures, "You two stay here and watch. Don't run around." Yin searched among the group of senior brothers and quickly found the thin and scholarly Zhuang Xian. "Senior brother Zhuang, are you free? I'd like to have a word with you." Zhuang Xian was eager to get away from the muscular senior brother. He pushed Yin and said, yes. "Little junior sister, let's talk over there." The two walked to a corner, and Zhuang Xian squatted down and whispered, "Finally, I can take this thing off." "Little junior sister, you have no idea. This thing is really too heavy. I can barely move my legs." At this moment, Wang Ergu stood behind Zhuang Xian and said, "You stupid kid, what do you know? This Tianqian iron is a medium-grade magical artifact. Wearing it while cultivating our giant tribe's unique divine speed movement technique makes it twice as effective." Zhuang Xian shook his head helplessly. He asked in confusion, "But I'm a formation master. I don't want to practice these things." Wang Ergu was about to argue with Zhuang Xian when he saw Yin click the Tianqian iron ankle cuffs on her own feet. Yin took a few steps and said, "It really is heavy." She channeled her spiritual energy into her feet, and walking became much smoother. Zhuang Xian, seeing Yin walking freely, found it unbelievable. He asked Wang Ergu, second dog senior brother, "Shouldn't someone without near-divine realm strength be unable to move with these Tianqian iron cuffs on?" As the two watched in bewilderment, Yin not only walked but started running, even high-kicking. Yin's series of movements made Zhuang Xian want to find a hole to hide in. Didn't he, a grown man, care about losing face? As if that wasn't enough, Yin then asked second dog senior brother, "Are there any more Tianqian iron cuffs? I want to wear 2 on my hands." Wang Ergu also found it unbelievable. He turned and said, "Yes, I'll go get them for little junior sister right away." Seeing Wang Ergu walk away, Zhuang Xian looked at Yin dumbfounded. Yin patted Zhuang Xian. "Senior brother Zhuang, now that no one's around, there's something I want to talk to you about." Zhuang Xian looked at Yin as if she were a monster. "What is it, little junior sister?" Originally, he had been somewhat boo-foo towards Yin, who was the recipient of everyone's adoration. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to be convinced. Yin didn't speak. She rummaged in her sleeve and pulled out a wooden token, handing it to Zhuang Xian. The wooden token was too familiar. Zhuang Xian's body trembled slightly. He asked excitedly, "Are you the mysterious person who saved my sister?" All this time, he had lived and grown up as a bastard, even being disregarded when people dug him up to patch the Luofeng egg. Today, he finally had his own identity token. Yin pulled Zhuang Xian to a secluded spot. She took out the wooden token Zhuang Xian had given her. Upon seeing the token, Zhuang Xian's body suddenly shuddered. He remembered how his sister had been tortured to death by the Bai family. Unexpectedly, the person who saved my younger sister was Yin. "I'm eternally grateful to you, junior sister," Yin said with a grin. "Senior brother Zhuang Xian, don't mention it. Anyone would have helped in that situation. Besides, I need your help, senior brother Zhuang Xian." After his shock subsided, Zhuang Xian sighed deeply. "What is it? Just tell me, junior sister. I'll definitely help." Yin's expression suddenly turned serious. "I need a new identity token that won't arouse any suspicion." Identity tokens, similar to present-day ID cards, were made of special materials. Only children under 10 years old could receive them. Those without an identity token were considered unregistered and not recognized by the 5 continents. Yin now needed an identity token. Whether she faced the 5 continents or Su Linian next, it was essential. He then asked, "You haven't reported your younger sister's death yet, have you?" Zhuang Xian didn't ask Yin why she didn't have an identity token. He simply replied, "No. While taking something out, this identity token, I didn't want to destroy it. I kept it intentionally, as if she were still here. Do you need it? If you use it, I think my sister would agree." Yin's heart was deeply touched. She solemnly accepted the identity token and said earnestly, "I swear I won't use this identity token to do anything harmful, anything that violates the natural order." Zhuang Xian was filled with gratitude towards Yin. He waved his hand and said, No need to swear. How could I not trust you, junior sister? Nian activated her spiritual power and dripped her blood onto the identity token. The token recognized its new owner, beginning its second life. Zhuang Xian said, I'll send a message home and get everyone on the same page. From now on, you're the Zhuang family's second young miss. My younger sister rarely went out when she was little. As long as my father and I insist it's you, no one will recognize the difference. Just then, bright red fireworks suddenly erupted in the distant sky. Judging by the distance, the fireworks were far away. Yin, not understanding, asked, what's that? Wang Ergu walked over, holding 2 Tianxian iron cuffs. That's just the Holy Mountain sect showing off. He curled his lip. That sect loves the limelight. They set those things off every year at their disciple recruitment ceremony. Meng Xiaoqi came over and asked, why are they setting them off now? This year's ceremony is long over. Why would they randomly set one off? Nian sneered, oh, they're not sick. They're announcing that the Holy Mountain sect has taken in a remarkable disciple. The Holy Mountain sect is making a big show for this disciple. There's going to be a good show. Let's look forward to it. He's the daughter they lost and found again. He used to be so pitiful, and now he's so precious. You could say he's been incredibly lucky since his rebirth. He just successfully obtained an identity token and is looking forward to meeting his enemy, Su Linian. The old beggar, her master, had finished his brawl with Great Mountain Grandpa at some point. He walked straight toward the 4 of them. He looked up at the fading red fireworks and scoffed. They're putting on a show. All that useless fanfare. Then he turned to Yin and said, little apprentice, tomorrow you'll be going to the Holy Mountain sect. Just in case, I'll teach you a giant tribe essential skill, divine steps. Ergu and Meng Xiaoqi looked on with envy. Master really favors little junior sister. We didn't get to learn this on our first day. But then the old beggar smacked his lips that you've already offended all the disciples at the Holy Mountain sect. Even though your senior brother and sister will be going with you, they can't withstand so many people taking turns. If you learn these divine steps, you can at least run away if you can't fight, right? Nian bowed respectfully. Thank you, master. She could feel her master's genuine care for her. The old beggar smiled with satisfaction, not so well behaved. Then he tapped Nian's forehead. In an instant, Nian felt like her head was about to explode. The pain made her instinctively clutch her head. Then the old beggar looked at Zhuang Xian and beckoned him over. Ditto, and you come here too. Nian gradually recovered after a while. She asked, why can't I find the instructions for this skill? There's only a ball of spiritual energy. Meng Xiaoqi smiled and said, you have to nurture that ball of energy with your own spiritual power and then channel it into your feet. That's how the divine steps work. Ergo added, so even if someone from the Holy Mountain sect comes tomorrow, they won't be able to learn our divine steps. The old beggar suddenly became serious. Little apprentice, I don't have many demands. He pointed to the dissipated fireworks in the sky. See that thing? I hate all that superficial showboating. I don't care how good that disciple's foundation or talent is. You must be better than all the new disciples at the Holy Mountain sect. Understand? Nian smiled and replied, don't worry, master. She wouldn't let anyone off, especially not Su Linian. Meanwhile, Wu also found Nian's location. Staring at the exit of Grandpa Mountain, he said excitedly, wow, there's so many powerful auras inside. I'll wait for you out here. Nian's blood boiled at the thought of seeing Su Linian again. She had slept soundly. The next day, the first rays of dawn shone directly into Nian's cave. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked to the window, stretching languidly. Perhaps Nian's scent was so pleasant that even butterflies couldn't resist stopping by for a moment. Nian looked at the butterfly on her hand and sneered. Su Linian, I'm looking forward to meeting you again. At this moment, Meng Xiaoqi and Ergu came over. We're ready to go, they told Nian. Nian didn't have much to bring. She only needed Lala and Baibian. As they were leaving, Lala was reluctant, saying with a bitter face, my cultivation cave, my little magma, I don't want to leave. Nian laughed. Let's go. It's not like we're not coming back. Nian led Baibian and Lala out of the cave. Everyone was already waiting. Ergu, her senior brother, took out a red suit and handed it over. Little junior sister, this is a magical tool that every new disciple uses in the human spirit realm. He then looked at Zhuang Xian and said, Zhuang Xian, this time, Nian is the real target, and you haven't reached the human spirit realm yet, so you can't use this thing. It's for Nian first. You don't mind to use Zhuang Xian? How could Zhuang Xian mind? Now he felt more gratitude towards Nian. He smiled and shook his head, and no problem. Meng Xiaoqi added, this suit is called Zhao Hu. It's one of the best among the medium-grade magical tools. This was personally crafted by our master. Erga chimed in, keep it safe this time, and try to let this Zhao Hu demonstrate its true power in the Holy Mountain sect. Time's about up, the old beggar said, waving his hand that let's go. Master will come to see you when he has time. As they walked out of the mountain passage, Nian Yin at the back of the group suddenly felt something wrap around her foot. Nian Yin looked down. It was Grandpa Mountain's root. Before she could ask what was wrong, the root curled around something and handed it to her. Then the root made a hushing gesture, preventing Nian Yin from asking questions. This feels like when Grandpa secretly slipped me candy when I was little. Nian Yin nodded at the root. Thank you, Grandpa Mountain. She looked at the thing in her hand curiously. What did Grandpa Mountain give me? I'll look at it after we leave. Woa, who had been lurking by the tree, saw the group come out. His eyes shone, and he couldn't help but want to rub against Nian Yin. Lala also noticed the little boy following them. He snorted unhappily. This kid wanted to compete with him for their master's affection. This Su Linian, mistaking a delicate insect for a castle, is so arrogant now, but she'll be just as miserable in the end. Just now, as Nian Yin's group was about to depart for the Holy Mountain sect and had just left Giant Mountain, Lala spotted a familiar figure. His expression darkened. Having Bai Bian competing for favor was enough. Now, there was another little beast. He quietly called Bai Bian over. Look over there. Bai Bian followed Lala's pointed finger. Yo, master is so fragrant. I didn't expect a scheming beast to show up so quickly. Lala pointed at Wawa and whispered, go away. You're not allowed to come over. A flash of unwillingness flickered in the little boy's eyes. But the bloodline purity of the two divine beasts in front of him was stronger than his own. Seeing Nian Yin's group gradually walking away, Wu didn't give up. If you don't let me follow, then I won't. I'll follow secretly. Not long after, the 4 people and 2 beasts arrived on the main street of Tianzhou. Meng Xiaoqi looked at the empty street curiously. It's not even night yet. Why is there no one around? Just then, a plump woman ran past. Seeing them, she said, young people, aren't you going to watch the excitement? Meng Xiaoqi asked, what excitement? Could it be that the disciple of the Holy Mountain sect has returned? The plump woman chuckled. What disciple? I'm talking about the new bounty notice on Tianzhou's bounty wall. The reward is very generous. Are you going? If you're not going, I am. With that, the plump woman hurried off. Meng Xiaoqi was also a little restless. She looked at Nian Yin. Looking for someone? Who are we looking for? Why don't we go and have a look? Before Nian Yin could speak, Wang Erga said, let's go to the Holy Mountain sect to register first. Meng Xiaoqi's cheeks puffed out in annoyance. At this point, they still didn't know that the notice was actually Su Linian anxiously searching for Nian Yin. As they approached the Holy Mountain sect, the streets became more crowded. Nian Yin heard the neighing and roaring of spirit beasts not far away, followed by a series of booming sounds. Crimson fireworks shot up into the sky. Judging by the location, it was right at the Holy Mountain sect. Meng Xiaoqi crossed her arms and said, what a grand display. It seems that disciple has arrived. Living up to her title as Empress of the Kingdom of Eternal Life, Su Linian made a grand entrance. She dispatched an entire army. No, a retail army to clear the path, creating a massive and eye-catching spectacle. Su Linian sat atop the largest of the one-horned oxen beasts. A mask covered the scarred half of her face, leaving only the undamaged side visible. Look closely at her shoulder. Perched there was a golden, 4-pointed thing. Someone in the crowd gasped, it's a dragon. She actually hatched a dragon. No wonder she's making such a grand entrance. Another divine beast, a plump woman, followed by a group of people, charged fiercely in their direction. Su Linian, however, mistook them for admirers. Unfazed by the commotion, she wore a satisfied expression, basking in the feeling of superiority and praise. Inwardly, she scoffed, a bunch of mortals. She thought this was her moment of glory. But when they passed her by to see Nian Yin's face, she was devastated. Just a moment ago, Su Linian, riding in her retail procession, was preparing to enter Holy Mountain sect for cultivation. The grand spectacle attracted many onlookers. Especially noticeable was the 4 dragon-like spiritual beast perched on her shoulder. A plump woman, leading a group, charged fiercely towards her. Su Linian assumed they were coming to admire her. Just as she was reveling in the feeling of being admired and looked up to, the plump woman and her group rushed past her, completely ignoring her. Su Linian stared dumbfounded. How humiliating. She heard the plump woman exclaim excitedly, look, it's him. He bears at least a 50% resemblance to the person in the portrait. Maybe he's the one Red Ghost Valley is looking for. The plump woman approached Nian Yin, her eyes gleaming like she was looking at gold coins. Little girl, she began, bombarding Nian Yin with questions. Nian Yin, slightly bewildered, grasped the key information. You said it was a notice from Red Ghost Valley. In Tianwuzhou? They're looking for someone. The plump woman nodded vigorously. Yes. And I heard Red Ghost Valley releases a new notice every week. Is it you? Nian Yin's heart warmed. She hadn't expected Marshall to offer such a large reward and search for her so extensively. Having been robbed of her moment in the spotlight, Su Linian nearly fell off her ox in anger, but the crowd blocked her view, preventing her from seeing who this celebrity was. Annoyed, an elder of Holy Mountain sect said, "Who are these people blocking the way? Such a display. Utterly uncivilized." Su Linyin masked her displeasure. Feigning obedience, she said, "They must be attention seekers, behaving so rudely at the entrance of our Holy Mountain sect. The elders should teach them a lesson." A disciple from Holy Mountain sect walked towards Ninyin's group and shouted, "What are you all doing blocking the entrance to Holy Mountain sect? Have you no shame or manners?" As the crowd parted, Ninian looked up and met Su Linyin's gaze. Ninian's eyes held a hint of mockery. Remembering the torment she had endured, she resolved to repay Su Linyin bit by bit. When Su Linyin clearly saw Ninian's face, she felt her blood run cold. As if she had seen a ghost, she let out a blood-curdling scream. That it's a ghost. She covered her face in terror. "Are you a vengeful spirit here to claim my soul?" Lala, who had consumed the disguise pill, glared at Su Linyin's so-called divine beast and scoffed. "This thing dares call itself a divine beast." This time, Su Linyin actually fell off her ox. The Grand Elder helped her up. Linyin, what's wrong? Get a hold of yourself. Yanked roughly from the beast's back, the pain in her foot brought Su Linyin back to her senses. Slowly, she reacted, exclaiming excitedly, "You're not dead. You weren't thrown into the demonic sword." It all came flooding back to her. Pointing a trembling finger at Ninian, she shrieked, "It was you. You did all of this. You're not dead, and you stole my divine beast. You become a demon. You're a demonic enemy." Killing intent filled the air. Su Linyin, who had stolen Ninian's phoenix egg, now brazenly accused Ninian of stealing her divine beast. She further condemned Ninian as a demon. Her words frightened the surrounding crowd, who quickly dispersed. The Holy Mountain sect elder was about to draw his sword at Linyin. "Is this true?" Su Linyin, unable to control her voice, sounded increasingly deranged. "That it's true, elder. Kill her quickly." Meng Xiaoqi and Wang Ergu immediately shielded Ninian. "Don't you dare!" Meng Xiaoqi roared, "That if you harm my little junior sister today, I will declare war on Holy Mountain sect." Just then, Zhuang Xian, who had remained silent, stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Linyin. "Huh, what a joke. This is preposterous. Just because you are the esteemed princess of the kingdom of eternal life doesn't give you the right to slander others with baseless accusations. My younger sister and I grew up together. We've been inseparable for over a decade. We are even twin siblings, born in the same year, the same month, and almost the same day. I believe you've lost your divine beast and are now grief-stricken and delirious, spouting nonsense and gibberish." Zhuang Xian's words cut like knives. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Su Linyin's face flushed red with disgust. Pointing at Zhuang Xian, she berated him for his audacity. Zhuang Xian wasn't having any of it. Thinking of his sister who had been killed by the Bai family, his anger intensified. He scoffed, "Don't flaunt your kingdom of eternal life status here in the 5 continents. What do you think this is? You may be a high and mighty princess, but that doesn't make the rest of us peasants. You think you're so superior, looking down on everyone." Meng Xiaoqi and Wang Ergu were thoroughly enjoying the show. "This scholar sure knows how to curse," Meng Xiaoqi remarked. Even the bystanders couldn't help but chime in. "Yeah, that kind of attitude doesn't fly in Tianizhou. There's no such thing as royalty here." The Holy Mountain sect elder was furious. The new disciple ceremony had turned into a complete mess. He turned to Ninian and said, "She is a disciple of our Holy Mountain sect. Naturally, we believe her. You say you're not a demonic remnant. What proof do you have? Do you have an identification pot?" Su Linyin sneered from the side. "Elder, this woman obviously won't have an identification token. If you have the ability, then show us your token." Ninian smiled and replied, "Very well, then I'll grant your wish." She reached for her waistband, then paused. "You expect me to just pull it out? Where does my face go then? And how do I know you're telling the truth? Just because the kingdom of eternal life relies on the Holy Mountain sect doesn't mean you can bully people." Seeing Ninian hesitate, Su Linyin was ecstatic inwardly. "I knew you were bluffing. If you can't produce it today, you are a demonic remnant, and everyone has the right to kill you. See how second brother protects his own." Seeing that Ninian couldn't produce the identification token, Su Linyin said triumphantly, "If you can't produce it today, you are a demonic remnant, and everyone has the right to kill you." Wang Ergu couldn't stand it any longer. He roared, "Shut up, you foul-mouthed, dirty-minded fool. The demons have been gone for years. Have you ever seen one? How do you know if they're good or bad? Even humans have good and bad. Are bad humans more noble than bad demons?" Meng Xiaoqi whispered, "Little junior sister, don't worry. Senior sister believes you're a good person. As long as your heart is good, it doesn't matter what you are, we'll accept you." Ninian's heart trembled. She hadn't expected her senior brother and sister to be so genuinely kind to her. Even if she were a demon, they still defended her. Although she couldn't tell them the truth yet, she vowed not to be a burden to the human race. Nian smiled brightly and replied, "Don't worry, senior sister." As she spoke, she pulled out her identification token to Su Linyan. "Take a good look." Su Linyan gasped, staring at the token in disbelief. "Impossible. That token must be fake." "Elder, she has demonic energy. Draw her heart's blood, and you can check if she has demonic energy inside her." "You're going too far," Wang Erga roared. He stomped his foot, and a loud bang echoed as cracks spread from where he stood. Wang Ergu's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant 5 times the size of a normal person. "Does the Holy Mountain sect think my giant tribe is nobody?" Wang Ergu's earth-shattering stomp displayed his peak strength, instantly filling countless hearts with fear. The plump woman, however, paid no attention to this. She glanced surreptitiously at Nian. Judging by the girl's earlier reaction, she must be the person Red Ghost Valley was looking for. Why share the bounty when she could have it all to herself? While everyone was distracted, the plump woman quietly slipped away from the crowd. The Holy Mountain Sect elder looked up at Wang Ergu, his face grim. "Are you provoking my Holy Mountain Sect?" Just then, a voice boomed out of nowhere. "Stop!" Sheng Hong, the sect leader of Holy Mountain Sect, appeared before everyone with a dark expression. "Everyone, stand down." Sheng Hong looked at the elder and asked what happened. The elder, clearly biased, put all the blame on Nian. "Sect leader, we cannot let her go." Nian thought, "What a scapegoat I've become." The sect leader looked at Nian, then at Wang Ergu, and asked, "You're from a giant tribe?" Standing protectively in front of his junior sister and brother, Wang Ergu replied in a resounding voice, "Indeed." This was Nian's moment of truth. Who would know that she could be both demon and spirit? Just moments ago, Su Linyan had been causing a scene, accusing Nian of being a demonic remnant. But Nian had been prepared. She had produced her identification token, yet Su Linyan still questioned her. In the 5 continents, demons were feared by all. Sheng Hong extended his hand. "Show me the identification token." Nian tossed the token to him without a trace of fear for the sect leader. She quipped, "Make sure you inspect it carefully, sect leader." Sheng Hong caught the token and scoffed disdainfully. This sect leader's actions are not for a little girl to question. He examined the identification token meticulously, but found nothing amiss. He looked up, scrutinizing Nian and Zhuang Xian. "You and your brother don't look alike." Nian replied calmly, "Men and women look different. Fraternal twins are naturally no exception. Why are you still saying, Sect Master, that you want my heart blood? If I give my heart blood, my talent will be ruined. Isn't this asking someone to ruin their entire life? Only an idiot like Su Linyan would say such a thing." Su Linyan, while everyone looked at him like he was an idiot, excitedly said, "Sect Master, take his heart blood. This sword's seed, definitely." Sheng Hong interrupted angrily, "Impudent. I'm a sect master. The elders are here. Is it your place to speak?" A Holy Mountain sect elder immediately said, "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Su Linyan's face instantly paled. With a lesser divine realm expert as backing and a giant tribe as support, wanting to take Nian's heart blood is simply a fool's dream. Sheng Hong slowly exhaled that I won't use your heart blood, but since everyone has doubts, it's better to clarify things, right? Just 1 drop of your blood, and I can determine whether you have demonic elements. Nian, facing Sheng Hong, a lesser divine realm expert, showed no fear that if I don't have demonic elements, will you make your precious disciple apologize to me? Sheng Hong, 不愧是个老狐狸, truly a sly old fox, always left himself an out. That naturally depends on him. You can also choose to leave now. I naturally won't make things difficult for you if you leave my Holy Mountain sect. Before negotiating with others, first see if you have the corresponding strength. Understand? Wang Erga looked at Nian, "Little junior sister, if you're unwilling, we won't enter this Holy Mountain sect." "No need, senior brother. What am I afraid of?" For the sake of the demonic sword seal, Nian had to enter the Holy Mountain sect. When she closed her eyes, the spiritual and demonic pearls within her body rotated nimbly. Who could know that she was a dual spirit demon cultivator, able to switch between them at will? Nian bit her finger, and her blood condensed into a red bead. She offered the blood bead to Sheng Hong to prove my innocence. "Please, sect master, examine it." Sheng Hong took the blood bead. The spiritual power of a lesser divine realm expert fused into this tiny blood bead. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, staring intently at the changes in Sheng Hong's expression. A moment later, Sheng Hong opened his eyes and calmly said to Nian, "Welcome to the Holy Mountain sect." The contest between them was truly thrilling. The low-key Bibian was about to show its power. Su Linyan's prided golden dragon was unexpectedly so weak in front of Bai Bian. Just a moment ago, Su Linyan publicly scolded Ninian as a demon. Even after Ninian presented her identification token, Su Linyan still believed it was fake. The Holy Mountain Sect Master used Lesser Divine Realm spiritual power to test the identification token, ultimately clearing Ninian's name. Su Linyan covered her mouth in disbelief. Impossible. You, this little wretch, can't be Zhuang Xian's sister. Could there really be people in this world who look exactly alike? Zhuang Xian stood protectively in front of Ninian and said loudly, Imperial Princess, I don't know what grievance you have with the person who looks like my sister, but you calling her a little wretch repeatedly. Is this the upbringing of a foreign imperial princess? The surrounding people began to murmur. That's right, simply vulgar. So much for an imperial princess. Su Linyan's face instantly turned pale. Since seeing Ninian, she had been so shocked that she forgot everything, including maintaining her usual aloof and ethereal demeanor. Meng Xiaoqi conjured a giant meteor hammer and said coldly, Shouldn't you apologize to our Ninian? Meng Xiaoqi absolutely loathed this imperial princess. Her little junior sister hadn't done anything, yet Su Linyan had been making things difficult for her from the start. Su Linyan turned her head away. How can I, a dignified imperial princess, apologize to her? Apologizing? Where'd she put her face? A group of Holy Mountain Sect disciples beside her couldn't help but chime in. Who knows if your identification token is real? Besides, we were just verifying if you were a demon. Why be so aggressive? Su Linyan straightened her back. With the Holy Mountain Sect backing her, what was she afraid of? She stared directly at Ninian and said, I will not apologize to you. Before Ninian could speak, Bai Bian stepped forward, pointing at the spirit beast on Su Linyan's shoulder, and said, Do you dare to have a spirit beast duel with me? Beast against beast, person against person. As long as both parties agree, a spirit beast duel can commence. Once on the dueling arena, as long as one didn't admit defeat, the fight could continue. As long as one didn't die, any injuries were one's own responsibility. Su Linyan extended her hand and released her spirit beast. Why not? No one has ever been able to match my golden dragon. The golden dragon roared and fiercely charged towards Bai Bian. Its bloodline would not tolerate provocation. Bai Bian chuckled. Good. He placed one hand on the ground and activated the spirit beast formation. In the next second, a huge burst of light enveloped both beasts. Su Linyan looked at Bai Bian in shock, inwardly crying out in alarm. This child was actually a spirit beast in human form? Wasn't that something only divine Yuan beasts could do? The surrounding people were also startled. This was actually a divine beast? Even Su Linyan's spirit beast couldn't transform into a human form. Su Linyan refused to back down. Even if the opponent was a divine beast, it couldn't possibly be stronger than her golden dragon. She yelled, Golden Dragon, tear him apart. The golden dragon's body gradually swelled, fiercely charging towards Bai Bian. Bai Bian remained as he was. He didn't even transform into a physical form. With a single push of his foot, he dodged the golden dragon's attack. Grabbing the chubby little hand, Bai Bian slammed it against the golden dragon's head. Then Bai Bian grabbed the golden dragon's tail like a vine. With a loud boom, he slammed the golden dragon to the ground. Again and again, enormous booming sounds followed one after another. Outside the formation, however, it was deathly silent. Su Linyan's pupils trembled. His prided divine beast was actually unable to fight back. It turned out his divine beast wasn't a golden dragon, but a weakling. The pride he felt before now turned into irony. Seeing his master being bullied, Bai Bian stepped forward to challenge the so-called divine beast golden dragon. Inside the divine beast formation, the golden dragon was being tossed around like a vine by Bai Bian. Only booming sounds could be heard, and the golden dragon had no power to retaliate. A moment later, the ground where the golden dragon had been slammed was a mess, filled with smoke. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Bai Bian was seen standing unharmed within the formation. Beside him, the golden dragon was convulsing, blood continuously oozing from its eyes. It was a Thombarendu sight. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It was simply unbelievable. What was this child's true form? Wang Ergu slowly retracted his ears to their original shape. From the moment Bai Bian entered the formation, he had maintained a look of astonishment. Only now, seeing Bai Bian pinning the golden dragon to the ground and beating it, did he snap back to reality. He scratched his head and said, I thought these two children were little junior sisters. Meng Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? How old is little junior sister? She said to Wang Ergu. Bai Bian shouted loudly. If Bai Bian Chongchong is upset, then upset methods must be used. Bai Bian looked at Su Linyan and slowly said, if you don't want me to cripple your spirit beast, apologize. Apologize to his beloved master and his not-so-liked fellow disciple, Chun Yao. Su Linyan couldn't accept this. How could the divine beast he painstakingly hatched lose to a little boy? Impossible. The golden dragon wasn't limited to this level of strength. He pointed at Ninian, his expression and said, "You must have done something." Bai Bian's childish eyes revealed deep mockery. He sneered, "Let's not even talk about how divine beasts are also ring. This thing hatched, but can't transform into a human form. It has horns on its head and scales under its jaw. At best, it's just a small dragon with impure blood." As soon as these words were spoken, the elders of the Holy Mountain sect, including the sect master, Sheng Hong, changed their expressions. The entire street fell silent. Bai Bian, with his innate noble arrogance, continued, "Besides, even if it were a dragon, it would have to bow its head before me. So what if you call it a golden dragon?" As soon as he finished speaking, the small dragon became unresponsive to, "Oh, how did it faint? If the spirit beast doesn't admit defeat, I can keep fighting. Break its beast core, break its bones." Bai Bian finished and landed another heavy punch on the small dragon's head. Blood instantly spurted out. Bai Bian glared fiercely at Su Linyan. "I'll ask you one last time. Will you yield? Will you apologize?" Su Linyan trembled, his face pale. Seeing this, Sheng Hong's face darkened, and he was about to speak when Yin Yin, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Sheng Hong and said, "Sect Master Sheng Hong, you just told me that those of different levels have no need to negotiate, correct? So now, are there beasts not of equal standing? Are my strength and Su Linyan's not equal? It wouldn't be right for you to interfere, would it? Of course, if Sect Master Sheng Hong truly disregards his status and interferes in matters between juniors, I will have Bai Bian stop." Sheng Hong felt extremely uncomfortable being cornered by these words. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph. So you're saying your master is shameless?" Meng Xiaoqi and Wang Ergu exchanged glances and gave the same answer. "Yes, our master is shameless." "Are you the same as our master?" Sheng Hong's mouth twitched. He really cares about his face. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Finally, Su Linyan's apology came. The pain of humiliation, the hatred of having her egg stolen. Could a simple sorry erase it all? Just now, Bai Bian had fought for his master's honor. He had Ly beaten Su Linyan's precious pet half to death. Without her spirit beast, Su Linyan no longer held any value. Sheng Hong, the Holy Mountain sect master, reminded Su Linyan, "If your spirit beast is gone, you are no longer a disciple of my Holy Mountain sect. Apologize." The surrounding people looked at him as if he were a joke. Su Linyan felt ashamed, angry, and humiliated. But if his precious dragon was truly crippled, then his and his mother's efforts would truly be wasted. Meng Xiaoqi said, unhappily, "Stop pretending to be pitiful. You were the one who wrongly accused our Ninian. Is apologizing so difficult?" Su Linyan turned her head away and squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. "I'm sorry." As soon as she finished speaking, a painful howl sounded from behind her. Bai Bian stepped on Jian Jiao's tail, breaking the bone. Looking coldly at Su Linyan, who was facing Yin Yin, Bai Bian said, "Is this your attitude when apologizing? No bowing, no lowering your head." Gathering a surge of spiritual energy, Bai Bian roared, "I'll give you one last chance. Apologize properly. If you continue to be perfunctory, I'll crush his spine and make him unable to stand for the rest of his life." Su Linyan looked at Bai Bian with fear in their eyes. They turned to look at the Holy Mountain sect disciples behind them for help. But those disciples were still stunned by Bai Bian's imposing manner. Having no other choice, Su Linyan struggled internally and mumbled an apology to Ninian. Ninian looked at Su Linyan expressionlessly. Could the pain of being crippled, the humiliation, and years of hatred be resolved with a simple sorry? After a long while, Ninian walked towards Su Linyan. Smiling, she helped him up that it's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Meng Xiaoqi, thinking Ninian had truly forgiven them, sighed in relief. Yeah. We'll all be living in the Holy Mountain sect from now on. We'll be seeing each other constantly. We can't let things be too awkward." The Holy Mountain sect disciples all felt a shiver down their spines. Doesn't this mean things like this will happen every day from now on? Sheng Hong looked at Ninian and said, "Miss, Yinner has already apologized. Could you please have your spirit beast open the beast formation and release Jin Jiao?" Ninian beckoned to Bai Bian, who released Jin Jiao. Bai Bian returned to its usual docile manner, flying back to Ninian. With a wave of Ninian's hand, the blue barrier instantly vanished. Sheng Hong walked past Su Linyan and said coldly, "You've truly disgraced the Holy Mountain sect." He gestured to the crowd. "All right, everyone go inside." Su Linyan got up and walked towards the Holy Mountain sect with the group. As they passed by Ninian, Ninian whispered, "I won't forgive you. Never." Su Linyan's eyes widened in anger at Ninian's words, their face contorted. Overcome with rage, they coughed up up a mouthful of blood. A cub delivered right to my doorstep. Should I take it? But it's a divine beast that can transform into a human. After the series of events, Nyenyen finally entered the Holy Mountain sect. This chain of events made the Holy Mountain sect disciples somewhat resentful towards Nyenyen. Meng Xiaoqi put her arm around Nyenyen's shoulder. Little junior sister, let's go in. Don't mind them. Just as they entered the gate, Nyenyen felt as if she had been scanned by an invisible wave. Whoa, isn't this just like the automatic scanner at the airport? You even need a ticket to enter. Anyone below a certain cultivation level can't get in. Meanwhile, behind a pillar outside the Holy Mountain sect, a little boy peeked out his head. His eyes were full of longing. Oh no, what should I do? Those two beside her are so strong. They definitely won't let me follow them. Suddenly, an idea struck him that I'll just transform back to my original form and go in. My original form isn't noticeable, and that broken gate won't be able to stop me. The boy hiding behind the pillar transformed. Poof! A tiny fist-sized snail appeared on the ground. The little snail was brimming with confidence, a confidence stemming from being the top dog among the snail lineage. He was certain he could impress Nyenyen and become her contracted beast. The little snail wiggled its antennae, giving itself a pep talk. Go, go, go. Let's go. And so, with unwavering determination and momentum, the cute little snail slowly crawled into the Holy Mountain sect. Inside, several sets of Holy Mountain sect disciple uniforms were laid out in front of Nyenyen. Nyenyen raised an eyebrow. What's the meaning of this? The elder in charge of receiving them said impatiently, "Naturally, you must wear our disciple uniforms when you're in our Holy Mountain sect." He's impatient? Nyenyen was even more displeased. Firstly, I'm not your disciple. Secondly, these clothes are ugly. They're not as good as my own. Wang Ergu also complained, yeah, how am I supposed to work out in these? These clothes make even men look girly. The Holy Mountain sect disciples' faces darkened, and they were about to speak when Sheng Hong frowned and said, fine, let them be. It's better if they don't wear them. That way, if they cause trouble, the Holy Mountain sect won't be held responsible. Meng Xiaoqi scoffed and muttered, as if your Holy Mountain sect still has any good reputation left. The Holy Mountain sect disciples all kept a considerable distance from Nyenyen and her group with disdain. One of them whispered, they're so arrogant. This is our Holy Mountain sect. Don't they know what it means to be under someone else's roof? They then looked at La La and whispered, that little girl is also a divine beast. I didn't expect that woman to be a beast tamer too. Beast tamers are inferior to us spirit cultivators. If their spirit beasts aren't around, we could crush them with one punch. As they spoke, their eyes lit up with excitement. If we could duel that girl, her little spirit beast wouldn't be able to help her. Then we could capture her and teach her a lesson, avenging our earlier humiliation. After speaking, the disciple immediately raised his hand and shouted, Elder, this person has spiritual power. That proves she's a cultivator with a spirit beast, right? Entering our Holy Mountain sect. How can we not test her strength? Everyone clamored together. The elder also intended to deliberately make things difficult for Nyenyen. You saw it too. These are the rules of our Holy Mountain sect. Never look down on anyone, or you might get a slap in the face very quickly. Everyone knows that beastmasters themselves are very weak. During battles, they rely entirely on their spirit beasts to attack or defend. Nyenyen just entered the Holy Mountain sect, and the people of the Holy Mountain sect deliberately wanted to make things difficult for her. They insisted on testing Nyenyen's spiritual power to embarrass her. Bring it on. Nyenyen wasn't afraid. Anyway, it's you guys who will be embarrassed later. She just responded modestly, saying she had a little spiritual power. Those disciples who were clamoring for Nyenyen to test her spiritual power saw how calm she was and secretly rejoiced. Such an arrogant woman doesn't even dare to boast. She must be scared of the spiritual power test. The Holy Mountain sect elder took out the spirit measuring steel. Come here. Use all your strength to strike this, and your spiritual power level will appear. Everyone was waiting to see Nyenyen make a fool of herself. Lala hugged her little arms and sneered at a bunch of fools. How can my master be judged by common sense? Nyenyen stepped forward. She clenched her fist, and spiritual power gathered on it. Bang! Her fist hit the steel. The next second, the steel shattered. The force of the punch sent the Holy Mountain sect elder stumbling backward. His old face twitched violently. Fragments of the steel flew in all directions, landing at the disciples' feet. They were startled. Nyenyen looked at the elder innocently and said, Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't control my strength well. It's my first time using a measuring steel. I didn't know how much force to use. Sheng Hong, standing to the side, was shocked. How is this possible? She's actually at the human spirit realm. Nyenyen asked, how much does the steel cost? Just tell me. I'll pay for it. The elder's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Does our Holy Mountain sect lack a single steel? The disciples behind him pointed at Nyenyen and shouted, Why didn't you say you were at the human spirit realm earlier? You did that on purpose. Wang Ergu was instantly furious. He raised his large fist and said, "My little junior sister already said she would pay. Why are you still yapping?" Nian Yin frowned. The people of the Holy Mountain sect are really so long-winded. Are we testing or not? If not, just take us to our accommodations. The elder gritted his teeth. Test. I want to see if this person is truly at the human spirit realm. He quickly conjured a better steel and presented it before Nian Yin. All eyes were fixed on her, including Sheng Hong. He kept observing Nian Yin. Is it possible? A beast master with a divine beast, whose spiritual talent is even better than the children of those cultivator families in the 5 continents. Everyone's long-awaited Yuan Sui finally appeared. What was happening with Sui, who had lost Nian Yin? In the Red Ghost Valley of the 5th continent, the Grand Elder rushed into Sui's cultivation room, excitedly shouting, "Young master, we found her. She's in the 1st continent." It said she clashed with the Holy Mountain sect. Sui opened his eyes and looked at the Grand Elder. Recently, he could ignore everything except for news about Nian Yin. The Grand Elder, suppressed by Sui's bloodline, couldn't lift his head. He knelt before Sui and answered seriously, "Yes, young master. When shall we depart?" Before the Grand Elder could finish, Sui had already risen to his feet. He walked outward with extreme speed, saying, "Prepare the sky witness mirror. We'll go now." Meanwhile, within the Holy Mountain sect, the disciples, wanting to embarrass Nian Yin, urged her to test her spiritual power level. Unexpectedly, Nian Yin shattered their testing steel with a single strike. Unable to accept the result, the Holy Mountain sect elder insisted Nian Yin test again. Nian Yin used her spiritual power again, striking the steel with her palm. Wang Ergu was full of confidence. Just wait. When little junior sister's spiritual power is measured, it'll scare them to death. Slowly, a star rose on the steel. The elder had to admit, it really is 1-star human spirit realm. Just as he finished speaking, one of the disciples shouted, "Wait, there's more." Sure enough, below the bright star, another star was slowly forming. The elder's eyes widened. 2-star human spirit realm. Sect leader Sheng Hong felt a pang of regret. He sighed, what a pity. Such a talented person. How did she become that old beggar's disciple? Nian Yin turned to look at the people of the Holy Mountain sect and chuckled. Are you all satisfied now? The expressions on the disciples' faces were quite a sight, each one gritting their teeth. The elder angrily turned his head away, not wanting to look at her. He waved his hand. All right, take them to their resting quarters. A female disciple came over and said, "Follow me. I'll arrange disciple rooms for you." Wang Ergu, the big guy, was quite concerned about food. He asked the female disciple, "What about our meals?" The female disciple replied, "Unhappily, meals are eaten together in the main dining hall. Meals are free for the disciples." The sect leader said you all eat for free too. Meng Xiaoqi glanced at his expression. "Qing Qi," she said, "don't think we owe you anything. Aren't the people from your Holy Mountain sect also going to our giant tribe?" The female disciple pursed her lips and didn't speak. Just then, a woman's voice came from the room that I won't go. I won't go to any giant tribe. As Heaven's goddaughter, I'll be tortured. So what will happen to this historian-turned-hero? Nian Yin and the others, who had entered the Holy Mountain sect, were being led to their accommodations. Passing by a courtyard, they heard a frantic voice coming from inside a room that I won't go to the giant tribe. The voice sounded very familiar. They then heard the woman inside shout, "I'm going to catch that woman who bullied me. I must get revenge." Nian Yin and the others looked at the room in front of them. Before Nian Yin could react, the door was flung open. Sheng Xianxian, wearing a hat, ran out in large strides. What a small world. Nian Yin and Sheng Xianxian met again, completely unexpectedly. Nian Yin's expression was slightly awkward. She looked up and greeted Sheng Xianxian with a nervous laugh. "Oh, it's you." Sheng Xianxian's face changed from anger to shock, finally crumpling into a distorted bun-like shape. She instinctively clutched her head and stumbled backward. Daddy, he's here. He's the one who pulled my hair," she cried to Sheng Hong. Sheng Hong's expression turned grim. His gaze swept over Nian Yin. He thought to himself, why is it him again? He coldly asked Nian Yin, "Was it really you who pulled my daughter's hair?" Nian Yin replied fearlessly, "So what if it was?" Your daughter, without asking the reason, almost let a few cultivators escape. One of them almost hit me with a light beam. She angered my ancestral elders, so I taught her a lesson. Sheng Hong narrowed his eyes. Almost hit you? You're a 2-star human spirit realm cultivator. How about she hurt you? And you dared to retaliate and injure her. Nian Yin crossed her arms and sneered, "So, sect leader, According to you, I should just stand there and take a beating? Besides, your daughter was verbally abusive. Should I tolerate that? My ancestral elders could tolerate it. Meng Xiaoqi, who was also present at the time, was about to speak when Sheng Hong, who had been holding back his anger, glared. An immense pressure was released, directly bearing down on Meng Xiaoqi, Yin Yin, and the others. For the young cultivators, the pressure from a small Saint Realm expert was too powerful. They were crushed to the ground. Sheng Hong continued in a cold voice, "Little girl, I know you're talented, and your master and family are powerful, making you arrogant. But my holy mountain sect isn't afraid of you." Sheng Hong raised his hand and placed it on Yin Yin's head. "Don't worry, I won't take your life. You can still stay in my holy mountain sect to learn, but you have to suffer a little to appease my daughter's anger." Wang Ergu's eyes reddened with fury. He shouted, "You dare? My master will not let you off." Sheng Hong's expression remained unchanged, his voice resounding powerfully. "Then let your master fight me for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you really think my holy mountain sect is afraid?" Yin Yin stared at him, the desire for strength surging in her heart once more. She was too weak, so weak that others could bully her at will. With a cruel glint in his eyes, Sheng Hong sneered and continued, "Remember this lesson. You should know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." Just as he was about to exert force on Yin Yin's head, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from behind. A huge shockwave of light appeared above the holy mountain sect. Sheng Hong's face changed drastically. "So, everyone, guess who came to the rescue? Welcome to leave a message in the comment section. It is said there will be a reward." Sue's heart ached with worry. He never expected to see Yin Yin again under these circumstances. A man of few words but strong actions, he vented all his longing and worry onto this historian-turned-hero. Just a moment ago, Sheng Hong, without asking the reason, wanted to seek justice for his daughter, relying on his own powerful strength to bully Yin Yin and the others. Yin Yin felt resentful but helpless. At the critical moment, a shockwave of light appeared above the holy mountain sect with a loud bang. Sheng Hong's face changed drastically. A spatial tremor. It's the Ghost Valley's spatial tremor. How could it appear here? Yin Yin subconsciously looked up and saw a familiar figure gradually appearing within the shockwave of light. Yin Yin unconsciously called out his name, Sui. But she forgot that she was still suppressed by the small Saint Realm expert's pressure. After saying these 3 words, she couldn't withstand the surging blood and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. After coughing up the blood, Yin Yin felt much lighter. Something around her waist began to heat up. Yin Yin suddenly realized it was the effect of the gift from Grandpa Dashin. Sheng Hong cupped his hands towards Sui. "I am Sheng Hong, sect leader of the Holy Mountain sect. May I ask who you are?" Sui didn't answer him. He looked at Yin Yin, the person he cared about most, who had just been suppressed and had coughed up a mouthful of shockingly bright blood. His expression suddenly darkened. Countless formations instantly condensed. An elder rushed forward, blocking Sheng Hong. "Sect leader, be careful." In the next moment, sharp beams of light, as if crazed, fiercely attacked Sheng Hong, forcing him to dodge. Unable to evade completely, Sheng Hong scrambled to his feet, his whole body radiating a gloomy and unrestrained aura. "How dare you in my..." Before he could finish speaking, more than a dozen light beams struck his head. Sheng Hong couldn't help but feel terrified. How can this person condense formations so quickly? How can he be so powerful? The elder anxiously shouted, "Sect leader, we are not afraid of these formations, but the disciples cannot withstand them. If these grand formations fall, the Holy Mountain sect, I'm afraid it will become a desolate ruin." Helpless, Sheng Hong could only suppress his rage. He shouted loudly, "I have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking my holy mountain sect?" Sui remained silent. He slowly descended to the ground. Sui walked towards Yin Yin. With a wave of his hand, he released the suppression on Yin Yin. Looking at the beloved doll he hadn't seen for many days, Sui's eyes were filled with tenderness, but his heart ached. He raised his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of Yin Yin's mouth, and said softly, "Yin Yin, you're bleeding." Yin Yin felt an involuntary surge of virtue. He shook his head vigorously. He had been pinned to the ground, beaten, and struck at will. Although he hadn't uttered a sound, refusing to admit defeat, he still cared. Sui immediately pulled Yin Yin close, comforting him with infinite patience, his voice incredibly gentle. "Don't be afraid, Yin Yin." He looked at Sheng Hong, his expression instantly changing, his voice icy. "You did this?" Seeing that this person had come for Yin Yin, and with such doting affection, Sheng Hong's scalp went numb. He immediately explained, "Just now, it was all a misunderstanding. I didn't want to kill." Before he could finish speaking, Sui Sui uttered a single sentence. Countless formations poised, ready to strike. Sui Sui said coldly, "Who wants to hear your explanation?" In the next second, the grand formations launched simultaneously, all targeting Sheng Hong alone, fiercely attacking him. Comment section reply, dominating. It said that today you too can receive unique tenderness. This episode is simply a gathering of experts. The true expert turned out to be him. Just now, the Holy Mountain sect leader, under the pretext of seeking justice for his daughter, bullied Ninian. Sui Sui appeared in time, dominantly protecting his wife. He beat the Holy Mountain sect leader so relentlessly that he couldn't even dodge. The Holy Mountain sect elders stepped forward together to block Sui Sui's formations. Seeing the elders struggling to hold on, Sheng Hong helplessly crushed a signal flare for help. "Elders, hold on. I'm summoning the 5 Supreme Elders." The Holy Mountain sect disciples had never seen such a scene before, each one inwardly trembling. Just then, the neighing of spirit beasts came from the distance. Bai Qian subconsciously looked up. He actually saw there Bai family's heavenly horses, having received their master's command, galloping towards them. He shouted ecstatically, "It's our Bai family's heavenly horses. My Bai family has come to aid the Holy Mountain sect." The heavenly horses slowly descended from the sky. Then one of them kicked Bai Qian in the face. A loud, odorous fart erupted directly onto Bai Qian's face. Clearly, the heavenly horses pampered in the Bai family had never taken Bai Qian seriously. At this moment, in their eyes, this kid was just in the way. Bai Qian's mouth was right in front of the heavenly horse's rear end. His face instantly turned green, and he bent over, vomiting. On the Holy Mountain sect's peaks, having received the signal flare, 5 colorful spiritual lights appeared simultaneously. Those old monsters who had been in seclusion, having received the signal, rushed towards them. Sheng Hong anxiously said, "Supreme Elders, I'll explain the details later. Right now, the Holy Mountain sect is facing a great calamity. Please help." As soon as Sheng Hong finished speaking, with the combined efforts of the Supreme Elders, 5 powerful spiritual forces struck Sui Sui's formations. Sui Sui pulled Ninian behind him, a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. He sneered, naive. He tightened his grip on the spiritual energy in his hand and softly shouted, "Explode." In the next second, the fragmented shards of the light beams exploded in midair. Sheng Hong still couldn't avoid being hit, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his face contorted as he said, "Supreme Elders, help me kill this person." But in the next moment, an aged hand pressed down on his shoulder. The old man said in a calm, aged voice, "Sheng Hong, calm down." The newcomer was the former sect leader of the Holy Mountain sect. Seeing the newcomer, all the Holy Mountain sect disciples' faces were filled with ecstatic expressions. "Former sect leader, you must have reached the peak of the small sage realm by now." Sheng Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes red. "Master, why are you stopping me?" The former sect leader didn't answer him. Looking at Sui Sui, he said, "Young friend, since you brought quite a few people, why don't you all come out?" The next second, a hearty laugh rang out as the Grand Elder appeared with a group of Red Devil Valley disciples and experts. "Ha! My hiding sky town still can't escape the old sect master's eyes. Indeed, more reliable than that Sheng Hong kid." The old sect master continued, "And that giant tribe friend hiding in the shadows. Come out as well. I'm old, so I won't go looking for each of you one by one." Ninian's old beggar master appeared with his familiar tune, rubbing the dirt on his neck. "Hey, you old geezer, you're still alive. If you come out earlier, wouldn't this whole thing have been avoided?" The old sect master's eyes were somewhat cloudy, but no one present dared to underestimate him. "If I hadn't come out, I'm afraid my Holy Mountain sect would be gone. It is said that those who comment beautiful in the comment section will receive help from a benefactor today. A just person need not fear the shadows. Right and wrong become clear at the critical moment. Just now, Sui Sui caused chaos in the Holy Mountain sect. Seeing that sect leader Sheng Hong couldn't hold on any longer, the Peak Divine Realm old sect master stepped in to support him. Ninian's old beggar master put on an innocent look that I, in times of peace, who would resort to fighting and killing. Seeing her master, Meng Xiaoqi's face lit up with joy. She happily called out, "Master." The old man's face instantly broke into a wide smile, and "Why, good disciple, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Master has been following you all along. Master will avenge you now. Smash them." The entire Holy Mountain sect rolled their eyes. The turnaround was too quick. The old man's previous words were like hot air. The old sect master glanced at him, and turned to Sheng Hong, saying, I just woke up. Sheng Hong, tell me what happened. One giant tribe, one Red Devil Valley. Even the Holy Mountain sect couldn't handle it. Sheng Hong could only suppress his anger. He pushed his daughter forward. Xian, you tell the old sect master. He intended to let his daughter show her face in front of the old sect master. But Sheng Xian had never seen such a chaotic scene with divine realm experts. From the moment Sui appeared, her legs had been trembling. Now, being stared at by the old sect master, the pressure was almost crushing her. Her face was pale, and she stammered, he bullied me. Seeing that Sheng Xian couldn't get a coherent sentence out, Sheng Hong said with an embarrassed face, Xiener, don't be afraid. Tell the truth. The old sect master will uphold justice for you. Sheng Xian pointed at Yin and said, Old sect master, you must avenge me. She kept repeating these two sentences. The old sect master shook his head in disappointment. Sheng Hong immediately explained, Master, please don't be angry. Xiener is a bit frightened. Please forgive her. Yin grew impatient. This matter couldn't drag on any longer. She was still in a hurry to go to the library to find a way to break the demonic sword seal. She simply walked towards the old sect master and said, The matter arose from a grudge between me and this young lady. Let me explain. Only then did the old sect master look at Yin seriously. Young lady, tell me. I will handle it fairly. In a few sentences, Yin explained the whole story clearly. Even though a peak divine realm expert stood before her, she showed no fear compared to Sheng Xian. The old sect master looked at Sheng Xian, his tone displeased that, yes, what she said true? You not only failed to inquire about the reason and almost let the breath master escape, but you also almost injured others. Being stared at by such a top expert, Sheng Xian couldn't hold back any longer. But they pulled out all my hair. She fought back. As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Xian was suddenly sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Sheng Hong's face paled, and he rushed to his daughter. He helped Sheng Xian up, his face full of disbelief. Master, how could you side with an outsider? The old sect master slowly said, Sheng Xian caused trouble outside without distinguishing right from wrong, acting impulsively and recklessly. She is sentenced to 1 month of confinement within the sect. Sheng Xian trembled all over and shouted, No, old sect master, you're biased towards outsiders. Before she could finish, Sheng Hong covered her mouth. The old sect master looked down at Yin and said, Young lady, are you satisfied with this? Yin respectfully replied, I am satisfied. Senior was wise to distinguish right from wrong. How could I be dissatisfied? Seeing her like this, the old sect master nodded in satisfaction. Yin's old beggar master laughed heartily. His precious disciple wasn't wronged, and that was all that mattered. A glint flickered in Sui's eyes. He seemed ready to start a fight at any moment. The old sect master's cloudy eyes swept over Lala and Baibian, suddenly becoming clear. In that instant, Lala and Baibian felt like they had been seen through. Baibian whispered, Dummy, did that old guy see through us? Lala responded, I don't know. He's so powerful, but I don't sense any malice. Comment beautiful in the comment section. It is said that a lucky star will descend tonight. It turns out that one's beloved can also be called Xiao Qinglang. Are you also smiling like a proud ant in front of the screen? Just now, this old man stepped in and resolved the fundamental reason for the confrontation between these major forces. With his formidable strength, he saw at a glance the deep bond between Baibian and Lala. He couldn't help but feel a surge of fondness for Yin. Such excellent talent. What a superb little star you are. If you weren't backed by two powerful forces, I would definitely resort to any means to snatch you away to my holy mountain sect. Hearing these words, the old beggar was instantly enraged. You old scoundrel, do you want to fight? Sui's face was full of displeasure, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. He looked ready to activate a grand formation. Yin quickly grabbed his hand and said with a grin, Don't fight. It won't end well if you do. Sui held Yin's hand in return, his gaze softening as he replied, Okay, whatever you say. Yin looked up at the old sect master and said with certainty, Old sect master, I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no fate with the Holy Mountain sect. I am not worthy. The old sect master raised an eyebrow, his heart sinking. It seemed the little girl still harbored some dissatisfaction. He closed his eyes and slowly said, Very well. You may stay at the Holy Mountain sect with peace of mind. The agreement between the Holy Mountain sect and your giant tribe remains valid. Yin nodded calmly. Thank you, senior. At the same time, the yearning for power in her heart intensified once more. If I had such strength, eliminating that mother and daughter wouldn't be a problem at all. The old sect master finished speaking and looked at Sheng Hong, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Sheng Hong, I entrusted the Holy Mountain sect to you because I trust you. Don't let our Holy Mountain sect disciples be lacking in strength, only good for obstructing. Understand? Sheng Hong replied dejectedly, disciple understands. The old sect master looked at the old beggar and the Red Devil Valley disciples. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed and a peak-level pressure poured out, his voice resounding throughout the entire sect. Now that this matter has been resolved, the Holy Mountain sect is forbidden to outsiders. No entry or exit. The old beggar looked at Nian Yin with a smile and said, little disciple, master is going back now. If you're not comfortable staying here, come home. He then turned to look at Sui Sui, his expression intriguing that S.O. this is your little sweetheart. His talent and looks are not bad, and he's willing to protect you. Master gives him a passing grade. The old beggar, hidden in the shadows, had witnessed Sui Sui's domineering protection of Nian Yin and was quite satisfied with this quiet young man. Nian Yin, embarrassed, waved her hands in explanation, but that's not. Sui Sui, full of curiosity, asked, what's a little sweetheart? The old beggar held up 2 fingers, touched them together, then bent them, patiently explaining, it means lover. Sui Sui blushed at the old beggar's explanation. Nian Yin helplessly emphasized again, master, I already said we're not. Have you ever seen such a confession? It's making me blush. I've been smiling like a mother the whole time. The old beggar's matchmaking explanation made Sui Sui blush as well. Nian Yin explained helplessly, master, we're not a couple. Don't teach him the wrong things. He's still a child and doesn't understand anything. The old man was unhappy. Am I teaching him wrong things? Isn't that what little sweethearts do? Chat and eat together during the day and warm the bed at night after lights out. Sui Sui looked at Nian Yin, becoming more convinced that he was Nian Yin's little sweetheart, that I warm your bed. I've done it many times. How can you say such things out loud? It's not the same. Nian Yin anxiously tried to cover Sui Sui's mouth. Sui Sui, with an innocent face, continued, how is it different? I even took off my clothes when you asked me to. If this went on, even the old man would blush. He waved his hand and said, all right. Who wants to listen to you 2 lovebirds talk about this? Master is leaving now. With that, he vanished, leaving a golden halo in front of the 2. Sui Sui looked at Nian Yin tenderly and said, Nian Yin, come with me. Nian Yin's emotions flared and, oh, I want to stay here. Sui Sui was puzzled. Why? Won't you come with me? He then looked around, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Oh, you like this place that much? The elder jolted, suddenly realizing that if they didn't leave, another disaster might occur. Young master, let's go outside first. He simultaneously winked at Nian Yin. Miss Nian Yin, please escort our young master out. There are some things you might not want to say in front of these disciples. It's better to talk outside. She turned to Meng Xiaoqi and said, senior sister, you go to the accommodations first. I'll talk to him for a bit and then come. Lala and Baibian followed behind Sui Sui and Nian Yin, glaring at Sui Sui. Lala rubbed her little fists. That stinky man is being all lovey-dovey with our master. Annoying. Watching their departing figures, Sheng Hong said unwillingly, Master, are we just going to let this go? The old sect master stared at Nian Yin for a long time. He sighed, such a good child. It's a pity she's not from our Holy Mountain sect. He then looked at the ruins left by the battle and said, Sheng Hong, you're the sect leader. You must be more rational, reasonable, and magnanimous than others. Our Holy Mountain sect isn't someone anyone can bully. That much is true. But all these years, you seem to have misunderstood something. Just because others can't bully us doesn't mean we can bully others. If this is the extent of your magnanimity, the Holy Mountain sect will surely decline sooner or later. And all the disciples in the sect will learn from your example. Sheng Hong remained obedient and well-behaved in front of the former sect master. The former sect master continued, from now on, I won't be rushing into seclusion. I want to see how the Holy Mountain sect has developed over these years. Go and prepare for the disciple competition. I want to assess the current strength of the disciples. Sheng Hong's heart sank. All the protecting sect elders nodded in agreement. An elder asked, what should the reward for the competition be this year? The former sect master frowned in thought for a moment. He slowly said, let's grant the final victor access to the scripture pavilion for 2 days. What kind of charm makes him so universally loved and adored? The powerful old sect master of the Holy Mountain sect. The old beggar is incredibly fond of him every year. Just a moment ago, after Sui Sui confessed his feelings to Nian Yin directly and wanted to take Nian Yin away, Nian Yin refused. Seeing Sui Sui's killing intent rise again, threatening to flatten the Holy Mountain sect, Nian Yin quickly pulled Sui Sui to a deserted spot and quietly explained, I'm not staying here because I like it. I want to enter the scripture pavilion here to to look up some very important information. Yin Yin decided to come clean and continued. Besides, I have my own things to do. We can't be together all the time. I'm very grateful that you came to save me today, Sui Sui. I will definitely repay you in the future. We are best friends. Sui Sui frowned. He pulled his hand away from Yin Yin's grasp and said unhappily, "You are my beloved doll. Who wants to be your best friend?" He turned his head, his expression a mix of arrogance and determination. "But I want to be your lover." Yin Yin blushed that you're really learning bad habits from my master. They immediately explained, "Don't listen to my master's nonsense. What is he even talking about?" The great elder was breaking out in a cold sweat. Taking advantage of Sui Sui's silence, he quickly interjected. He cautiously said, "Young master, Yin Yin has important matters to attend to in the Holy Mountain sect. After Yin Yin has finished her business, how about we discuss this further?" Sui Sui glared at him. The great elder lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Sui Sui didn't respond, seemingly acquiescing. Yin Yin prepared to return with Bai Bian and Lala. They advised Sui Sui, "If you have something to do, you can go and take care of it yourself. You don't have to." Before Yin Yin could finish speaking, a heavenly horse rushed up behind them, causing them to stumble forward. Yin Yin turned around to see, isn't this the Bai family's heavenly horse? Bai Bian and Lala blocked the heavenly horse. They had sensed a faint demonic beast aura since earlier. They hadn't expected it to be a heavenly horse. Seeing Lala and Bai Bian, the heavenly horse showed a look of terror. Bai Bian hugged the heavenly horse's neck and Lala grabbed its hind legs. The two cubs shouted in Yin Yin, "Master, don't worry. We'll teach this little horse a lesson before letting it go. You can go have fun without worry, master." The two continued to drag the heavenly horse away as they shouted. Yin Yin asked, "How did the Bai family's heavenly horse get here?" Bai Bian poked its head out, its voice full of jealousy. "They want to form a pact with Master, but their aptitude is too poor. How can they possibly form a pact with Master?" Bai Qian chased after the heavenly horse, running over with a look of bunky, weeping bitterly. "Heavenly horse, what are you doing?" Seeing Yin Yin, Bai Qian's expression changed dramatically. "Yin Yin, you shameless villain, what have you done to my Bai family's heavenly horse?" As soon as Bai Qian finished yelling, their face instantly swelled up like a steamed bun. It turned out that Lala and Bai Bian, hearing Bai Qian's voice, had released the heavenly horse and come over to teach this foul-mouthed person a lesson. Lala was furious. "I see you haven't learned your lesson." Bai Bian said coldly, "Is it yours? Then quickly take it away. What's your intention? Constantly pestering our master." Bai Qian covered their face and shrieked, "My Bai family's heavenly horses are naturally proud. How could they possibly fawn over your master?" But when they turned around and saw what was happening, they were instantly speechless. The heavenly horses were nuzzling against Yin Yin. How could this be? These weren't their Bai family's heavenly horses. Lala put their hands on their hips and yelled fiercely, "Go away. Our master doesn't want you." Yin Yin raised their hands helplessly. They didn't even know they had such immense appeal. They said with a chuckle, "I already have Lala and Bai Bian. That's enough. You all can go back." Leave a comment if you enjoyed today's episode. Affinity can increase by 10. When a proud man exerts his power, the ground trembles. This man, so childish and tender towards Yin Yin, is so decisive and ruthless when it comes to his work. Just a moment ago, Sui Sui's direct confession to Yin Yin failed. Yin Yin, to comfort Sui Sui, escorted him back. On the way, Yin Yin was surrounded by a group of heavenly horses who wanted to form a pact with them. Yin Yin had never known they possessed such charm. Lala and Bai Bian, of course, disagreed. They happily took on the task of dealing with the heavenly horses. Yin Yin repeatedly emphasized that they mustn't bully anyone, or else there would be no dinner. As for what constituted bullying, the two little ones couldn't quite say. The great elder, living up to his reputation for speed, quickly found a suitable place to live. It was a courtyard very close to the Holy Mountain sect. Yin Yin, as red as the red boy, said to Sui Sui, "You want Sui Sui be good. Well, I'm free tomorrow. I'll come out and play with you." Sui Sui frowned, wanting to say something, but the great elder spoke first. "Young master, we of the heavenly clan have our pride. There are some matters that require your attention." Yin Yin said with a smile, "You on Sui Sui, you're the valley master now. Work hard. I'm going back." Sui Sui watched Yin Yin leave. It seemed that only when looking at Yin Yin could he see a trace of warmth in their eyes. After Yin Yin left, a chill settled around Sui Sui. His eyes filled with a desolate look as he said, "Bring them in." Several cowering men were brought before him. Kneeling down, they trembled. "Great elder, we were truly blinded by greed. We didn't intend to betray the Ghost Eater Valley. It was those other powers with their sweet words." Before they could finish, several flashes of light streaked across the room. The scent of blood instantly filled the air. The great elder pleaded, "Young master, although these men contacted other powers, they're also elders who have followed me for many years. There's no need to kill them. Crippling their cultivation would suffice, considering their years of diligent service." Sui Sui stared at him coldly, his blood surging. The pressure of his bloodline bore down directly onto the great elder. If I didn't know they were elders, what would be lying on the ground now wouldn't be two intact corpses. Overwhelmed by the bloodline suppression, the great elder involuntarily fell to his knees. The blood vessels in his body visibly bulged, close to bursting. He was in agony. Sui Sui looked up at the great elder and said, "Do you know how my clan was destroyed? Although I was young at the time, I still remember. Traitors within colluded with those villains, breaking our clan's protective formation. Those people cruelly collected the blood of my clan members, not even sparing the infants. Do you know why they needed Xian clan blood?" The great elder clutched his throat, answering in pain, because the Xian clan was uniquely blessed with exceptional spiritual energy. Back then, spiritual energy was scarce. Those devils wanted to activate a heaven-defying formation, to break through the heavenly Tao and reintroduce spiritual energy. So they used the blood of our clan as a medium, slaughtering us en masse. Sui Sui gathered a surge of spiritual energy, his voice laced with bone-chilling meaning. Every bit of spiritual energy floating in these 5 continents is the flesh and blood of my clan, the cries of my people. And you still want to show mercy to these traitors? Just because I listened to your advice once doesn't mean you can make decisions for me. Understand, having always thought Sui Sui was kind, it was only at this moment that the great elder truly felt Yuan Sui Sui's coldness and ruthlessness. "Young master, we have been searching for the masterminds behind this for many years. We have confirmed that the Feng family, Shangwan family, Shun Tu family, and Wu family of the 5 continents are among them." Sui Sui looked down at the great elder, as if seeing a path of blood. It's not just those families. The cute and scheming will finally crawl to Nian Yan. Nian Yan was still unaware that they were about to become an animal retailer. Having just found Nian Yan, Sui Sui finally decided to get serious about his plans. This domineering decisiveness, spoiling those he loves and ruthlessly killing those he hates, is truly imperial. The great elder, who had always believed Sui Sui to be kind and naive, now felt the young master's coldness and ruthlessness. For years, he had been searching for those responsible for the clan's destruction. Sui Sui told him why the Fortune God Tower was so revered in the 5 continents. It was because they had made great contributions during the 5 continents' time of crisis. The great elder's expression gradually darkened, his whole body trembling with rage. "They made great contributions by slaughtering my clan. No wonder they were so tight-lipped after making such a great contribution. Everyone only knows that the depleting spiritual energy suddenly returned, and they all thank them." Sui Sui turned to him. "It's good that you've finally understood. No rush. We'll take them down one by one. Find a way to break the seal on by 2 Mountain." He looked at the traitors and asked, "So, which powers did these people collude with to betray the Ghost Eater Valley?" The great elder immediately took out a list from his robes. "They're all here. They're all relatively large powers." Sui Sui stared at the list of powers, letting out a cold laugh. "Good. Then let's collect some interest first. Since Nian Yan isn't here and I'm bored, I'll go and pay those powers a visit." At this time, Owa was struggling to climb into the Holy Mountain sect. Having returned to his original form, he was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, that familiar, pleasant scent drew closer and closer. He looked up excitedly. It was Nian Yan rushing towards the Holy Mountain sect. He was running so fast that he didn't notice little Wawa. Wawa was thrilled. "Finally found you." Would try to shrink his body. With a whoosh, only a purple snail shell remained. He rolled towards Nian Yan's feet. Thump, thump, thump. Just as he was getting dizzy from rolling, he saw Nian Yan's robe. With a mighty leap, he stuck himself onto it. Of course, Nian Yan didn't know he'd been stuck to by such a small creature. He quickly ran back to the Holy Mountain sect. As a result, he thought those heavenly horses had already been trained and sent away by Lala and Baibian. How come there were several short, stubby, toy-like foals at the 2 children's feet? He asked in surprise, "Didn't you send them away?" Lala puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "We told them to leave, but they said they could shrink themselves and wouldn't take up space. Master doesn't let them ride these horses, so we couldn't do anything." Seeing Nian Yan, the little heavenly horses all ran to his feet, excitedly flapping their wings. They were determined to stay. Bai Bian held Nian Yan's hand and said, "Master, Lala and I have discussed it. You don't have to lead them when you go out, Master. They can pull you along." The little heavenly horses nodded their heads earnestly. Nian Yan sighed and said helplessly, "Fine. You can follow me for now. If I leave you outside, who knows what expert might forcibly take you? Things are getting lively. A bug, a phoenix, now a snail, plus a group of heavenly horses. A proper menagerie. The live comment section typed, Go-wa-wa. It is said the little snail can become a regular soon. He's someone all the experts want to protect, yet now he's being bullied by these weak disciples. After a busy day, Yin happily returned to his room with his little menagerie. Opening the door, the sight that greeted him made his face suddenly change. The room was a mess. The blankets and everything had been cut to shreds with scissors. Seeing this, Lala's temper flared. She said angrily, "Who did this? I'm going to ask the people next door." With that, she angrily ran towards the door. Yin stopped Lala in time. His eyes fell coldly on the ruined things all over the room. That don't be impulsive. Asking won't help. There are none of our people around here. Just then, sarcastic voices sounded from outside the stone door. Oh my, what happened here? A male and a female disciple stared at Yin, their eyes full of malicious glee. The female disciple continued, "Could it be that your familiars ruined all the things the Holy Mountain sect prepared?" The male disciple echoed, "I think so. Other summoners' familiars are all well-behaved, but the ones he raises have no manners, always fighting and killing." Lala, already on the verge of exploding, couldn't stand this provocation. Her eyes narrowed, and flames ignited around her. She glared fiercely at the two and snarled, "What did you say?" The two disciples were startled. This little girl was also a spirit beast. The female disciple said haughtily, "What? Are you going to hit us? Let me tell you, you are in the Holy Mountain sect now, and you must abide by the rules of the Holy Mountain sect." Well, hidden in Yin's robe, touched his two little antennae together. He poked his head out angrily, looking at the people in front of him. Asterisk. After these people go to sleep, I'm going to pay them a visit. Asterisk. More and more Holy Mountain sect disciples gathered around. Relying on the fact that Yin couldn't just attack anyone within the Holy Mountain sect, they all revealed mocking and gloating expressions. "Get out of our Holy Mountain sect. We don't welcome you." They assumed Yin could only swallow this humiliation. Bai Bian gripped Yin's hand. "Master, let's tell the old sect master." Yin remained calm, his expression showing no trace of anger. He said to Bai Bian, "No need. I have other ways." Then, with a bang, the door slammed shut. The disciples' laughter became even more arrogant. "Coward, scared as a mouse. I knew it. This woman is all talk. Without those men protecting her, what use is she?" The voices outside grew louder and louder. They said every nasty thing they could think of. Lala's face flushed red as she listened inside. She couldn't take it anymore and was about to rush out again when Bai Bian held her back. Her gaze steadied at "Let's wait for master's instructions." Yin completely ignored their taunts. He pulled something out of his pocket, a red wooden flute given to him by Grandpa Dashin. Yin's eyes lit up. It was a medium-grade group attack magical artifact that he could use. There was also a large seed emitting warm bubbles. It was this seed that had grown hot before, quickly healing the wound Shang Hong had inflicted on him. The disciples outside were still clamoring. The heavenly horses couldn't stand it anymore. They returned to their normal size, pushed open the door, and carried out the shredded belongings on their backs. The disciples quickly started laughing again. "Oh, look, she's coming out to throw things away." "Let me tell you, you're not allowed to throw them away. This is a gift from our Holy Mountain sect to you. Got it? If you don't use this tattered blanket, then sleep naked." Yin's gaze swept over everyone, a smile appearing on their face. "Are you all new disciples? I don't think a single one of you has surpassed the 9th level spirit body." The comment section replied, "Go Yin. Let's watch how they strike back in style. They are a pure-blooded fire phoenix. The person they love most is their master." And this group of impolite, ill-mannered disciples dared to play dirty tricks on their master. Their short temper was flaring up with nowhere to vent, and they were about to burst. It turned out their master wanted them to deal with these weaklings legitimately. Just now, the Holy Mountain sect disciples cut up Yin's blanket and mocked them for being a coward. Yin could abide by the Holy Mountain sect's rules against fighting, but that didn't mean they could swallow this humiliation. Their eyes swept over the disciples who bullied them. These weaklings, not a single one surpassed the 9th level spirit body. The disciples who had instigated the prank wore arrogant expressions, their petty faces disgusting. They wanted to force Yin to retaliate and get expelled from the Holy Mountain sect. Yin's eyes were cold. Pulling Lala, they walked towards the disciple ranking board. The disciples were puzzled. What was this person doing going to the ranking board? The disciple ranking board clearly listed the rankings and standings of all disciples. Yin's gaze scanned from bottom to top. When they reached the 2-star near-completion disciples, their eyes paused. Their fingertip landed on a group of names. A light tap him The disciples who bullied Nian followed them to the ranking board. They were completely confused, not understanding what Nian meant. They only heard Nian shout loudly, "Holy Mountain Sect, 2-star near completion, disciple Zhangmang. I, Nian, request a duel with you. Do you accept?" The disciples' expressions instantly became a sight to behold. This person was too bold. Now there would be a good show. With a flash of blue light, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, a man quickly stood before Nian. He shouted, "I am Zhangmang. You want to duel me?" Nian wanted to see if these senior disciples would protect those petty bullies. They waved their hand, and the heavenly horses threw all the shredded belongings in front of Zhangmang. Zhangmang glanced at these, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly understood what had happened. With a mean expression, he said, "You need evidence to make accusations. Did you perhaps rip these yourself and frame them?" Clearly, they were all in cahoots. Nian drew out their most familiar long whip, the Panchi artifact. They chuckled lightly that I haven't even said anything yet. You're really protesting too much. Instantly, Panchi transformed into a black longsword. They simply said to Zhangmang, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Duel. Do you dare?" Zhangmang immediately puffed out his chest and said, "Bring it on." Almost the moment his voice fell, Nian raised a hand, forming a barrier of light that enveloped them both. Zhangmang roared, and a giant axe appeared in his hand. Someone outside the barrier shouted, "That person is a beast tamer. Zhangmang, be careful of that beast." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhangmang raised his giant axe and swung it fiercely towards Nian. The enormous axe head was about to fall on Nian's head. A small, chubby hand directly caught the giant axe. Lala, finally able to vent their pent-up anger, looked excitedly at Zhangmang. "Haha, finally, it's my turn," Lala shouted, and countless flames erupted from their body. All their strength instantly converged into their fist. With a heavy punch, they slammed into Zhangmang's head. With a thud, the tall and large Zhangmang was sent flying by Lala. Lala's eyes were filled with rage. They shouted, "You disciples use such despicable means to bully my master. Today, I'm going to burn off all your hair." If they hadn't been pushed to the brink, how could a 2-star near completion dare to risk challenging a 5-star near completion? Just now, these disciples had used underhanded tactics to bully Nian. Lala raged on the dueling platform against Holy Mountain Sect disciple Zhangmang. These disciples ganged up and used dirty tricks to bully their master. Today, they were going to burn off all their hair to vent their master's anger. With a boom, the flames subsided. The disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa." They saw Zhangmang standing naked on the platform, not only covered in wounds, but also completely hairless. He no longer resembled the burly, tall senior brother from before. Lala stamped their foot. Lala kicked Zhangmang in the chest, yelling, "Drop dead." Everyone knew that the Blood Phoenix clan, besides possessing fire that could incinerate all things, also possessed strength surpassing that of other spiritual roots. This kick from Lala, combining immense strength with raging flames, caused explosions wherever it landed. The weakest disciples who had bullied Nian gulped nervously, their voices trembling. This is going to kill him. Nian glared at these new disciples. "I'll ask you one more time. Who ripped my things?" Under this pressure, the disciples clenched their teeth, none daring to speak. Who would risk their life to confess? Nian sneered, "Fine. Dare to do it, but not own up to it. Cowards, get out of the holy mountain." Nian turned back to the disciple ranking board and randomly picked a name. "Xia Xian, second-class disciple of the Holy Mountain Sect. I challenge you to a duel. Do you accept?" Nian's voice echoed throughout the entire Holy Mountain Sect. She waited for a while, but there was no response. This Xia Xian didn't dare. Nian scoffed, truly overestimated the courage of the Holy Mountain Sect disciples. "A bunch of cowards. I'm a 2-star, he's a 2-star. It would seem like I'm bullying him." Her gaze moved up the ranking board to the very top. 5-star near completion, Lin Jingli. The top disciple was named Wang Sheng. Having decided, Nian shouted towards a crowd. Nian, without any spiritual beasts, challenges 5-star near completion Wang Sheng to a duel. Do you accept? The disciples were in disbelief. No spiritual beasts? A 2-star challenging a 5-star? Was she crazy? The mockery in Nian's eyes deepened. "Oh, even like this, none of you dare to answer?" As her voice fell, a tall, grim-faced man appeared beside Nian. "And oh, spiritual beast, are you looking to die?" It was Wang Sheng. Nian said deliberately, "Then, to be fair, I'll bring my spiritual beast and fight you." Wang Sheng's expression immediately changed. Bringing a spiritual beast? Wasn't that asking for his life? Zhangmang was still lying in bed, likely unable to get up for 2 months. Seeing Wang Sheng's awkward expression, Nian flicked her whip and laughed. "Forget it, I'll go easy on you. Let's fight like this. Lala clutched their stomach, laughing at a 2-star going easy on a 5-star. Shameless. Wang Sheng's face darkened. You're asking for it. I'll beat you to a pulp today. With that, Wang Sheng's 5-star near-completion spiritual energy condensed into a spiritual armor. The spiritual pressure stung Yinyan's face. 2-star near-completion spiritual armor gradually covered Yinyan as well. Wang Sheng launched a ferocious attack. Just as his sword was about to pierce Ninian's body, she sidestepped with a swift movement. The sword passed straight through her afterimage. Wang Sheng was startled. An afterimage? You've cultivated a speed-enhancing technique. What's the most thrilling? Challenging the impossible creates miracles. Just now, Ninian challenged a Holy Mountain sect disciple of the same level and instantly defeated them. No other disciples of the same level dared to challenge her. She skipped 3 levels and chose to challenge 5-star near-completion Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's sword was about to pierce Ninian, but he only hit a shadow. Wang Sheng couldn't believe it that you've cultivated a speed-enhancing technique. At this moment, Meng Xiaoqi and the others squeezed through the crowd. Seeing Ninian's swift afterimage, Meng Xiaoqi shouted, "Junior sister, well done. Use the divine steps master taught you and break through that bastard shell." How embarrassing. A 5-star only dares to fight a 2-star. You Holy Mountain sect disciples are all a bunch of turtle eggs. Meng Xiaoqi grew more and more excited as she scolded. Even if you win, I still look down on you. She turned to the surrounding Holy Mountain sect disciples and asked with feigned kindness, right? Wang Sheng was enraged. He swung his sword, creating hundreds of sword shadows, and roared, "Trivial tricks. I don't believe you can dodge this." Countless sword shadows flew towards Ninian. This time, Ninian didn't dodge. She swung her coiled whip forward. The whip seemed to come alive, transforming into numerous snake shadows, baring their fangs and lunging at Wang Sheng's sword shadows. They accurately bit onto the swords. The disciples below gasped. She has a near-completion level medium-grade magical tool. Before they could react, Ninian's other hand produced the red wooden flute given to her by Grandpa Deshawn. Existence is reasonable. It was time to show her true skills. The Holy Mountain sect disciples were shocked again. Another medium-grade magical tool. Was this woman a landlord's daughter-in-law? Wang Sheng, who had thought he could easily defeat her, now realized he had underestimated her. He shuddered, increasing his attack on Linley. Wang Sheng yelled, "Die!" Instantly, countless sword shadows flew towards Ninian. Ninian closed her eyes, pouring spiritual energy into the wooden flute. But the flute greedily absorbed Ninian's spiritual energy, tearing at the space around her. She hadn't expected this magical tool to be so powerful, requiring so much spiritual energy to activate. Wang Sheng lunged forward, striking a ferocious and invincible pose as he thrust towards Ninian. Laughter rang out. His fierce charge slowed down, as if he'd entered space, his speed reduced by more than 10 times. Even his voice slowed. "You're dead." Everyone's eyes widened. Today was another day of learning something new. They could hardly believe it. Lala and Bibian were stunned. Master is so cool. This magical tool is amazing. It can make the opponent slower than a turtle. Amidst everyone's shock, Ninian moved, not using divine steps. Her speed wasn't affected, but instead increased. She landed a heavy punch on Wang Sheng's chest, followed by countless more punches to his face. Wang Sheng, enraged, struggled to speak. "Just wait until your delay ends. I'll easily kill you then." Ninian gathered her spiritual energy again, the spiritual pearl within her rapidly circulating. She had endured so much in her 18 years. She remembered the 3 months of relentless torment and training by the old witch. If you want to be stronger than others, you must constantly surpass yourself. Fight with your life. When others can't endure, you endure. Then victory will be yours. She abruptly opened her eyes, her aura powerful. With a mighty roar, she shouted, "Break!" A booming sound erupted, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to boil, swirling around Ninian like a hurricane, rising into the sky. The Holy Mountain sect disciples' jaws dropped. A breakthrough. She actually broke through during battle. The comments section exploded. A miracle. It said a true miracle will happen today. What kind of crazy move is this? In broad daylight, Su Lingyan suddenly went mad. With the appearance of our goddess, everyone's jaws dropped. Just now, 2-star near completion, Ninian challenged 5-star near completion, Wang Sheng. What seemed impossible, Ninian leveled up in the face of adversity. With a roar of break, the surrounding spiritual energy began to boil, swirling around Ninian like a hurricane, rising into the sky. The Holy Mountain sect disciples were stunned. She broke through during battle. A massive spiritual energy vortex formed in the air like a giant tornado. Using the tornado as cover, Yin Yin seized the opportunity and rushed towards Wang Sheng, landing punch after punch, each one drawing blood. "You want to break my hand?" Yin Yin, eyes red, slammed her fist onto Wang Sheng's hand. "You want to break my leg?" She kicked his leg bone. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she sneered, "Did you think you, a 5-star, could definitely kill me? Let me tell you, killing you is easy." Yin Yin smile startled Wang Sheng that you're a pretty good stepping stone. Looking at the immense spiritual energy in her hands, she thought about why she had to fight stronger opponents. It was because she felt stuck at the peak of 2-star. Only by fighting stronger opponents could she advance. It seemed to be working. Waves of spiritual energy surged towards her. Yin Yin calmly approached Wang Sheng and kicked him out of the arena. The disciples outside didn't dare to even help him. Just then, in the western corner, a small tornado also spiraled upwards. The Holy Mountain sect disciples looked on in surprise. "Isn't that Su Lingyan's room? That fluctuation.is a breakthrough approaching." Bing Yin scowled in that direction. "It seems Su Lingyan is breaking through." Now that the Bai family was destroyed, the Empress, fearing her daughter would be bullied, refined spiritual energy acupoints for her, forcibly increasing her spiritual power. After being provoked by Yin Yin and Bai Bian, Su Lingyan swallowed the Empress's heart blood, her power directly reaching 1-star near completion. "I've succeeded." Looking at the small tornado, Su Lingyan felt a thrill of defying the heavens. "Ha ha!" She let out a maniacal laugh. "Yin Yin, I'm no worse than you. How could I, Su Lingyan, lose to you, you wretch?" Before she could finish, Su Lingyan's eyes widened. What she saw was a massive spiritual energy tornado, 3 times larger than her own, swirling above Yin Yin. Su Lingyan couldn't believe it. The owner of that tornado was Yin Yin. Su Lingyan's eyes turned blood red. She wanted to bask in the adoration of others. Why was this woman also breaking through, and with a tornado so much larger than hers? Su Lingyan declared, "You must have consumed some heavenly treasure to forcibly increase your power." Bing Yin looked at Su Lingyan as if she were looking at a huge joke. "Su Lingyan." Bing Yin chuckled softly and slowly said, "You're so pathetic." Su Lingyan trembled all over. She gripped the only mid-grade magical tool in her hand. A voice in her head screamed, "Kill her." She lunged at Yin Yin. The spiritual treasure in her hand suddenly emitted alarming fluctuations. It looked like it was about to explode. Su Lingyan yelled, "Die!" Just as Yin Yin was about to retaliate, Wawa, who had been hiding in the hem of her skirt, slowly poked its little head out. "Ha ha! The great Wagad, finally have a chance to make my entrance." Just as Su Lingyan's magical tool was about to hit Yin Yin, her eyes widened and invisible snail vortexes shot out from her pupils. Then, Yin Yin watched as Su Lingyan, as if suddenly depressed, stopped in her tracks. Su Lingyan ripped open her clothes and stuffed the about-to-explode spiritual treasure into her own chest. Like a fool, she clapped for herself, drooling and laughing. Su Lingyan is the best. I'll blow myself up. Everyone was stunned. Was this person crazy? Comment section reply, "Amazing. Good luck will follow you today." The great Wagad's appearance instantly shocked everyone. Woa's single action had completely plunged Su Lingyan into the abyss. Just moments ago, Su Lingyan had consumed the spiritual power and lifeblood refined for her by the Empress, advancing to 1-star human spirit realm. Thinking of the admiring gazes she would receive, she was practically on cloud 9. But then she saw Yin Yin directly jump 3 levels to 5-star human spirit realm. Unable to bear the repeated humiliation, Su Lingyan grabbed the only mid-grade magical tool in her hand and charged towards Yin Yin. At the critical moment, Wu made an invisible appearance. In front of everyone, Su Lingyan suddenly went crazy. She actually stuffed the bomb she intended to throw at Yin Yin into her own chest. Watching the magical tool glow brighter and brighter through her clothes, the Holy Mountain sect disciples were stunned. Was there something wrong with Su Lingyan's mind? By the time they reacted and tried to stop her, it was too late. A golden tail suddenly shot out, wrapping around the magical tool. It turned out to be Su Lingyan's still-injured golden jiao, protecting its master. But it was too late. The spiritual treasure wrapped in the golden jiao emitted a blinding light. With a boom, the golden jiao's body was blown to pieces. Its already injured tail was directly severed. Although the golden jiao had wrapped the magical tool and pulled it away from Su Lingyan, she was still affected by the blast. At that moment, Wu released its control over Su Lingyan. Su Lingyan collapsed on the ground in pain. The mask on her face was also blown away, revealing her already disfigured half-face. The disciples were shocked when they saw Su Lingyan's true appearance. Wasn't the Earth Foundation prodigy supposed to be beautiful and talented? How could it be this monster? Were we all deceived? The higher cultivation senior disciples grew impatient. All right, stop arguing. Save her first. If the sect master finds out about this explosion, he'll skin us alive. Yin watched the commotion. She hadn't done anything, and her enemy was already down. What did this have to do with her? The culprit who destroyed her room hadn't been revealed yet. Nana Bibian hadn't had enough fun yet. With a face full of excitement, she shouted, "Come on, keep fighting. Weren't you going to have a real fight?" One of the second-ranked disciples gritted his teeth and said, "Can't we just let this go? You've beaten so many people. You've vented your anger. Do you have to make everyone lose face?" Yin whipped her whip fiercely. Not satisfied? You started this. You started it whenever you wanted. Now you want to end it whenever you want. Not without my consent. You want to forget about it? Dream on. If I don't suppress these Holy Mountain sect disciples this time, this kind of dirty business will happen again. Lala pressed her chubby little hands to her chubby little face, her face full of excitement. That who's next? Come on, we're waiting for your real fight. None of the Holy Mountain sect disciples dared to speak. This woman could actually make a comeback. Who would dare to be her stepping stone now? Especially since she had just jumped 3 levels. Yin said coldly, "If you don't speak up, I'll go see who's next." The second-ranked disciples who hadn't had their turn panicked. They kicked the new disciples in the backside. "You little brats. Whoever did it, own up to it. Do your senior brothers and sisters have to clean up your messes?" Those who had been so aggressive before now turned on each other. Chi-Chi roared, "Hurry up and say who did it." One of the senior sisters guessed. Could have been Sheng Xian. She's the sect master's daughter. But do so many of us have to suffer for her mistakes? Yin watched these new disciples coldly as expressions of terror appeared on their faces. She laughed and asked, "What? Could it really be Sheng Xian?" At that moment, Sheng Xian, who was kneeling in the ancestral hall, sneezed loudly. Thinking of her once beautiful hair, she gnashed her teeth in hatred towards Yin. He had to get back at Yin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, clenching his fists with a grunt. Just then, an old man with bare arms poked him hard in the back. The old shaman's body jerked. This old man usually sat upright and dignified. When he got angry, the ground would tremble. Yet the disciples under his charge had done something so shameful behind his back. Just now, Yin's room had been maliciously defaced. Determined to find the culprit and put an end to this bullying, he clung to his conviction. If no one confessed, he would beat them all until they dropped. The second-ranked disciples finally caved. Who did it? Tell me quickly. Was it Sheng Xian? The new disciples were filled with regret. They hadn't expected this woman to be so difficult. In barely audible voices, they mumbled, "Wasn't Sheng Xian. It was us. We're sorry." Yin rubbed his ear. "Louder. I can't hear you." Their faces flushed crimson. They apologized again, this time with more sincerity. Yin chuckled and sighed as, "Oh, all of you were involved." The new disciples remained silent. Meng Xiaoqi swung his meteor hammer and sneered. "Impressive. Truly impressive. Holy Mountain sect. You dare bully my junior sister like this?" Yin looked calmly at the remorseful new disciples, then turned towards the empty space behind him. "Old sect master, have you seen enough? It's time to come out. Shouldn't you teach your own disciples a lesson?" Everyone froze. The next moment, the old sect master, who hadn't been seen for ages, appeared, riding on a cloud. His gaze swept over each of the new disciples. "Excellent, excellent. I haven't been out of seclusion for so many years, and this is what my Holy Mountain sect disciples have become." He gave Yin a strained smile. "Your perception is keen, young lady. Don't worry, I'll arrange a new room for you. You can stay here without any concerns." He turned back to the new disciples, his expression calm. "You won't be sleeping tonight. Join this old man outside for a while, and we'll exercise those rotting bones of yours." Yin turned without hesitation. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you, old sect master. I'll take my leave." He addressed the others behind him, senior brother, senior sister. They had only taken a couple of steps when they heard the old sect master call out, "Yin, are you coming to our Holy Mountain sect's disciple competition?" The new disciples gasped in unison that he's an outsider. How can he participate? As soon as the words left their mouths, the old sect master flicked his hand, sending them flying. His face darkened. Since when could disciples question the sect master's decisions? The second-ranked disciples cursed the new disciples inwardly. Foolish idiots. Who is the old sect master? Even Saint Hong bows before him. Yin turned back with a mischievous smile. "What's in it for me? I don't do things without benefits. Lala and Bibian cheered excitedly from the side. Another fight. They chimed in, no benefits, no deal. The old sect master raised an eyebrow at him. Ing Yin chuckled. The disciple competition isn't just about a 3-star difference. It means I have to fight against all the neighboring disciples, right? You want me to be a whetstone for your holy mountain sect disciples. But what do I get out of it? The old sect master replied seriously, our holy mountain sect's library. If you win, you can enter. Ing Yin's heart leaped. Finally, but his face remained impassive. Not enough. Reply in the comments section. Next episode, watch Lala, Bibian, and we'll meet and sparks fly. He's an ordinary second-generation Wawa. Through his own hard work, he's finally going to become a full member today. Just now, the old sect master of the Holy Mountain sect invited Ing Yin to participate in the disciple competition. The reward is access to the Holy Mountain sect's library for 2 days. Ing Yin's goal was achieved, but he showed no sign of it on his face, firmly saying, not enough. The old sect master narrowed his eyes, seemingly angered. But Ing Yin wasn't afraid. He continued, I'm currently the target of collective hostility from the Holy Mountain sect disciples. To defeat me, they'll definitely shake off their previous despondency and train hard. This will be greatly beneficial to your Holy Mountain sect. As for me, the library isn't actually that useful. A cunning glint flashed in Ing Yin's eyes as he began to LIES there. Anything more practical? That way, I'll have a real incentive to fight my hardest. After all, it'll be quite taxing for me. The old sect master burst into hearty laughter. Ha, you little rascal. You're quite the negotiator. All right, I'll also arrange 3 separate cultivation rooms for you and your companions within our Holy Mountain sect. How about that? Ing Yin beamed and readily agreed. Deal? Ing Yin went to the newly prepared disciple's room for him. It was much bigger and more spacious than the previous one. The furnishings were also much better. As soon as the door closed, Lala and Bibian's smiling faces fell. The next moment, both of them clenched their little fists and glared fiercely towards Yin Mion's corner. Yin Mion sensed the 2 little ones' malicious intent. Before he could figure out what was going on, 2 chubby little hands attacked his clothes. In the next second, Wu immediately rolled down from the corner, shouting, "Don't hit me." Then, while rolling, he transformed into a chubby little boy, looking about the same age as Bibian and Lala. You're a divine beast? Ing Yin subconsciously asked. Only a primordial beast can shapeshift. If he's not a divine beast, what is he? Then wait, isn't this the boy I saved from the Holy Mountain sect's gate before? Not a divine beast, a bad master. Lala snorted, just a little snail. I could crush his shell with 1 slap. Bibian explained, Master, this is a mutated beast. Bibian looked at Wawa and asked, that thing with Su Ling Yan just now, was that you? Wawa nodded, glancing innocently at Ing Yin. That's what she gets for trying to bully my master. Lala's face darkened, her little temper flaring up again. Who's your master? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. These beasts are all so scheming. Lala pushed Wawa towards the door, grumbling, get out. We'll handle things. Master won't get hurt. Wait a minute. Bibian stopped Lala. Looking at Wawa with a scrutinizing gaze, he said, your original form is very weak, but how were you able to control Su Ling Yan just now? I got a little excited. 2 small antennae suddenly popped out from Wawa's forehead. That's my innate skill, mind control. I can briefly confuse those whose strength is similar to mine, if they're unprepared. Bibian turned to Ing Yin and said, this ability is quite good and very convenient. Master, what do you think? There will definitely be people nearing peak 5-star and above at the disciple competition. They won't know about Wawa's existence. You can use him as an unknown card. Ing Yin looked at W. You want to follow me? Wawa nodded frantically. After I follow you, you'll be an honored guest of my clan. Wawa said excitedly. Please take me in. No loss, no deception, Ing Yin thought. My father is the clan leader of the Washoe clan. Although our clan strength is a bit lacking, we're spread throughout the 5 continents. We have very good information. Wawa, was just an ordinary second-generation Washoe. Ing Yin wasn't one to be indecisive. After analyzing the pros and cons, she extended a hand towards Wawa. You're in. This little Wawa was finally getting a promotion today. Just a moment ago, Bibian and Lala had knocked this little snail out from where he was hiding in the corner of Ing Yin's clothes. Wawa, with his mind control ability, had conquered Ing Yin. Ing Yin decided to keep him by her side as her 3rd spirit beast. Ing Yin took out some necessary items from her spatial ring and raised her hand, drawing a huge formation. Instantly, countless rays of light swirled around her. She said to Wawa, come on, let's make the contract. Wawa couldn't wait. He rushed into the formation, excitedly shouting, hurry up, master. Make me your beast. Lala snorted and slapped Bai Bian, annoyed. Why did you persuade master? Bai Bian rubbed his head and kicked back. Turning his back, I didn't have to persuade master. She would have taken him in anyway. Do you think just because master is ours, we can control her decisions? Then the two little ones turned their backs to each other, sulking, their hearts filled with jealousy. Soon, the formation was successfully completed. The white phoenix, source behind Ying Yin, emitted a warm glow, enveloping Wuwa. The contract was established. Wuwa immediately felt the spiritual energy flowing through his body accelerate, increasing by at least 3 times. Wuwa spun around excitedly. Just imagine what it would be like once Master's strength increased. With Ying Yin's current strength, she could only contract 3 spirit beasts. Any more, and the little phoenix source within her body wouldn't be able to handle it. After signing the contract with Wuwa, Ying Yin suddenly coughed up blood. The 3 little ones' expressions changed drastically. They rushed over to support her. Master, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Wuwa immediately used his mental power to scan Ying Yin's body. With this scan, his entire being was stunned. Master, your internal organs are bleeding so badly. How could you endure this for so long? Bai Bian and Lala's eyes widened in shock. Master, why didn't you tell us anything? Lala touched Ying Yin's arm with distress. Master, why did you just keep going? It must have hurt so much. Ying Yin used her spiritual energy to nourish her internal organs. She smiled, comforting the 3 little ones. I'm fine. Wuwa looked at his hands in disappointment, sadly saying, it's a pity I'm not a healing type spirit beast. If only I were healing type. The 3 little ones exchanged glances. The 3 of them are all power attack types. Power attack types are meticulous. Power attack types are useless when it comes to healing, aren't they? Ying Yin saw the 3 of them staring blankly at each other and laughed. It's okay. She coughed, having just offered comfort, but aggravating her own injuries. Just then, the seed in Ying Yin's pocket suddenly glowed and heated up. A warm current instantly flowed through Ying Yin's body, healing most of her broken internal organs and wounds. Ying Yin's eyes widened and color returned to her face. She was startled and took out the seed. What is this? The seed pulsed like a beating heart. The 3 little beasts reacted as if they'd seen breaking news. Master, it's cracked. She placed it on the ground. A small, emerald green leaf sprouted from the seed. The comment section replied, for beasts. Let's see what little one appears tomorrow. Trouble comes to her even when she stays at home. She's the master of Lala and Bai Bian. She was relentlessly pursued by a group of heavenly horses. Now, Wuwa, through his own strength, has become one of her spirit beasts. Ying Yin was injured from her previous challenge at Holy Mountain Sect and couldn't stop coughing up blood. The 3 little beasts blamed themselves for not being healing-type spirit beasts. At that moment, the seed Grandpa Shan gave Ying Yin glowed brightly within her. A small, emerald green leaf sprouted from the seed and slowly unfurled. A small seedling with 2 large leaves on its head emerged from the seed. After taking 2 steps with its delicate roots, unsurprisingly, it fell with a plop in front of Ying Yin. Ouch. That hurt little seedling. A childish female voice came from the seedling. Ying Yin was shocked. Is this a Yao Chow beast? The 3 little beasts were curious about the seedling. This little thing can talk. The seedling pointed at Lala and Bai Bian and said in a cute but fierce tone, you 2 stay away from me. I'm very fragile. It swayed its 2 large leaves. And I'm a Yao Huang Chow, not just an ordinary Yao Chow beast. Ying Yin thought the little thing sounded quite impressive. She poked it with her finger, knocking it over. The little thing tried to get up several times, but couldn't. Audacious little brat. How dare you treat the Yao Huang Chow with such disrespect? Just wait until I get up, I'll show you. Ying Yin thought, you should probably get up first. After a while, the little seedling finally got up, panting. It angrily raised a leaf and, thinking it was being very violent, slapped Ying Yin's hand. A warm, green flow entered Ying Yin's body, accelerating her healing. The seedling said proudly, how about that? Scared now, Lala squeezed out tears, pretending to cry. This seedling is so silly. Bai Bian grabbed it, saying coldly, grab it and let it heal, master. Then, feeling that its expression was too harsh, it turned and asked Ying Yin with a shy smile, master, what do you think? Ying Yin's lips twitched. When Bai Bian first hatched, it was shy like this, softly clinging to her shoulder. But after Lala arrived, some of its true personality came out. Bai Bian, do you think I'll believe you if you try to act like that again? Ying Yin coughed. Put the little thing down for now. She asked the seedling, what is a Yao Huang Chow? The seedling puffed up, but it's the most powerful of the Yao Chow beasts. Ying Yin summarized, alright, so it's still a Yao Chow beast. What's your relationship with Grandpa Shan? He was my guardian, but he's old. He didn't know if I would sprout, so he found me a new guardian. The seedling declared, young lady, you should be honored to be chosen by me. I'll have you know, I need the first rays of morning sun, the night's dew, the cleanest soil, and pure spiritual energy every day to grow quickly. Then, if you serve me well, I might. Before it could finish, Ing Yin snapped her fingers. Throw this little thing out. Right away. Lala grinned his signature devilish smile. Lala now looked like a demon to the seedling, slowly approaching, and oh no, you can't do this to me. I'll die out there. Wow, it wasn't a battle-type Yao Chow beast. Tell the truth, Ing Yin said coldly, glaring at it. If you don't tell the truth, I'll send you back to Grandpa Sean. The seedling's two leaves drooped. Looking listless, it said, fine, I'll tell you. Actually, I've taken a liking to your potential. I told Grandpa Sean I wanted to follow you. I'm a healing type. I don't have any attack power myself. I have to follow someone strong to survive. Going out today, you'll encounter a lucky Yao Huang Chow. Seedling, when you're poor, just eat dirt. At least no one will fight you for it. This was an arrogant and boastful seed. In order to become Ing Yin's beast, it had paved the way for itself with an incredibly extravagant meal plan. Unexpectedly, Ing Yin saw right through it. She directly ordered Lala to throw it out. The cowardly seedling immediately said, I'm a healing type. I want to follow you. Grandpa Sean is very strong, but he's too old. He can't accompany me for that long. I saw that you've been hurt too much, so I wanted you to cherish me a little. Wow, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten a single meal since I was born. The tiny thing huddled in the corner of the table. As it cried, white dew flowed from its leaves. It also pitter-pattered on its little roots, crying while picking up a nearby teacup to collect the dew. This is good stuff. Gotta save it. Ing Yin and the three cubs stared wide-eyed. What was this performance? As the seedling cried, its leaves gradually dried up. Ing Yin, fearing it would cry itself to death, poured it a cup of tea. The seedling grabbed the teacup and gulped it down. In no time, it had drained the cup, which was bigger than itself. What do you eat? Ing Yin thought to herself. After all, it had helped heal her. She had been a bit too harsh just now. The seedling hiccuped that I need to eat soil mixed with spiritual energy. Ing Yin took a small pot and a shovel from her space and said to Bai Bian, can you go dig up some soil outside? In no time, Bai Bian returned with a small pot full of soil. Holding the pot with both hands, Ing Yin mixed in her spiritual energy into the soil and asked, is this right? The seedling responded excitedly and eagerly buried itself in the soil, beginning to eat. Watching the seedling eat with gusto, Ing Yin took out her high-grade cauldron and said to the three cubs, are you hungry too? Come, let's make a stew. She then started taking out ingredients from her space. One by one, let's stew all the wild beast meat. We're running low on ingredients in my space. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the nearby forest and hunt some wild beasts. The cubs nodded in agreement. This little bit of meat wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted from the pot. Lala and Bai Bian picked up their chopsticks and grabbed the same piece of meat. Neither cub would give way, both claiming they had grabbed it first. The scene looked like it was about to erupt into a fight. Ing Yin, accustomed to such scenes, continued stirring the pot. Suddenly, a voice filled with confusion came from behind her. Why are you all fighting over it? Startled, Ing Yin almost dropped her chopsticks. Turning around, she met Yuan Xiusui's puzzled face. Ing Yin's eyes widened. How did you get in here? Yuan Xiusui said matter-of-factly, I came in because I wanted to. Ing Yin asked, didn't the old sect master notice you? That old geezer is butchering pigs right now. Yuan Xiusui repeated his question, why are you fighting over the food? Ing Yin picked up a piece of meat and held it to Yuan Xiusui's mouth. Try it. Food tastes better when you fight over it. Yuan Xiusui took a bite. Ing Yin asked, how is it? Isn't the meat I snatched for you more delicious? Yuan Xiusui looked directly into her eyes, his thin lips parting and closing as he chewed, revealing a captivating smile. The benefactor sits in her room, while the enemy trains in secret. If she hadn't gone out for a stroll with Yuan Xiusui, Ing Yin wouldn't have known how exciting the outside world was. Just a moment ago, Yuan Xiusui, following the scent, suddenly arrived at Ing Yin's room. Ing Yin was so startled, she almost lost her grip on her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Yuan Xiusui. Yuan Xiusui opened his mouth and ate without hesitation. After swallowing, he gave Ing Yin a captivating smile. Ing Yin was almost mesmerized by his smile. Pink bubbles instantly surrounded them. Ing Yin shook her head vigorously and quickly changed the subject. What did you mean by butchering pigs just now? Does the Holy Mountain sect raise pigs? The thought of the old sect master raising a bunch of piglets seemed unbelievable to Ing Yin. Yuan Xiusui put an arm around Ing Yin's shoulder. Yes, he's raising a bunch. I'll take you to see. As he spoke, a glowing formation appeared beneath his feet. In an instant, he brought Ing Yin to the rooftop. In the open space below, Ing Yin saw what he meant by butchering pigs. It was the same group of disciples who wanted to take Ing Yin down. Each one of them was carrying a huge rock, struggling to hold it above their heads. The old sect master stood in front of them, his gaze cold and stern. The disciples all squatted down, the heavy rocks pressing down on them, forcing out pained groans and howls. The old sect master scolded them, saying that none of them cultivated diligently and all they thought about were underhanded tricks. Yuan Xiusui was heartbroken. Pointing at the group, he said, "Look, isn't this just raising a bunch of pigs? Slaughtering pigs, feeding pigs, oinking." Ing Yin, speechless, held her forehead. "Don't go running around looking at things you shouldn't when you're bored," she said, "and don't misapply what you learn." I really wonder if he snuck off to watch someone butchering pigs. Ing Yin looked at the old sect master's disciples and wondered if he could even manage them. She then heard the old sect master ask, "Each and every one of you lazes around in the Holy Mountain sect, throwing your weight around. I ask you, what is your goal?" The disciples exchanged glances, then with a shared understanding, roared with bloodshot eyes, "Our goal, to defeat Ing Yin." Ing Yin raised an eyebrow. How interesting. She had become their target. Yuan Xiusui looked at the people below with an indifferent expression. "Yin Yin, what do you want to do?" He turned his head and gave a particularly pure smile. "Oh, you want me to help you?" Ing Yin stared into his eyes. Subconsciously, she shivered. Marshall, surely he wasn't thinking of wiping them all out? She forced a smile and said, "No need. Let them chase." Isn't a goal meant to be chased? A burning fighting spirit ignited in Ing Yin's eyes. "That I will be their goal forever." Yuan Xiusui glanced at her, then back at the group below. What are they doing carrying those rocks so laboriously? Ing Yin explained to the clueless Marshall, "They're training their physical strength. A strong body increases defense, and their spiritual energy absorption rate will also increase. Normally, you have to meditate for a long time to absorb spiritual energy faster and faster, right? But when the body is tense to a certain degree, it will spontaneously start absorbing spiritual energy." Before she could finish, several spiritual energy beads materialized in the air and enthusiastically surged towards Yuan Xiusui's body. Yuan Xiusui swatted them away with a look of disgust. "Oh, you have to meditate. Huh? Not right now, you guys." Yuan Xiusui turned to Ing Yin. He asked with genuine curiosity, "Why did you stop talking?" Yin Yin. Ing Yin turned her face away expressionlessly. "Don't want to talk anymore. My mouth is tired." This was an environment where strength reigned supreme. In order to get first place in the Holy Mountain Sect's written exam, everyone was desperately trying to level up, while the Holy Mountain Sect disciples were striving to cultivate in order to defeat Ing Yin. Several rows of moving boulders suddenly appeared above their heads. The boulders were about the same size as the ones the disciples were carrying, but these were stacked 3 high. The disciples, enduring the constant aches and pains in their bodies, looked up and realized that those weren't people at all. They were Ing Yin's sky horses. The sky horses were lined up in an orderly fashion and began to trot around the large square, snorting as they ran laps. The disciples were dumbfounded. They weren't even working as hard as a horse. The disciples were now stimulated, their eyes red with renewed determination. "I'm going to train harder. I was actually looked down upon by a horse. This is unbearable." The old sect master pondered for a moment, then shrugged. "Oh well. Having a goal is better than having no goal. Those brats are usually too idle anyway." When Sheng Hong emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he was stunned by the transformed Holy Mountain Sect. Was this still his Holy Mountain Sect? The old sect master said calmly, "I asked them to do it first. Now they're doing it on their own." Sheng Hong's eyes widened. "How is this possible? Sheng Hong, do you know why our Holy Mountain Sect disciples have become so cowardly and bullying?" The old sect master looked deeply at his disciple and said earnestly, "It's because you spoil them too much. It's fine to love your disciples, to protect them, but you can't completely lose your principles. Fortunately, these disciples haven't completely lost their fighting spirit. As long as there are upright elders to guide them and restrain their bad behavior, they can still be saved. The Holy Mountain Sect and its disciples are mutually dependent, sharing prosperity and decline. Do you understand what I mean?" Sheng Hong lowered his head, his eyes shadowed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, On the rooftop, Ying Yin turned around and said indifferently, "Marshall, you go back first. I'm going for a walk in the mountains." There were countless wild spirit beasts in the mountains, far stronger than her. They were striving, and she would strive even harder. Outside the Holy Mountain sect was a vast mountain range called Wangtian Mountain. Within the mountains, numerous powerful auras could be felt, and the howls of wild spirit beasts occasionally erupted. Ying Yin had just finished battling a huge black violent boar. The boar lay dead on the ground, a bloody hole in its belly. Lala and Bibian said worriedly, "Master, please rest. This is already the third mutated wild spirit beast you've fought today." Ying Yin, covered in blood, her right hand twisted at a grotesque angle, smiled and said, "I'm fine." "It's okay, Lala." Bibian Xiao Miao emerged from Yin Tian's pocket, her voice firm that I'll heal Yin Yin. A gentle healing energy flowed continuously into Ying Yin's body. Her injured hand slowly began to mend. "Yin Yin, you can't keep going," Xiao Miao said, collapsing onto her after the final treatment. "I'm completely drained today. You need a rest. Your right hand needs to recover properly, or you'll really be crippled if it gets injured again." Ying Yin softly replied, I know. She grabbed the Black Panther's tail and looked at her cubs. "Let's go. We'll have a feast tonight." It seemed both she and Yuan Xiusui had the same happy problem. Just now, the Holy Mountain sect disciples, driven by the goal of surpassing Ying Yin, trained tirelessly. They realized Ying Yin wasn't someone they could easily catch up to. She ran to the formidable Wantian Mountains and fought spirit beasts to improve her cultivation. After the battle, just as she was about to head back, she suddenly shuddered. The demonic energy in the air gradually coalesced, forming small, black, demonic beads that floated towards her. "You're about to break through," Xiao Miao exclaimed, spinning excitedly. "I knew it. Yin Yin has demonic energy within her. That's why I feel so close to you." The small demonic beads eagerly burrowed into Ying Yin's body. For a moment, she felt like she was about to explode. Xiao Miao said proudly, "Wow, a divine-demonic hybrid. I've really struck gold. If Yin Tian becomes stronger, he might not get the chance to be so attentive." We'll glance at Xiao Miao and ask curiously, "Xiao Miao, what is pure demonic energy?" Drawing on the unique inherited knowledge of the Yao Chao Beast clan, Xiao Miao explained, "You don't know. Our Yao Chao Beast clan actually had a good relationship with the demon race in ancient times. But aren't the demons said to be cruel and tyrannical?" Wu Wu asked in surprise. "They say if they reappear, there will be widespread devastation." "Slander. It's all slander." Xiao Miao exploded. "Our inherited memories would never deceive us." Memories of her ancestors surfaced in Xiao Miao's mind. It's because the demon race was too powerful. The humans felt threatened, so they spread these lies to smear the demons. Xiao Miao said angrily, "I hate those hypocrites." "Stop chatting," Bai Bianshe reminded them. "Master is about to break through. Be wary of sneak attacks." Everyone immediately became alert surrounding Ying Yin. Battle truly was the best way to improve one's strength. In a short while, Ying Yin's demonic power successfully broke through. The demonic energy outside eagerly tried to enter Ying Yin's body. "I haven't seen a demon in so long," they cried, affectionately trying to burrow into her. Ying Yin finally understood Yuan Xiusui's troubles. She pushed the crowding demonic energy away, saying proudly, "No more? I've had enough." Watching the demonic energy retreat dejectedly, Ying Yin thought to herself, this really is a happy problem. She glanced at her newly increased demonic power and resolved to find a way to break the seal on the demonic sword as soon as possible. Only when the old hag and the others were released, and she had the power to rival the 5 continents, could she cultivate demonic energy without restraint. "Let's go back." With a wave of her hand, they left the mountain range. After their departure, a starlight formation suddenly appeared where Ying Yin had been standing. A gray-robed figure appeared out of thin air. He didn't emit any spiritual power fluctuations, but possessed a unique, chilling aura. He gestured with his hand, gathering the lingering energy into his nose. His voice, hoarse and raspy, drifted through the air. Indeed, a demon. "So the demon remnants have come to the 5 continents." He revealed a sinister smile. How interesting. He had been a talentless waste. But after embracing demonic energy, he had opened his meridians and begun his rise to power. Just now, he had gone to the Wangtian Mountains to battle wild spirit beasts and increase his demonic power. The Holy Mountain sect disciples also noticed that Ying Yin hadn't been seen in the sect for several days. One disciple couldn't help but say, "Where did Ying Yin go? Did she get scared seeing so many of us training so hard?" "Haha, we haven't even been serious yet. If we were, What chance would Ing Yin have? The Holy Mountain sect disciples have been training excessively lately and were getting a bit overconfident. The next second, the smiles vanished from their faces. Ing Yin's clothes were soaked in blood, and she was dragging a massive Black Panther-like beast. Even though the beast was dead, the astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations were enough to prove its ferocity when alive. Ing Yin walked step by step towards her room, an intimidating presence. A female disciple couldn't help but ask, "Where have you been?" Ing Yin glanced at her. Her expression remained calm. Nothing much. Just routine cultivation, like you all. Ing Yin's demeanor deeply shocked the Holy Mountain sect disciples. Only after she dragged the Black Panther out of sight did they recover from their shock. She crazy? Who cultivates like that? Did you see her hand? What did she go through? The old sect master saw all of this. He clearly knew how severe Ing Yin's injuries were. It was because of the thin waist grass beast's aura that she cultivated so desperately. The old sect master's eyes reddened with envy. This little girl was truly extraordinary. She had both talent and courage. Sheng Hong frowned deeply from the side, his eyes fixed on Ing Yin, filled with worry and a hint of resentment. Such a training method, who in our Holy Mountain sect could compare? She's probably going to win the disciple competition for sure. Ing Yin returned to her room, placed the Black Storm beast on the ground, and called out to her cubs, "Get ready for a feast. I'm so hungry." Sanzai immediately crowded around. Xiao Miao dragged a large jar of dew from under Ing Yin's bed. "Yin Yin, use this to stew. If you stew it with this, Miao Miao can eat too." Ing Yin looked at Xiao Miao. "Just sure of you drinking meat broth, huh? If I cook it with dew, you can drink it. I'm a little immortal seedling who can drink dew." "All right." Ing Yin touched Xiao Miao, thinking, can this seedling be the main ingredient? She stroked the tender little seedling. Unaware of Ing Yin's thoughts, Xiao Miao hummed contentedly as he was being petted. Ing Yin stood up and gave instructions. "Lala, start the fire. Bibian, you're in charge of washing the vegetables. I'll go wash my face first." A moment later, bubbling sounds and a delicious aroma emanated from the pot. The entire pot of meat soup was devoured by Ing Yin, Sanzai, and Xiao Miao, leaving not a single drop behind. Lala suddenly puffed out her cheeks and said, "Master, I'm about to break through to the intermediate level. I'm still so hungry." "Me too." Bibian set the chopsticks down and immediately said, "I'm about to break through to the intermediate level too." After eating a large pot of meat, Ing Yin's injuries didn't hurt as much anymore. She started to get restless. "Then let's go to Wantian Mountain again and hunt some more prey." Everyone agreed, saying Yin Yin should change her clothes. Yin Yin agreed. After her battles with the demonic beasts, her clothes were covered in cuts and bloodstains. After eating her fill, Ing Yin glanced at her tattered clothes and said to her companions, "You guys rest first. I'm going to buy some new clothes. When I get back, we'll go to Wantian Mountain again." With that, Ing Yin took Xiao Miao and went out. The market outside was bustling with activity, where the protective garments sold. Ing Yin wandered around. She wasn't looking for ordinary clothes, but clothes with defensive properties. After 2 rounds, she unexpectedly saw Yuan Xiusui in front of a small shop. Sui Sui was rarely dressed in white today, with a large, light blue robe draped over him. Against this backdrop of pure colors, his features appeared less harsh. His lowered eyes and pursed lips made him look unusually docile. The girls nearby were mesmerized, their gazes fixed on Yuan Xiusui. Sui Sui stood in front of an ice shop. The shop owner was a mutated ice element cultivator. However, his talent was weak. Yuan Xiusui stared intently at the shop owner. Nervous, the owner's hand trembled, and the crushed ice suddenly exploded. Countless ice shards transformed into ice blue snowflakes, falling around Yuan Xiusui. Ing Yin was momentarily stunned. Yuan Xiusui was the most beautiful person she had ever seen. The shop owner nervously asked, "I'm so sorry, sir. Are you all right?" He offered a large bowl of shaved ice with trembling hands. It was topped with a generous amount of fruit sauce and looked very tempting. "Sir, please accept this as an apology." Yuan Xiusui didn't take it. The shop owner's chubby son was eating a bowl of shaved ice next to him. Yuan Xiusui stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, he grabbed a spoon from the side, took a bite from the chubby son's bowl, and tasted it. He immediately frowned. "It's not good." The chubby son was stunned, then burst into tears. "Wah, you're a bad brother. You stole my food." 2 large tears rolled down the chubby son's cheeks. Yuan Xiusui seriously repeated, "What you're eating isn't good." "Nonsense. Stolen food isn't good either." Ing Yin was bewildered by Yuan Shiosue's actions. What was he doing? I'm so sorry, sir. Let me make you a new one. The shop owner was sweating anxiously. No need. Yuan Shosue frowned. Stolen food isn't good. It definitely won't taste good if I hold it myself. He met the shop owner's apologetic gaze and added, Yin Yin said so. Yuan Shosue. Ing Yin couldn't help herself and strode over. When Yuan Shosue heard her voice, he turned around and smiled. Nian Nian. Ing Yin looked at the shop owner and said, my friend has a bit of a quirky personality. Don't mind him. She took out a spirit stone and handed it to the little boy. Here, little one. Be good, don't cry. This is for you. The shop owner quickly waved his hands. But that's too much. You don't need to give so much. But his chubby son knew it was something good. He snatched it up, wiped his tears, and smiled at Ing Yin. Thank you, pretty sister. Goodbye, sister. Sui Sui's every move was legendary. There's nothing anyone can think of that he can't do. 1 second, he's a naive boy stealing a little boy's shaved ice. The next, he transforms into a legendary figure, a silent killer. Just now, based on his understanding of Yin Yin, Sui Sui snatched this kid's shaved ice. After Bing Yin calmed the little boy down, he pulled Sui Sui to another street. With a serious expression, he said to Yuan Shosue, what I told you before wasn't like that. Snatching doesn't mean taking it from someone else's hands. It means it's more delicious when everyone eats together. Do you understand? Yuan Shosue understood, but it didn't matter. He didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Bing Yin was speechless. He realized he was the one overthinking it. He continued, also you have to pay for things. Do you understand? Do you have money? Yuan Shosue took out a spatial pouch and generously said, yeah, I do. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. I don't want it. Bing Yin told him to put it away. Don't snatch things from others anymore, okay? If you weren't a little lunatic, you'd definitely get beaten up. Yuan Shosue smiled, nodding that it's not that stolen food is tasty. It's that what Nian Yin gives me is tasty. Only what you give me is tasty. Bing Yin almost couldn't resist reaching out to rub Yuan Shiosue's face. Thankfully, he held back. Bing Yin coughed lightly. Oh, you know where they sell armor here. Armor? Yuan Shosue frowned. He wandered around when he was bored, so he naturally knew where the best armor shop in Tianzhou was. He pulled Bing Yin and ran in another direction that I'll take you. They arrived at a brightly lit area. The shop was closed. Yuan Shosue said, it's here. As soon as Bing Yin stepped inside, he saw a huge crowd. Don't push. In front of the counter displaying armor, a man smiled as he watched the crowded scene. He announced loudly, Human Spirit Realm armor is on the 2nd floor, Earth Spirit Realm on the 3rd, and Heaven Spirit Realm on the 4th. Bing Yin, with his back to the crowd, felt irritated. Yuan Shosue obediently lined up, but suddenly heard a group of people chatting in a line next to them. Have you heard? The leaders and elders of the Li family, the Jin family, and the Xiang Tian sect are all gone. So ruthless. Someone next to them leaned in, surprised. Who did it? You'll never guess. It was the Qi Gue Valley, and the Qi Gue Valley Master appeared. What? Those around them, eavesdropping, asked incredulously, there really is a Valley Master? The man nodded knowingly, as if he had seen it himself. I heard they turned some Qi Gue Valley people against them, wanting to get some rare formations. And the most amazing thing is that Valley Master can summon countless spiritual power with a wave of his hand. He doesn't have to worry about depleting his own spiritual power. It's with this move that he rendered those sects powerless. Boasting, haha, how could anyone be that powerful? Just as everyone started laughing, they saw several spirit orbs appear in front of them. These spirit orbs bounced around, disdainfully avoiding them, and then excitedly surged into a man's body. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Yuan Shosue. He was leaning against Bing Yin, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly, he turned and glanced at them. Yuan Shiosue's eyes were dark. These people were so noisy. Though born in the dust, he exuded a noble air. Even if he wore rags discarded by an old hag, he could still make people envious. Just now, Yuan Shosue brought Bing Yin to the most luxurious prison in Tianzhou. A man completely shrouded in a gray robe quietly entered through the main gate. The gray-robed man concealed himself completely, making his face impossible to see. But he could clearly see the people inside the prison. This gray-robed man was the one who had captured the wisp of demonic energy left behind by Ing Yin on Wangtian Mountain. Fortunately, Ing Yin had left early, otherwise she would have been recognized. He usually looked down on these low-level spiritual trash, but his gaze stopped on Ing Yin and Yuan Shosue, especially when he saw the spirit orbs continuously flowing into Yuan Shiosue's body. His pupils constricted sharply. The gray-robed man lowered his head and walked toward the corner. How unlucky to encounter a little lunatic powerhouse here. Bing Yin glanced at the armor on the counters. This armor was for Spirit Realm cultivators. He looked down on it. We need to go to the 2nd floor. Bing Yin said this to Yuan Shosue. The originally bustling staircase instantly cleared. Bing Yin was stunned. Going out with Yuan Xiusui had the effect of borrowing another's power to intimidate. Come on, since no one's here, let's go up. Bing Yin led Yuan Xiusui up to the second floor. To avoid Yuan Xiusui and Bing Yin, the gray-robed man went up to the second floor early. He just sat down in the corner seat when he saw them. What bad luck. Were they here to buy someone too? The armor vendor nearby. Just then, he remembered Chun-Chun sitting on the ground. A burly, sweating man came upstairs carrying a heavy box. Everyone present unconsciously straightened up. Some regulars even started asking, how many pieces of armor are there today? The man slammed the box down on the table. A few pieces. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. A few what? Just one. The room immediately erupted. Everyone started counting the coins in their pockets. Just one piece meant fierce competition. They weren't sure if they had enough money. What grade is it? Someone cautiously asked. What grade? The man in charge of the auction suddenly smiled at the crowd. He slowly uttered two words that made everyone's hearts tremble. Supreme grade. A young master from sect kicked his servant. What are you standing around for? Go home and get more spirit stones for me. The man continued. The forger of the supreme grade armor said, today for this one piece, we're not talking spirit stones. We're only talking two words. Everyone pricked up their ears. The man slowly extended two fingers. Everyone was confused. What does that mean? The forger said, this supreme grade armor has a spirit. It will choose its own master. The man pointed to the deep dent he'd just made. If you don't get the armor's recognition, it will be heavier than 1,000 pounds, unusable in battle. On the other hand, if this armor accepts you as its master, it will be light as a feather in battle and as strong as a rock in defense. The forger said, therefore, he'll accept one spirit stone. Whoever can lift it, takes it. That's destiny. Bing Yin looked at the box and whispered, what a strange forger to create such a strange piece of armor. Bing Yin didn't know that at this moment, on the top floor of the building, two people were silently observing everything. One of them was the building's owner, Master Yi. You're very generous today. A supreme grade armor with a spirit is very difficult to forge. Who are you giving such a big gift to? Master Yi closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. You're wrong. The one who benefits isn't the one who gets the armor, it's me. This is an armor with a spirit. If it finds its master, it will be light as a feather and strong as a rock in battle. The forger of this armor, Yin, had been waiting for someone destined for it. Even the owner of the building couldn't help but feel envious. Who are you giving such a great opportunity to? Yin explained, of course, I'm giving the advantage to myself. The owner narrowed his eyes and asked, how so? But Yin was unwilling to say more. Fine, if you don't want to say, who can pry open your mouth? Master Yin? The owner poured him a cup of tea. Let's just continue drinking tea then. He looked down at the bustling floor below and continued, but you haven't spread the word today. You're not going to attract the person you're looking for. Yin smiled, maintaining his composure. His voice was calm, but carried an unquestionable firmness that IT doesn't matter. I can wait as long as it takes. Downstairs, Bing Yin watched the people eagerly stepping forward to be the first, rubbing their nose. That aren't you going, Yin Yin? Yuan Xiusui looked at them and said, don't you want it? I'll wait until they're all done. Bing Yin yawned tiredly. The auctioneer looked at the crowd and said with a grin, who's first? A group of people immediately surged forward. The first person expectantly placed their hand on the box and tried to lift it. The box didn't budge, heavy as 1,000 pounds. How could this be? He was disappointed and wanted to try again, but was shooed away by the man. The next person excitedly stepped up, but unsurprisingly, they weren't the chosen one either. More and more people returned empty-handed. Those who firmly believed they were the chosen one gradually calmed down. Is there anyone left? Unknowingly, everyone present had tried. From a shadowy corner, a gray-robed figure slowly stood up. I haven't tried. His voice was hoarse. When he stood, everyone was visibly surprised. Was there someone in that corner? We didn't even notice. Such a low presence. Looks like another one who overestimates themselves. Judging by his appearance, he's even less likely than the others. The gray-robed man glanced at Yuan Xiusui. Luckily, Yuan Xiusui wasn't looking back. He was looking at Bing Yin beside him. Bing Yin had fallen asleep, waiting in line. The exhaustion from days of fighting finally catching up. Unable to resist, they leaned against Yuan Xiusui and dozed off. Yuan Xiusui was smiling, letting Bing Yin sleep on his shoulder, gently combing their hair. Your turn. The auctioneer beckoned to the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man looked at the box with satisfaction. Supreme grade armor would make a perfect birthday gift for his beloved apprentice. His hand landed on the box. It truly felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. But for him, it wasn't difficult. The gray-robed man, without changing his expression, picked it up, and he picked it up with ease. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. He actually lifted it. Upstairs, Yin abruptly opened his eyes, a storm brewing within them. Master Yi also widened his eyes, looking down. So he'd found it, this man. The destined one he'd been desperately searching for. The prophecy fulfilled. His heartbroken rival in love had just appeared. Just now, the gray-robed man, expressionless, lifted the box. Everyone present was stunned. Even Master Yi thought it was that easy. He'd found the owner of the supreme great armor. The gray-robed man pretended the box was light, turned around with it, and started to leave. As he walked, he said, "Ha, it seems I am the destined one. Then I'll gladly accept this. Such a good item to take back. Even if my apprentice can't use it, I won't let anyone else have it." Suddenly, the box began to hum loudly. It abruptly shook, spun 360 degrees in the air, and with a powerful kick, launched him away. The man landed back on the table with a thud. The box's actions clearly showed its disdain for the gray-robed man. The crowd roared with laughter. They thought someone would take the armor today, but they never expected it to be so spirited. Yin sighed and closed his eyes again. Master Yi laughed heartily. Why, Yin, with your intelligence, you should understand. If someone with earthly immortal realm strength or above tried, lifting this thing would be child's play. I was waiting for you to be disappointed, but I didn't expect you to have already anticipated this. Downstairs, the auctioneer shook his head and said, "All right, since no one else wants to try, I'll take this back." However, thinking of the crowds that would storm the building tomorrow, he smiled and continued, "By the way, everyone, this building has been entrusted by the Holy Mountain Sect to inform you that in 3 days, the Holy Mountain Sect Disciple Competition will be held. The old sect master will preside. Please do come if you're free. Spread the word. News travels fastest from this building." Master Yi and the old sect master were close friends, so naturally, he would help with the announcement. The auctioneer finished speaking, took a deep breath, and prepared to leave with the box. But the box started shaking wildly again. From the beginning, the box knew who it was looking for, but that person called it a strange box. The box was unhappy and decided to give him the cold shoulder. It waited and waited, but the person was still sleeping. The box's pride couldn't hold out any longer. It suddenly jerked and flew towards Ing Yen. Then bang, Yuan Xiu, frowning, slapped it away. The box landed on the ground, spinning Wei Chief Ly. Yuan Xiu scowled. If that thing hit Yin Yin's face, wouldn't she be woken up? The box felt wronged. It was having such a hard time. Everyone else fought over it, but now it was offering itself up and being rejected. Ing Yin was woken by the noise. She abruptly sat up. She saw the box nestled against her leg. Ing Yin was startled. What is this thing? Then she kicked the box away. It went flying with a thud, this time even further sticking to the wall. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Someone even asked, "You just kicked it away?" "Yeah, what else was I supposed to do?" Ing Yin finally realized what it was. Wasn't this the box containing the supreme grade armor? She looked up at the auctioneer. "You said it was heavy?" "It's not heavy at all. Don't blame me if it's broken." Upstairs, Yin opened his eyes once more. His gaze pierced through the layers of barriers, landing directly on the scene below. Beside him, Master Yi stopped drinking his tea. "See, old Yi, it's just a young girl. What are you so nervous about? Gorgeous clothes are only pleasing to the eye. Clothes that can withstand attacks are truly impressive." This man, in his painstaking search for a companion, poured all his secrets into this piece of armor. To everyone else, the armor weighed 1,000 pounds. But to Ing Yin, it was as light as a feather. The moment the armor chose its owner, Yi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Yi teased, "Old Yi, it's just a young girl. What are you so nervous about?" Yi Yan didn't answer, his eyes fixed on Ing Yin's face downstairs. Master Yi's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Ing Yin's beautiful face, then at his old friend, who was famous but never showed interest in women. Could it be he's fallen for her? That doesn't make sense. Master Yi isn't that kind of person. That girl is too young. The building owner shook his head. Could it be that Master Yi wants a disciple? Down below, Ing Yin, under the shocked gazes of everyone, walked towards the box. The box vibrated and even hopped a step to the side. Bing Yin grabbed the box and hugged it. The box didn't resist. Bing Yin giggled and said, "Oh, it's got quite the temper." She looked at the auctioneer and asked, "So, can I take this?" The auctioneer, with a wooden expression, pointed at the box and replied, "Don't ask me. Ask it." Ing Yin was about to frown when the box suddenly opened itself. It wasn't the box moving, but the armor inside pushing against the lid. It floated directly up into the air. It landed obediently in Ing Yin's hands. "S.O., this is the supreme grade armor, Nirvana." Ing Yin looked at the piece of cloth resting docilely in her hands, feeling surprised. "How do I even wear this?" As As if understanding her words, the cloth floated up and adhered to Ying Yin's body. In the next moment, Ying Yin's clothes transformed. Her bright red dress became a jet black gown, trimmed with gold along the edges, giving her a more imposing air. The garment's durability increased tenfold. Yuan Xiusui carefully examined Ying Yin and finally nodded, concluding the clothes looked good. Ying Yin was also pleased, even wondering if her luck was too good. Ling Xiu liked her because she had Ling Xiu affinity. Why did this armor choose her? This is mine now. I can take it. Ying Yin confirmed with the auctioneer again. The auctioneer looked up at the building owner, Yin, and saw him nod in agreement. The auctioneer mechanically nodded at Ying Yin. Yes, you can take it. Ying Yin then asked, what's the name of this armor? Supreme grade armor should have a name, right? The auctioneer took a breath, gradually recovering. This was also the method Nirvana's creator preferred for choosing its owner. Use it well. Don't tarnish its reputation. Ying Yin raised an eyebrow. That it's called Nirvana? Could it be related to my phoenix? Can I meet Nirvana's creator? Ying Yin asked cautiously. The auctioneer waved his hand and said, Master Yi and never meets strangers. He is the last surviving member of the Xian clan, sealed beneath White Head Mountain for 500 years. In his eyes, all mortals are like ants. Only Nian Yin is a shining star in his eyes. Today, he opened his heart to Nian Yin and spoke of his past. Just now, Ying Yin's Nirvana had chosen her as its owner. She wanted to meet the blacksmith who forged Nirvana and thank him in person. Unexpectedly, the auctioneer refused outright. Master Yi and never meet strangers. These words stunned everyone. This was actually Master Yi An's work. It was common knowledge that Yi An was proud and aloof. It was said that last time, even the Zhou family head of the 5 continents went to request a piece of armor from him, but Yi An refused to even see him. Unable to meet him, Ying Yin felt a little disappointed, but understood. An expert needs to have some quirks, right? Please thank Master Yin for me. I will definitely put Nirvana to good use. Ying Yin spoke loudly, believing the master would hear her. Upstairs, Yin clenched his fists, staring intently at Ying Yin below. His lips were pressed tightly together, his brow furrowed with excitement. The building owner couldn't help but ask, are you going down to see her? Seeing Ying Yin turn to leave, Yin breathed a sigh of relief and said, not yet. Ying Yin and Yuan Xiusui walked out of the building. Yuan Xiusui, walking behind, suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. Yin Yin, wait for me. I have something to do. He ran to the auctioneer and handed him a spirit stone. The auctioneer looked surprised. Yuan Xiusui rarely explained anything, but this time he said, Yin Yin said we should pay for things we take. The auctioneer looked at the single spirit stone, his hand trembling, indignant but Buganyan. 1 spirit stone for Master Yi in supreme grade armor. Yuan Xiusui, walking out of the building, looked pleased. Yin Yin, let's go. Ying Yin was curious. What are you so happy about? Yuan Xiusui carefully gestured with his hands that I just paid 1 gold coin as compensation for taking the armor. Ying Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her lips, 1 gold coin. Yuan Xiusui replied proudly, yes. You paid 1 gold coin before too. Before Yuan Xiusui could react, Ying Yin quickly ran back towards the building. She retrieved the gold coin from the auctioneer's hand. Sorry, he was joking with you. She then quickly pulled Yuan Xiusui away from the building. It was fortunate that Yuan Xiusui was a bit naive. Otherwise, walking around like that would have gotten him beaten up. After reaching another street, Ying Yin slowed down and touched her black dress. I still can't believe this is real. She wasn't one to dwell on things. Turning to Yuan Xiusui, she said, forget it. I got the better end of the deal. Consider a favor I owe Yi An. He ran forward happily. Then he realized, wow, look, Nirvana can even change to the color of my original clothes. The two of them slowly walked back. As they walked, Ying Yin suddenly looked at Yuan Xiusui and asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Yuan Xiusui, who gave you that name? Yuan Xiusui said with a blank expression, my mother. Ying Yin nodded, unsure whether she should continue asking. Because, how should she put it? The name Xiusui sounded quite depressing. Nian Yin was given by that old hag. Yuan Xiusui continued. She said Nian is taken from constantly thinking of, and it's filled with blessings. She didn't know what meaning Yuan Xiusui's name held. Yuan Xiusui said calmly, when I was born, I was weak and close to death. My father went to the EC realm and fought the demon dragon for days and nights. He took the demon dragon's dragon pearl to save me, but he was also bitten by the demon dragon. The demon dragon's poison was extremely potent. My father didn't survive. The name my father originally gave me was Yuan Sui, hoping I would thrive. After my father died, my mother added Xian to the middle of my name. I was very young at the time. My mother called me that, and I didn't ask why. Later, my mother died. I will never know why she named me that. Actually, it's fine. It doesn't matter what I'm called. They're all gone anyway. Yuan Xiusui's eyes reflected the surrounding lights, as if a warmth enveloped the coldness within. Actually, I prefer you calling my name. Yin Yin, call me more often. Hearing these words, Bing Yin felt a pang of heartache. After a moment of silence, she smiled and replied, Xiosue, what exactly is the relationship between this man and Yin Yin? Why did Yin Yin feel a long-lost sense of familiarity upon their first meeting? Just now, Xiosue was telling Yin Yin stories of his childhood. As Yin Yin listened completely captivated, she suddenly heard the sound of a child crying and laughter in the distance. Turn that kid's face around. Let him see what happens to those who don't repay their debts. Bing Yin pulled Yuan Xiosue along, following the sound. After walking a short distance, Bing Yin saw a horrifying scene. In the alleyway, the owner of the ice shop and another man were kicking someone repeatedly. The smell of blood hung in the air. On the other side, several men were holding a child, forcing him to watch. The man pointed at the child and laughed. Come on, look how happily your dad is flying. The child cried his heart out, tears streaming down his face. Bing Yin recognized the child. It was the same child who had smiled and taken a spirit stone from her hand earlier, calling her sister. This little thing's crying is annoying me. The man's eyes flashed with cruelty. Just as he was about to do something to the child, he noticed a shadow by his feet. The shadow stood darkly beside him, stretching towards him in the distorted moonlight. The man slowly raised his head and met Ing Yin's gaze. Oh, Yuan Xiosei, the man said, immediately releasing the child. His gaze fell on Ing Yin's face. He grinned. Where did this little beauty come from? He reached out towards Ing Yin, simultaneously signaling to the others around him. Ing Yin was surrounded. Don't be afraid, he said, a malicious glint in his eyes. We're just playing a game. He owes us money. A life for a life. It's only right. His hand was about to touch Ing Yin's face, but in the next second, Ing Yin's face turned cold and her demonic energy erupted. She was so furious that she couldn't suppress her demonic energy for a moment. The demonic energy, enveloped in spiritual power, channeled through her weapon, unleashed a powerful blow. Its force doubled. The speed was so fast that the man only saw a flash of light before his outstretched hand was severed at the wrist by Ing Yin. With a thud, the severed hand fell heavily to the ground. Ing Yin's eyes were icy, her voice filled with killing intent. A dog blocks my path. I kill the dog. It's only right. The man screamed, blood gushing from his severed hand. Kill her. Kill that bitch. Yuan Xiosei, seeing that these people were quite weak, asked Ing Yin, want to practice on them? Ing Yin nodded. But then Yuan Xiosui turned and looked towards the dark alley behind them. Come out, whoever's back there. Don't follow us. At the moment Ing Yin was almost touched, he had sensed a surge of energy behind them. As his voice fell, Yin, dressed in white, slowly walked out of the alley. I mean no harm, he said. Ing Yin glanced back at Yin. Asterisk, who is this? Why do I feel a strange sense of familiarity? Asterisk. Don't worry about him. Yuan Xiosui said, shielding Ing Yin, that I'll handle this. You go practice. The ignored thugs in front grew and raged again and surrounded Ing Yin, attempting to flank her. Several men, wielding their weapons, charged towards Ing Yin. Ing Yin took out a wooden whistle and blew on it. Several large men shuddered simultaneously. Their movements, under Ing Yin's startled gaze, slowed uncontrollably. Ing Yin, without hesitation, grabbed her long sword and attacked the leader. The man's pupils dilated sharply. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A massive shield appeared in front of him, covered in countless runes. With a clang, Ing Yin's sword struck the shield, but it didn't budge. At the same time, a thick, foul stench emanated from the man as he bit his tongue and spat blood. Yi En, Ing Yin, and Chi-Chi's expressions changed. A cultivator? Another day of easy pickings. This equipment is amazing. Just now, Ing Yin, standing up for this poor fellow, drew her sword to help. The opponent bit his tongue, activating a new skill. Yi En, Ing Yin, and Chi-Chi's faces changed at a shoe repairer, Cieli. With this rotting stench, it couldn't be anyone other than a shoe repairer. Disgust flashed across Ing Yin's face. Shoe repairers use the same methods as those by family scoundrels, sacrificing others to increase their own power. The man grinned wickedly. Little girl, is this your trump card? I'll let you taste what it means to be worse than death. With that, Yin suddenly handed Ing Yin a red umbrella. The umbrella unfurled with a whoosh, revealing two small hands. Two large eyes on the bright red surface blinked at Ing Yin. Ing Yin's brow twitched. Another top-grade magical artifact. Sensing Ing Yin's wariness, Yin hurriedly said, I'm Nirvana's master. Feel free to use my artifact. I mean you no harm. I know Ing Nu. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. When he uttered the words Ing Nu, Ing Yin's heart lurched. That old hag. This person knew the demon race's Ing Nu, their former leader. The one-armed man's pupils trembled S. Oh, you're that demon race remnant. D. The man charged directly at Ing Yen. The red umbrella positioned itself in front of Ing Yen. With a bang, it opened, and the man's weapon couldn't penetrate it. Countless needles shot out from the top of the red umbrella. Ing Yen, startled, instantly retracted the precious umbrella. It blinked at her ingratiatingly. Ing Yen glanced at Yin and saw Yuan Xiusui carefully examining the umbrella. After a moment, he nodded to her. She then grabbed the red umbrella without hesitation. Spiritual energy poured into the artifact. It was another perfect match. Seeing this high-grade artifact, the villains knew that staying meant death. Yuan Xiusui frowned. He raised his hand and suppressed them with a single gesture. An explosion sounded. The pungent, foul odor made Yuan Xiusui cover his nose in disgust. There's still one left, Yin said, looking at the one-armed man. Yuan Xiusui gave him an impatient look. He wanted to slap the man away, but remembering that Nian Yin quite liked the things he made, he refrained. Leave that one for Nian Yin. She needs to vent her anger. Yuan Xiusui, glancing at him, stepped forward. Nian Yin, I'll take you after him. Before he could finish, a white light flashed. The large Tiamat horse appeared before Ing Yen, swishing its tail and rump, urging her to mount. Ing Yen immediately mounted the horse and shot off like a streak of light. Moments later, she returned, sitting on Tiamat's back. She tossed down the thing she carried. The man's head. He knew her identity, so Ing Yen wouldn't let him escape under any circumstances. A young boy, holding his father's body, knelt beside it, looking utterly drained. Ing Yen took a garment from her spatial storage and draped it over the child. The boy trembled. Sister, my father is dead. Those people were bad. They were bad people. But the bad people were dead now. Suddenly remembering something, the child pulled out a handful of gold fragments, crying, Sister, this is what father said he had to return to you. Ing Yen never imagined that simply going out to buy clothes would lead to so much commotion. First, Sui Sui stole someone's shaved ice. Then, by coincidence, she obtained a unique battle garment. Now, the shaved ice vendor had been murdered by a shoe repairer, and before dying, he'd instructed his son to return the gold fragments to Ing Yen. Ing Yen stared at the fragments, stunned. She had completely forgotten about them. Such a simple, honest man dead. It was such a pity. Ing Yen asked sorrowfully, why were they after your father? Do you know who those people were? The child bit his lip, tears streaming down his face, and why father owed them money. But I don't know where it came from. Ing Yen frowned at Yuan Xiusui, wondering what to do with the child. She figured Yuan Xiusui wouldn't have a clue. Yin stepped forward and said, Tianizhou has a special facility for children whose parents have been killed by the relaxation room. I'll accompany you to take him there. Ing Yen wanted to ask about the English matter, but Yin glanced at the child and said, let's talk after we've taken him. Don't worry, I'll definitely answer all your questions. Yin was very patient with the child. He and Ing Yen took the child to bury his father before leading him to the facility. Shortly after they left, a gray-robed figure hurried into the alley. Apprentice. Apprentice. The gray-robed man's eyes were bloodshot. The stench filling the air told him his apprentice had been murdered. The body had already been disposed of by Yin Yen. The one-armed man was this old man's beloved apprentice. The old man wanted the nirvana for his apprentice. A pool of blood still stained the ground. The gray-robed man's withered hand trembled as he touched it. The familiar scent made him vomit a mouthful of blood. This blood was 10 times more foul than the stench in the air. Who killed you? I will make them pay 1,000-fold. With that, the gray-robed man bit his finger and pressed his hand onto his apprentice's blood. Su Ling. The gray-robed man's voice was sharp. This was a special technique of his, allowing him to see the deceased's final memories. That I'll see who had the guts to do this. As he finished speaking, Yin Yan's face slowly materialized before his eyes. It was him. The gray-robed man's eyes were blood red. That I will kill you. I will avenge my apprentice. Meanwhile, Yin had brought Yin Yen and Yuan Xiusui to their destination. This is Tong Yuan, Yin explained as Yin Yen looked at the academy-like building. Tong Yuan has branches in all 5 zhous. The children here receive benefits and repay Tong Yuan when they grow up. Sister, can I still go back and see my daddy? The boy seemed to have matured overnight. Of course, Ing Yen replied. Tong Yuan doesn't restrict your freedom. Cultivate well and avenge your father in the future. The boy had taken a liking to Ing Yen. Good sister, my name is Jian Bao. Where do you live? Can I come find you later? Ing Yen smiled. I live in Holy Mountain Sect. My name is Ing Yen. If anyone bullies you, come find me. Ing Yen never would have imagined that a simple trip to buy clothes would result in her gaining a godfather. Just now, she had sent this poor child to Tong Yuan to cultivate. The boy was reluctantly led inside by a Tong Yuan teacher. Looking at Ing Yen's smiling face, Yin suddenly said, "You can come visit this place too. There aren't many people with backbone in Holy Mountain sect. They won't be of much help to you. Hong Yuan has quite a few formidable individuals. We'll talk about that later." Ying Yin looked at the man, her expression no longer as gentle as it had been with Jian Bao. "Tell me, how do you know my mother?" The man's expression suddenly changed. "Mother? What do you mean?" The man's eyes became bloodshot. "You say she's your mother?" He was so agitated that his aura became unstable. Yuan Xiusui quickly pulled Ying Yin behind him, glaring at the M-A-N-D. "Oh, you want to die," he said coldly. The man's shoulders slumped. As Ying Yin watched in shock, he said, as if heartbroken, So he's already found someone else in the demonic sword sect?" Ying Yin's lips twitched downwards. She felt like she understood. Looking slightly disgusted, she explained, "Godmother." The man's eyes instantly lit up. He stared intensely at Ying Yin, excitedly saying, "You recognize her? You're not her biological daughter." Ying Yin internally questioned the man's intelligence. "Aha!" Suddenly, Yin burst into loud laughter. Even Yuan Xiusui frowned. He held Ying Yin's hand. "This guy is crazy. Yin, stay away from him. Who knows if it's contagious?" If anyone else had said that, Yin would have scowled. But now, having gone from hell to heaven, he didn't care what anyone said. After his laughter subsided, a faint blush crept onto his usually cold face. Then, he said wistfully to Ying Yin, "Well, if she's your godmother, you could also call me Daddy." Ying Yin was stunned. She took Yuan Xiusui's hand and backed away 3 steps, wary. These days, there were actually people eager to be called Daddy. "This guy likes the old hag. Don't be afraid. I really know your mother," Yin said, seeing the alarm and fear on Ying Yin's face. He waved his hands frantically. "If you don't believe me, we can go back now. Ask her through the seal of the demonic sword sect." Ying Yin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. "Are you a demon or a human?" "I'm indeed a demon." Yin chuckled slightly. "It's just that I'm the first spirit demon body in the demon race. Even in the 5 continents, as long as I hide well, no one can find me. You're a forger body too, right? Before, when Wanshou Kingdom mentioned the demon race's foolishness, I went looking for you, but I couldn't find you. Later, I returned to the demonic sword. Based on information from the 2 big potato sacks, I guess you might have come to the 5 continents. The 5 continents are so vast, it's hard to search. So I took out a top-grade protective armor garment that only forger bodies can use, thinking that if I spread the news, you'd definitely come since you didn't have any protective armor. This armor only chooses forger bodies. The potato sacks, after hearing so much from Ying Yin, immediately grasped the most important point. "You've already met little cutie. Why didn't you go find my mother? Also, the entire demon race is sealed. How come you're the only one not sealed?" Speaking of my mother, Yi Yin's face flushed crimson. "Actually, I was kicked out of the demon race by my mother. When the demon race emerged, I wasn't within the clan, so I wasn't sealed in. My mother refused to see me, so I could only ask the potato sacks that escaped." "Why?" Ying Yin immediately asked. Yi Yin's face turned even redder. You're still a child, don't ask about this." Yin said frankly, "If you don't trust me, you can go to the demonic sword and ask about me." Actually, after he said all this, Ying Yin already believed him somewhat. The rest, he'd confirm with the big guys at the demonic sword when he returned. Ying Yin was very cautious. He was just about to return the red umbrella and Nirvana when, before he could speak, a white light flashed before him. Yin had actually dashed away. While running, he left these words, "Keep these and use them. I have plenty more. If you need anything, just ask me. I'll definitely come to watch you at the disciple competition." This scene made me grin like an ant. This is too adorable. Just now, when Ying Yin was about to cry, a godfather appeared. He made a move and gifted Ying Yin 2 pieces of supreme protective armor and Nirvana. Ying Yin was still wary of this new daddy of unknown origin, thinking to confirm with the demonic sword before deciding whether to accept the gifts. Before Ying Yin could speak, Yin suddenly dashed off. Ying Yin stood awkwardly in midair, holding the red umbrella. The 2 large eyes on the red umbrella stared at Ying Yin. Ying Yin stared back, awkwardly but politely greeting it. The large eyes on the red umbrella blinked and curved towards Ying Yin, as if smiling ingratiatingly. As it smiled, the umbrella became even more vibrant red. In the night, it was like a glowing red lantern. Xiao Miao was furious. Even an umbrella was trying to flirt nowadays. Angrily, it jumped onto the umbrella's surface and slapped it with a leaf that don't smile. "Who are you smiling at?" The umbrella seemed to understand. The 2 eyes immediately took on a sorrowful expression. In a flash, the red umbrella's surface turned pitch black. Ying Yin was surprised. "IT can even change color." Ying Yin waved the umbrella, but lost control of her spiritual power for a moment. The attack hit Xiao Miao. Careful! Ying Yin immediately withdrew her spiritual power, but Xiao Miao was still grazed. It wasn't enough to injure it, though. Ying Yin breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she saw Xiao Miao completely collapse in sadness. It curled up, the entire seedling listless. I'm just a useless seedling. Wah! It began to inexplicably mope. Yuan Xiosue glanced at the umbrella. Not bad, this artifact is pretty good. The umbrella spirit's mood can even affect other people's moods. This is probably an even better artifact than Nirvana. Yin Yin picked up the dejected Xiao Miao. She comforted it with spiritual power and tucked it into her pocket. She looked at Yuan Xiosue and said, "Setting up a formation takes you a long time, right?" Yuan Xiosue replied, "To the demonic sword? It's pretty fast for me alone. With you, it will take longer. We might not make it back in time for your disciple competition. Should I go back and ask for you?" Yin Yin really wanted to see the demons, but the disciple competition was still important. Nothing was more important than entering the scripture pavilion and finding a way to break the seal. Yuan Xiosue replied with a charming smile, "Of course." Yin Yin suddenly felt a bit wistful. "If only I could use formations too." Yuan Xiosue said, "You can. I can teach you." Yin Yin let out a chuckle. Don't tease me. Isn't formation mastery dependent on talent? They say it requires spiritual power. I don't feel any spiritual power in me. Just as she finished speaking, Yin Yin was pulled towards Yuan Xiosue. The two romantically hung in midair, gazing into each other's eyes. The surroundings were silent. The comment section filled with hearts. Today you two will also be sweet and loving. The next second, their foreheads touched. Yuan Xiusue's voice sounded beside her ear. "Yin Yin, you do have it." Yuan Xiosue nuzzled her forehead. "Your spiritual power is right here." Yin Yin blushed and stepped back. "How did you find out?" She touched her forehead and asked where. Yuan Xiosue pulled her hand away and gently traced a path past her brow, stopping at the center of the back of her head. "Here. If there's a small cavity, it's used to store spiritual power." Yuan Xiosue took the opportunity to ruffle Yin Yin's hair. "I knew when I was combing your hair." "Then how do I use it?" Yin Yin asked eagerly. Yuan Xiosue frowned. His cultivation had always come naturally, as had his spiritual power. It had simply appeared after a night's sleep. Yuan Xiosue pondered for a moment, then said, "Why don't you try sleeping too? Everyone knows sleeping can make you taller." He continued at S.O. Tanging. "Have you ever considered that sleeping might also improve your cultivation?" Yuan Xiosue was just that lucky. Having grown up at the foot of Mount Baitu, his spiritual power had always increased while he slept. Now, with Yin Yin wanted to learn cultivation arrays, he suggested, "Why don't you try sleeping too?" Yuan Xiosue pulled a long stick of incense from his spatial storage artifact. "Light this while you sleep," he instructed. "It's that simple." Yin Yin accepted it happily, staring at the small item in disbelief. Yuan Xiosue nodded confidently. "That's right. It's that simple and straightforward. I'm going back to the demonic sword. Do you have any message you want me to relay to them?" Yuan Xiosue hadn't forgotten his promise to Yin Yin. Yin Yin put away the incense, her expression serious. "Just tell them I will definitely find a way to get them out." Yuan Xiosue nodded. Yin Yin took off towards Holy Mountain Sect. It's very close to Holy Mountain Sect from here. I'll go back now. When Yin Yin returned to Holy Mountain Sect, the disciples were training even harder, their expressions fierce. The old sect master was extremely pleased with this sight. The disciples of Holy Mountain Sect should be like this, full of fighting spirit. He was startled when he saw Yin Yin. Stopping her, he asked, "Girl, the disciple competition is tomorrow morning. Are you confident?" Yin Yin smiled, unafraid even when facing the old sect master. Standing tall, she replied, "Of course I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed." Besides, she had a reason she absolutely couldn't lose. Quite the confident little girl, with plenty of courage, the old sect master said, though his eyes held admiration. If I wasn't courageous, I wouldn't have entered the gates of Holy Mountain Sect, would I?" Yin Yin was also quite fond of the old sect master. The disciples peeked over, their hearts burning with jealousy. The old sect master clearly favored Yin Yin, always speaking to her so gently. This only fueled their frantic training. Yin Yin glanced at the disciples and said to the old sect master, "Old sect master, if there's nothing else, I'll head back." With that, she walked towards her room. This time, Yin Yin hadn't returned covered in wounds. The disciples stared intently at Yin Yin, wanting to know what she would cultivate next. Someone couldn't resist asking, "The disciple competition is tomorrow. What are you planning to do next?" Yin Yin was in a relatively good mood today. Knowing she wasn't the only one from the demon race outside brought her some joy. She gave the disciples a rare, pleasant look. After a moment of thought, she said, "Sleep." The disciples almost dropped their artifacts. "But the competition is tomorrow." "Yes, I know. Yin Yin said, spreading her hands. That's why I'm sleeping. To awaken my spiritual power, isn't it? Once my spiritual power is awakened, I won't have any trouble with a raise. With a wave of her hand, she added, you all keep practicing. I'm going to sleep. Ignoring the disciples' arguments behind her, she entered her room. The three little ones were sound asleep on the bed. Yin Yin gently nudged them towards the inside. She lit the long incense. I asked, this incense really that magical? Will sleeping really have such a miraculous effect? Whatever, I'll sleep first and see. She fell asleep. The disciples outside were completely dumbfounded. They were working themselves to exhaustion, and Yin Yin was actually going to sleep. It had to be a trick. Could we be wrong? The competition is coming soon. Even if we practice, we won't have a breakthrough. It might be better to get a good night's sleep and conserve our energy. Hearing this, the others wailed, that's right. Why didn't we think of that? So cunning. Yin Yin is truly scheming. They decided to sleep as well, to face Yin Yin in peak condition tomorrow. He was a natural genius. With just a night's sleep, spiritual energy would rush into his body. He had the same confidence in his Yin Yin. Sleeping could awaken her spiritual power. Just now, Yin Yin had asked Yuan Xiusue for advice on cultivating a race. She was about to go back to sleep while the Holy Mountain Sect disciples cursed her cunning. They were all desperately cultivating, while Yin Yin went back to rest. After some discussion, this group also decided to go back and get a good night's sleep so they could be in the best condition for the disciple competition tomorrow. Watching them disperse, the old sect master's face twitched. This bunch, that can't they have any original thoughts, always following others. He consoled himself. Forget it. It's just one night. It won't make much of a difference. That was all he could think. Otherwise, he'd be angered to death by these disciples. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiusei, who was about to leave for the demonic sword, was stopped by the old sect master. Young master, what did you say? The old sect master looked distraught. You just gave the purple incense directly to Miss Yin and told her that sleeping would awaken her spiritual power. Yuan Xiusei brushed his hand aside, frowning. Did I ask there's something wrong with that? Of course there is. The old sect master clutched his head. Young master, you are a once-in-10,000 years genius of our Xian clan. Ordinary people need to be guided to introduce spiritual energy into their bodies. How can just sleeping be enough? We need to find Miss Nian immediately. Otherwise, she won't be able to use her spiritual power in the disciple competition tomorrow. Yuan Xiusui's expression remained unchanged as he calmly painted. She can do it. My Nian Yin isn't that weak. A huge glowing formation had already formed beneath Yuan Xiusui's feet. I'm going to the demonic sword. If I can't make it back in time tomorrow, remember to take everyone to watch the competition. The old sect master respectfully bowed. Yes, farewell, young master. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family residence in Tianyi Prefecture, Zhou Xiaoyu was looking at his younger sister, Zhou Sheiru, and frowning. Why didn't you tell me that Sheng Xianxian bullied you? Zhou Sheiru pouted. Brother, aren't you and Sheng Xianxian of similar strength? Even if you fought for me, you might not win. She was even better than you. Beautiful and powerful. She'd beat her back in an instant. Similar strength? Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed. Zhou Sheiru crossed her arms. Aren't you both ninefold spirit bodies? As she spoke, she seemed to realize something, and her eyes widened as she looked at her brother. Brother, you finally broke through the spirit body stage. You've become a human spirit realm cultivator. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled, spiritual energy surging in his hand, dozens of times stronger than when he was at the spirit body stage. You still think your brother can't teach that Sheng Xianxian a lesson for you? Zhou Shu said enviously, as expected of my brother. But you're still no match for that girl. Let me tell you, that girl is incredible. She didn't even move, and swoosh swoosh took care of them. It's a pity. I don't know if I'll have a chance to see her again. Zhou Sheiru cupped her face in her hands, disappointed. She was really beautiful. Zhou Xiaoyu said disdainfully, if I have the chance to meet her in the future, I'll definitely fight her and see if she's really as strong as you say. Brother, you definitely can't beat her. But isn't there supposed to be a disciple competition at Holy Mountain Sect tomorrow? Why is it so quiet over there today? The two siblings stood on the roof, looking towards Holy Mountain Sect in the distance. In the past, wouldn't those people be cramming at the last minute? They had only looked for a moment when their father's angry roar came from below. You two little brats, get down here. Is the roof of the family Tsitang a place for you two to step on? If you can't sleep, come down and spar with me. Zhou Xiaoyu and Zhou Sheiru's faces crumpled, but we're doomed. We're going to be used as punching bags by Dad again. Never do anything with a guilty conscience, or you'll be struck by lightning. Just now, Yuan Xiusue had given Yin a long stick of incense and told her that it was the key to awakening her spiritual power. Yin only wanted to test how strong her spiritual power was. The next second, lightning chased her all over the place. While everyone thought Ing Yen was resting and preparing for the competition, she was actually in a very difficult situation. Pain. Her head felt like it was splitting open. She struggled to wake up, but couldn't. The smoke from the burning purple incense filled the room surrounding her. The three cubs were awakened by the smoke. Lala, not having slept enough, started crying for her master. Turning her head, she saw that her master was still fast asleep. Lala was about to extinguish the choking thing when was stopped her. Wait, this smoke smells strange. Lala restrained her little paws. But it's been a quarter of an hour. Why hasn't Master woken up yet? And Master looks like she's in pain. What was squatted beside Ing Yen and inhaled a bit of the smoke to nourish his spirit. This really is beneficial. This stuff is good for spiritual power. Master must be trying to awaken her spiritual power. Let's wait patiently. Ing Yen was drenched in sweat, struggling. Her eyes were closed, but the pitch-black darkness in her vision gradually cleared. She saw a small, condensed white vortex like a bottomless pit. Ing Yen endured the pain, thinking this must be the tianxue of a spell master. The sound of splashing water began to chongji Ing Yen's brain. Azure blue water started to slosh around in the milky white pit. Now, even without opening her eyes, Ing Yen could see what was happening in the room. It transmitted clearly into her mind. She could see within a range of about 100 meters. Ing Yen couldn't help but sigh. Spiritual power was so amazing. Smiling, she condensed her spiritual power and pushed Lala's back. The next second, Lala yelped ouch. She landed on her bottom with a thud. She looked around. There was no one there. The little guy stopped jumping instantly. Nana turned her head fiercely and glared at Bai Bian. Bai Bian retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nana's little temper flared. "Didn't you knock me over?" Ing Yen couldn't help but open her eyes and laugh. Seeing their master wake up, the three cubs immediately gathered around excitedly. You woke up suddenly. A loud boom came from above. The lightning struck without warning, piercing through Ing Yen's roof and heading straight for her. Nana jumped in fright. "Master, what's going on?" Ing Yen's eyes widened. Am I supposed to be struck by lightning just for awakening my spiritual power? The people of Holy Mountain Sect had all become fools. They slept soundly, and when they woke up, they found Ing Yen on the roof, shrouded in dark clouds. The sky changed color, but only above her. What's going on? They were all dumbfounded. What did Ing Yen do to offend heaven? Even the heavens want to strike her down. It must be that the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and decided to wake her up with a jolt. She's a girl touched by the heavens, with a powerful family background, an invincible sect, and a super handsome boyfriend to support. Now the lightning is even joking with her, chasing her all over the world. A group of newly awakened disciples of Holy Mountain Sect, their hair still unkempt, started wave after wave of schadenfreude. What did Ing Yen do to offend heaven? Even the heavens want to strike her down. But among these people, only one disciple had a gloomy face. This disciple was one of the few in Holy Mountain Sect who had awakened their spiritual power. He said anxiously, "Stop laughing, everyone." The disciple's hands were trembling. Oh, you know what that is? Purple lightning. That's heavenly tribulation brought on by awakening spiritual power. What do you know? Another disciple frowned and said, "But awakening spiritual power doesn't cause the sky to change color. That's for ordinary people with average talent. Those with superior talent naturally won't attract lightning, unless their talent is so extraordinary that it incites heavenly jealousy." The disciple's face grew paler as he spoke, a mixture of envy and jealousy. Streaks of purple lightning followed one after another, chasing after Ing Yen. Before Ing Yen could even rejoice, she ran out of the room in a panic. Looking back as she ran, Lala, "Stay inside. This lightning is only targeting me." She began to run east and west with all her might. With a boom, the purple lightning ripped off the roof of the dining hall. The disciples' faces turned pale. This time, they really couldn't laugh. What's going on with that lightning? Why does it always strike right next to Ing Yen and always hit our Holy Mountain Sect buildings? Could it be just trying to scare her? Ing Yen didn't know any of this, only that she was extremely unlucky. It was at this moment that the representatives of the various powers came to participate in the disciple competition. The prison tower master was the first to arrive. He smiled when he saw Ing Yen. "This little one is here too." The people from the other powers stared at the purple lightning with envious eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. They said to the old sect master, full of envy, "Old sect master, this is incredible. This is a disciple of your Holy Mountain Sect, right?" The old sect master's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't their disciple. Those houses that were struck by lightning, however, were part of Holy Mountain Sect. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "She's not from our Holy Mountain Sect." Just then, everyone heard a commotion. A figure instantly landed in front of them. Everyone was startled. "Isn't that Master Yin?" Yin quickly saw Ing Yen being chased by lightning. He shouted with a worried face, Nian Yin, come here. Daddy will block the lightning for you. Ing Yin almost slipped and fell flat on her face. Whose daddy is he? Don't talk nonsense and ruin my mother's reputation. She was nominally still part of the Zhuang family when the world was going on. Everyone's faces immediately crumpled. This was pure Five Continents gossip. But soon Ing Yin's furious roar came. Whose daddy are you? Don't spout nonsense and ruin my mother's reputation. She was nominally still a member of the Zhuang family when the world was all this. Everyone's faces immediately scrunched up. This was a juicy piece of Five Continents gossip. At this moment, old man Zhou also arrived at Holy Mountain Sect with his son and daughter. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly spotted the beautiful girl. Heavens, isn't that the pretty girl? He pushed his way through the crowd and waved at Ing Yin. Hey, pretty sister, look at me. She had a powerful family background, an invincible sect, and an ageless boyfriend who had lived for 1,000 years. As support, just as everyone was wondering whose family this girl being struck by lightning belonged to, a huge beam of light appeared above everyone's heads. When the Grand Elder arrived at Holy Mountain Sect, he saw Ing Yin being chased by lightning. Yuan Xiusui's heartbroken face immediately appeared in his mind. That what's so difficult about this? It's just a matter of sleeping. The Grand Elder was taken aback, like father, like daughter, just as monstrous as the young master. He immediately yelled to the people of Qigui Valley, hurry, form a lightning formation. Everyone then saw those formations, usually held in such high regard, eagerly surrounding Yin. Like an umbrella, they spread out above Ing Yin's head. One after another, the falling lightning bolts were absorbed by the large formation. Everyone suddenly realized. So Ing Yin cultivates using Qigui Valley's techniques. No wonder she's so proficient in spiritual power. Just then, the old beggar's signature laughter echoed. Ha ha! My dear disciple, Master is here. Ing Yin looked joyfully at the old beggar and shouted, Master. The old sect master's lips twitched. As expected, Ing Yin's scruffy master couldn't miss such a grand occasion. Everyone murmured amongst themselves. So, which family is this Ing Yin from after all? After arriving beside Ing Yin, the old beggar returned to his normal size. Looking at the lightning striking Ing Yin from the sky, thankfully blocked by the formations, the old beggar chuckled, Disciple, what did you do to be chased by lightning? Ing Yin pouted. This must be a fake master she picked up along the way. Fortunately, the lightning wasn't endless. The subsequent bolts grew smaller and smaller, finally calming down. The old sect master, not wanting everyone to focus on Ing Yin any longer, immediately raised his arm, and the elders each went to their designated positions. Wang Ergu and the others were clearly also participating. He waved towards Ing Yin, Junior sister, over here. Zhuang Xian pulled Ing Yin aside and, glancing at Yin, asked somewhat embarrassedly, Junior sister, is that man really your father? Ing Yin immediately shook her head. How could he be? No, he's just spouting nonsense. Hearing this, Zhuang Xian was relieved. After all, Ing Yin was still using the Zhuang family's identity token. At this moment, Ing Yin felt an intense gaze filled with hatred from nearby. Meeting the gaze, she saw the long-lost Su Linian. Wow! Ing Yin suddenly smiled brightly. Long time no see, Su Linian. Su Linian stood alone in a corner, glaring at Ing Yin with venomous eyes. Zhuang Xian, stared at by Su Linian, felt goosebumps all over. He turned his head and saw Ing Yin still smiling at Su Linian, and couldn't help but ask, Junior sister, aren't you afraid of him looking at you like that? Afraid? Ing Yin raised an eyebrow, pulling a cub along with each hand, her voice laced with amusement. How could I be? Seeing him so alive and kicking, I'm thrilled. Zhuang Xian, looking at Ing Yin's smile, inexplicably shivered. In the viewing area to the west, the Bai family also watched Ing Yin. The Bai family elder asked Bai Qing, is that the woman Bai Qian mentioned, the one who seduced our Tianma? Suddenly remembering something, he continued, did you give Bai Qian that thing? Already did. As long as Bai Qian uses it properly, that thing will definitely make this woman pay a heavy price. Just at that moment, countless elders exerted their power. At the entrance of Holy Mountain Sect, 3 enormous gates slowly opened. Roars continuously echoed from the depths of the forest, mixed with the aura of spiritual energy and immortal essence. The old sect master spoke, his voice booming. The Holy Mountain Sect disciple competition will be held on our holy mountain. We have tied many passage tokens to the trees on the holy mountain. Each person must collect at least 10 passage tokens to pass the initial trial. The old sect master's voice was deep, carrying an oppressive seriousness. Whether you use brute force or intelligence, no matter the method, you must not take a life. If a life is taken, then the one who inflicted the injury will be punished by me personally. As soon as he finished speaking, an immense pressure weighed heavily on everyone below. He participated in the Holy Mountain Sect disciple competition to break the seal on the demonic sword. Just now, he awakened his spiritual power, confident he had made all the preparations. The old sect master announced the rules of the competition. An immense pressure weighed heavily on everyone below. Countless new disciples, those with insufficient strength, immediately fell to their knees. However, Ying Yin appeared relaxed. Zhou Xiaoyu excitedly clenched his fists and said, See, I told you she was strong. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Ying Yin, at that face about the same age as his own, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Indeed, very strong. I really want to fight her. Ying Yin was unaware of his thoughts. At this moment, she herself was surprised. When the pressure descended, she could feel the spiritual power in her sea of consciousness instantly forming a protective layer around her, neutralizing the pressure. Ying Yin smiled. Spiritual power was truly amazing. Even the old sect master's pressure couldn't penetrate this spiritual barrier. Now, she wasn't someone whose head could be forced down by just any expert's pressure. The old sect master sighed inwardly. Ying Yin is indeed different now. He raised his head and said, The 3 gates correspond to the 3 peaks of our holy mountain. Spiritual bodies enter the first gate, human spirits enter the second gate, and earth spirits enter the third gate. Hearing this, Wang Ergu and the others frowned. They abruptly turned to look at Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian, are you sure about entering the first gate alone? Ergu and Meng Xiaoqi are both going through the third gate, so they can look out for each other. But you'll be on your own, Zhuang Xian. You're bound to be targeted. I'll be fine. Senior brother and senior sister, just look after yourselves. Zhuang Xian said seriously that I'll play by ear. All the disciples were getting ready. The second-ranked disciples immediately surrounded Ying Yin. Bai Qian stood in front of Ying Yin and said, Ying Yin, don't even think about getting a head start on us. Even if we don't pass, we'll make sure to keep an eye on you. Senior brothers and sisters, we'll keep a close watch on Ying Yin. The kids are counting on you, Bai Qian said, addressing the powerful second-ranked disciples in front. The disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing powerfully. Even the onlookers were startled. When did the Holy Mountain Sect disciples become so united? The Zhou family head frowned. Zhou Xiaoyu's face flushed red with anger. Cheating, he roared, they're cheating. Zhou Xiaoyu's brother, Zhou Xiaoyue, was filled with excitement. It's good to be envied. Well done. Someone from smaller sect tried to flatter the old beggar, the giant clan leader. Honored sir, may I ask your name? Just call me Deng Qi, the old beggar replied, his eyes fixed on his disciples, who were clearly being targeted. This is blatant favoritism towards your Holy Mountain Sect disciples, Deng Qi said to the old sect master. The disciples of our Holy Mountain Sect have always followed this procedure, the old sect master chuckled. What? Are you feeling insecure? Nonsense, Deng Qi spat. Look at Nian Yin's expression. Does that look like insecurity to you? The old sect master snorted. If that's the case, then why argue with me? Master Lala, I'm so excited. Hold on tight to me later. Ying Yin reached out to Lala. Okay, Lala, it's up to you now. Those little things think they can break through our defenses? The nearby Holy Mountain Sect disciples sneered that they're dreaming. Just then, all the elders were in place. The old sect master's voice boomed. The Holy Mountain Sect disciple competition officially begins. Bai Qian shouted and blocked Ying Yin. The disciples unleashed their spiritual power. Countless streams of energy surged forth, intertwining and transforming into a giant net that descended upon Ying Yin. At that moment, a pair of enormous blood-red wings suddenly unfolded from Lala's back. The flames on each feather turned gold. Lala, holding Ying Yin's hand, scoffed. A measly net like this want to stop me. The second-ranked disciple's expressions crumbled. Not good. He has a flying spirit beast. These 2 adorable little ones are actually divine beasts. What are their true forms? Ying Yin's spirit was awakened. The display of power astonished everyone. Now, the 2 divine beasts were about to unleash their full power. The Holy Mountain Sect disciple competition had begun. Everyone surrounded Ying Yin. A pair of enormous blood-red wings suddenly unfolded from Lala's back. The flames on each feather turned gold. Weaving through the gaps in the giant spiritual net, they soared into the sky. Lala laughed disdainfully. Ha ha, a measly net like this wants to stop me. Transforming into a streak of light, he charged towards the second gate. Su Linian trembled as he watched the wings. Was that his blood phoenix? Was it Lala? He then charged towards a second gate as well. Go Shenxi's body suddenly swelled. Ha! Having a little junior sister is amazing. Xiaoqi, let's go. Zhuang Xian, the least favored to win, took a deep breath and roared, Holy Qilin. A giant Qilin beast appeared, carrying him on its back. Knocking aside disciples, they charged towards the first gate. The Xianlu Pavilion Master's pupils constricted. This Holy Qilin is not to be underestimated. This competition is going to be interesting, the Zhou family had exclaimed. The giant clan truly has formidable physical strength. Impressive. A true man should hold the pass against 10,000. As the disciples poured into the gates, the old sect master clapped his hands together. Rippling water gradually took shape in his hands. In the next moment, it transformed into shimmering mirrors, displaying all the testing areas. Passage tokens were scattered everywhere, some already destroyed by wild spirit beasts in the mountains. The Zhou family head frowned at the old sect master. Why are there only these disciples? Where are the others? The old sect master gave a rare, mysterious smile that I don't understand what you mean. Still playing coy with me, old man? The Zhou family head snorted. Where are you hiding your truly powerful, holy mountain sect disciples? The old sect master stroked his chin. Those children have taken on some mercenary tasks. For them, the disciple competition is just a minor event. If they can make it back in time, they'll be exempt from the preliminaries and go straight to the finals. If they can't, then so be it. The Zhou family head narrowed his eyes, and if they can't make it back and that girl called Ing Yin takes first place, your holy mountain sect will lose all face. Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been watching Ing Yin intently, suddenly cried out, "Oh no, pretty sister is surrounded." Everyone looked towards Lin Lijing. Bai Qian and Su Lin, Yin had already caught up to Ing Yin. Ing Yin, you can't run away now. The two of them, along with hundreds of disciples, surrounded Ing Yin. Lala landed beside Ing Yin. She and Bai Bian taunted, "Wow, look at all these people." Bai Qian, clutching a rejuvenation pill, suddenly felt emboldened and shouted at Ing Yin, "So you can fly, so what? We have plenty of Bao and arrow-type magical artifacts here." Ing Yin ignored Bai Qian and looked at Su Lin Yin. "Lala, Bai Bian, didn't you say you were just a little shy of a breakthrough? Today, you can fight to your heart's content." He took out the red umbrella. Linley continuously flowed into the umbrella. "Buy me half an hour. I want to experience firsthand just how amazing a natural-born phoenix origin is." Lala and Bai Bian excitedly replied, "No problem, Master." Su Lin Yin involuntarily took a step back. "That you're delusional if you think two spirit beasts can stop everyone." He felt his scalp tingle under Ing Yin's gaze, but he still stubbornly retorted, "You're dreaming." Bai Bian didn't bother with further talk. He yelled, "Lala, I'll take the left, you take the right." As his voice fell, Lala's wings suddenly spread wide, instantly blocking everyone trying to flank them from the right. What's going on? The disciples who had been trying to flank them couldn't avoid Lala at all. Outside, the various family heads frowned. That little girl really is a spirit beast, not a divine beast. Only a divine beast can take human form during the growth stage. And that little boy, the Zhou family head's eyes flashed with golden light, point two divine beasts. That child actually has two divine beasts. There's never been a case of dual divine beasts in the entire history of the 5 continents. Were their true forms? The Watchtower Master heard shouts of pride. Yin squinted his eyes and boasted, "That's my daughter." The old beggar wiped his nose and chuckled. "That's my apprentice." Bai Bian's true form revealed. Facing the Jing Jiao worm once again, Su Lin Yin was really in trouble this time. Every encounter with Ing Yin brought Su Lin Yin misfortune. Even if Ing Yin didn't act, the Thunder God would take care of Su Lin Yin's disciples. During the competition, Su Lin Yin blocked Ing Yin's path and accused Ing Yin of being a demonic remnant who stole his divine beast. Ing Yin decided to deal with this imposter, claiming to be a natural-born phoenix origin. Su Lin Yin, Ing Yin shouted and immediately summoned the Jing Jiao. The Jing Jiao roared skyward. Its severed tail had already healed. The red umbrella in Ing Yin's hand suddenly burst with spikes. An astonishing surge of spiritual power radiated outwards. He yelled, and Bai Bian's eyes flashed with golden light. A huge black fog erupted. "Protect Master! Leave it to me." The onlookers outside were tense. The divine beast's true form is coming out. What is it? Is it a dragon? But to their surprise, after the huge black fog dispersed, they saw a giant black worm. Its back was shiny black, each segment covered in hard armor. Countless sharp, poisonous spines could be seen extending from the armor. Bai Bian roared suddenly, the sound shaking the surrounding disciples. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Someone couldn't help but ask the old sect master, "Is this a divine beast? Isn't this a worm?" The old sect master's expression was grave. "Extremes meet. Every race has its golden age. I don't recognize this worm beast, but judging by its appearance, it might be of ancient lineage. At that moment, an elder hurried over. Old sect master, the empress of the Wansho kingdom is here. The old sect master's eyes widened. What? The next second, a giant Luan bird circled above the holy mountain sect. The empress, riding the Luan bird, slowly descended from the sky. The empress was momentarily stunned upon seeing the old sect master, but she quickly recovered. This junior greets the old sect master. Today is Yinner's first time participating in the disciple competition. As her mother, I wanted to come and watch. The empress looked towards the shimmering barriers and smiled. That where's my Yinner? The old sect master's lips twitched. Your daughter. He had just begun to speak. When the empress saw Su Lin Yin entangled by the conspicuous Jing Jiao, she smiled as child. Why did she release the golden dragon now? Isn't this unfair to the other disciples? The empress's smile was still radiant when suddenly a purple gold light flashed in front of the barrier. A sharp magical artifact pierced the Jing Jiao's body. Blood spurted out like an arrow. The Jing Jiao roared in pain and abruptly turned to bite Ying Yin. Ying Yin didn't dodge, only turning his head slightly. The Jing Jiao bit down on Ying Yin's arm. Yin Yin. The old beggar's face changed. The others were also shocked. Ying Yin was too careless. But then they saw Ying Yin abruptly raise the red umbrella. The umbrella's surface turned pure black. Ying Yin smiled and fiercely stabbed the umbrella into the Jing Jiao's eye. His arm was completely unharmed. Someone sharp-eyed stammered. That's top-grade protective armor. Yin looked at Lin Jingli's shaded face, revealing a relaxed smile. That little Jing Jiao, whose teeth hadn't even fully grown in, how could it possibly break through the Nirvana armor he'd given Yin Yin? His phoenix origin had been dug out by his older sister to mend her own and obtain a phoenix egg. Today, he would make his older sister taste the same pain he had suffered. Just now, Su Lin Yin had summoned the Jing Jiao to fight Ying Yin. Ying Yin was no longer the useless weed she once was. She raised her red umbrella and leaped upwards. The sharp magical artifact sliced across the Jing Jiao's body. The Jing Jiao recoiled in pain, curling up like a soft, boneless earthworm, collapsing limply onto the ground. Jing Jiao, get up! Su Lin Yin shrieked, her legs trembling. Seeing that the Jing Jiao was ignoring him and couldn't stand, Su Lin Yin turned to run. But how could Ying Yin give him a chance? She put away her red umbrella and used her swift steps, instantly appearing in front of Su Lin Yin. Raising her hand, she delivered a fierce kick to Su Lin Yan's head. Su Lin Yin violently spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. The empress, watching from outside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ying Yin looked coldly at the prone Su Lin Yin, placing one foot on his spine and grinding down hard. Is it here? Your innate phoenix origin. Su Lin Yin tried to speak, but Ying Yin, her face expressionless, stomped down hard on his spine again. Su Lin Yin screamed in agony. Ying Yin, her shaded face turned towards Lin Jingli, spoke in an icy voice. How strange. In this world, there are actually spirit beasts that abandon their masters and run away. Everyone present heard her clearly. She had just said abandon their masters. Was she implying that Su Lin Yin wanted to abandon the Jing Jiao and flee? The empress, her face contorted in rage, was about to rush in and drag the woman who was facing away from her out to be skinned alive. The sect leader stopped her. An elder immediately blocked the empress. Furious, the empress demanded, "Can't you see? My Yinner is about to be killed by that woman." The sect leader glanced at her and said, "No matter who it is, as long as it's not a fatal injury, no one is allowed to interfere." Su Lin Yan's screams were gradually weakening. Ying Yin slowly crouched down, grabbed his hair, and yanked Su Lin Yan's face up from the ground. Su Lin Yin had done this to her hundreds of times, grabbing her hair and haughtily judging her on fabricated charges. Ying Yin spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Su Lin Yin, how does it feel to experience what you did to me all those years ago?" Su Lin Yin, his voice weak and trembling, gasped, "Demonic remnant. What nonsense are you talking about?" Ying Yin laughed. "I don't have a single trace of demonic energy on me. But do you have the guts to admit that you dug out my phoenix origin? Do you have the guts to admit that you stole my birthday egg? You said that when you saw me, you should have run far, far away." "That's right," Ying Yin said, laughing, but her eyes were cold. "So how could you still have the audacity to rush towards me?" Watching Ying Yin mercilessly tormenting her daughter, the empress trembled with rage. She vowed to tear this woman to pieces. Just then, as if aware of someone staring at her, Ying Yin slowly turned around, her gaze seemingly fixed on empty space. It looked as if she was staring at the empress in front of Lin Jingli. She curved her lips into a smile. She was smiling at the empress. The Empress's voice suddenly sharpened. Her aura poured out uncontrollably. Seed? That's seed. As soon as her aura was released, several people present changed their expressions. The Grand Elder of Chigue Valley, who had remained silent, opened his eyes upon hearing this title. An aura far more powerful than the Empress's pressed down on her. Ignorant fool, what did you call our Nyan girl? The Empress's knees buckled. She met the Grand Elder's murderous gaze. Ian also looked at her impassively. The old beggar was contemplating whether he should beat her up first and shut the old woman up. Seeing this, the sect leader warned the Empress, settle your grievances after the competition. If you cause trouble now, get out of Holy Mountain's sect with your daughter. He was truly fed up with this mother and daughter pair. The Empress, watching everyone defend Ying Yin, felt a chill run down her spine. At the same time, unease gnawed at her heart. Wasn't that the seed? She was still alive. What had happened? The Empress would never have imagined that the girl whose phoenix origin she had dug out and whom she had thrown into the demonic sword abyss was now cruelly tormenting her beloved daughter. Was the world about to change? Even the most powerful factions were protecting this seed. Seeing her daughter on the verge of death, she was powerless. She would make this seed pay for this. Bai Bian on the battlefield was about to collapse. Ying Yin, not wanting to prolong the fight, shouted to Zai Zai, Bai Bian Lala. Bai Bian transformed into a mini spider worm. Bai Bian transformed into a miniature spider worm and crawled onto Ying Yin's hand. Lala carried Ying Yin into the sky, instantly escaping the encirclement. Seeing Ying Yin escape, Bai Qian roared, "Damn it, archers!" The next second, the archers shot spiritual power swords at Lala, so dense that it was impossible to dodge. "Master, be careful." Xiao Miao, hidden in Ying Yin's pocket, poked out his head, worriedly saying. Ying Yin slowly closed his eyes and said to Lala, "Keep flying, don't look back." The spiritual power in his celestial core stirred. A transparent spiritual barrier completely enveloped them. The swords continuously stabbed towards them, but couldn't penetrate even an inch. This is spiritual power. The disciples below looked embarrassed. How could he use spiritual power so skillfully on the first day? This is impossible. One of the disciples asked, "What do we do now?" "Where did Ying Yin go? He must be hiding. Let's go find the passage tokens first." Another disciple glanced at the unconscious Su Linyan. "What about this guy? Leave him. The elders will come and take him out." The strongest disciple directly gave orders. "Bai Qian, you take some people to finding Yin. We absolutely can't let him get the passage tokens. The rest of you, 5-star and above, come with me to get the passage tokens." Bai Qian also wanted to grab the passage tokens, but he wanted to kill Ying Yin even more. He waved his hand and shouted to the disciples behind him, "Let's go. Those below 5-star, come with me to find Ying Yin." At this time, Ying Yin, along with Lala and Bai Bian, was hiding in a cave. "Master, what do we do next?" The passage tokens on the trees have almost all been collected by those disciples. Ying Yin sat on the ground and took a shallow breath. That they've been collected, then we'll just steal from others. If they want to be the only ones to have them, then no one will have an easy time. Steal from others? Xiao Miao instantly became excited. He was clearly a weakling in battle, but he was the most enthusiastic when it came to fighting. "What's it to you?" Lala nudged him. "Fighting is our business." Just then, a faint cry came from a cave. It was a very weak elementary beast. Its burrow had been taken. Ying Yin turned to look at the little spirit beast and said, "Don't cry. I won't hurt you." The little spirit beast slowly poked its head out. It was a fluffy, long-clawed, pointy-mouthed, round-bellied groundhog beast. Ying Yin smiled and beckoned. "Come here, little spirit beast. I have something to ask you." The groundhog beast huddled in the corner. Lala saw it wasn't moving and his short temper flared. "Come here. Our master is calling you." The groundhog baby was terrified. All its fur instantly stood on end. Ying Yin coaxed the little creature over with gentle words. But Lala's scolding made the little groundhog immediately scamper over. The little groundhog kowtowed to Ying Yin, its legs trembling violently, fearing that Ying Yin would kill and eat it if displeased. The next second, a hand rested on its head, gently stroking the smooth fur on the back of its neck. "Little guy, don't worry. I won't kill you. Here, eat this." This spiritual crystal was enough for the little groundhog to absorb for a long time. It happily held the spiritual crystal and showed it off, no longer afraid of Ying Yin. Seeing this, Ying Yin smiled and gave it 10 more. The little groundhog jumped 3 times in place with joy, its 2 paws almost unable to hold them all. "Master, why are you giving him spiritual crystals?" This time, not only Lala, but even Bai Bian couldn't help but ask. "This kind of wild spirit beast can't fight. It's too weak." Ying Yin didn't answer them, but turned to the little groundhog and said, "Little one, I have many more spiritual crystals here. We're your other brothers and sisters. Call them over. Tell them they can get many little spiritual crystals if they help me. A whole mountain of spiritual crystals." Remember the holy Qilin who fought against Bibian? Even though he was defeated then, he amazed many people. At this moment, he and his master were surrounded by disciples from Holy Mountain sect. Zhuang Xian was covered in blood. The disciples' faces showed traces of cruelty that don't blame us. It's your fault for being Ying Yin's brother. We'll settle Ying Yin's score with you. The holy Qilin hid Zhuang Xian under his belly. Zhuang Xian had already obtained 9 passage tokens. One more, and he could pass the trial. He was unwilling to stop here. Although the holy Qilin was a holy beast, it wasn't a combat type. The holy Qilin's specialty was healing. Blood continuously flowed down Zhuang Xian's body. His hand touched the Qilin's belly. The Qilin, covered in wounds, continued to emit holy light to heal him. Zhuang Xian activated a formation, forcibly recalling the holy beast. The Qilin roared. It didn't want to leave its master. Outside the arena, the Watchtower Master first noticed Zhuang Xian. Patriarch Deng Qi, isn't that your giant clan's child? He's being surrounded. No wonder. After all, the holy Qilin isn't a combat type. The old beggar was worried. He wasn't only concerned about Ying Yan. Rather, of the 4 children, he was most concerned about Zhuang Xian today. That child Ying Yan has many tricks up his sleeve. Others can't bully him. Meanwhile, outside the demonic sword, Yuan Shinsue was being pestered by the Demang. Yuan Shinsue, tell us more about what Yin Yin did. That Yin is quite lucky, isn't he? I'll pass on the message. Light shone beneath Yuan Shinsue's feet. Want to know what he did? Wouldn't it be better for you to see for yourselves after the seal is broken? The great demons were taken aback. Yuan Shinsue smiled. He's fighting with all his might to save you. During the disciple competition, everyone, whether it was Lin Jingning or those outside the arena, had the same question in their minds. Where did Ying Yin go? They decided to give up on Ying Yin for now and look for the passage tokens first. Will Su Mu give us the passage tokens? Su Mu is a near-peak expert, and he has 3 others just like him with him. What's the rush for near-peak experts? Naturally, after dealing with Ying Yin, the rest will be up to each individual's ability. We've been searching for a long time, but haven't found Ying Yin. Su Mu continued, then let's split into small groups. Each group should have 2 archers. Spread out and search the area thoroughly. Outside the arena, Zhou Sheru practically glued herself to the mirror. Where did that pretty sister hide? At this time, Ying Yin, the target of everyone's search, was hiding in a cave, feeding a groundhog. The little groundhog's eyes slowly widened and brightened. Even the children couldn't stand it anymore. This groundhog has no attack power. Isn't this a waste of these spirit crystals? Ying Yin gave the groundhog more spirit crystals and told it to bring more baby groundhogs to share them. The little groundhog puffed out its chest and nodded at Ying Yin, indicating for him to wait there. In the next second, the little groundhog's claws suddenly sharpened. It began digging furiously, then burrowed into another tunnel and ran outside. Bai Qian asked in confusion, Master, what are you trying to do? What if it runs away and doesn't come back? I don't need their fighting power. Even if it doesn't come back, it's no loss. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beside them suddenly cracked open. Countless little groundhogs jumped out of the hole. The little groundhogs stared with wide eyes, looking longingly at Ying Yin and extending their tiny paws. Just how absurd were the actions of the Holy Mountain sect's leader? Even this young man couldn't stand it. Just because Ying Yin was powerful and lucky, he ordered his disciples to gang up on and surround him. Even Zhuang Xian, who was with Ying Yin, was also being attacked. Seeing that the Holy Qilin was about to collapse, Zhuang Xian prepared to recall it. However, the Holy Qilin refused to abandon its master. Those disciples sneered. How touching. But behind their hands, they whispered, find a way to shut Zhuang Xian up later. Don't let him admit defeat because he can't hold on. As their words fell, countless attacks rained down on the Holy Qilin like raindrops. The Holy Qilin didn't make a sound, protecting Zhuang Xian tightly beneath it. Everyone outside the arena fell silent, their feelings complex. They could only watch Zhuang Xian with sympathy. The old beggar's face was grim. He had anticipated this outcome, but Zhuang Xian was more resilient than he had imagined. The Watchtower Master couldn't help but say, this child is quite tenacious. He's a good seedling. The old sect leader didn't even want to look, his face livid as he wanted to storm off. Sheng Hong immediately followed his master that we're about to win. Why are you unhappy? The disciples have worked hard. This is called working hard. The old sect leader's heart ached with anger. He turned and asked Zhou Xiaoyu of the Zhou family. Zhou Xiaoyu, let me ask you, if your Zhou family were up against Ying Yan and you couldn't beat him, what would you do? Zhou Xiaoyu, engrossed in the spectacle, subconsciously replied, even if I couldn't beat him, I'd still have to try. No arrogance in victory, no shame in defeat. Would you bring your entire Zhou family to attack a weaker opponent? If it were a life or death enemy, naturally, winning and surviving would be the most important. But in a competition like this, Honestly, I wouldn't. What's the point of winning like that? If you can't beat them, cultivate. Cultivate well, and fight again next time. The old sect leader looked at Sheng Hong. Listen, do you understand now why I'm angry? The disciples did nothing wrong. Sheng Hong blushed that if Ing Yin actually wins, what will become of our Holy Mountain sect's face? Their choice was the right choice. The old sect leader narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, I found it strange from the beginning. So many disciples, so spontaneously organized and planned in targeting Ing Yin. Sheng Hong, did you give them the idea? The old sect leader stared intently at Sheng Hong. Sheng Hong clenched his fist that I did it for the Holy Mountain sect. The old sect leader trembled with rage. Good. Very good. The competition has already begun. Master, if you want to hold me accountable, wait until after the competition. I'll accept any punishment. Can integrity fill your stomach? We need to win. Winners are kings, losers are bandits. The victors make the rules. My Holy Mountain sect disciples absolutely cannot. The old sect leader's face was red with anger. Just then, he heard another cry of surprise from the distant viewing platform. How did those people get down there? The old sect leader looked towards the spirit mirror. He happened to see several members of the Holy Mountain sect. A spirit mirror peak expert was suddenly yanked downwards. Sumu's face paled in shock. What was going on? The ground only caved in for a moment before returning to normal. Not far away, his junior brothers cried out shrilly, Senior brother, save me. The next moment, Sumu felt the ground disappear beneath his feet, and he began to fall. Sumu subconsciously rubbed his eyes. What appeared before him was Ing Yin standing behind a massive army of groundhogs. Ing Yin, you're behind this. Ing Yin greeted him with a grin that don't panic, don't panic. Then he grabbed a handful of spirit crystals and scattered them towards the groundhog army. The little groundhogs, incredibly fervent, scrambled for them, squeaking excitedly. Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. You could do that? Hee big brother. A chubby little hand pointed at Sumu's back. Lala and Baibian appear behind him, smiling sweetly. Come play with us. When it came to going crazy, who could compare to Ing Yin? When he was ruthless, he probably even scared himself. They were ganging up on him in the disciple competition, right? Well, he would spend all his resources to play with them to their heart's content. He used spirit crystals to attract countless groundhogs, dragging all those disciples underground. Sumu stared in disbelief at Ing Yin's bewildering tactics. Baibian and Lala appeared behind Sumu just then. Big brother, come play with us. Sumu subconsciously turned his head. Ing Yin launched a mental attack directly at him. Caught off guard, Sumu took the full brunt of the psychic assault. Blood trickled from his nose, and his head throbbed with pain. Ing Yin chuckled, as expected of spirit mirror peak expert. He softly called out, Lala, don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Lala's fists rained down on Sumu like hailstones. Sumu couldn't withstand the onslaught. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to his knees, shouting, Ing Yin, you coward. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of man hides behind his spirit beast? Ing Yin considered this for a moment, then said with a clear laugh, then consider me a coward. Ing Yin patted his head. All right, hand over all your passage tokens. Your junior brothers couldn't handle it and have already given theirs up. Sumu trembled all over. But just then, a voice rose from the ground, penetrating the earth and reaching Ing Yin's ears. Ing Yin, if you don't come out, we'll break another one of your brother's fingers. 2 tokens, 2 fingers. The voice outside continued with arrogant laughter. Ing Yin looked up. His previously gentle demeanor instantly turned murderous. He stomped hard on Sumu's body. Crimson flickered in his eyes. Threatening me, are you? Since you want to play this way, I won't be so gentle either, right? Tell me, if I kill you here, will those elders be able to save you in time? Can they even see you? Ing Yin's voice was soft, but it sent chills down Sumu's spine. He looked into Ing Yin's eyes and realized that this person was seriously considering killing him. He was truly terrified. But you can't kill me. Ing Yin's crimson umbrella pressed gently against his throat. Can't kill you? You just don't want to die. Hand over all your passage tokens. Meanwhile, on the neighboring hilltop, Zhuang Xian's mouth was gagged, and he was strung up, bound tightly. Sheng Qilin had been forcibly withdrawn. Don't worry. We won't kill you, the disciples said to him with a sneer. You can blame your sister. Acting so arrogant on someone else's territory. Zhuang Xian looked at them with an indifferent gaze, his eyes filled with disdain. One of them laughed and punched him hard in the stomach. You still glare at us even in this state? Who gave you the guts? Zhuang Xian hung his head, his mind reeling. Blood streamed down his face. The leaders noticed he was about to faint and were instantly alarmed. If he lost consciousness, it would be considered forfeiting. Quickly break one of his fingers to wake him up. Some of the surrounding disciples hesitated. Shouldn't we just try to force Ing Yin out? Do we really have to go this far? The one who spoke was immediately kicked away. This disciple was relatively weak and had little say. The lead disciple smirked and approached Zhuang Xian. Don't try to act tough if you don't have the strength to back it up. He pressed down hard on Zhuang Xian's finger. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for free. Zhuang Xian, though gagged, showed no fear in his eyes. He believed Ying Yin would avenge everything he was suffering now. He was simply still too weak. Just then, an explosion rang out. The disciple, about to break his finger, paused. He heard the shocked cries from beside him. Look, what's that? On the neighboring hilltop, countless passage tokens floated in the air. Lala carried Ying Yin into the sky. His psychic power controlled the tokens, suspending them high above. Listen up, Holy Mountain Sect. Ying Yin's voice reverberated across the 3 mountain peaks. Even Meng Xiaoqi and Ergu, who were in the midst of a heated battle, couldn't help but look up. Little Junior's sister. The two exclaimed in shock. What is that? All the passage tokens. Ying Yin's power move stunned everyone. He wouldn't have resorted to such a ruthless display if he hadn't been pushed to the edge. He only wanted to win the disciple competition and find a way to break the demonic sword seal. Now, those disciples were not only betting against him, but they were also using Zhuang Xian to threaten him. So, he could also disregard everything. Just as a Holy Mountain Sect disciple was about to break Zhuang Xian's fingers, Lala carried Ying Yin high into the air. Listen up, Holy Mountain Sect. Ying Yin's voice, thick with malice, grew harsher with each word. If you dare touch a single hair on Zhuang Xian's head, I will make your Holy Mountain Sect disciples pay 10-fold, 100-fold. As his words fell, Lala spewed countless flames, instantly burning half of the passage tokens. Panic spread across the faces of the disciples below. Ying Yin, you dare. Without these passage tokens, someone started to say, approaching Ying Yin, who immediately shouted at the disciples, Archers, prepare. Lala roared, its childish voice now chilling. Let's see if your swords are faster or my fire. Lala's flames, arrogant and unrestrained, burned away another half of the passage tokens. The archers immediately froze. Ying Yin chuckled, looking down at the crowd. What's stopping you? I'm still within the rules, aren't I? Which rule says I can't destroy these tokens? Ha ha, good. The old beggar watching from the sidelines burst into laughter. Well said, worthy of being my disciple. The elders of the Holy Mountain Sect paled with anger, yet they were helpless. Yi Anqing laughed, turning to the nearby surveillance tower master with pride. Resolute, responsible, worthy of being my Yin Yin. The surveillance tower master couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He's not even acknowledging you. What are you so proud of? The disciples holding Zhuang Xian hostage instantly panicked. Their leader, a new disciple, shouted at Ying Yin, we'll release Zhuang Xian. Just give those passage tokens back to our senior brothers and sisters. Ying Yin sneered. With a wave of his hand, Lala manipulated the flames, consuming the remaining 10th of the passage tokens. Seeing this, the disciple's eyes turned bloodshot. He drew his sword, pointing it at Zhuang Xian's hand. Ying Yin, do you believe I'll cut off his hand right in front of you? Ying Yin's expression remained unchanged, his voice icy. Cut off his hand? I think you haven't grasped the current situation at all. The disciple was taken aback. Ying Yin, are you insane? I think you're the insane ones. Who gave you the confidence to think I was using these tokens to bargain with you? As his words fell, Ying Yin whistled. In the next second, a rhythmic, unified sound rang out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless groundhogs erupted from the earth. They surged upwards, and the largest of them, the Groundhog Kings, dragged hundreds of disciples, previously captured and bound by Ying Yin, out of the ground. The groundhogs swarmed over their bodies, their mouths open, aimed at their hands, feet, and shoulders. All Ying Yin needed to do was give the order, and the groundhogs would bite down. See these senior brothers and sisters? Ying Yin looked coldly at the disciple. You cut off one of Zhuang Xian's fingers, and I'll cut off 100 of theirs. You cut off Zhuang Xian's hand, and I'll make sure all 100 of them lose their hands. As you said, it's all within the rules, isn't it? Don't think I'm negotiating with you. I order you to release Zhuang Xian. The disciple asked unwillingly. What about the passage tokens? Is now the time to worry about passage tokens? Ying Yin said with a smile. I have hundreds of people here. Besides, as long as Zhuang Xian's holy Qilin isn't dead, it can heal him. Can your senior brothers and sisters say the same? You dare. My Holy Mountain Sect will definitely not let this go. The disciple, finding himself with no way out, his expression crumbling. What's there to not dare? Ying Yin and the old beggar outside shouted simultaneously. The old beggar's expression was Jidong. We're following the Holy Mountain Sect's rules. If the Holy Mountain Sect insists on protecting its disciples, then my giant clan will go to war with you. Ing Yin easily secured first place in the disciple competition with a single move. Sheng Hong had foolishly instigated the disciples to bet against Ing Yin, even using Zhuang Xian's life as a threat. Fine, no one will have it easy. Groundhog babies, dinner time. Countless groundhogs on the ground opened their mouths wide, ready to feast. The disciples were terrified. Ing Yin, you dare. The old beggar roared excitedly. What's it to not dare? Come on, let's fight. We're following the Holy Mountain Sect's rules. If the Holy Mountain Sect insists on protecting its disciples, then my giant clan will go to war with you. Sheng Hong's face twitched. The elders beside him looked even worse. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared behind everyone. If the giant clan starts a war, Red Ghost Valley, will join. Everyone turned to see Yuan Shinsui had returned. Yuan Shinsui looked at the arena where Ing Yin was, then at Sheng Hong. Compared to the old beggar, his expression was even calmer. But the calmer he was, the more terrifying he became. Holy Mountain Sect, you want to start a war with me? The great elder's face was full of surprise. Valley Master, you're back. Yin also smiled opportunely. If war breaks out, my Yi family can provide Red Ghost Valley and the giant clan with all the magical artifacts. A famed concern, Yin also had his own forces. Although not combat-oriented, no one dared to underestimate him. He was a walking armory. At this moment, Sheng Hong's face was extremely unsightly, and the disciples on the mountaintop weren't faring much better. Su Mu watched the Groundhog King's drool drip onto his face and yelled, "Quickly release Zhuang Xian." He was truly afraid. If he lost his limbs, if he became crippled, then there would be no future. Release Zhuang Xian. The leading new disciple dejectedly waved his hand. Ing Yin also waved his hand. This the food. The people captured by the little groundhogs were thrown directly onto the ground. The little groundhogs had had too much fun this time. They had never been so excited. Ing Yin raised his hand and scattered countless spirit stones, like a shower of light rain. He instructed the groundhogs, take the spirit stones. Quickly leave Holy Mountain Sect. The groundhogs scurried around madly, scrambling for the spirit stones. Jinyu, seeing the scene, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I've truly learned something new today. Groundhogs can be bribed like this. And in the sky, Ing Mian unhesitatingly burned all the remaining passage tokens, leaving only his own stone. The disciples were dumbfounded. He actually really burned them. Not a single one left. Ing Mian slowly landed. S.O. It seems I'm the only one who advanced, right? Thank you all for collecting all the passage tokens. Burning them was quite convenient. Ing Yin's voice was clear. Victory is decided. The competition is over. The elders stationed everywhere were dejected. Some even fainted from anger. Holy Mountain Sect had lost. Even like this, they still lost. Bai Qian looked at the scene in disbelief. And oh, how could he have won? Bai Qian looked down at the pill in his hand. With a look in his eyes, he abruptly swallowed the pill Bai Jia had prepared for him. In the next moment, Bai Qian's aura surged. The astonishing aura actually approached the peak of the human immortal realm. Bai Qian's body suddenly swelled. He snatched the bow and arrow from a nearby archer and shot it fiercely. Die. The arrow flew straight towards the unprepared and exhausted Ing Yin. Yuan Shinsui's face drastically changed. Shameless. Zhou Sheru, seeing the arrow aimed at Ing Yin's heart. Dun Shu roared, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Despicable and shameless. The competition is over, and you still sneak attack the victor." Bibian and Lala were both far away. They were shocked and flew towards Ing Yin at the same time. Wowo, hiding in Ing Yin's arms, had already prepared a mental barrier. He was about to block the attack for Ing Yin. But at this moment, another arrow with unstoppable force shot directly at Bai Qian's arrow, knocking it away. Bai Qian's pill's effects were short-lived. His body suddenly deflated. How is this possible? Bai Qian couldn't accept it. Ing Mian looked up to the sky. A red-clad celestial maiden appeared before him. She held a longbow and looked coldly at Bai Qian and Ing Mian. She had shot the arrow that saved Ing Yin. In Yuan Shinsui's world, Ing Yin was everything to her, her disciple. During the competition, when Ing Yin collapsed, unable to continue, Yuan Shinsui broke through the barrier and rushed into the arena to hold him. Just now, Bai Qian swallowed a power-enhancing pill, preparing to kill Ing Yin with an arrow. At the critical moment, a celestial maiden with a longbow appeared in the sky and blocked Bai Qian's arrow. Overjoyed, Su Mu's face lit up. They're back. The intersect disciples are back. Thousands of origin mirror realm spirit beasts appeared in everyone's sight. The celestial maiden who saved Ing Yin slowly descended from a spirit beast. Su Mu cried to the celestial maiden, "Senior sister Yuan Jia, this Ing Yin is arrogant and has bullied our Holy Mountain Sect." Su Mu's voice sounded pathetic. Yuan Jia's face, however, remained expressionless. "Senior sister, you must must severely punish this ignorant woman. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, he screamed miserably. Yuan Jie slapped him across the face. Su Mu spun in the air 3 times before crashing to the ground like a dead dog, his head covered in bumps. Su Mu sat up in disbelief. Senior sister, your name is Su Mu, is it? Yuan Jie shook her wrist, looking coldly at Su Mu, who resembled a dead dog that don't speak anymore. I feel like you've completely disgraced Holy Mountain Sect. She kicked Su Mu away. He looked at the outer sect disciples, his eyes icy that you're all so impressive. Us inner sect senior brothers and sisters go out and painstakingly kill those Xiaxieshi, proving ourselves for Holy Mountain Sect. And look at you, a pathetic display. Yuan Jie's voice wasn't a roar. It was filled with disdain and contempt that 8,000 against 1. Such despicable tactics, truly one generation worse than the last. I don't expect you to win beautifully, but at least lose with some dignity. Yuan Jie's voice grew colder. The old sect master had such high hopes for you. And the result? You've brought shame upon our Holy Mountain Sect, the greatest shame in a century. Bai Qian finally couldn't help but step forward. That's because Ying Nian. Yuan Jie's eyes flashed with fury. He directly used his spiritual power, slamming a palm into Bai Qian's stomach that I'm speaking. When was it your turn to interrupt? Bai Qian coughed up blood, thrown back several meters. Yuan Jie looked at him coldly, his voice chilling. Incompetent as you are, who allowed you to attack after the match? And who gave you the audacity to consume forbidden drugs that boost your strength during the competition? What? Bai Qian took forbidden drugs? That explains why that arrow was so powerful. Why you're talking nonsense. I didn't take any forbidden drugs. Bai Qian panicked. Don't think you can slander me, just because you're an inner sect disciple. Whether it's slander or not, we'll find out after the elders investigate. Yuan Jie waved his hand dismissively. Take him away. If it's true, he'll be dealt with according to the rules. Bai Qian panicked. You can't do this to me. I'm from the Bai family. As soon as he finished speaking, another inner sect disciple punched Bai Qian, knocking him unconscious. The disciple sneered. Save your breath. Wouldn't it have been better to kill a couple more Xiaxieshi? All this whining is annoying. Yuan Jie looked up at Ying Yan, asking with a smile, You're Ying Yan, right? He seemed very interested in Ying Yan. Show me your best skills and fight me. If I like what I see, you'll be my friend. Ying Yan had been forcing himself to stay conscious. The mental strain from the heavenly snow technique had completely drained him, and his spiritual power was exhausted. He couldn't hear what Yuan Jie was saying. His vision went black, and he collapsed. Master, your disciple is yours. They spoke in unison, but one voice was the loudest. Yuan Shinsui raised a hand, and a light array appeared beneath her feet. In an instant, she arrived beside Ying Yan, catching him just in time. Nian Nian, she whispered, touching Ying Yan's forehead. In the next second, countless streams of spiritual power surged into Ying Yan's body. A glowing array appeared beneath Yuan Shinsui's feet, gently nourishing Ying Yan's mental power. Yuan Jie watched Yuan Shinsui and Ying Yan, chuckling that I thought this woman was truly tireless. After a 1,000-person match like that, even she should be exhausted. He spoke mockingly, but his eyes held admiration. He said to Yuan Shinsui, Take him to our inner sect's resting area. There are specialized healers there. It will be good for his completely depleted body. Otherwise, he might suffer permanent damage to his foundation. Yuan Shinsui, her face still cold, gave a rare nod to Yuan Jie. Lead the way, she said. As everyone knows, trials are the best key to advancement. Looking back at Ying Yan's every advancement, each was preceded by different trials. The Bai family's secret ancestral hall, the Holy Mountain Sect's Disciple Challenge rankings, the battle at Wangtian Mountain, and now, the Disciple competition, 1 against 1,000. He is about to make another breakthrough. Ying Yan, supporting his exhausted body, endured until the end of the Disciple competition, finally collapsing. Yuan Shinsui appeared by his side in time. Yuan Jie suggested taking Ying Yan to the Inner Sex Healing Center to better aid his recovery. Yuan Shinsui followed Yuan Jie to the healing center. Along the way, Yuan Jie kept stealing glances at Yuan Shinsui. This man was truly exceptionally handsome. Here is the healing center. Please enter. Yuan Shinsui sensed his intense gaze and turned to look at him. That single glance sent a shiver down Yuan Jie's spine, a man who had clawed his way up through the ranks of the Holy Mountain Sect. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look at the man again. That look? Did he want to kill him? Yuan Jie composed himself. When he turned back, he found that Yuan Shinsui had already closed the door to the healing room. The room blocked all outside gazes. Yuan Shinsue gently touched Ing Yin's head. Yin Yin, absorb whatever you need. Even demonic energy, it doesn't matter. He stroked Ing Yin's hair, his voice gentle. I'm here. In his hazy consciousness, Ing Yin heard these words. The competition had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Now, he could finally relax his suppression of the demonic energy within him. Accompanied by a rising wind, the rejoicing demonic energy surged into Ing Yin's body. Yuan Shinsue watched Ing Yin intently. Yin Yin, you're about to break through. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop far from Holy Mountain Sect, countless figures in gray robes gathered, kneeling before a figure in a gray robe. Greetings, old ancestor. Their demeanor was respectful. The gray-robed figure lazily opened his eyes, revealing half of his hideous face, an expression of deep-seated hatred. The one who hurt my disciple. I found out it's Ing Yin, who's currently in Shandong. We should liven things up in Tianizhou. Ing Yin slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Lala and Baibian stayed by his side. Seeing Ing Yin wake up, the two little ones softly called, Master. Ing Yin felt he had slept particularly well, warm and reluctant to open his eyes. Once he did, he discovered the depleted spiritual power in his Tianxue began to surge. Ing Yin looked at his hands in disbelief. How did I become a 4-star spirit mirror and a 4-star demon mirror? Looking down, he realized something was wrong. He had been lying down resting, and Yuan Shinsue was lying on his stomach. Ing Yin immediately pushed him. What are you doing sleeping here? Yuan Shinsue rolled directly onto the floor. He was still half asleep. After rolling on the ground, he sat up cross-legged. His sleepy voice was hoarse. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Ing Yin touched his stomach. What am I doing? Why were you sleeping on me? I always sleep on you, Yuan Shinsue said, shaking off the spirit power beads scattered on him. That we've always been like this. Ing Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and change the subject. What's going on with the spiritual power in my body? And the magic elements? Did you help me? Yuan Shinsue smiled at him and said in a casual tone, you can recover just by sleeping, as long as I'm by your side. Ing Yin gasped. This guy's strong talent was truly infuriating, yet it also made him feel incredibly secure. Ing Yin suddenly widened his eyes, abruptly remembering the results of the disciple competition. Right, I won, didn't I? You won, Yuan Shinsue said, yawning sleepily, his eyes glistening slightly. You can enter the scripture pavilion now. He knew what Yin Yin wanted to do. Ing Yin's face lit up with joy. Great. Just as he was feeling happy, shouts came from outside. Ing Yin, get out here. Ing Yin frowned. Yuan Shinsue's expression changed, and he was about to go out. Wait. He stopped Ing Yin, who was heading out. I know whose voice that is, Ing Yin said, too familiar with it. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face that it's an old acquaintance. I'll go myself. Ing Yin walked out, and as expected, saw the Empress shouting there. The Empress stood outside, her face etched with weariness, looking almost 20 years older. The Empress, still fuming, searched for 3 days and 3 nights before finding Ing Yin's location. Ing Yin, get out here. Ing Yin was inside flirting with the marshal. The marshal was just about to go out and deal with this annoying old woman when Ing Yin stopped him, an old acquaintance. I'll go take a look. Ing Yin walked out and, as expected, saw the Empress shouting there. You little wretch. The Empress, her face contorted in a grimace, was about to walk over when she saw Yuan Shinsue emerge from behind Ing Yin. She abruptly stopped in her tracks and fell silent. She was so agitated that she forgot this wretch had somehow befriended so many powerful figures. One after another, they all protected him. She didn't know what kind of love potion he had given them. Ing Yin put his hands on his hips. Bai Ling, what's the matter? Bai Ling immediately cowered. She lowered her voice and said, You're that nameless sword seed, aren't you? Don't think I don't know who you are. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Her venomous gaze fell on Lala, who was standing beside Ing Yin. Although her appearance was different, Lala's figure and everything else remained unchanged. What are you looking at, ugly freak? Lala snapped angrily. This is my daughter's wife, Bai Ling said, reaching out to grab Lala. Just as she lunged forward, Yuan Shinsue slapped her away. She flew back 100 meters before stopping, blood churning her chest. Bai Ling gritted her teeth. Just a lowly brat born from a low-class woman, climbing up to the Ghost Valley Master, and now acting so arrogant. Ing Yin sneered. This is my spirit beast. Even if we check the contractual relationship, this is still my spirit beast. Are you trying to steal someone else's spirit beast now? Ing Yin approached Bai Ling, his eyes cold. And that lowly brat comment, who are you talking about? Just then, Yin walked out from behind. He looked coldly at the Empress. What are you trying to do? The old beggar followed Yi in and also arrived. Bai Ling immediately felt immense pressure. She nearly ground her teeth to dust. Why Yinner is still unconscious from her injuries. You were clearly injured even more severely. How did you wake up? Why do you need to know that? Ing Yin sneered. Bai Ling said matter-of-factly, naturally, to save my Yinner. Ing Yin was amused by her shamelessness. What are you laughing at? Bai Ling said angrily. Yuan Shinsui looked over and smiled. Master Marshal, wait for me outside. I need to have a private chat with this remarkable empress. No, it's too dangerous. The old beggar and Yin said simultaneously. Don't worry. Ing Yin smiled at Yuan Shinsui. If he tries anything, Yuan Shinsui didn't wait for Ing Yin to finish, cutting in viciously. Then I'll go wring Su Ling Yan's neck. Ing Yin was taken aback. Who said Yuan Shinsui didn't understand anything? He was quite clever when he needed to be. Ing Yin opened the door to the adjacent cultivation room. Come on, inside. He closed the door, and Bai Ling's face twisted with fury. You're that sword seed, aren't you? You actually survived. I should have ground your bones to dust instead of throwing you into the demonic sword. Speaking of the demonic sword, Bai Ling's eyes flashed. A demonic half-breed, daring to run rampant in the 5 continents. Demonic half-breed? I can't take credit for that. Sheng Hongqing of the Holy Mountain Sect is the one who investigated himself. Don't try to pin that on me. However, one thing you said is right. I am indeed that child you tortured for 18 years. Bai Ling, have you forgotten? Everything your daughter has now was stolen from me. How about I go out right now and announce that I am the true other divine child of the Wanshou Kingdom, and your daughter, Su Ling Yan, is nothing but a worthless, useless, good-for-nothing? You finally admit it. Bai Ling raged. A true scourge for 1,000 years. Ing Yin's voice was ice-cold. Scourges have always been powerful. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Ling, if you're smart, you'll take your daughter and disappear from my sight completely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might lose control and kill your daughter one day. Then you won't even have a place to cry. The Empress, to avenge her daughter, sought out Ing Yin, but she didn't expect Ing Yin to have so many powerful figures on his side. Bai Ling no longer dared to act rashly. She followed Ing Yin into the room. Ing Yin taunted Bai Ling. If you're smart, you'll take your daughter and disappear from my sight completely. Bai Ling roared. You're the one who should live the rest of your life cowering. Who are you to speak to me, an empress like this? You lowly thing. Ing Yin discreetly condensed a demonic element and sent it towards Bai Ling. It was so small that Bai Ling, in her rage, didn't even notice it. The demonic element opened its tiny mouth wide and bit down hard on Bai Ling's ear. Bai Ling screamed. A small chunk had been bitten out of her ear, and blood flowed freely. Madman, what did you do to me? Ing Yin laughed heartily. Since your ears are useless anyway, might as well be rid of them. Bai Ling wanted to slap Ing Yin to death, but she was afraid of Yuan Shinsui waiting outside. Get your daughter and get out of my sight. This is my last warning. The Empress gritted her teeth and left. Yin glanced at her, then cautiously approached Ing Yin. Yin, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with her, not at all, but it would expose the fact that I was in the demonic sword. If she were to die, she definitely wouldn't let me live in peace, Ing Yin said softly. But as soon as I find a method to break the cocoon seal in the scripture pavilion, the balance will be broken, and I'll kick her into the abyss. Speaking of the scripture pavilion, Ing Yin suddenly clapped his hands. Right, the scripture pavilion. He rushed towards the door. Lala, Bai Bian, let's go to the scripture pavilion. You guys go ahead and do your thing. I'm fine here. Ing Yin waved to the 3 as he ran out. Yuan Shinsui and Yin exchanged glances. Yuan Shinsui's eyes were icy. Yin also snorted coldly. That brat, taking his daughter's side. Tisk, the old beggar chuckled. Once a master, always a father. He and Yin have a strongest bond. He's not afraid. After Ing Yin rushed out of the room, he discovered that the Holy Mountain sect had drastically changed. Judging by their attire, everyone walking around the Holy Mountain sect now were inner disciples. Yo, you're awake. A voice called out. Yuan Jie walked over to Ing Yin and chuckled. I thought you'd be lying down for much longer. No, I recover quickly. Ing Yin asked, when can I go to the scripture pavilion? Anytime. Yuan Jie pulled out a cloth and wiped the blood off himself, as casually as if he were wiping away sweat. Go now. There's no time to lose. This was the reason he had come to the Holy Mountain sect. Great, let's go. Yuan Jie immediately led the way. Along the way, they encountered several outer disciples diligently practicing under the supervision of inner disciples. 2 inner disciples, holding long staffs, yelled, faster. You don't want to be eliminated and kicked out of the Holy Mountain sect, do you? You pathetic excuses for disciples. You're an embarrassment. You lot going up to fight in the leisure rooms are just asking to be trampled on. Seeing Ing Yin staring, Yuan Jie smiled and said, our inner disciples have returned from outside on the old sect master's orders. We're preparing to help the old sect master reorganize the entire sect. Sheng Hong has already been punished by the old sect master and is kneeling in the ancestral hall with Sheng Xianxian. The Holy Mountain sect was founded by the old sect master, his master, and past sect masters. Yuan Jie said, lowering her eyes as she walked. We absolutely cannot let it be ruined by Sheng Hong. I apologize for what happened. Ever since you arrived, the outer disciples have been making things difficult for you. Making things difficult? Ing Yin raised an eyebrow. The IT only counts as difficult if it actually causes me trouble. Their petty attempts don't even qualify. Yuan Jie was taken aback, then burst out laughing, clapping Ing Yin on the back. Ha ha, well said. They don't qualify at all, those spineless shrimps. You're really to my liking. If I didn't have to stay here and help out at the Holy Mountain sect, I'd definitely take you to the front lines. Someone like you would grow incredibly fast there. The front lines? Ing Yin was stunned. What front lines? I've never heard of them. It was unimaginable. These wings were ripped from his dry mother's back. Thinking back to his time in the demonic sword, being cared for by the demons, he had already come to consider himself one of them. Now, seeing these familiar wings, he felt an intense revulsion. Having won the disciple competition, Ing Yin naturally gained access to the scripture pavilion. He followed Yuan Jie there, chatting along the way. Yuan Jie was particularly interested in Ing Yin. If I didn't have to stay here and help out at the Holy Mountain sect, I'd definitely take you to the front lines. The front lines? Ing Yin was stunned. What front lines? I've never heard of them. Yuan Jie's expression faltered. Then she quickly shut her mouth. In nothing. You misheard. Ing Yin narrowed his eyes. He couldn't have misheard. Just then, Yuan Jie stopped. Here's the scripture pavilion. Ing Yin looked up. The next moment, he froze. The scripture pavilion was magnificent, but it was enveloped in a huge, luminous barrier. But that wasn't the most striking thing. The most striking thing was the pair of black, demonic wings hanging in the center of the scripture pavilion's plaque. The wings were identical to the ones on Ing Yin's back. He pressed his lips together tightly. He looked at Yuan Jie and asked, what's the deal with those wings? What? Yuan Jie followed his gaze and looked up. She immediately laughed. Those were left behind by our very first sect master. Ing Yin's voice hitched. Those are spirit beast wings, not demon wings. Yuan Jie looked at the wings. I don't know the specifics. I heard they're the wings of the first demon king. As for how they ended up in our Holy Mountain sect, the elders haven't said. They were there after the first sect master established the scripture pavilion. No one is allowed to touch them, Yuan Jie said casually. Perhaps that first demon king lost them to our sect master. The first demon king. That meant they weren't the old hags. Ing Yin felt a wave of relief. If they were the old hags, he couldn't imagine how they were ripped from her back. But even if they belonged to the first demon king, Ing Yin still felt a strong aversion. He now considered himself a demon. The wings of his own kind, hanging there like a trophy, filled him with rage. But he kept his head down, concealing his emotions well. It doesn't matter that they're hanging there. The demons are sealed anyway, Yuan Jie said, beckoning to Ing Yin. You can stay inside for 2 days. Learn as much as you can. But remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Ing Yin forced himself to look away from the wings and frowned at Yuan Jie. Why are you reminding me? Didn't I say? I dislike you. I choose my friends based on character, not whether they're from the Holy Mountain sect or not. Yuan Jie said, clapping Ing Yin on the shoulder. As long as you're not a scumbag like Sheng Hong, I'm happy to be friend with you. Thanks for the reminder. Ing Yin didn't want to waste any time and went straight inside. As he stepped through the transparent barrier, neither of them noticed. The black wings hanging above trembled slightly. The movement was so subtle that it would be impossible to see unless you were staring directly at them. But as Ing Yin walked in, the trembling quickly stopped, returning to stillness. Inside the scripture pavilion, Ing Yin saw 2 old men who appeared to be dozing. They didn't exude any aura, but Ing Yin desperately suppressed his own demonic energy. These 2 were no weaker than Sheng Hong. You're Ing Yin. One of the elders opened his eyes and glanced at him. He waved a hand. Go on in. Ing Yin nodded at them and walked between them. Left protector, right protector, Yuan Jie said, bowing respectfully to the 2. Disciple will take my leave now. The scripture pavilion's protectors nodded. Ing Yin walked into the scripture pavilion. Only then did he discover what a massive space it was. The pavilion was a giant spiral, extending upwards. Looking up, he could barely see the top. Poor Yin Yin. All his acquaintances are illiterate. It's not scary to be uneducated. What's scary is being uneducated and not knowing it. Ing Yin surveyed the scripture pavilion. It seemed almost bottomless. All sorts of miscellaneous and retail books even encyclopedias. It said that only scholars can type out this word in the comment section. Master, there are so many, Lala exclaimed, as if he had fallen into a sea of books. Scratching his head, he said, Lala will help Master find them, but 2 days won't be enough. So stingy. Bibian nodded in agreement. Wowo and Xiaomiao also crawled out of Yin's pocket. Wowo transformed into a small child, looking a bit chubbier. Following Yin and being nourished by Feng Yuan every day, Wowo's talent had visibly improved. But where do we even begin with so many? Lala asked, already stretching out his little arms to search. As a result, upon picking up the books, the little creatures were completely dumbfounded. Lala looked at Bibian with a blank expression. Big Bug, can you read? Bibian roared angrily. Shut up. Don't ask me. Of course I can read. He stared at a book seriously, pretending to read, even though he was holding it upside down. Wowo's eyes had already spiraled into snail lines. Yin was completely immersed in the sea of books. Meanwhile, the two guardians standing outside opened their eyes and began to chat. That young girl just now, she's the girl for the giant clan. I wonder what spirit technique she'll choose. In our scripture pavilion, it seems there's never been a disciple who could obtain the first sect master's ultimate skill. The right guardian scoffed. That thing? Do you think our first sect master would leave it to an outsider? Don't be silly. I think you're getting senile. The left guardian pondered calmly. That's true. As their voices fell, a woman's sharp, quarrelsome voice came from outside. What's going on? The right guardian frowned. They think our holy mountain sect is a vegetable market. These past 2 days, the old sect master has started implementing an elimination system. Those who can't endure hardship and those with bad character are all being kicked out. The ones causing the commotion were Empress Bai Ling and the Bai family elders. Because today, the old sect master officially announced that Bai Qian and Princess Su Lingyan would be expelled. Bai Ling, whose partially severed ear hadn't stopped bleeding, heard this terrible news as soon as she came out. She gritted her teeth, refusing to let her daughter be expelled from the Holy Mountain sect. Why should my daughter leave? If anyone should leave, it should be Yin and those outsiders. Are you people in the Holy Mountain sect blind to who's in and who's out? Besides, my daughter is so talented, and she even has a divine beast. Do you know how many factions are vying for her? How will this affect my daughter's reputation in the future? And what about Bai Qian? The Bai family members scowled, looking at Sheng Hong beside the old sect master. Sheng Hong had received no small amount of benefits and tributes from the Bai family over the years. Master, you can't let Su Lingyan go. She's quite talented. With proper training, she'll definitely... Before he could finish, the old sect master interrupted him, and more needs to be said. The old sect master closed his eyes. He looked at Sheng Hong with disappointment. You only see her talent, but not her character. Character? The old sect master was utterly disgusted with this mother-daughter pair. This is my sect now. I only asked you to manage it for me. How dare you try to overrule me? Sheng Hong, covered in cold sweat, thought of the tributes from the Bai family and stubbornly said, this disciple wouldn't dare, but these 2 children are talented. Silence. The old sect master sent him flying with a single palm strike. Bai Qian took forbidden drugs after the competition and tried to launch a sneak attack. That alone is enough for me to expel him 1,000 times over. As for Su Lingyan, the old sect master looked at Bai Ling. He was old and a good judge of character. Bai Ling was a woman with ambition and no scruples, while her daughter was spoiled and unreasonable. Keeping such people in his sect would only bring disaster. Bai Ling, I'm giving you face because of the Wanshou Kingdom. Take Su Lingyan away quietly. From now on, she has nothing to do with my Holy Mountain sect. My Yinner is the fiancé of Feng Sun from the 5 continents Feng family. The Empress blurted out in anger, even though the engagement had already been broken off. Are you challenging the Feng family? If the Feng family is willing to stand up for you, let them come to me. The old sect master was domineering and had lost his patience. But in my Holy Mountain sect, your woman has no right to yell at me. His aura surged, and Bai Ling stumbled backward. Taking a deep breath, she glared at the old sect master through gritted teeth. That you'll regret this. Bai Ling gripped her daughter's hand tightly. Let's go. Su Lingyan, her face burning with humiliation, shot a venomous look at the old sect master. She would definitely make this old man regret it. Can you imagine? This old man was once the epitome of handsome. The Ice Lady's black feathers were the key to opening his spatial secret realm. How could the dignified Holy Mountain sect be connected to the demon race? Inside the scripture pavilion, Ing Yin searched frantically. What do I do? I still haven't found a way to break the seal. 2 days is not enough. He composed himself. There is nothing to do but keep searching. Ing Yin told himself to calm down. Impatience wouldn't help him. But just then he felt something constantly twitching in his spatial storage artifact, as if it wanted to break free. What was it? Ing Yin subconsciously pulled the dark object out of his spatial storage. He discovered it was a black feather. Ing Yin froze, then exclaimed, "Isn't this the feather I bit off the old hag's wing when we fought?" And the old hag had even let him have it. Ing Yin gripped the abnormally twitching feather. This feather was going crazy. But the moment the feather came out of his spatial storage, the pair of wings hanging outside began to tremble violently. No, it should be said that the entire scripture pavilion started to shake. Outside, the 2 guardians abruptly opened their eyes, the shock within them unconcealed. This is the first generation's aura. It truly is our first sect master's aura. The 2 guardians, no longer languid, widened their eyes until they gleamed. Who went in just now? Both of them were dumbfounded. The left guardian suddenly slapped his head. It was Ing Yin. Their hands trembling, the left guardian rushed outside. "You stay guard. I'll go inform the old sect master." The old sect master sensed the commotion immediately. He strode towards them. "No need. Someone went in just now," the old sect master said seriously, but his eyes held a glimmer of hope. Which disciple was it? He was agitated, his eyes red with excitement. He didn't know what the trigger was for the opportunity left by the first generation. The old sect master smiled. "What do you think our first generation will give that disciple?" Seeing the old sect master's foolish grin, the left and right guardians helpfully reminded him, "Sect master, only one person went in today." The old sect master nodded excitedly. "You're saying he's ready to receive it?" The left guardian said, his finger trembling. "That person is Ing Yin." The old sect master's expression morphed from confusion to horror, and finally to ashen gray. He asked incredulously, "Who did you say?" as if confirming, hoping the answer would change. "It's Ing Yin." The old sect master choked, the shock almost making him keel over. "Sect master, please calm down." The right guardian's next words pulled the despairing old sect master back from the brink. Perhaps the first generation, upon seeing Ing Yin, might not give him anything. After all, he's not a disciple of our Holy Mountain sect. These words injected the old sect master with renewed vigor. He declared firmly, right? The first generation wouldn't be so careless. He was full of trust in the first sect master. Meanwhile, Ing Yin was caught in an indescribable dizziness. The scene before him twisted and distorted. Only the feather radiated a scorching heat. Finally, a blinding white light erupted, and a vast, empty space appeared. The pair of black wings hanging outside now floated above in this empty space. The black wings were beautiful, a pure obsidian black. The soft feathers shimmered like a perfect work of art. Just as Ing Yin was mesmerized, a laugh came from behind him. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Ing Yin, filled with vigilance, spun around. Before him stood a haughty, handsome middle-aged man. The man had a pair of almond-shaped eyes with a hint of fierceness. With a wave of his hand, the black wings landed in his grasp. He caressed the wings tenderly, the affection in his eyes giving Ing Yin goosebumps. "Who are you?" "This is the scripture pavilion of the Holy Mountain sect." Ing Yin narrowed his eyes, staring at the wings. "And what is your relationship with the demon clan?" Without looking up, the man said indifferently, "What demon clan? Aren't you a demon clansman yourself?" Ing Yin was startled. This was his biggest secret, that don't be so nervous. Take out what you're hiding in your hand. If you didn't possess the Demon King's token, you wouldn't be able to enter this space, nor see the last sliver of my remaining soul. Having finished speaking, the man finally looked up, staring at Ing Yin with a faint smile, that a Demon Clan girl, yet without the Demon Clan's aura. A good seedling, mimicking a human. Ing Yin pursed her lips. After a moment's thought, she bowed to him as a junior. "Senior, I don't know what your relationship with the Demon Clan is." Speaking of this, the man's eyes revealed a proud and eager desire to confide that me and him, the Demon King, we were intimately close. So, you could say my relationship with the Demon Clan is also intimately close. Seeing his expression, Ing Yin couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Trying to fool me. What, you don't believe me?" The man's eyes narrowed dangerously, and his gaze towards Ing Yin turned hostile. "Do you think I'm speaking empty words?" Ing Yin felt the void beneath her feet churn. She steadied her breath and looked directly at the man. "I truly don't believe you. If you were truly intimately close, why would you cut off the Demon King's wings, keep them by your side, and display them as trophies in the Scripture Pavilion?" It turned out this man and Ing Yin had such a complicated relationship. Another tragic love story. Just now, Ing Yin was still pointing at the man's nose, scolding him that if you love someone, how could you cut off his wings and hang them in the Scripture Pavilion? As soon as these words were spoken, the man gritted his teeth in anger. His fierce eyes instantly filled with Kaltan Nusa, who said I cut them off. This is a token of love he gave me. You little demon brat, don't you know that your demon king sheds his wings every 100 years? He looked exasperated. How could I possibly cut off his wings? These were shed. Shed, you understand? Just like how you shed hair. Every 100 years. Yin couldn't help but twitch her cheek. How embarrassing. But she still solemnly addressed this first-generation demon king's lover, seriously arguing, Senior, I don't shed hair. People your age shed hair. The man was stunned. Listen to this nonsense. Looking into Yin's clear and innocent eyes, the man retorted, You're the one who sheds hair. I was the most beautiful person in the 5 continents back then. Yin narrowed her eyes. Out of respect for her senior and the status of the first-generation Demon King's lover, she didn't voice her inner thoughts. However, her face expressed them clearly. Only Yuan Shuai is the most beautiful person in the 5 continents. Although this man was handsome, he was far inferior to Yuan Shuai. Seeing her staring at his face full of wrinkles, even though he was just a wisp of a soul, he felt as if his heart was clenching in anger. You damn girl. The man couldn't help but curse that you're really unpleasant. Senior, since you've left a remnant soul, you must have something to do, right? Yin widened her bright eyes and asked, Do you have something to give me? She even eagerly held out her hands. The man, exasperated and haughty, said no. The stars in Yin's eyes instantly disappeared, returning to her initial deadpan expression. Oh, can you dissipate into the world now? I can only stay here for 2 days. I still have things to find. I'm quite busy. As Yin spoke, she turned around to break through this empty space and walk outside. After taking a few steps, she was hit on the head by 2 objects, causing her to stumble forward. The 2 objects lay at her feet. Are you giving these to me? You might not know, but I'm not a disciple of the Holy Mountain sect. Do I look stupid? Do you think I don't know you're not a Holy Mountain sect disciple? Yin thought, you don't just look stupid, you are stupid. These 2 spiritual techniques are my 2 most famous masterpieces. This is my promise to him. One day, if a descendant of the demon race visits my Holy Mountain sect and is the first to obtain the token, they can come in and take my ultimate techniques. Yin was still puzzled at I need to take these out and share them with the disciples of the Holy Mountain sect. The man erupted in a tirade. Are you an idiot? I already said these are ultimate techniques. Of course, I left something for the Holy Mountain sect. This is just my personal promise. Seeing Yin's confused expression, the man didn't want to explain further. He hugged his beloved wings and sat down cross-legged, looking at Yin and asking, Little girl, what's your name? Having received 2 ultimate techniques, Yin couldn't remain indifferent. She smiled warmly and gently replied, Yin. The man froze. Yin. He abruptly looked at Yin and asked, Who is your mother? What's her name? My deceased mother, who gave me my name, is called Ingnu. She is the current demon king. Yin took out the feather she had been hiding in her hand. This is the feather I plucked from my mother. She cherishes me and gave it to me. I was able to enter because of this. The man pursed his lips, his eyes trembling intensely. He impatiently raised his hand and beckoned, and the feather landed in his hand. It was identical to the feathers of the wings he was holding. The man's face slowly contorted, his expression rapidly paling. His mind suddenly became dizzy. During their most passionate moments, he had once asked with a smile, Do you like children? He had always been carefree and unrestrained. He had replied with a light laugh, I don't like children. They're too noisy. But if you like them, I wouldn't mind having one. He was still young at the time, so he had said without hesitation, If it's a son, he'll take my surname and be called Ingnan. If it's a daughter, she'll be called Ingnu. He still remembered his exasperated yet lively expression at the time. He had scolded, Imai, can you read some books? Ingnan actually came up with those names. The first-generation sect master of the Holy Mountain sect, Man, suddenly clutched his chest. I didn't even know we had a daughter. Yin not only collects younglings, but now seems to be adding an old man to her collection. She had entered the first-generation sect master's space within the scripture pavilion, and it turned out this person had a special relationship with her. Seeing the familiar feather, the man trembled, his voice thick with sobs. I didn't even know we had a daughter. He cried and laughed at the same time. Yin hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you all right? The man abruptly lifted his head. I Ingnu all right? An idea formed in Yin's mind. She wanted to confirm, What is your relationship with Ingnu? The man didn't answer her. Instead, he looked up and said, You're not Ingnu's biological daughter. You said your mother is dead. That means she adopted you. Yin could vaguely sense it. This man was looking at her differently. Yes. Yin considered for a moment, then replied, I'm not mother's biological daughter. Mother saved my life. She gave me my name and allowed me to be reborn. I could tell. The man's gaze lingered on her face, carrying a subtle hint of disdain. You don't look like her at all. By the way, what's the situation with the demon race now? The man's crimson eyes stared at Ing Yen. Ing Yen pressed her lips together, pausing for a long moment before replying. The demon race was sealed away by the united forces of the 5 continents. They haven't appeared in the 5 continents for a very, very long time. So it's true then? The man's voice was deep, seemingly laced with mockery. They couldn't tolerate the complete rise of a powerful race, so they made it disappear? A bunch of cowards. I'm someone who died thousands, tens of thousands of years ago, whose bones have rotted into the earth. I shouldn't care about the affairs of the 5 continents anymore. But they absolutely shouldn't have sealed away someone I care about. My daughter. Now she's sealed in a dark, sunless place. Little girl, you're here looking for a way to break the seal, aren't you? Ing Yen's eyes widened, a hint of urgency in her voice as she asked, Senior, do you know how to break it? The man's lips curved into a smile, but his eyes remained filled with sorrow. He casually pointed at Ing Yen. Watching the illusory space shatter around her, she returned to the scripture pavilion. Lala and the others rushed towards her. Lala was nearly in tears. Master, where did you go? Wah. Lala was so worried. Bai Bian eyed the suddenly appearing wisp of a remnant soul with suspicion. Who are you? The man glanced at the small creatures, scoffing, a bunch of fledglings still wet behind the ears. Bai Bian's expression darkened. Before Bai Bian could speak, the man gestured upwards. A golden book materialized. It floated down to Ing Yen. If you were to search for this yourself, you wouldn't find it in 2 days, not even in 20 years. The man placed the golden tome in Ing Yen's hands. This method can break any seal in the world. Any seal. Ing Yen's jaw dropped. Then the seal at Whitehead Mountain can be broken too. Ing Yen didn't know how strong Yuan Shinsue truly was. Currently, he was only at 1/10 of his power. It was frightening to imagine what realm he would reach if the seal were broken and he regained his full strength. But don't get too excited. Although it can break any seal, it requires gathering countless treasures. Some of these treasures have already vanished from the 5 continents. They only exist in legends. You might spend your entire life searching and never find them. Even so, do you still want to try? The man stared intently at Ing Yen. Legends always have a basis in reality. As long as there's a chance to break the seal, I won't give up. Her eyes shone with determination. Ing Yen hesitated, then asked, Senior, are you my mother's father? From his words and the identical wings, Ing Yen had guessed. The man glanced at her, his eyes still crimson, that you're quick-witted. Was my daughter a demon or a spirit? A demon. Ing Yen answered honestly that a demon, as I suspected. She must have been very powerful. Since that's the case, learn these 2 spiritual techniques now. Hurry, I'm about to dissipate. I could still guide you a little before I vanish. Ing Yen thought that Ing Nu probably didn't know about her father. She couldn't help but ask, can't you not dissipate? I'm a remnant soul, not a complete one, the man said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Unless you have the demon race's soul-nourishing jade. That's the demon race's most treasured artifact. Like a little girl like you could have that. His words abruptly stopped. Ing Yen pulled a green crescent-shaped jade from her pocket. The jade seemed dull and lusterless, but the man's eyes widened. The soul-nourishing jade? Ing Yen had picked up a worthless old man. Was he a treasure or a weed? This old man, dead for thousands of years, was about to dissipate. After confirming that the old man was her mother's father, Ing Yen wanted to take him to see her mother. Right now, only the soul-nourishing jade could preserve his soul. Ing Yen pulled a green jade from her pocket. Ing Man's eyes widened. This is the soul-nourishing jade. It really is, huh? Ing Yen looked down at the jade, frowning, and oh wonder the great demon said if I lost my body, my soul could hide in here to recover. Ing Yen shook the soul-nourishing jade. So, come on in. I'll take you to see old Yao. I mean my mother. Ing Yen almost used her affectionate nickname for Ing Nu. The crimson in the man's eyes slowly faded. A remnant soul, without the support of the soul-nourishing jade, would dissipate into the world. But if it could enter the jade, although powerless, his vast knowledge could guide Ing Yen, this little sprout. The man's body transformed into a wisp of smoke and entered the jade. Senior? Ing Yen called tentatively. What senior? The voice from a jade was suddenly full of vigor. A hand reached out from the soul-nourishing jade and flicked her forehead. Call me grandfather. Ing Yen grinned. She had picked up a bargain. Grandfather, I'll take you to see mother. Ing Yen rubbed her forehead, which didn't really hurt. Don't rush. Ing Man's voice unexpectedly deepened. I don't have the face to see her now. She doesn't even know about this child. When the child was suffering, I couldn't be by her side. He was filled with shame and fear of meeting her. Before Ing Yin could react, Yin Man's awkward scolding rang out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Anyway, I can't dissipate for a while. My granddaughter will see you sooner or later. Hurry up and cultivate the spiritual techniques I gave you. Trying to slack off? Both of you learn together. These two spiritual techniques are cast together. Ing Yin spread the two books open in surprise. Yin Man chose this moment to speak. It's a set of auxiliary spiritual techniques. You can use your own spiritual power to transform into a unique spiritual domain. Within the domain, your speed and strength will be amplified, while your opponent's speed and strength will be weakened. At first, this domain might only be 1 meter, but as your strength increases, the domain will expand. The second is an offensive spiritual technique. It has very high requirements for your spiritual power, but its attack power will be very strong. You can use wind, rain, snow, and sunlight to launch attacks. What? You're saying I can draw on natural forces to attack? Ing Yin was utterly shocked. That's right. Yin Man's voice held a hint of complacency. But if you don't have blood and chi, you can use the water summoning technique and blood condensation technique to create them. These two minor spiritual techniques are commonplace. This was Yin Man's most prized secret technique. Ing Yin naturally had to study it diligently. Soon, the contents of the two books spread out on her lap, transformed into a stream of light, and burrowed into Ing Yin's mind. The two books instantly turned into dust and scattered on her lap. Just as Yin Man had said, they were single-use. While Ing Yin was immersed in her studies, the old sect master and the others outside were anxiously waiting. Why hasn't she come out yet? The inner disciples had stopped supervising the hopeless outer disciples and gathered together, wanting to know what Ing Yin had obtained. Hey, how could our sect's things be taken by an outsider? An inner disciple said with a laugh that I'm so envious. Yuan Jie frowned. Watch your words. What do you mean, our sect's things? Those are the first sect master's personal techniques. He can give them to whomever he wants. You're also a disciple of the sect. Would you dare say all your belongings belong to the sect? The first sect master definitely wouldn't do that. The old sect master paced back and forth, constantly reassuring himself. Definitely not. A disciple came to report, Sect Master, someone from Ghost Valley asked us to relay a message to Ing Yin. They said he has something to do and has returned to Tianwu province. He'll be back in about a day. The old sect master's lips twitched. What the? Does he think we're messengers? But just as the entire Holy Mountain sect was filled with unease on the outskirts of Tianyi province, a group of people in black robes stood ready at the entrance. Ancestor, we've already sent people to harass the Red Ghost Valley headquarters. That Yuan Shinsue has already taken the Great Elder and broken through the formation to return. Good. The old man let out a sinister laugh. Since the formation masters are gone, we can make our move. He feared Yuan Shinsue and had deliberately lured the entire Red Ghost Valley away, aiming to annihilate Tianyi province in one fell swoop. A gray-robed man took out a large golden bowl from his bosom. A thick black mist emanated from a bowl. The eyes of the disciples behind him burned with fervent desire. Ancestor, are we really going to use this one-time artifact? This thing can cover an entire designated area. Not even a lesser divine realm expert can break it open. We've already investigated. The formation masters are all gone. Only the old monster from Holy Mountain sect is a bit troublesome. The other lesser divine realm experts aren't particularly powerful. A few of our groups can handle them. The gray-robed old man sneered and threw his withered hand upwards. In the next moment, the small bowl instantly expanded and grew larger. At the same time, the bowl's rim became increasingly transparent, like a transparent lid under the sunlight. Boom! The bowl covered the entire Tianyi province. The Holy Mountain sect disciples, anxiously waiting outside, suddenly felt the sky darken slightly. They subconsciously looked up and froze. Senior Sister Yuan Jie, the first disciple to look up, had a drastic change in expression. Look, what's that? Yuan Jie looked up as well. She instinctively frowned. Her experience from struggling in the mountains and forests made her heart pound. The next moment, a gentle breeze carried a familiar smell of decay. Yuan Jie's face changed dramatically. Evil cultivators are attacking. Prepare for battle. Close the gates. Yuan Jie didn't even look at the old sect master, directly addressing all the inner disciples she led. They all responded in unison. The old sect master glanced at Yuan Jie, who was already showing the makings of a great general, with approval. He didn't look at the scripture pavilion. Ing Yin should be safe inside. He stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the sky. Who dares cause trouble in my Tianyi province? The old sect master's voice boomed. The lesser divine realm peak expert finally unleashed his fury. The Zhou family head, who was still training his sons and daughters, heard the old sect master's loud command. A large number of evil cultivators are attacking. All families in Tianyi province, prepare to defend. The old sect master's voice, accompanied by the holy mountain sects striking red flames, echoed throughout the province. They appeared together. Ordinary people who had been laughing and playing in the streets suddenly found their amusement turn to terror. Some screamed and ran. Run, rest is a project. A woman's scream, an old man's desperate cry, and a child's sharp, confused shriek rang out. At that very moment, countless black-robed figures surged from all directions. They laughed maniacally, harvesting the lives of the ordinary people in the streets. This time we'll kill to our heart's content. With the surprise from these people, our cultivation will advance even faster. The old sect master watched this scene, his eyes bloodshot. He was about to rush down and slaughter those cultivators. But the gray-robed old man rushed forward and blocked his path. The two clashed in midair, exchanging hundreds of blows, creating earth-shattering explosions. Old dog of Holy Mountain, your disciples besieged mine. Today, I will settle the score between us. The gray-robed old man, unable to contain himself at the sight of the old sect master, ripped open his black robe. In the next moment, everyone below saw a chilling sight. The old man's body was densely covered with countless female faces. Each face was contorted in extreme pain. It's you. The old sect master's face twitched violently at the sight of the faces on the old man's body. Xie Qinmian, you're still alive. The old ghost of Holy Mountain hasn't died yet. So how could I? Xie Qinmian sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless powerful cultivators, comparable to lesser spirit-severing experts, appeared. Hand over that Yingnian. He killed my beloved disciple. Hand him over, and maybe I'll spare your life. Xie Qinmian smiled sinisterly. His voice was clearly heard by everyone below. Bah, evil cultivators are disgusting things. Everyone should kill them. Killing you is justified. The old sect master's stooped figure straightened. His thin, aged body seemed to possess an indomitable strength. Whether it's an evil being or anyone else, killing your disciple is something anyone in the 5 continents would applaud. He did well. He cursed well. The Zhou family head, having recovered, roared like thunder. What? We've killed thousands of evil cultivators. Are we supposed to apologize to you for killing one? Yingyan did well. Not only will I not hand him over, I'll commend him. Zhou Xiaoyu, seeing the bewildered expressions of the injured, ordinary people around him, glared and cursed. If we hand him over just because you say so, then which cultivator would dare to kill evil cultivators in the future? How could the 5 continents have peace? This is a war that everyone must fight. This is a bloody war. This old man is using Yingyan as a pretext for wanton slaughter to start a war. Zhou Xiaoyu glared and yelled, "You shameless old thing, do you have any sense of decency?" Xie Qinmian gritted his teeth in fury. Zhou Xiaoyu continued, "Just wait until I reach the spirit-severing realm. I'll skin you alive and tear out your bones." Murderous intent flashed in Xie Qinmian's eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. "Ignorant child, you're so arrogant." The Zhou family head blocked the blow. "That's my boy," he said proudly. "Curse him to death, my boy." Did I agree to that? The Zhou family head was bursting with pride. Like father, like son, Zhou Xiaoyu wanted to continue cursing, wanting to bring his pretty older sister into the argument. Did you ask for his consent? Zhou Xiaoyu was suddenly pulled back by Zhou Xiaoying, who said with a serious expression, "You stay at the Zhou residence. You haven't reached the human spirit realm yet. I'll go fight." At a time like this, Zhou Xiaoyu didn't clamor to go out. If he went out, it would be chaos. "Brother, be careful. I'll have the guards protect our Zhou family." Zhou Xiaoying's palms were sweaty as he gripped his spear, but he couldn't suppress the excitement surging within him. Battle was the best opportunity for a breakthrough. He, Zhou Xiaoying, was no coward. He charged out with a group of Zhou family disciples. At the same time, Yuan Jie, watching the billowing red smoke, gritted her teeth. They've released the red smoke. If others in the surrounding areas see it, they'll come to help. Everyone, please hold on. Someone with sharp eyes saw that the red smoke was rising and reaching the barrier above Tianyi province, where it was stopped, unable to go any further. "Senior sister, it's no good. The red smoke can't get out." Yuan Jie bit her lip hard. "Senior sister." A disciple rushed over, panting, and reported urgently, "It's no good. All of Tianyi province is surrounded. We can't get out. We're trapped." Yuan Jie's heart sank. In the sky above, the old sect master held back Xie Qinmian and his powerful evil cultivators. But below, there were still many evil cultivators slaughtering indiscriminately, absorbing the vital essence of their victims. They grew stronger with each kill, their eyes turning red. With a determined look, Yuan Jie drew her sword, her body radiating a murderous aura, and rallied all the inner disciples, "Follow me and fight." She then looked at the outer disciples and said in a grave voice, "These evil cultivators came prepared. All outer disciples who have reached the human spirit realm or above, half of you come with me to defend. The other half remain here to guard the inner sect." But as soon as Yuan Jie finished speaking, the outer disciples looked at each other and actually started to back away. Yuan Jie's eyes widened in shock. She heard them murmuring, their heads lowered. "Senior sister, my combat skills aren't good enough. I don't want to hold you back." "Me too. I'll stay and guard our sect." Yuan Jie stared in disbelief at the outer sect disciples. A shocking 90% of them were choosing to retreat. In that moment, his heart plummeted like a stone into an icy abyss. "This is your answer." Yuan Jie's hands trembled. "That we don't want to die. Didn't that evil cultivator say that as long as we hand over Ing Yin, he won't bother with us?" Slap! A crisp sound rang out. The disciple was sent flying by Yuan Jie's slap. Yuan Jie's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the man, panting. "So tell me, if one day the elder of the evil cultivator I killed comes to demand that I be handed over, will you push me out too?" The disciple was dumbfounded. "If you push out Ing Yin today, will you push out the thousands upon thousands of Ing Yins who are still fighting?" Yuan Jie was utterly disappointed. He didn't want to say more. With a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "Who will go out with me to kill the enemy? There are no cowards in the inner sect of Holy Mountain." All the inner sect disciples stepped forward as one, without hesitation, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The outer sect disciples bit their lips, watching their proud backs, feeling both afraid and ashamed. Among the remaining outer sect disciples, there were some with backbone. They glared fiercely at the cowardly disciples and followed their senior brothers and sisters. Though young, a fire had been ignited in their chests. Yuan Jie waved his hand. "Good. These are the true disciples of Holy Mountain. Follow me. Tianyi Province is under attack. We fight as one." At this moment, Ing Yin, having completely absorbed the two spirit techniques, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, spiritual power surged around him. He had finally broken through to the 5-star spiritual lion realm. Breaking through within the scripture pavilion, Ing Yin not only reached 5-star spiritual lion realm, but his demonic power also advanced to the 5-star demonic body realm. The barrier of this scripture pavilion was set up by me when I was alive. Don't worry, it's very safe. No one will discover your demonic body. Ing Man's lazy voice drifted from the soul-nourishing bath. It was clear that the fact that he wouldn't dissipate anytime soon had put this old master's remnant soul in high spirits. "Let's go out and have a look." Ing Yin didn't hesitate, standing up and walking towards the exit. As soon as he stepped out of the barrier, Ing Yin froze. His expression turned grave as he looked at the enormous shield overhead. It blocked the constantly rising red smoke. Around the Holy Mountain sect, a thick layer of red mist had accumulated, pressing heavily against the shield. Something flew towards Ing Yin. He tilted his head, dodging effortlessly. Turning around, he saw a group of outer sect disciples from Holy Mountain sect, their eyes red with fury. "It's all your fault." The disciples seemed to have gone mad. "You brought these evil cultivators here. Get out. Get out of our Holy Mountain sect. Ing Yin, you're too vicious. Do you see those people down there? They all died because of you." Ing Yin ignored them, frowning as he looked beyond Holy Mountain sect. Evil cultivators were attacking the city. Ing Yin's face darkened. No wonder he had encountered evil cultivators twice before. "Yes, it's all because of you that they're attacking." The outer sect disciples' eyes were bloodshot, their muscles twitching with fear. "You killed the disciple of the evil cultivator ancestor. It's you. You should die to atone." Meanwhile, Ing Man was fuming inside the jade. His voice exploded in Ing Yin's mind. "Damn it, the disciples of Holy Mountain sect are so cowardly. This sect might as well not exist." He was truly furious. The Holy Mountain sect in its early days truly deserved the title Holy. What kind of riffraff are these? How dare they be accepted into Holy Mountain sect? Ing Yin's icy gaze swept over the group. His voice was firm and resounding. "I, Ing Yin, have never killed innocents. Those who died by my hand deserved it. You are afraid, terrified, and you want to find an excuse to justify your cowardice. Speaking another word to you is a waste of my time." Ing Yin sneered and turned to walk down the mountain. Master, Zhuang Xian, and the others were gone. Bai Qian didn't want to bother with those people either. He noticed that Giant and Zhua Ergu were also gone. Ing Yin wasn't surprised. Senior brother Ergu and the others must have gone down to help. His senior brothers and sisters would definitely be at the forefront. Just as Ing Yin reached the foot of the mountain, he heard the banging of the gate. "Open the door. open the door. Desperate shouts came from outside. You brats, open the door. Our senior brothers and sisters are injured. Ing Yin, his face tense, walked over and opened the gate. A female disciple was about to desperately break the lock, but Ing Yin caught her steadily. His gentle hand grasped her bleeding shoulder. The female disciple looked up in shock and saw Ing Yin's familiar face. Ing Yin, Xiao Miao. Ing Yin called out towards his pocket. Xiao Miao reluctantly crawled out of Ing Yin's sleeve. He briefly healed everyone present. They realized that their bleeding had stopped and looked at Ing Yin in amazement. Especially among them were some of the courageous outer sect disciples who had gone out with the inner sect disciples. Those bastards locked the door earlier. Several inner sect disciples had much more severe injuries than the outer sect disciples, but they still looked lively. This little bit of pain was nothing to them. Ing Yin nodded to the group, the red umbrella in his hand turning an angry black. He was ready for battle. He bypassed the group and walked outside. The girl he had helped up earlier suddenly had red-rimmed eyes. Ing Yin, she cried out abruptly. Ing Yin turned around to look at her. The female disciple choked back tears and said, I'm sorry. I was the one who cut your blanket that day. Having experienced life and death and witnessed such a hellish scene, she realized how childish and pathetic she had been. I'm sorry, Ing Yin. I cut it too, and me too, other outer sect disciples said, stepping forward one by one. Ing Yin didn't reply to them. He casually raised his hand and waved to everyone nonchalantly. Step by step, he walked towards that hellish group, his back like a bloodstained sharp blade. Ing Yin's sudden surge in spiritual power made his foundation unstable. He needed a lot of battles to solidify it. Today, he would go all out. He would have a great battle with the evil cultivators. On a street in Tianyi province, Zhou Xiaoyu clutched his injured arm and dodged an incoming blade. Several evil cultivators were excited. They surrounded him with ferocious grins. Quick, this is the Zhou family's young master. Capture him alive and use him to threaten that old dog of the Zhou family. Huh, what kind of trash dares to capture me? You think you can threaten my old man? You're not worthy. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with defiance, but there was a carefree smile on his face. A dazzling light burst from his body. His voice was bold and unrestrained. I'll self-destruct and take you all down with me. The Zhou family head in the sky felt a premonition. He looked down and instantly felt his blood run cold. Grandson, he roared. He tried to rush over, but the evil cultivators facing him smiled wickedly and lunged at him frantically. Trying to get over there? Dream on. Let's see who can save your grandson. I'm gonna make him die right in front of you. Ha 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 ha. Just as the light was about to completely engulf and tear Zhou Xiaoyu apart, a huge ball of fire descended from the sky, blasting away those surrounding Zhou Xiaoyu. Ha. A childish laugh came from above. A pair of fiery wings burning with scorching heat descended. They landed abruptly beside Zhou Xiaoyu. A loud boom echoed through the sky. Lala, making a dazzling entrance. Dang, 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 dang. He even added sound effects for himself. At this moment, Bai Bian also caught up. Bai Bian, see who kills the most. Bai Bian wasn't showing any weakness. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Zhou Xiaoyu. You should go back and rest. Leave this to me. Zhou Xiaoyu turned around to see Ing Yin had arrived. Ing Yin pulled out his red umbrella, and a small circle of light slowly extended beneath his feet. The circle of light was 5 meters wide. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyu saw it, even though he didn't know what it was, he felt a sense of dread. Ing Yin glanced at the evil cultivators wreaking havoc on the street and asked, there don't seem to be any above 5-star here. Zhou Xiaoyu slowly exhaled. This street is about to fall. We should retreat quickly. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Ing Yin, along with Bai Bian and Lala, walking step by step towards those people. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Come back quickly. But the next moment, he saw Ing Yin transform into a stream of light. Countless sharp barbs shot out from the umbrella surface. Wherever the circle of light passed, blood splattered. Ing Yin had become much stronger. In just a few breaths, Ing Yin had eliminated a dozen 2-star evil cultivators. He didn't even seem to pause for breath. 5-star. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. At this time, the remaining Zhou family guards also surrounded them. Young master, we should go back and recover from our injuries. No, he can't handle this alone. Just as Zhou Xiaoyu finished his refusal, something lightly bit his backside. Zhou Xiaoyu jumped, thinking it was an evil cultivator. But he turned to see the handsome faces of the heavenly horses. The heavenly horses gestured with their large noses, indicating for Zhou Xiaoyu and the others to climb onto their backs. Ride you. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened. How is this possible? Everyone knew how proud the heavenly horses were. Of course, the horses were unwilling, but this was something Ing Yen had asked them to do. They had no choice. They still wanted to curry favor with Ing Yen and secure a place for themselves. Young master, let's go. The seriously injured Zhou Xiaoyu was forced to leave. As the heavenly horses carried him into the sky, his eyes remained fixed on Ing Yen. He saw all the evil cultivators on the entire street starting to surround Ing Yen. They wanted to besiege him. Zhou Xiaoyu had a bad feeling. Ing Yen was in danger. He glanced around and saw Yuan Jie from the next street had already cleared out all the evil cultivators there. He immediately shouted, "Yuan Jie, quickly go help Ing Yen." He surrounded Yuan Jie, covered in blood from the fighting, glanced at him, and immediately led his people to the next street. Ing Yen didn't hear Zhou Xiaoyu's voice at all, because at this moment, all he could hear in his mind was Yin Man's voice. "Yeah, my grandpa's scrolls and painting techniques are meant for taking on 100 enemies at once. I have to make a name for myself. What's a measly 150 people? I'll crush them." Bai Bian and Lala wanted to step in, but Ing Yen said to leave it to me. His power has been surging recently, but such rapid growth can destabilize his foundation. He needs a lot of battles to solidify it. Haha, did you hear that girl? Taking on 100 at once? What a pipe dream. She's barely close to 5-element realm. What a joke. Their mocking voices echoed, but Ing Yen just took a slow, deep breath. Yuan Jie arrived just then. Seeing Ing Yen about to charge in, his eyes narrowed, and but Ing Yen was too fast. He could only see Ing Yen's figure flitting through the crowd of evil cultivators. The intensifying stench made it clear that the number of evil cultivators was rapidly decreasing. But just then, an evil cultivator finally managed to graze Ing Yen's arm, interrupting his movement technique. Damn you! The evil cultivator was nearing 8-star realm. Get him while he's down. Yuan Jie and his group were about to charge in, but just then, Ing Yen reached out and undid the clasps on his wrists. 2 massive iron rings, clearly magical artifacts, clattered to the ground. Yuan Jie stared dumbfounded. He'd been fighting with those on? As the rings fell away, spiritual energy surged through Ing Yen. He licked his lips and looked at the oncoming evil cultivators. Much better. 132 left. Grandpa's free techniques sure aren't cheap. Ing Yen, facing 100 evil cultivators alone, seemed to be in grave danger. Everyone held their breath for him, but to their surprise, Ing Yen easily turned the tables. His entire focus was on his hands. He was surrounded by a swirling vortex of snowflakes, which fell gently on his shoulders. Yuan Jie's eyes widened. What kind of spiritual technique is that? Though devoid of spiritual power, the snowflakes made his skin crawl. Ing Yen looked up, staring at the approaching evil cultivators with a bloodthirsty grin. Good. The evil cultivator sneered. "Look at us, we're going to teach you a lesson, you piece of trash. Let's go." Yuan Jie roared, about to rush in to help. But the next moment, 7 piercing screams stopped them in their tracks. The evil cultivator's limbs had been severed, especially down there. Many of the other evil cultivators instinctively clutched their crotches. It looked painful, but Ing Yen wasn't finished. He just instantly killed an evil cultivator nearing 8-star realm, and he was still going, leaving a trail of carnage and screams. He's a monster, impossibly strong. One of the disciples behind Yuan Jie gulped, then shouted, "Look at the snow. It's not melting in the heat." Soon everyone realized the snowflakes were corroding the flesh of anyone they landed on, like a clinging curse. My eyes. My eyes. An evil cultivator screamed and rolled on the ground. A snowflake had landed in his eye, and he'd gouged the whole thing out. Just then, the Zhou family had arrived. He immediately started down. "Little girl, I'm here to help." He'd been worried Ing Yen was surrounded while trying to save his grandson. But as he looked down, he saw Ing Yen pull the tip of her umbrella from the last evil cultivator's brain. The Zhou family head's heart lurched, his hands trembling. He thought he saw a powerful ancient soul standing behind Ing Yen, radiating dominance, looking down at him with disdain. But when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, it was gone. It had all been an illusion. This little girl. The Zhou family head trailed off, hearing the old sect master cry out, "Da-da." The old sect master was staring, trembling, at Ing Yen as she drew symbols in the air. He couldn't even speak. "You old fool. What are you looking at?" The gray-robed ancestor roared furiously. He lashed out with a palm strike, which the old sect master dodged. "I'll fight you to the death," the old sect master screamed, his aura exploding with even more ferocity than before. The painting steel technique was a powerful, deadly art. Their ancestor's ultimate skill was being used by Ing Yen. The gray-robed ancestor, taken aback, was suddenly on the defensive. "Old man, I'll help you." The Zhou family head charged in without hesitation. Ing Yen put away her scrolls and brush. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted. Yuan Jie walked over, her eyes still filled with shock. "Those 2 techniques you just used, were they spirit arts?" A bright light flickered in Yuan Jie's eyes. Her mind raced. immediately recalling the incident at the scripture pavilion. They were the secret techniques given to you by our Holy Mountain sect's elders, weren't they? Yin fought against hundreds of evil cultivators single-handedly. Yuan must be possessed by an ancient soul. Yuan Jie's eyes shone brightly as she asked. Those are the secret techniques given to you by our Holy Mountain sect's elders, right? Tell me, quickly. Man yelled boisterously inside Yin's mind. If they dare to have any objections, I'll float out in the middle of the night and curse those unfilial disciples to death. Yin responded indifferently. If they dare to have any objections, I'll float out in the middle of the night and curse those unfilial disciples to death. Yin responded indifferently. A look of envy appeared in Yuan Jie's eyes. As expected. It's good that your combat power has increased so dramatically. It's excellent news for us. Yuan Jie's happiness was quickly replaced by a frown. However, those two spirit arts must have consumed a lot of your energy. Do you need a rest? The nearest place around here is the Zhou family estate. No need. Yin pulled out a handful of spirit stones and continuously absorbed the pure spiritual energy within them. Xiao Miao was also secretly healing Yin's injuries. I'll continue. You guys can rest if you can't keep up. Yuan Jie's brow twitched fiercely. 3,000 inner disciples of the Holy Mountain sect. Just try and find someone tougher than me. How can I be tired? At this moment, dozens more evil cultivators arrived, chasing them with murderous intent. The two worked together, their swords flashing as they instantly killed the evil cultivators. Soon, all the evil cultivators on this street were eliminated. Yuan Jie set up a barrier in the cleared area to temporarily shelter the wounded. She was also starting to feel the strain. Seeing Yin still walking forward, she couldn't help but warn Yin, the Earth Spirit Realm is just ahead. In your current state, it's too risky. It's not advisable to attack it directly. Don't go. She thought Yin would stubbornly continue forward. After all, he had that air of arrogance about him. But unexpectedly, Yin lowered his eyes and thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, the direct assault is indeed unwise. Yuan Jie pointed to herself and him. The two of us will go to the Earth Spirit Realm area. We should still be able to put up a fight against the Earth Spirit Realm. After speaking, everyone sat down and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air, racing against time to repair the damage to their bodies. Yuan Jie was the fastest, and she would recover in about half an hour. She quietly opened her eyes, curious about how fast Yin's recovery speed was. The sight almost scared her out of her wits. What was that? She saw a small mountain of spirit stones piled up where Yin had been sitting, forming a sharp peak. Her lips twitched uncontrollably. If it weren't for Bai Bian and Lala guarding the mountain of spirit stones, she would have thought Yin had slipped away. What are you looking at? Don't look. Lala sensed Yuan Jie's gaze. She still had no fondness for the Holy Mountain sect disciples. So she fiercely nudged Bai Bian and patted his head soothingly. Be good. Don't disturb Master's cultivation. Is your master inside? Yuan Jie asked, her hand trembling. Bai Bian just nodded. Then they saw the mountain of spirit stones gradually being drained, the spiritual energy turning into powder. The Holy Mountain sect disciples were stunned. He was actually using spirit stones to restore his spiritual energy. As the spirit stones turned to powder, Yin's face became visible. In just a moment, he had replenished his spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and heard the disciples exclaim in astonishment. Yin, that's too extravagant. Yin didn't even flinch. This is no time to be frugal. As soon as he spoke, several Holy Mountain sect disciples flushed that that's true. Nothing is more valuable than human life. Yin ignored them and walked over to the bodies of some evil cultivators, started to strip their clothes. The Holy Mountain sect disciples were dumbfounded. They had killed many evil cultivators, but they had never dared to do this. They watched as Yin stripped off the black robes, took all the valuables, and then draped the gray robes over himself, wrapping himself tightly. What are you doing? Yuan Jie was shocked. This was truly something only Yin would do. Before Yin could explain, footsteps approached from behind. A group of black-robed figures rushed towards them from a distance. Yin suddenly clutched his shoulder and croaked, running towards the black-robed figures. Help me. Those 5-continent scoundrels came in force and killed all our brothers. His voice was hoarse and androgynous. Yuan Jie and the others stared wide-eyed, still unable to react. They then saw Yin point at them and curse angrily. You wretches, my evil cultivator brothers are here. We'll have our way with you and then kill you. He made strange, choked laughter sounds. The black-robed figures finally arrived. The leader, seeing the corpses all over the ground, was shocked. He didn't forget to protect Yin, the fake evil cultivator. Behind him, go and recover quickly. Leave this to us. Ing Yen, full of tricks, had used a tactic no one else would dare to imagine. After the black-robed figures arrived, they protected Ing Yen, the fake evil cultivator, behind them. Go and recover quickly. Leave this to us. Mu Zi glared at Yuan Jie, his face contorted with rage. You bitch. Everyone here was killed by you. Yuan Jie thought to herself, don't be ridiculous. The person who killed your brothers is right behind you, being protected by you, Of course, Yuan Jie's intelligence wouldn't allow her to utter such foolish words. So what if I killed them? Yuan Jie understood Ing Yen's plan, but she couldn't help but worry for him. This guy was incredibly audacious, trying to infiltrate the evil cultivator's headquarters. Just the thought of it made her skin crawl. The leading black-robed figure sneered. And you even put up a barrier? Once I break it, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Ing Yen spoke up weakly. Attacking here is too difficult. Let's change locations. These people are badly injured and won't be able to get out for a while. Then he coughed violently and said, I think I'm dying. He then slowly collapsed towards the ground. Not good. The leader frowned that he's too badly injured. Quickly, carry him back for treatment. The Holy Mountain sect disciples watched as Ing Yen was carried away and swiftly taken towards the evil cultivator's headquarters. Excellent. Ing Yen successfully infiltrated them. Hidden beneath the black robe, Ing Yen observed the route. These evil cultivators were indeed prepared. They'd established a headquarters in such a short time. Ing Man's voice, filled with excitement and lacking the composure expected of an elder, rang out in Ing Yen's mind. As they passed a certain area, Ing Yen saw several evil cultivators surrounding a few children behaving wantonly. What luck! They've actually caught Tong Yuan's little pups. Tong Yuan was the son of the man who sold weapons and injured people. The same Tong Yuan Jian Bao had visited. Ing Yen still remembered that child. He glanced over discreetly and saw Tong Yuan's children wielding broadswords taller than themselves, backs pressed together as they defended against the attacking evil cultivators. Jian Bao stood at the front, protecting two girls of similar age behind him. Of course, their resistance seemed as laughable as mice fighting elephants to the evil cultivators. One of them kicked Jian Bao away. Ha! You damn brats. Where are those mad dogs from Tong Yuan to protect you now? Ha! These little ones are tender. I want to taste first. One of them grabbed Jian Bao and raised his hand to twist his head off. The two little girls fearlessly lunged forward, slashing at him with their broadswords, but to no avail. Tears welled up in their eyes, and desperate roars escaped their throats. Just at this critical moment, Ing Yen pretended to awaken, weakly calling out to the evil cultivators. Fellow disciples, I'm gravely injured. Could I have these little snacks as a meal? Ing Yen was worried they might refuse and was about to use his spirit stones. But unexpectedly, the man tossed Jian Bao and the two girls to him. Here, take them. Ha. You're so useless. Beaten to a pulp by those Wuzhou trash. Here, take them. Get yourself patched up. Another man beside him even provided a rope, helping him tie the three children together. He said to Ing Yen, Brother, I'll hold them for you. You can eat them when we get back to headquarters. Ing Yen replied, Thanks, brother. Thinking to himself, this guy is quite thoughtful. I'll stab him one last time later and slit his throat deeper to minimize his suffering. Jian Bao, dangling from the rope, had a job to keep up, but his voice was surprisingly strong and clear that you'll all be killed. You evil demons, our Wuzhou brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, will definitely not let you off. The man flew into a rage. This little brat is quite defiant. I'll twist off your arm and rip out your tongue first. He was about to act when Ing Yen, whom he was carrying, began coughing violently again, vomiting blood. The man immediately turned back to Ing Yen. Hang in there. We're almost at headquarters. Ing Yen nodded. Thank you. Thank you so much. He'd had a close call. Before he could recover, Ing Man's voice started chattering in his head. This thing looks like I raised it. We raised it. Ing Yen ignored the incessant babbling and focused on memorizing the formation. As I suspected, there are those among the evil cultivators who are proficient in formations. This is even a word seal formation. How can I get the opening incantation? While Ing Yen was lost in thought, the man placed his hand on the formation and shouted in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Dog egg, open the door. The formation rumbled and released a burst of scorching air. It opened. These three humans were truly fearless, even when facing countless bloodthirsty evil cultivators. Ing Yen, having infiltrated the enemy ranks, seized the opportunity to save the three children. Feigning serious injury, he followed the men towards the evil cultivators' headquarters. Brother, it's here. This is where our injured rest. The man pointed to a room filled with people lying about that we have those with serious injuries and those with minor injuries. Before he could finish, Ing Yen conveniently coughed up another mouthful of blood. Weakly, he said, Brother, Take me to the Zheng Shang Yuan. That's where I belong. I'm afraid I'm dying. The man frowned, his expression serious. Once we have enough vital blood, you'll all recover. Ing Yin's eyes widened. Asterisk so, as long as they have enough vital blood, the evil cultivators can't die. That's what makes them so difficult to deal with. Asterisk Yin Man spoke gravely. Asterisk the longer this battle drags on, the worse it will be for Tianyi province. Because after absorbing vital blood, these evil cultivators become stronger. Asterisk. Ing Yin knew this all too well. That's why he planned to dismantle them from within. As planned, Ing Yin arrived at the area where the critically injured were held. Inside, a group of people lay, gasping for breath. Some were cultivators, some were evil cultivators, all severely wounded, barely clinging to life. Each one stared at the entrance, waiting for other evil cultivators to bring vital blood to save them. Jian Bao and 3 others arrived with Ing Yin. They struggled to get up. Their expressions practically screamed, "Open me up." Someone eagerly stuck out their tongue, licking the air. "That I want a drink. Give it to me." Countless others crawled over. Jian Bao and the 3 huddled together, despair in their eyes. Ing Yin, who moments before had seemed near death, closed the door. A smile spread across his face. This laugh wasn't the hoarse, unpleasant sound from before. It was like the tinkling of a clear spring. Jian Bao and the others looked up. Ing Yin lowered his black robe. His eyes, once filled with murderous intent, softened. Sister. Jian Bao couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up, a mixture of fear and immense relief washing over him. He was, after all, just a child of a few years. "Don't cry." Ing Yin, as before, spoke without warmth, but his glance was reassuring. With a flourish, the red umbrella opened. As the injured stared in astonishment, Ing Yin smiled faintly. "Sister will cut off their heads for you to play with." In the next instant, Ing Yin, at full power, became a blur. These dying people were no different to him than overripe, rotten melons. Meanwhile, in the sky, the old sect master looked at the corpses littering the ground, his heart aching. "Old Dong Xie, your men are almost all dead. Doesn't it hurt you?" The gray-robed ancestor asked with a sinister laugh. The old sect master suppressed his grief and pain, maintaining a calm composure. "You've lost even more men." "Ha ha ha. Even if my men are injured, as long as they get enough vital blood, they can fight again. Can yours?" The old sect master's face darkened. Cultivators couldn't recover from their wounds, but evil cultivators could. This was the power they gained in exchange for their humanity. Inside, Ing Yin closed his umbrella, looking at the hundreds, even thousands, of stinking corpses filling the room. He flashed a bright smile. "Good, they're all dead." Sui cared deeply for Ing Yin. Upon hearing that Ing Yin was in danger, the others couldn't even keep up. Ing Yin infiltrated the evil cultivator's critical injury ward and annihilated them effortlessly. Ing Yin then turned to the 3 children and draped them in black robes. "You stay here and play dead. After I go out and kill the lightly injured ones next door, I'll come back for you." "Can you do that?" The 3 children nodded seriously. Ing Yin's presence gave them immense courage. They couldn't hold their sister back. Ing Yin, disguised as an evil cultivator in a black robe, slipped back out. He encountered someone carrying a container of vital blood. Ing Yin approached enthusiastically. "Heavy, isn't it? I'll help you." The person snorted. "You can't steal any. This is for the lightly injured. Once they recover, they need to go back out and kill." Ing Yin's expression turned cold. In the eyes of this scum, living people were nothing more than livestock to be slaughtered and abused. He quickly masked his thoughts that, "Don't worry, I won't touch a drop." "Then you take it. I still need to deliver vital blood to other injured." Ing Yin took the container and waited until the person was gone. Ing Yin surreptitiously dropped one of Lao Bowu's specially made poison pills into the container. The pill quickly dissolved into the bright red vital blood. Ing Yin walked step by step towards the lightly injured evil cultivator's recovery room, his eyes cold and triumphant. "Just you wait. I'll finish you all off." Meanwhile, the rest of the 4 continents noticed the commotion at Tianyi continent. The head of the Wu family, one of the 5 great families, looked towards Tianyi continent with a cold expression. That's the evil cultivator ancestor's divine weapon, the Kotian. His face paled. The evil cultivators are attacking Tianyi continent. Someone beside him asked worriedly, "Should we go help?" The Wu family head hesitated, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. "Our disciples have suffered heavy losses on the front lines recently. Let's wait and see. Besides, the other families haven't made a move." Inside Ghost Valley, the Grand Elder's face changed drastically as he saw the Kotian's glow. "Young master, Miss Nian is in danger at Tianyi. Before he could finish, Yuan Xinsue had already vanished with a whoosh. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and waved sharply at the people behind him. Ghost Valley disciples, follow me to Tianyi Continent. But even at their fastest speed, it would take time to reach Tianyi Continent. The old sect master looked out at the silent horizon, disappointment etched on his face. He sighed inwardly, a chill creeping into his heart. Was no one in the vast 5 continents willing to come to their aid? Seeing this, Xie smiled maliciously. Look, this is your 5 continents. Not even as united as us evil cultivators. A bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. The old sect master's eyes reddened at these words, but he couldn't refute them. Ying Nian, looking at the lightly injured evil cultivators helping each other, felt a chill. Grandfather, I originally thought that these bloodthirsty fiends would be a disorganized mess inside. But I found they're far more united than those righteous sects outside. Ying Man's voice rang in Ying Nian's mind. Ying Nian didn't rush to speak this time. After a long while, he sighed. Evil cultivators have always been like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted from ancient times until now. Seeing Ying Nian remaining silent, Ying Man's soul gently patted his shoulder. Get to work. Ying Nian snapped back to attention. The evil cultivators who were just helping each other had all collapsed. Next, it was up to Ying Nian to dispose of the bodies discreetly. Ying Nian was truly ruthless and efficient. With just one pill, he killed all the injured evil cultivators. Ying Man looked at Ying Nian and asked, what's next? Ying Nian, with a clear mind and a glint in his eyes, replied, of course, we're getting out of here. But not now. As Ying Man watched in shock, Ying Nian rolled up his sleeves and aggressively began looting the bodies. These evil cultivators have saved up quite a bit of good stuff. Don't let it go to waste. After looting a few of the highest-ranking ones, Ying Nian reluctantly left, muttering, if I had more time, I'd strip them all clean. Wouldn't leave them a single undergarment. Ying Man rolled her eyes at your girl. You should still care about your image. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Ying Nian casually toss a flame into the room. Grandpa, you go into the soul-nourishing bath first. I'm going to add a little more enthusiasm elsewhere. Before Ying Man entered, she proudly praised, that's my granddaughter. Go wild. The blood phoenix flames roared. Once the fire was unstoppable, Ying Nian yelled at the top of her lungs, help, fire. Someone come quickly. Countless evil cultivators rushed over and began to extinguish the fire. Buckets of water were poured over the flames. Only then did they realize something was wrong with the fire. It couldn't be extinguished. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ying Nian snuck over to the seriously injured and brought out the 3 children. The 4 of them stealthily made their way outside. Ying Nian pushed the 3 children, urging, hurry up or we'll be roasted alive. The fire grew fiercer and countless evil cultivators ran outside. As Ying Nian ran out with the crowd, she was bumped and then helped up by a kind stranger. Careful there, brother. Ying Nian, hidden in her black robe, chuckled. Thank you, brother. The man was surprised. That aren't you. In the next moment, a flash of light flickered. Ying Nian had slit the man's throat. She showed no mercy. In a battle between opposing sides, there was no need for kindness. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Tong courtyard first. When Ying Nian brought the 3 children back to the Tong courtyard, she found a woman inside throwing a tantrum. How could they be missing? How were you watching the children? The woman, slightly injured, seemed incredibly agitated. If they have the ability to run off, they should bear the consequences themselves. I don't want to go looking for death. She was confronting a young man. The young man's face was grim. Jin Bao. They brought back many injured. They're smart. They'll definitely hide well. So what? The woman's face was filled with scorn. So many evil cultivators are about to overwhelm us. What help can 3 little kids be? They're just going out to cause more trouble. The 3 children's faces turned deathly pale. Jian Bao clutched Ying Nian's hand and lowered his head dejectedly. Dad, I'm sorry. He apologized softly. We didn't mean to go so far. A girl beside him sobbed quietly. We just saved one and then wanted to save another. And then we realized we'd gone too far. The other little girl also started to cry. Ying Nian crouched down and hugged the 3 children. That it's not your fault. You're all brave, good children. Enough. The male disciple's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the woman. Oh, you know how many people these 3 saved? 30. And among those 30 is your only family member. It was because your younger sister was injured and couldn't open the door, collapsing at the entrance, that they decided to save people. The woman froze completely, and one can scold those 3 children but you, the man said, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. Only you can't. You should be grateful to them. As if struck by lightning, the woman knelt on the ground, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. She hadn't meant to target the children. She was just overwhelmed by the pressure. Returning to find the children disobediently running outside, she had simply broken down. down. The three children finally couldn't hold back their tears either and started crying loudly. The other disciples in the Tong courtyard, curious, turned around. They rushed over, both laughing and crying. Jianbao, where did you three go? You scared us to death. I say she's the most beautiful in the whole show, and no one can argue with me. The most important thing is that his crush is actually Yuan. Heartbroken. What about our Nian Yen? Just now, Ying Nian had escorted Jianbao and the others back to the Tong courtyard. The senior disciples inside were distraught over Jianbao's disappearance. Seeing Jianbao return, the most anxious female disciple hugged Jianbao and the others that I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. Sister didn't intentionally leave you. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Jianbao also started wailing. We were wrong. We shouldn't have gone out without looking where we were going and wandered so far. They huddled together, their cries echoing loudly. Seeing this scene, Ying Yin suddenly realized a serious problem. Compared to shoe repairers, forest repairers, at the moment they witness the death of a loved one, are under the most pressure. They will, in this desperate situation, develop a sense of hopelessness and despair. This is the most fatal thing. They need a shot of encouragement, a driving force that can rouse everyone. Ying Yin thought for a moment, then with lips pressed tightly together, walked directly outside. Right? It was Sister who saved us. Jianbao remembered Ying Yin, turned around, and raised a hand to point. But he found that Ying Yin was already gone. The female disciple beside him stroked Jianbao's head and said, "Be good from now on. Remember to be grateful for other people's kindness, Jianbao. Do you understand?" Jianbao nodded vigorously. He remembered both times. He would definitely repay Ying Yin in the future. The streets were filled with a heavy atmosphere. Countless people were weeping. The smell of blood was starting to numb Ying Yin's sense of smell. Looking at this hellish place, Ying Yin gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lala, take me to the sky. Lala was startled. The sky? Isn't that the sky spirit mirror's battlefield? Master, with your current strength, it's very dangerous up there. Lala gritted his teeth. Fine. He flapped his wings, and fire spread. At the same time, all the giants were heading towards Tianyi province. The four mountains moved with a rumble, making the earth tremble. All the giants were rolling up their sleeves, warming up. I didn't expect that our giant clan's debut would be because of those sons of bitches, the evil cultivators. TSK, what bad luck, someone cursed. Someone next to him asked, by the way, where's Master? Master went to invite other influential families near Tianyi province to come out. He should be back soon. While the giants were heading towards Tianyi province, the old beggar was on a vast coast, staring at a white-haired, long-bearded merman. Send some of your people, won't you? The old beggar blocked his way, preventing him from leaving. The merfolk were so powerful in ancient times. Could it be that you're afraid of a few mere evil cultivators now? The merfolk leader, also known as the merfolk granny, sneered, don't try to provoke me. My merfolk are dwindling in number, and we're not good at fighting on land. I'm not asking you to fight. The old beggar's expression became serious. There are simply too many injured in Tianyi province. We need the merfolk's healing abilities. And you've seen those major powers in the 5 continents. The old beggar's face darkened. They're actually standing idly by. Now the evil cultivator's morale is soaring. You should understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If the evil cultivators grow stronger, there will be no paradise left in this world. The merfolk granny stared at the old beggar with her pair of deep blue eyes. Before she could speak, a clear voice rang out from behind. Granny, Mian is willing to take some of our people to help. The speaker was a young mermaid, lying on the shore. Her scales shimmered in the sun. The lighter the color and the fewer the patterns on a merfolk's tail, the purer their bloodline. The mermaid had fallen in love at first sight with Yuan Shinsue. She wanted to confess her feelings. Thinking of Yuan Shinsue's preferences, he'd probably steam her, right? The evil cultivators attacked Tianyi province. The old beggar, distressed about his disciples, ran to the seaside to seek help from the merfolk. The merfolk population was dwindling, and the merfolk granny was reluctant to help. At this moment, the beautiful mermaid princess appeared. Her scales shimmered in the sun. When the old beggar saw her pure white, jade-like scales, his heart skipped a beat. The lighter the color and the fewer the patterns on a merfolk's tail, the purer their bloodline. This mermaid likely possessed the highest talent. That you're being foolish, Mian. You can't go. The merfolk granny was instantly furious. That if I stay in the clan and am protected, when will I ever grow into someone who can stand on their own 2 feet? You Mian sighed softly. The next moment, her gaze fell on the old beggar. But, Senior, I have a request. The old beggar was taken aback, then overjoyed. Tell me. I once happened to see the Valley Master of Red Ghost Valley passing by. Yumian blushed. If I, a merfolk, go to war for the humans, could the Valley Master of Red Ghost Valley become Mian's husband? Unexpectedly, the old beggar's face darkened. He rolled his eyes and said, then you don't need to go. Of all people, she had to choose his little disciple's sweetheart. Not to mention that his little disciple was still smitten with him. Even if his little disciple and Yuan Shinsue were no longer together, he couldn't make such a decision for someone else. The merfolk granny was shocked. Mion, don't be ridiculous. When did you get a sweetheart? Mion was a little embarrassed. Well, just before when he passed by, I just thought he looked so good looking. I really want to play poker with him. She boldly expressed her heartfelt love. The old beggar couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly a passionate merfolk, thinking of Yuan Shinsue and then of his sharp wit when Yin wasn't around. A piece of heartfelt advice. I urge you to give up this idea as soon as possible. With your meager strength, you wouldn't even be enough for that kid to have as a snack with his wine. No, I still have to go with you. Yin lifted her head. If you're not willing to help me, I'll go myself. I'll go confess my love. The merfolk granny sighed. Yin is about to become an adult, yet unexpectedly, she's so fixated on a man. I should have taught her more. Let her see the world. Incidentally, being rejected by that man would be a part of growing up. All right, then let's go together. The old beggar waved his hand. He'd said all he needed to say anyway. The merfolk granny stroked Yin's head. It's fine, just be careful. Yin's face was full of anticipation for the outside world. She was absolutely confident she could win over the Valley Master of Red Ghost Valley. Countless merfolk warriors swam out of the sea with Yin. On land, after shaking the water off their tails, they transformed their tails into legs and stood. The merfolk granny warned, you have 1 day at most. After a day, if you lack water, your legs will turn back into tails. And you must protect Yin, understand? They all agreed, their faces grim. Only Princess Yin was cheerful, oblivious to the hardships of the world, looking around like a tourist. The old beggar, with his large frame, carried these warriors at a brisk pace. They soon arrived at the entrance of Tianyi province. For the merfolk who had left the sea for the first time, along with the little princess, they were stunned. The outside world was more than just a little novel to them. Yin was practically crazy, rapidly consuming his energy. He actually flew to the Sky Spirit Mirror battlefield in midair. The old beggar couldn't help but worry for him. Just now, the old beggar ran to the seaside and brought back a group of merfolk reinforcements. He carried these warriors on his massive frame and hurried along. He quickly arrived at the entrance of Tianyi province. At the same time, the giant clan disciples also arrived. They were surrounding this enormous barrier of light, constantly attacking. Master, this thing can't be broken. Let your master handle it. The old beggar gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging with power. With a mighty roar, he yelled, "Open for me," with one punch. Asterisk, boom, asterisk. A loud crash resounded. The barrier instantly shattered and vanished into thin air. The old sect master, who was fighting Xie Qimian, heard the sound and looked over from afar. In an instant, this old man, who could see through people's hearts, burst into tears. He finally had the confidence to shout to those still fighting below, "Reinforcements have arrived. With one united effort, we will annihilate the evil cultivators." The exhausted disciples were instantly invigorated. Reinforcements. It was as if they suddenly had the courage to live again. They picked up their magical weapons and attacked the evil cultivators with abandon. Yin was stunned. Through a transparent barrier, she saw the ground inside covered with dismembered bodies. A 3-year-old child sat on the street, crying, "Mama, Mama." He clung tightly to his mother's hand. Yin involuntarily took a step back. Was this war? For her, who had always lived in the peaceful sea, it was undoubtedly terrifying. Master, is little junior sister crazy? A sharp shout suddenly rang out beside her ear. Yin looked up at the sky. She saw that in the sky, besides the Sky Spirit Mirror experts, a small, slender figure had suddenly appeared. Flaming wings unfolded behind her back. The flames burned fiercely, as if venting their anger at this massacre. A fiery red dress danced amidst the flames. It was the only spark of life in this gray sky, dazzling and piercing. Yin, the old beggar's eyes instantly reddened. The Sky Spirit Mirror. The evil cultivators in the sky were all stunned. Was this woman courting death? But soon, a giant bow and arrow appeared in Yin's hands. Several high-grade magical artifacts were tied to the arrow. She drew the bowstring without hesitation. Evil cultivators, Yin spoke, her voice reaching everyone's ears. A smile appeared on her face. With a resounding voice, she declared, "I'll take your lair." Xie Yin was taken aback, then burst into laughter, truly out of your mind. And at that moment, Yin released the arrow. The arrow, laden with several high-grade magical artifacts, shot straight towards a certain location. Such an attack might not be much to Sky Spirit Mirror experts, but Yin wasn't aiming for them. Boom! Guided by Ying Yin, the high-grade magical artifacts exploded upon contact with the ground. What she wanted was to expose the ground hiding their headquarters. All the faces on Xie Qinyan began to scream. No, Yuan Shinsue. Finally, annihilation. Watching the evil cultivators was incredibly satisfying. Just now, Ying Yin flew into the air, drew her bow, and destroyed the evil cultivator's lair. Xie Qinyan couldn't accept it for a moment. He yelled no. How could she know that was Lao's? He watched as the entire plot of land sank, and heard the heart-wrenching cries of the disciples who remained at headquarters. Xie Qinyan was on the verge of collapse. Everyone still fighting below was in a frenzy. Their base was gone. Charge. Kill these bastards. With their base gone, they were sure to win. They erupted with even more terrifying ferocity than before. Countless evil cultivators were beaten back, some even killed with a single blow. Xie Qinyan's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Ying Yin. Damn you, you little bitch. He charged recklessly towards her. At this moment, the two were very close. Junior sister, the old beggar, and Meng Xiaoqi shouted simultaneously. It's too late. Xie Qinyan's spiritual power surged towards Ying Yin. Ying Yin, fueled by the hatred of his disciples and the headquarters' destruction, he unleashed a fierce attack. Just then, a massive beam of light descended from the sky, shattering the hard outer shell of the artifact and enveloping Xie Qinyan. A powerful aura swept across Tianyi province. Ying Yin was sent flying by the force. Lala struggled with all his might to catch her, preventing Ying Yin from falling from the sky. Within the beam of light, Ying Yin saw a familiar figure. It was Yuan Shiosue. His eyes were icy. He asked, each word laced with venom, "Who are you attacking?" He wanted to carve the flesh from Xie Qinyan's bones. A huge array of light enveloped the artifact. Xie Qinyan's screams echoed from within the beam as his body rapidly disintegrated. Yuan Shiosue's eyes were a dark abyss, devoid of even the white, a chilling black. "Young Miss Nian, come with me," the great elder said, appearing beside her. "The young master has used a strengthening array on himself. The side effects are severe, and the time is limited. We must leave." Ying Yin couldn't help but look back at Yuan Shiosue within the beam of light. He was terrifyingly calm. With a flick of his finger, Xie Qinyan lost an arm. Bylon and everyone outside rushed in, attacking the evil cultivators. Enduring the agonizing pain, Xie Qinyan saw his side losing and yelled for everyone to retreat. But as soon as he shouted, the four enormous mountains joined hands, blocking the only exit. Yuan Shiosue raised his hand, creating a barrier, trapping everyone inside. His lips curled into a smile. The battered Xie Qinyan before him greatly amused him. Retreat? Yuan Shiosue extended a slender hand, beckoning him with utter contempt. Retreat? Where? Come, continue. This mermaid who had his eye on Yuan Shiosue dared to try and mate with Ying Yin. He'd have to ask Yuan Shiosue if he agreed to that. Ying Yin was in danger. The old beggar brought mermaid reinforcements. Yuan Shiosue, fueled by rage, fought to save Ying Yin. With this support, the spirit cultivators of Tianyi province were emboldened, relentlessly pursuing and slaughtering the evil cultivators with gusto. Don't let a single one escape. Tianyi province isn't a place you can come and go as you please. The old sect master watched the battle with a grave expression. The evil cultivators' headquarters being in Tianyi province couldn't have been established overnight. It seemed Xie Qinyan had long since submitted to Tianyi province. There might be similar headquarters in the other 4 provinces. They just hadn't been discovered because they didn't have someone like Ying Yin with such extraordinary abilities. At this time, the merfolk began their healing magic. Yu Yin arrived at the street with the most wounded. Her healing was different from the other merfolk. As the mermaid with the purest bloodline of her generation, she relaxed her body, clasped her hands, and opened her mouth. A piercing sound resonated, spreading for miles. Multicolored bubbles filled the sky. The bubbles descended, landing on the wounded. Bleeding stopped instantly. Those who had collapsed stood up again. The evil cultivators were horrified. No, kill the mermaid first. Several nearby men charged towards Yu Yin. Sensing their killing intent, she tried to flee, but fearing she'd be isolated from the battle. In a moment of panic, her legs transformed into a fishtail. Unable to run, she thrashed her tail frantically, desperate. An evil cultivator raised his blade, about to strike. As the blade approached, she screamed, covering her head in despair. But the expected pain didn't come. Peeking through her fingers, she saw a flash of red. Ying Yin, holding a black umbrella, stood before her. She had saved her, tears streaming down her face. Yu Yin looked up at Ying Yin. Ying Yin also looked at this delicate little mermaid, who looked 2 years younger than herself. Baibi and Lala chuckled. At a glance, One could tell she was a mermaid, the purest-blooded little princess. Very delicate. Look at her, so scared her tail popped out. Lala clutched her stomach with one hand and pointed at Yu Mian with the other, unable to stop laughing. So shy, so timid. Yu Mian just stared at Ing Yen. She knew this woman. It was she who had been floating in midair just now, single-handedly blowing up their base. She was the girl that the Red Devil Valley Master liked. Compared to her, Yu Mian felt she was more than a little inferior. She lowered her head in shame. Ing Yen would definitely laugh at her. Yu Mian's tail tip drooped dejectedly. Who knew Ing Yen, after looking at Bibian Lala, would say in a soft voice, "It's your first time in battle. Being able to do this much is already impressive. Don't talk about people like that. This little princess of the merfolk, isn't she stronger than those pampered ones from the Holy Mountain sect? She just lacks battle experience." Having said that, Ing Yen scooped Yu Mian up into a princess carry. Let's go to the healing courtyard. Yu Mian looked at Ing Yen, a sudden feeling blossoming in her heart. She really wanted to mate with her. Ing Yen was actually hit on by a fish. Yuan Shiosue's heart shattered. He wanted to kill the fish and make soup. Yuan Shiosue watched as the reinforcing formations in the sky slowly disappeared. He kicked Xie Qianmian, who had been reduced to a human stick, towards the old sect master. Suppressing the rising smell of blood, he said, "You take care of the rest." The old sect master was taken aback. "What about you?" Yuan Shiosei glanced at him disdainfully, as if looking at a fool. "Of course, I'm going to protect my Nian Yin. What a joke. I'm not here for the sake of all living things." Ing Yin carried Yu Mian back to the healing courtyard. Along the way, Yu Mian stared intently at Ing Yin, her face flushed. Suddenly, she made a bold decision. She wrapped her tail around Ing Yin's body, rubbing against her. Her entire tail turned red. Her face flushed. She said to Ing Yin in a soft voice, please mate with me." For a moment, Ing Yin thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" She unconsciously touched her ear. The tail, however, wrapped tighter and tighter. Yu Mian was practically cooking herself. You know, the kind of mating that makes little mermaids. Ing Yin's lips twitched. "I don't have that ability." Just then, a furious roar came from behind. Yu Mian was ripped away from Ing Yin and thrown heavily to the ground, losing several scales in the process. Yuan Shiosue had followed Ing Yin's scent, and he couldn't believe his Nian Yin had been hit on by a fish. Yu Mian's body ached terribly. Before she could even cry, she saw a face she had once dreamed of day and night. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yuan Shiosue raise his blade, about to chop down on her fishtail. "Ah!" Yu Mian shrieked in terror, completely petrified. Ing Yin was also stunned. "Yuan Shiosue!" She immediately shouted at him. The blade Yuan Shiosue was about to bring down stopped 80.01 millimeters from Yu Mian's tail. It was a very near thing. Yu Mian felt like she'd lost all feeling in her tail. She didn't dare move. The face that she had once considered the most beautiful in the world now seemed like a sharp blade. One wrong move, and she'd be fish food. "Yuan Shiosue, what are you doing?" Ing Yin hurried over and grabbed Yuan Shiosue's hand. "Oh, you still recognize me?" Could the side effect of that formation be that you can't tell friend from foe? Yu Mian watched as a smile appeared on Yuan Shiosue's previously cold and murderous face. He held Ing Yin's hand and said gently, "Nian Yin." Before Ing Yin could relax, Yuan Shiosue's expression turned ugly again. His dark eyes hadn't completely returned to normal. "But this fish touched you. Nian Yin, just wait a moment. I'll skin her and make fish soup for you." At these words, Yu Mian hugged her tail and feared, and "Oh no, don't come near me." No wonder Yuan Shiosue wanted to make fish soup out of this beautiful mermaid. It turned out that after mermaids reached adulthood, they could change their form one time, becoming a merman. His Nian Yin would be in danger. Just earlier, Yu Mian had wrapped her tail around Ing Yin, rubbing vigorously, and Yuan Shiosue, arriving at that very moment, had seen it all. Enraged, he wanted to slaughter the fish and make soup. Ing Yin was speechless. She put a hand to her forehead. "Yuan Shiosue, what nonsense are you talking about? She's here to help heal people. And she's a girl. She just doesn't understand." Yu Mian swallowed hard. She wanted to say that when merfolk reach adulthood, they can choose their gender one time. But for her own safety, she decided to keep quiet. She would just quietly transform into a boy later. Give her 7 seconds, and she could become a handsome merman. "Little princess, I'm sorry I scared you." Ing Yin helped her up. The little princess's legs had returned. There are many injured in the healing courtyard. "I'm counting on you. Leave it to me." The little princess patted her chest, talking about healing. At this moment, she seemed quite reliable. Some of the healing courtyard's injured were worse off than Ing Yin had imagined. Some even had exposed ribs, yet they were still dragging themselves out, swords in hand, intending to fight before getting treatment. The eldest disciple of the healing courtyard said coldly, "Reinforcements have arrived. We can win." Your priority is to stay alive. After saying this, he walked towards Ing Yen. It was Ing Yen's first time meeting this senior disciple. I'm Tong Feng. The senior disciple introduced himself. Ing Yen nodded and asked, "Where's your courtyard master? Still fighting outside? If he's injured, he should come back for treatment." My master and the others brought a lot of reinforcements. Tong Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, about to speak. He wanted to give Ing Yen a smile, but unexpectedly, it turned into an exaggerated, ferocious, and strange expression. A wail suddenly erupted. Ing Yen thought it was one of the healing courtyard's children, frightened by Tong Feng's expression, and was about to comfort them when he realized it was the mermaid princess, Yu Mian, who was crying. While crying, she released even more bubbles. Jian Bao, standing nearby, poked a bubble curiously. This older sister is crying, but her power has become stronger. Ing Yen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Merfolk truly were a magical race. I'm sorry. Yu Mian felt bad for making others uncomfortable, that I cried on purpose. I can release more healing bubbles when I cry. It's definitely not because you scared me. How embarrassing. Tong Feng curved his lips. He was used to this, but he quickly looked at Ing Yen and said, "I am Courtyard Master Tong's son. I am also the current Courtyard Master of the Healing Courtyard." Ing Yen was stunned that my father died in battle at the front lines 2 years ago. Those teachers who were originally at the Healing Courtyard were unwilling to stay. They all left. I'm the oldest of the remaining disciples. I am a children's teacher. Tong Feng said this with his back straight, not at all ashamed of his predicament. A bit of admiration arose in Ing Yen's heart, then called back your injured. Then he asked curiously, "But what is this front lines you mentioned?" He seemed to recall hearing Yuan, Jie mention it before. Ing Yen had finally encountered one of the 4 treasures that could unlock the Demon Sword Seal. Even if the chance was slim, he would definitely seize it tightly. Just now, Ing Yen had carried the mermaid to the old site of the Healing Courtyard. Tong Feng unintentionally mentioned his father dying at the front lines. Ing Yen was curious about what the front lines were. Tong Feng paused, realizing he had let something slip. But in this situation, he didn't care about letting things slip. You know that besides our 5 continents, there are many other small worlds outside, right? Ing Yen nodded. The 5 continents formed a small world, and beyond the 5 continents, there were many other small worlds. However, Ing Yen wasn't yet qualified to know the specifics. The front lines are where these small worlds intersect. They are controlled by the Fortune God Pagoda. Inhabitants from the other small worlds constantly try to break through the front lines to plunder our 5 continents. Ing Yen nodded. I see. The existence of the front lines wasn't something ordinary people were supposed to know. Why? Ing Yen wondered. Are you afraid people will panic if they know? Unexpectedly, Tong Feng denied it immediately. It's because we're afraid that if others know, they'll go to the front lines to plunder and divide the resources. Hearing this, Ing Yen understood. The front lines were the intersection of small worlds. Were there many natural treasures and resources there? Tong Feng nodded. Yes. Ing Yen was truly sharp, and the 5 continents, as one of the small worlds, actually isn't weak in terms of combat power. It's even relatively comfortable at the front lines, isn't it? Tong Feng nodded again. Yes. So going to the front lines has become an opportunity. It's only open to disciples from relatively large factions in the 5 continents, such as the Holy Mountain Sect and the Healing Courtyard, as it used to be. Tong Feng's eyes dimmed. Now, without a little God Realm expert, the Healing Courtyard has lost its qualification to go to the front lines. Ing Yen understood, but you're a disciple of the Giant Clan. Now that the Giant Clan has emerged, you can go too. As long as you can survive there, your strength will soar. Thank you for telling me. Ing Yen frowned. Seeing that he didn't seem very eager to go, Tong Feng said, I agree that talented disciples should go. Because in the past 2 years, the 5 continents' fighting strength has decreased quite a bit. We're no longer as comfortable as we used to be. And besides the spoils of war, there are also rewards from the Fortune God Pagoda. I heard that the next time the front lines war begins, whoever kills the most enemies will receive the Fortune God Pagoda's reward, the Luo Zhu fruit. That thing can raise one's cultivation by 3 stars after consuming it. The temptation of raising his cultivation by 3 stars didn't move Ing Yen. Ing Man went crazy in Ing Yen's mind. Grandson, you must get the Luo Zhu fruit. It's one of the 4 treasures to break the Demon Clan's seal. Ing Yen shuddered. Really? Would Grandpa lie to you? Ing Man said excitedly, you must go. Ing Yen didn't need Ing Man to tell him. He would go. Ing Yen looked up at the sky. The battle above was nearing its end. He murmured to himself, the front lines, huh? The 2 little ones are about to reveal their true forms. After their transformation, their power was truly not to be underestimated. The battle against the evil cultivators was nearing its end. Their forces were routed and their morale completely shattered. On the other hand, the Five Continents warriors grew fiercer with every kill. Xie Qimian was about to pay with his life. The old sect masters Qishu's sword, and he was on the verge of delivering the final blow. Only Xie Qimian's face remained, and it let out a shrill roar. Are you just going to watch? Save me. Someone save me. In Mian gripped his artifact. In the next moment, a pitch-black formation appeared around Xie Qimian. Like a giant black hole, it sucked Xie Qimian straight in. Laughter echoed from within. Tianyi province is truly interesting. Yuan Xiusui sneered. Trying to escape, he raised his hand and cast a formation. A voice emerged from the black hole. It's the Ghost Valley Master. I know you're powerful. One-on-one, I'm no match for you. But if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Yuan Xiusui's formation slammed into the black hole. Then Yuan Xiusui clenched his fist, and the black formation shattered with a resounding boom. A muffled groan came from within. He was injured. Ha! Until next time, the voice gradually faded. Next time, I will destroy Tianyi province. A peak divine ascension realm formation master. The old sect master's eyes turned cold. That man didn't have a trace of evil energy on him. Could there be a mole for Xie Qimian among the Five Continents peak experts? Kill the remaining evil cultivators. The old sect master roared. An O1 from Tianyi province who came here today is leaving alive. The remaining evil cultivators were like birds without wings. Cleaning them up was quick work. Tianyi province suffered heavy losses this time, but aside from Xie Qimian escaping, they had avenged themselves against the evil cultivators. Ying Yin continued to sweep the battlefield. His red umbrella pierced the heart of an evil cultivator. Suddenly, Lala and Bai Bian, who were beside him, both trembled. Master, they said, their bodies beginning to glow red. We're about to break through. After the intense battle, the two little creatures were finally about to break through to mid-stage spirit beasts. Ying Yin decided immediately, let's go into the mountains. We're too conspicuous on the streets. I'll go with you, Yuan Xiusui said, slowly following behind Ying Yin. He wouldn't let Ying Yin go into the mountains alone. He was too worried. Many wild spirit beasts in the forest, smelling the blood on Ying Yin, began to gather around. But Lala and Bai Bian couldn't hold back any longer. They transformed into their true forms. Spirit beast advancement is a primal and savage process. Besides a large amount of spiritual energy, they also need to hunt. And at this moment, Ying Yin finally saw Bai Bian's true form. It was a giant black insect. The two bumps on its head grew larger, as if about to hatch. The giant black insect bit into a wild boar, the crunching sounds echoing endlessly. Lala, on the other hand, was a blood-red phoenix. Its color was even more vibrant now. The surrounding wild spirit beast became nothing more than readily available barbecue. Lala was more refined than Bai Bian. It knew to roast its food before eating. Ying Man's voice rang out again, filled with surprise. A blood phoenix and a void hunter insect. Ying Yin knew about the blood phoenix, but what was a void hunter insect? Just how powerful was Ying Yin's background? Even these strange beasts were willing to advance for him without hesitation. Just now, when Bai Bian and Lala advanced and revealed their true forms, an overwhelming bloodline aura emanated from them. Ying Man's face was full of shock. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "It's actually a blood phoenix and a void hunter insect." Ying Yin knew about the blood phoenix, but what was a void hunter insect? Ying Man seemed to fall into deep thought. He slowly explained, "These are both ancient divine beasts. They should have been extinct long ago." Is the void hunter insect very powerful? Ying Yin couldn't help but ask. He thought his Bai Bian was a mutated beast. What are you talking about? Ying Man retorted, displeased. Insect beasts are the weakest. Who are you calling weak? The insect race is the most powerful spirit beast race. The void hunter insect feeds on dragons, and the blood phoenix, needless to say, could probably swallow 8 ordinary phoenixes in one gulp. One is a tyrant of the land, the other a god of war in the sky. Ying Yin had absolutely no idea his 2 little dumplings were so powerful. But he still had to correct Ying Man nowadays. The insect race is the weakest. It's just a cycle, Ying Man chuckled. Now that the void hunter insect has reappeared, the insect race won't be at the bottom anymore. If a species is too powerful, it will be suppressed by the heavenly Tao, causing it to weaken. And when it weakens to a certain extent, the race will usher in a turning point. Your little void hunter insect is that turning point. The Blood Phoenix clan is also down to this last one. I'm afraid gold phoenixes and fire phoenixes will become worthless now. Ingman's voice was filled with schadenfreude. Ingyan didn't care about any of that. He looked at his children with a loving gaze. His 2 children were still babies. They didn't need to bear the responsibility of their race. They just needed to eat and drink by his side. Meanwhile, far from the front lines, in the largest small world, a deep voice resounded. A colossal being twitched its nose, catching a whiff of restless, savage energy in the air. The Void Hunter bloodline. Impossible. Only the Master's descendants can awaken the Void Hunter bloodline. The Master clearly had no heir. The colossal being stirred. The entire earth trembled with its movement. A moment later, the Void Hunter insect's aura vanished. It furrowed its brow in confusion. A broken voice drifted out. The Master disappeared years ago. If there truly is a young Master, I must find the Master. If I can't find the Master, I must find the young Master. Its massive, venomous eye brightened. In the next instant, the giant beast raised its head and roared towards the sky, its powerful voice carrying for thousands of miles, reaching every corner of this small world known as Night Venom Star. Awoo! The surrounding smaller beasts echoed the cry with their own tender howls. The spirit beasts were in a frenzy. They felt their blood burning. A single thought echoed in the minds of countless spirit beasts. Find the one with the Void Hunter insect and bring them back unharmed. They were powerful beings of the highest caliber, unconcerned with worldly affairs, waiting only for the Master's return. Bai Bian and Lala's breakthrough and advancement allowed them to sense the young Master's presence. To find the young Master, they made a decision together. Meanwhile, at the intersection of the myriad realms' front lines, the resting kings of various small worlds furrowed their brows. What's happening on Night Venom Star? They watched the agitated world window. Each small world had a world window connecting to the front lines. A lit window indicated willingness to participate in the war. A dim window meant the small world had been destroyed or was powerful enough not to need to participate. Night Venom Star was such an existence. It was populated entirely by beastmen. In the 5 continents, only divine beasts were born in human form. Ordinary spirit beasts remained in their beastly forms for their entire lives. But Night Venom Star was different. There, regardless of rank, all could transform into humans. Therefore, humans called them beastmen. Their battle prowess was terrifying, their physical strength immense. Facing them as opponents would be troublesome. And now, through the world window, they could sense the restless energy emanating from that place. They were like dogs in heat, their excitement practically slapping the small worlds through the world window. The king's faces, including the king of the 5 continents and the supreme god of the fortune god pagoda, contorted. The supreme god, glancing coldly at the world window, analyzed, "It seems the beastmen have collectively entered their rutting season." Before he could finish his sentence, his face twisted violently. The other king's expressions also changed drastically. With a snap, Night Venom Star's world window lit up with a blindingly bright red light. Night Venom Star had joined the war. The week-long fighting had just subsided. The old sect master was reviewing the casualties of the various sects and powers. Among them, Holy Mountain sect suffered the most. Yuan Jie said, heartbroken, "Where are the disciples who hid in the mountains?" The old sect master slowly closed his eyes, kneeling outside the sect. Yuan Jie gritted his teeth, but that's not the worst of it. They locked the mountain gates after the disciples went out to fight. If it weren't for Ying Yin, we would have lost even more people. Understand. Let's go take a look. The old sect master couldn't tell if he felt heartache or something else. He held high hopes for every disciple, but not all disciples were worthy. At that moment, all the disciples knelt outside the sect, weeping loudly. "Old sect master, don't expel us. We truly know we were wrong. We're still young. We've never seen such a battle before. We were just scared." A 25-year-old disciple roared hoarsely. Ying Yin, an 18-year-old girl who happened to be passing by on her way to see the old sect master, heard this. She chuckled and whistled at the group of overgrown babies. "Come on, little babies, make way for your Annie." What had he experienced to cause him such pain? Ying Yin had come to discuss matters with the old sect master and happened upon the Holy Mountain sect purging its cowards. The Holy Mountain sect disciples glared at her. "It's all your fault. You started." Before they could finish, Ying Yin sneered. She kicked the speaking disciple away. Ying Yin still carried Wei San's bloodlust. Her speed and strength had become fiercer and more solid in the previous battles. Her power more than doubled. Disciplining these inexperienced disciples was truly too easy. The disciples were all intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Ying Yin. No one else dared to speak. The disciples gnashed their teeth, but the aggressive killing intent prevented them from acting rashly. A cheerful voice, belonging to Ying Yin, rang out. Seeing the usually merciless gatekeeper disciples rushing down, those watching were stunned. They're the true disciples of Holy Mountain Sect, yet they're so enthusiastic towards Ing Yen. Yuan Jie put his arm around Ing Yen's shoulder. He admired those with strength and courage. After this battle, he admired him even more. Come on, our sect master has been waiting for you. Ing Yen said, I'm here to ask about the front lines. Yuan Jie chuckled, I guess as much. I heard someone from the same courtyard told you. Come, I'll fill you in. The two figures walked away, leaving several inner disciples who drew their swords and pointed them at the remaining crowd. Get out now. We inner disciples and sect elders have protected your safety with our blood, and we have a clear conscience. Leave. Otherwise, you'll be considered invaders of Holy Mountain Sect. You know what happens to enemies. I'm sure you know better than I do. Having said that, they ignored the crowd and closed the mountain gate. Within Holy Mountain Sect, starting today, things would be different. Ing Yen walked within the sect. Although there were fewer people, he could clearly feel the change. With those who are no good removed, the grand style of the sect is gradually revealing itself. Our sect master is dealing with some elders who colluded with Shang Hong and opened back doors for those useless fellows. Yuan Jie sighed. At least half of them will have to be expelled. Ing Yen remained silent. He had long known that there were Du Cheng among the higher-ups of Holy Mountain Sect. Otherwise, the sect wouldn't have fallen to this state. False prosperity on the outside, but empty within. Our Holy Mountain Sect might have to withdraw from the one sect, one academy, one force alliance. After all, those elders are strong. They represent the majority of our Holy Mountain Sect's apparent fighting power. Ing Yen nodded. Cutting your losses now means you can regain your glory in the future. Yuan Jie said confidently, those of us disciples who remain will carry the sect on our shoulders, even if it kills us. We'll also recruit new disciples and start over. Enough about the sect. You have a general understanding of the front lines, right? Ing Yen nodded. It's a struggle between several worlds. Tong Feng told me about it. The world window is the only entrance to the front lines, opening once a month. If the world window opens outside of the designated time, Yuan Jie's face darkened for a moment. That IT means that those of us guarding the front lines have lost. Other small worlds will want to wage war against us, and it will be a raging inferno. Add to that the flanking attacks from the abyss. At the front lines, you can't trust anyone except your own teammates. Yuan Jie's expression was grim when he mentioned the front lines. And no, that's not right either. It's best not to even trust your teammates. Just trust your own spirit beast. People aren't as pure as spirit beasts. Yuan Jie sneered as he unbuttoned his shirt. Ing Yen was startled by what he saw. A long scar ran across Yuan Jie's entire shoulder and back. Yuan Jie said calmly, this is the price of trusting others. Turns out you can be betrayed like this. Yuan Xinshui's sneak attack was truly unexpected. Ing Yen planned to go to the front lines to obtain the Luo Zhu fruit. Yuan Jie unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a long scar that ran across his entire shoulder and back. He told Ing Yen about his former best friend, that I treated him with all my heart, protected him, but he nearly killed me. This one blow dropped me from Earth Spirit Realm down to 5-star. Not only were my resources stolen, but that person was also a shoe repairer. Ing Yen frowned. Aren't shoe repairers supposed to have foul-smelling blood? But at the front lines, we try our best to avoid injuries. Yuan Jie's expression was strange. The environment at the front lines is harsh. The sunlight, there is a natural corrosive. If a wound is directly exposed to the sunlight, it will rot within 3 hours. Ing Yen was taken aback. The front lines were indeed dangerous. Yuan Jie had an idea. So, do you want to team up with me then? You're definitely going to the front lines, right? Ing Yen nodded. The Luo Zhu fruit was there. He had to go. Moreover, the front lines offered rapid strength improvement, which would be very helpful to him. He asked Yuan Jie, will there be small sage realm experts supporting us at the front lines? Yuan Jie said proudly, of course. Many elders from our Holy Mountain sect are going. How else will we get the quota? Ing Yen nodded, his finger landing on Yuan Jie's large scar. Does it hurt? Before Ing Yen could finish his sentence, a frosty voice came from the doorway. What are you touching? Yuan Xinshui stared at Yuan Jie with a gloomy expression. Ing Yen, who was touching Yuan Jie's bare back, looked like a deer caught in headlights. Yuan Jie, whose back was bare, was even more startled. For a moment, it was unclear who should be more embarrassed. Ing Yen quickly pulled Yuan Jie's shirt closed. Yuan Xinshui, knock next time. Yuan Jie gaped. Yuan Xinshui's face darkened further. His gaze towards Yuan Jie was icy. Yuan Jie shivered and involuntarily took a step back. To ease the awkwardness, Ing Yen pulled Yuan Xinshui outside. Sorry, he doesn't understand a lot of things. I'll talk to him. Yuan Jia looked utterly wronged. I don't think he doesn't understand, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Ing Yin pulled Yuan Xinshui to a deserted corner and explained, I was just looking at his wound. It's normal between friends. Yuan Xinshui nodded thoughtfully with an expression that said, I understand, I understand. Then he reached out and started to undress. He thought it was normal between friends. Did you learn this trick? Sue's gone bad. Not only did he undress in front of Ing Yin, he also secretly read dirty books behind her back. Just now, Ing Yin was wide-eyed, studying Yuan Jie's bare back, when Yuan Xinshui walked in on them. Without a word, Yuan Xinshui also started to undress in front of Ing Yin. Ing Yin quickly grabbed his hand. What are you doing? He quickly looked around. Fortunately, there was no one else around, only Lala and Baibian, staring at them with their adorable, round eyes. Their innocent gaze made Ing Yin feel guilty, as if she had corrupted a pure child. Didn't you say it's normal between friends? Yuan Xinshui looked down at her. He seemed to be feeling both confused and wrong that we're closer than friends. I should take off even more. He was injured and showed me. Ing Yin frowned. Besides, we're both women. How is it the same? Remember, men shouldn't undress in front of women. The same goes for women. Yuan Xinshui smiled, his eyes pure and innocent. I don't want to. Ing Yin raised an eyebrow. This was getting unreasonable. Yuan Xinshui said seriously, if you undress in front of a woman once, I'll undress in front of you once. If you touch them, you have to touch me too. That's only fair. He emphasized again, men and women are the same. Ing Yin said exasperatedly, where did you get this warped logic? Yuan Xinshui smiled innocently, forget it. Let's go back. Ing Yin looked at the time. Master and the others are looking for a new place to settle down. I should also find a way to learn formations. That way, I can protect myself on the front lines. I'll teach you, Yuan Xinshui offered with a clear laugh. Right? Ing Yin suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yuan Xinshui. What is that OU doll you keep mentioning? Can only those from your lineage use it? Yuan Xinshui nodded that it's similar to puppet fighting. The OU doll can be empowered with formations for combat. It can unleash power at least 3 times stronger than the formation itself. Unconsciously being treated as a puppet, Ing Yin twitched the corner of her mouth that, as OU think of me as a puppet? Yuan Xinshui looked at her, his face slowly turning red.mm. That was before. Now, after reading the book your master gave me, I understand. You and the OU doll are different. We have a different kind of relationship. Seeing him like this, a sense of foreboding rose in Ing Yin's heart. Her voice trembled slightly. What did my master show you? Before Yuan Xinshui could answer, Ing Yin grabbed him and rushed back at breakneck speed. She pushed open Yuan Xinshui's door and saw several books by the bed, clearly well read. The books weren't tightly stacked, but spaced apart. It was evident they had been read many times. Ing Yin's hands trembled as she picked up the stack of books. Underscore how to be a gentleman and win a delicate wife. What to do if your wife abandons you. Underscore Ing Yin nearly fainted. This was Yuan Xinshui's most aggrieved and cowardly moment. Watching his beloved possessions being destroyed, he felt only wrong. He dared not get angry, dared not speak. Just now, Yuan Xinshui had revealed his and Yin Yin's relationship. That kind of relationship. Ing Yin had a bad feeling. Seeing Sue's books confirmed it. What kind of love advice was this? No wonder Yuan Xinshui had gone bad. Ing Yin threw the stack of books onto the floor. Behind her, Yuan Xinshui looked at the books with a heartbroken expression, more pain than when the great elder was punched in the face and bled in front of him. What is all this garbage? That old man corrupted you. Ing Yin pointed furiously at the books and said to Lala, Lala, burn all of these. Lala stretched out her hands, flames erupting. She burned all the books. Furious, Ing Yin stormed towards the giant clan's heartland, that I'm going to settle the score with him. Yuan Xinshui was left looking at the ashes, his eyes filled with heartache. He looked at the ashes on the ground and slowly crouched down. His slender fingers grasped a wisp of ash, but it scattered and drifted away. Yuan Xinshui lowered his eyes, his shoulders slumping. He looked truly pitiful. When the great elder came in and saw him like this, his voice softened considerably. Young master, what's wrong? Yuan Xinshui's voice was a mere whisper. How many bookstores are there in Tianyi province? The great elder replied, there should be quite a few. Yuan Xinshui stood up and looked at the great elder with a blank expression that let's go. The great elder's face was full of confusion. Go where? Sui replied flatly, to find books. He was going to bring back every romance novel in Tianyi province. This time, he would keep them safe and wouldn't let Yin Yin find them. They found an excellent feng shui spot in the human realm. The 4 mountain grandfathers could perfectly enclose the giant lightning rain canopy. The space inside was also large enough for the disciples to live in. The merfolk chose a huge lake nearby. They were busily piling up bubbles. When Ing Yin rushed over, she saw a wall of bubbles piled up next to the giants. Still fuming, Ing Yin couldn't resist poking a bubble. Princess Nian turned and saw Nian. She happily blew a bubble towards Nian. It landed on her, instantly refreshing her. She couldn't help but mutter about wanting a merfolk as a pet. The thought had barely crossed her mind when Meow Meow in her pocket smacked her hard. You already have Meow Meow. You can't be a two-timer. We'll be neighbors from now on. I've talked to Grandma. Our merfolk clan will also be moving in. Princess Nian, who had seen real battle, looked more resolute than before. By the way, Nian, do you know which faction suffered the fewest casualties in Tianyi province? The little princess was clearly gossiping that it's a faction called the Wanshou Kingdom and the Bai family. Are those two families very powerful? That old geezer by Jian is practically a walking library of righteous techniques. Nian had thought the old man would only teach fighting moves, which was already impressive enough. She hadn't expected so many surprises. Just now, on her way back to the giants, Nian ran into the little merfolk. The little merfolk was quite the gossip. She inadvertently mentioned Nian's enemies. Nian frowned. The Wanshou Kingdom and the Bai family are a bunch of cowards. They probably just stay home all the time, which is why their death rate is so low. The little merfolk continued. The Wanshou Kingdom and the Bai family also got a few spots on the front lines. Could I get one too? I'm a peak human spirit realm expert, and my healing techniques are the strongest in our clan. Actually, I was 8-star yesterday. I also fought alongside you and was promoted to 9-star afterward. Grandma said participating in more battles is very stimulating for improving combat power. Nian nodded, not denying this. But what can people like the Wanshou Kingdom and the Bai family do on the front lines? Deliver takeout. Nian harbored doubts. Seems I need to find a chance to go back and see Nian. The old beggar walked out from behind her. Why are you still playing around? You're going to front lines tomorrow. Have you learned your righteous techniques? Nian wondered inwardly why it was happening so fast. Master has a few words for you. Nian bid farewell to you Mian and followed the old beggar into the giant's territory. Our giant clan got 200 spots this time. You, Meng Xiaoqi, senior brother Zhuang Xiener, and a bunch of other senior brothers will go together. Be careful, understand? Nian nodded. Senior brother Nirgu is leading the team. Don't run off. The old beggar stared at Nian for only 3 seconds before giving up. Forget it, you'll definitely run off. Just don't die. Nian was speechless. Since when had she become this kind of person in her master's eyes? Let Yuan Xinshui teach you formations for a while, the old beggar said while looking around. Where did that kid go? He's usually stuck to you like glue. Nian was about to speak when Man's voice suddenly boomed in her mind, so loud that it made her head buzz. I'll teach you formations. You could teach me? Nian asked. Grandpa, you're a formation master too? Of course. In my time, you couldn't be a sect leader without a few other professions. Man's tone was full of pride. Then he added with a hint of disdain, this generation is truly inferior. I've never liked that Yuan Xinshui kid. How could someone so young teach you well? Besides, he's from the Xian clan. Man scoffed. The Xian clan's formations are easy for them to learn, but you, an outsider, will learn them slowly. Learn from your grandpa. Grandpa can teach you anytime. Nian readily agreed. Okay, I'll learn from Grandpa. No need for master. I already have formation diagrams. I can learn on my own. Nian stalled, waved at the old beggar, and slipped away. Nian quickly found her room. As soon as the door closed, a barrier automatically formed. Man floated out from the jade pendant. But I don't have any formation diagrams. Nian's doubt had just surfaced when Man casually produced a pile of formation diagrams. Oh, you think your grandpa wouldn't have a stash? Man waved his hand. Granddaughter, let's learn them one by one. Nian was a true scholar. This made the former genius old man feel a little ashamed. Back in her room, Nian was worried about not having formation diagrams. Man waved his hand grandly. Do you think your grandpa wouldn't have a stash? Nian stared dumbfounded. She subconsciously raised her hand to applaud her grandpa. Grandpa, where did you get these? Man said proudly, look at you, so unworldly. These are from the Holy Mountain Sect's library. The books there are treasures I plundered and collected from everywhere when I founded the sect. Use them as you please. Meanwhile, in the Holy Mountain Sect's library, the left protector, who was looking through books, was putting a stack of very precious formation diagrams into a drawer. As he did so, he muttered, sigh. The old sect master didn't even ask Nian if the original founder's remaining diagrams could be passed on to us. What a pity. He sighed and turned around. Where did Nian go? Over at the Holy Mountain Sect, the left protector's mental breakdown couldn't be experienced. He was mesmerized by those formation diagrams, just like a dirty old man bewitched by a little vixen. Man was still talking on and on. Formation diagrams are a talent carved with spiritual power. Even a very powerful formation master needs several days to memorize an entire formation. My requirement for you isn't high. Just memorize the first formation diagram I gave you before dark. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin turned her head and said, I've memorized it. That's right. You've memorized it. I knew you. What? You memorized it? Man's eloquent speech turned into speechless silence. He turned around and looked seriously at Yin, saying, I know you young people care about saving face, but you can't just casually say you've memorized it. Yin put the formation diagram aside. How about I draw it for you? Then you'll know. Arrogant. Man frowned. Yin shrugged. I'll just show you. She raised her hand and drew out a thin thread of spiritual power. Quickly, she drew a triangular formation diagram, identical to the one carved on the formation diagram. Man was silent for a long time. He coughed lightly. I admire your arrogance. Man rubbed his face, trying to maintain his image as an expert and a reliable grandpa. The one you're learning now is the most basic formation. It's one type of triangular formation. The more anchors a formation has, the harder it is to draw. And the first formation I chose for you is called the shrinking formation. Yin frowned. The name sounded familiar. Man continued, also known as the perverted formation. He was the most beautiful man 1,000 years ago. His look were definitely above Yuan Xinshui's. At this moment, his little thoughts were also mischievous. As a sect leader, he stole someone else's formation diagram, and Yin's first one was actually the perverted formation. Yin clapped with a smiling face. Good name. Inwardly, she complained. Which idiot came up with this formation? She asked cautiously. I've just never heard of it. I wonder which expert created it. Man confidently tugged at his clothes. Your grandpa, me? Yin's lips twitched. Grandma? How did you ever fall for him back then? Watch closely. Man blew out a breath of soul energy. A scene appeared in Yin's mind. It was illusory, but it was Man's battle memory. Yin saw a young man poking his head around, setting up a miniature, shrinking formation on the ground. Then he sneakily hid himself. The young man revealed his face under the moonlight. It really was her grandpa. Only the current man looked only 17 or 18 years old at the peak of his handsomeness. 3 or 4 people were chasing him. Their realms were all similar. The next moment, a magical scene appeared before Yin's eyes. The formation, which would normally only appear before people, actually slowly shrunk. It shrunk into a curved, slightly perverse-looking thin needle. It burrowed into the ground with its head, not forgetting to wriggle a couple of times to bury itself. Chase. That kid is just ahead. We must capture him alive. The 4 people behind him chased with aggressive momentum. But the moment they stepped into the area where the formation was hidden, 4 curved needles suddenly shot out. They formed a cage and started whooshing fire at those people's faces, burning their spiritual power armor until it was tattered. It was the first time Yin had seen a formation that could hide itself. Ha ha ha! Capture me alive? You guys need to cultivate for a few more 100 years. The scene before her eyes abruptly ended. Man, his face full of pride, was very arrogant. Your grandpa was this heroic when I was young. Yin was speechless and silent. This formation is very suitable for you to use against enemies outside. It suits upright people like us. Sui Sui is learning bad things. Look, he's openly studying erotic books. He gave up on sticking to Yin to learn formations, and decided to prepare for more exciting and meaningful things. Yin was seriously studying formations with her free grandpa, experiencing her grandpa's ruined 3 views. Do you know the biggest difference between my formations and other people's formations? Man continued teaching. That yours are more perverted. Wrong. Man Finkun knocked Yin's head. My formations can be controlled. My formations aren't just spiritual power. They also mix in a portion of vital energy. I use vital energy as the silk to control their form and position. Understand? Yin's eyes widened. It was the first time she had heard of this method. My formations can only be used by those who are geniuses in both spiritual and mental power. Otherwise, it'll backfire. That's why the formation masters from the Holy Mountain sect can't cultivate them. The formations I left behind are so much better than yours. They're utterly useless. It's a waste to even call them formations. I might as well just give you all of them. I can already imagine the panic at the Holy Mountain sect. I don't know why, but I kind of want to laugh. Half spiritual power, half mental power. Start drawing. Man punched her again. What are you giggling about? If you don't learn this properly by tomorrow, don't even think about going to the front lines. Are you going there to deliver takeout? Yin started to visualize the formation, clearing her mind of all other thoughts. With the formation's assistance, her combat power would increase significantly. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. This was completely different from the trace piece of mental power she used earlier. After her mental power flowed normally, she felt like she was trying to cultivate a piece of land filled with rocks. Incredibly difficult. Moreover, her spiritual and mental power couldn't merge properly. 1 failure, 2 failures, 10 failures, 50 failures. E-Man shook his hand. Good. Looks like she won't last much longer. As her grandpa, I'll have to comfort her properly later. But after 200 attempts, 400 attempts, Ing Yen remained incredibly calm. She had even managed to draw 2 corners of the triangle. Meanwhile, Ing Man, who had been wringing his hands earlier, was now snoring away on a nearby stool. Elsewhere, in a bookstore in the 5 continents, the bookstore owner huddled fearfully under his desk. Yuan Xinshui, the ruthless valley master of Ghost Valley, was in his shop reading a book. Yuan Xinshui flipped the pages expressionlessly, his fingertips gripping the paper so tightly they were white. Because he was using so much force, they had turned white. And the book he was reading was none other than Shame Say. This is the daughter kissed by the heavens. Now, once again, she is favored by the heavens. Just a moment ago, E-Man was still thinking that Ing Yen wouldn't last long cultivating the formation, giving him plenty of time to comfort her after she'd had enough setbacks. The next morning, E-Man slapped himself hard across the face, jolting awake. He opened his eyes angrily to see Lala and Wa's cute faces right in front of him. Meow Meow was still perched on Wa's head. Grandpa, what are you doing? Lala rubbed her eyes. Weren't you teaching Master the formation? Why did you fall asleep? E-Man patted his chest awkwardly. I didn't fall asleep. I was just closing my eyes. Bai Bian jumped down from a nearby stool. Sir, you might want to wipe your drool, he reminded gently. E-Man gave an embarrassed laugh. Okay. Out of the 3 little ones, this one was the most mischievous, full of tricks. E-Man pushed the 3 little ones aside, his eyes widening in shock. He abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked excitedly at the completed triangular formation in front of him. Nien Yen, did you do this? Ing Yen rubbed her stiff face and chuckled lightly. This formation wasn't that hard. She snapped her fingers, and the formation transformed into 2 wiggly, curved needles. They wriggled and stabbed at the ground with a thud, thud, thud. But how do I make it shoot? Ing Yen thought the formation would shoot automatically. You channel the spiritual energy within it. If your spiritual energy has a fire attribute, it'll produce a fire attack. Ing Man said excitedly. Ing Yen focused and sensed the spiritual energy within the formation. Enveloped by her mental power, it became highly potent. Ing Man asked eagerly, what do you see? Red is fire, blue is water, green is wood, purple is lightning, brown is earth. What color do you see? Ing Yen looked at the exploding rainbow before her. I see all the colors. They're all dancing wildly in front of me. She furrowed her brow, unsure if it was right. What attribute is a mix of all colors? Yuan Xinshui was really enjoying himself. Just a glance at Nien Yen, and ripples formed at his heart. The scenes from the book instantly flashed through his mind. Just a moment ago, when Ing Yen was struggling to control the demonic element within her, her cheap old dad delivered the magical tool right to her doorstep. Ing Yen remained silent for a long while. 3, 2, 1. As expected, E-Man's furious fatherly roar echoed in her mind. What dad? Who's dad? Didn't you say your dad was that good-for-nothing from the kingdom of longevity, the one you've never even met? Ing Yen patted her buzzing head and said to him, no, he's one of my mother's suitors. He claims to be my dad. Ing Man became even angrier. Trying to win my daughter? Huh. No man in this world is worthy of my precious daughter. Ing Man was ranting like a madman, but Ing Yen ignored him. She looked curiously at the artifact Yi and brought. What's this for? It helps block the absorption and weaving of spirit elements. You'll definitely need it on the front lines. Otherwise, your spirit elements won't be replenished. Yin opened the box. Inside was a pair of earrings. Beautiful rubies were inlaid on them. Don't be polite with Daddy. You need this. Then thank you, Uncle Yin. Ing Yen happily accepted the box and put on the earrings. The subtle pressure that came with the artifact disappeared. Yin, who wished he were Ing Yen's dad, cringed internally at being called Uncle. Uncle, I'll break the Demon Clan seal as soon as possible. This was their shared goal. Yin was taken aback. It was an impossible task, but he didn't want to hurt the child's heart. He just nodded and said, okay, tell Daddy if you need any artifacts. Daddy will make them all for you. E-Man scoffed. This guy's pretty thoughtful. Still not good enough for my daughter, though. Meng Xiaoqi ran over from afar, shouting, Junior sister, look. Meng Xiaoqi and the others couldn't wait and pulled Ing Yen outside. I heard from the old sect master of Mount Xingdong that everyone from Tianyi province is going together. Oh, and there's someone else going with us. Master said we should look after him. Just as she finished speaking, Ing Yin, having just stepped out the door, saw that person. Good morning, Nien Yin. Yum Yin was so excited that white fish scales appeared on his forehead. His eyes shone as he took Ing Yin's hand and said happily, I'm going with Nien Yin. I'm very strong. I can attack and heal you. Ing Yin smiled. Let's go together. The little princess is a healer. It'll be much safer with Mian Mian. It's just up ahead. The people from Ghost Valley are using it. Zhang Fe is taking us there. Ergo said excitedly, your little sweetheart is going with us too. He's personally going to the front lines this time to oversee things. I think it's mostly for you. Ing Yin looked up in surprise towards Yuan Xinshui, who was standing at the very front of the crowd. She hadn't expected this. Yuan Xinshui, who usually seemed so happy to see her, averted his gaze uncomfortably when their eyes met this time. Then he abruptly turned his head away. What was going on?